sometimes you have to like something horrific just so that you can process it and be okay with it. And so this is where the MCIT comes in and meets people where they're at, and then we just start working on a genuine, authentic, multi-engagement relationship. So we're going to keep coming back. We're not going away. And what we have found is that if we continue to show up and if we do what we say and we say what we do, there will come a point when most homeless individuals will go, okay, you know what, let's give it a shot. And at that point, we've got to spring into action and be able to do what we said we're going to do. And so the whole point is giving people hope. And if you've had your dreams dashed or you've been smashed or however you want to put it, there just comes a point when you just don't dare to dream anymore because you don't want to get hurt anymore. And then you tell yourself, it's okay, I like this. That could be a complete lie, but that's the truth that you have to believe, so that it's okay to sleep outside. It's okay to sleep with one eye open, wondering if you're going to be attacked, assaulted, aroused, or whatever. So we just want to get out there and offer them hope. And when they say yes, we want to be able to engage them in a positive manner and come through.
Okay, so, and thank you for that. So I have two other things I want to kind of put on the radar. One, we've been talking with UNLV to have some of their some of their students become our partners in clinicals, going out and helping address, some of the homeless, because it gives them a more hands-on approach. So I think that we're almost ready to start engaging that. And then lastly, I was reading an article recently about the trouble that downtown LA is having with disease and different things that are coming up. And so I'm wearing two hats here as the health district chair as well. I know that we do hepatitis A as often as we can, and specifically in the jails. I know for sure we do that. But some of those things that they're experiencing in LA, are we thinking about that? Are we preparing for that? Are we getting ready for that? Because I don't want to, if it's resources that we need, tell me now. So.
I think Michelle can speak to that. We have an unsheltered technical assistance collaborative that's going on now, and I think some of that is being planned in that.
And we do have a relationship with the health district. So we're having conversations with them around safety and what we can do to make sure that we're mitigating any health risk while folks are unfortunately on the streets. And working with our mobile crisis intervention team to make sure that they're getting the information that's necessary and access to any services.
Okay, and lastly, I just want to say thank you, because I think all of this collaboration is going to help us address the issue better, more efficient, and for a long-term solution. And it's nice to see everybody finally coming together to understand what the roles are. So, see nothing else. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, it is now past 10 a.m. We will need to move to Section 5 of your agenda, which are your public hearing items. Item number 59, pursuant to NRS 288.153, conduct a public hearing and approve and authorize the chair to sign the collective bargaining agreement fiscal reopener between Clark County and the District Attorney Investigators Association, effective July 1, 2019 through June 30th, 2020, and extend the same salary and benefit changes to non-union employees not covered by the DAIA collective bargaining agreement.
For the record, Sandy Gentet, Director of Human Resources. The item before you is a fiscal reopener effective July 1st, 2019. The fiscal impact summary in your backup materials, attachment 4, details the cost of the 2.25% increase in the amount of $76,534, and there are 27 impacted positions. I respectfully request your approval.
Okay, does that complete your presentation?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the board? It's a public hearing, so I have to open the public hearing. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and turn it over to the board. Commissioner Gibson.
Madam Chair, I move to follow the recommendation of staff and approve the raises.
Okay, Commissioner Gibson has moved to follow the recommendation of staff on item 59. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Item number 60 is pursuant to NRS 288.153, conduct a public hearing and approve and authorize the chair to sign the collective bargaining agreement fiscal reopener between Clark County and the Clark County Prosecutors Association effective July 1, 2019 through June 30th of 2020 and extend the same salary and benefit changes to non-union employees not covered by the CCPA collective bargaining agreement.
For the record, Sandy Gentet, Director of Human Resources. This item is also a fiscal reopener effective July 1st, 2019. Fiscal impact summary details the cost of the 2.25% increase in the amount of $592,324, and there are 156 impacted positions. I respectfully request your approval.
Okay, and that completes your presentation.
Yes.
Okay, this is a public hearing. I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on item number 60, please come forward. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and I'll turn it over to the board. I have a motion by Commissioner Weekly to move for approval on item number 60. Seeing no further discussion, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 61 is to conduct a public hearing on the district's delinquent accounts, adopt the delinquent account report with any changes deemed appropriate by the board, and place these delinquent accounts on the Clark County tax roll for collection or take other action as appropriate.
Mr. Minwigan.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Tom Minwigan with the Clark County Water Reclamation District. Members of the board, this is our annual process of placing delinquent accounts on the tax roll. We have a number of customer service representatives with us this morning that can basically help any customer that might be here with their account on this matter. As the board is aware, this process is essential to our operation as it enables us to collect all the annual sewer service charges that are billed on that year annual basis. These revenues are very important to the organization as they fund our operation and maintenance, as well as expenses for our capital improvement program for the clean water infrastructure. Mr. Chair, that's all my comments.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak to the board? Please.
My name is John Shea. I live in Las Vegas. I received this letter, and it says that they're going to turn this $5.53 that's due over to the, put it on my taxes. I've lived here 13 years, and I've dealt with this reclamation service. Unfortunately, I'm partially disabled, and I'm relying on Social Security. I've implored this Water Reclamation District on many occasions to try to change my billing cycle. Because how can a person live on $700 a month and eat? It's been very hard for me. I'm a senior citizen. So I've asked them time and time again to change this billing because by the time I get their bill, I don't have any money. I've eaten up the last few dollars that I have, and I have to send the bill in late. Consequently, they continue to charge me a late charge. So it costs me more. I've somehow got to come up with that money. Once before, I called them and I talked to somebody probably who didn't know what they were doing, and they said, well, you can send in a partial payment. I did that, and they wound up putting the bill onto my taxes, which was a problematic for me then. But the problem is I pay a lot of utility bills in Las Vegas, and it normally takes 2 days to get anywhere else. The gas company, electric company, and this and that. The Water Reclamation Department takes 9 to 14 days to process a check. By that time, I've got a late payment. So I don't know what they're doing. Are they playing games? Are they purposely holding from processing my payments so they can give me this late payment so they can get, I don't know, if you do that to 1 million people, I guess you can make a bundle of money. But that's where it's at. And it also says here, we previously sent billing notices. That's not true. Didn't send any, but whatever payment that was due, I paid it. Now all of a sudden they give me a late payment, and that's what they're sending to, to my, as a delinquent account, as the payment that they never even told me about. This is the first I heard about it. So anyway, that's it. They need to do something about their processing. If they're taking too long and they're giving people late payments or something like that, somebody should probably look into that, because it's been a thorn in my side for at least 10 years. And plus this billing cycle thing, I needed help with that, and they can't just accommodate me. I don't understand. I'm helping to support them, so wouldn't they want to help me to do that? Any comment about it?
Okay. We appreciate you coming down. We're going to ask you to stay.
Yeah.
If we can get with one of our specialists and see if, now that we have FaceTime,
Okay.
we don't want to be a thorn in your side, especially for 10 years. That's gotta hurt a little bit. So let's see if we can work something out. He's made a pretty good case. Always two sides of the story, though. But again, appreciate you coming down, and we'll handle this directly right after this item.
Okay.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the board? We'll close this portion of the public hearing. Entertain a motion? Motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Thank you, members of the board.
Item number 62 is to conduct a public hearing to approve, adopt, and authorize the chair to sign an ordinance amending Title 20 of the Clark County Code, Chapter 20.10, Section 20.10.010, rental fees and charges for McCarran International Airport, providing for other matters properly relating thereto, or take other action as appropriate.
Good morning.
Good morning. Rosemary Vasiliadis, Department of Aviation. I do have a short presentation on this item, if that's okay with the board, before we open the public hearing.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So this item is to adjust the rates and charges to the commercial airlines that operate out of McCarran for fiscal year 2020. As you know, the airport does not receive any taxpayer funds, so this is the plan that keeps the airport in a self-sustaining budget. So on April 23rd, we held a budget hearing with the airlines, and we did receive approval as presented on April 26th. This is just a summary of the major fees that are that we're asking to adjust to the airlines. The most important line item is really the bottom one, which is the cost per enplaned passengers. That's how the airlines compare all the various different airports, because airports are made up so differently. And they look at the trend. And in this case, they did approve a very slight increase. It's actually less than 0.7% for the cost, and that is due to growth. As you know, we have had 2 record-breaking years in a row for our passengers. Looks like we're going to continue that trend for the calendar year 2020, and that's due to their growth, and they obviously did approve it. Now, the cost per enplaned passenger is a standard industry that measures the cost for that the airlines pay for each of their passengers that come through an airport. So again, they look at it, they see the trend, and that's how they, that's one of the weighted factors of how they make the decision. They always love to compare what the airports look like. This is the top 10 airports. As you see, we're third from the bottom, so we have been remaining in the bottom third as far as cost. That's a very good thing, being a low-cost airport in the top 10. They also like to look at the trend. So if you see the yellow bar looks at what the projected cost per enplaned passenger will be in the next couple of years due to major facility improvements that are going on. We all know that we did ours in 2012 with Terminal 3, but LAX, Chicago, San Francisco Denver and Orlando have major facility improvements going on. That's going to certainly spike their cost per plane passenger. As you see with ours, we're not going to be spiking because we have our big facility already done. We'll have, of course, renovations and modernizations going on, but nothing that will spike it. So they were very happy with that. In addition, McCarran is a turnkey operation, and that's very important in relation to this number when we compare it to other airports. So, as you know, we own and maintain every single thing at the airport. So even everything in the hold gate areas for the airlines, the podiums, the hold room furniture, as well as the kiosks, the boarding pass paper that goes into it, and of course custodial services. It is 100% in that cost. So what we'd like to do at our budget meeting with them is put a value on that cost. That cost can vary from $1.60, $1.70. If you take that cost out of this number, it actually does knock us down one more slot to be the second lowest on the top 10 airports. So they can't really dispute how the airport's operating in that regard. The next slide is a very high level of the four main line items that the airlines like to look at. The most important one, of course, is the comparison of revenues. So that we split it out from airline revenues to non-airline revenues. So if you look at the green line, that is the non-airline revenue, so the top line. You see that going up, you see that the highest. So non-airline revenue would be concessions, our food and beverage, retail, all ground transportation, parking, things like that, things that the airlines don't have to pay but go into the cost of operating the airport. And then you see the blue line, which is the airline portion, much lower, and when you look at the trend, basically even. So they're always happy about that. I'm going to jump to the bottom line, which is the debt service line. We've had a very hefty debt service portfolio. That the airport chief financial officer and a fabulous financial team that we have on board with him has been just doing a yeoman's job of reducing and keeping that flat. So they're always happy about that. And then lastly is the red line. That is the operating expenses that is going up. Again, when you enjoy growth, that goes along with it. This budget does include 20 additional fully funded positions, and that is due to the operating day actually getting longer. So we're getting a lot of operations and growth in the nighttime hours that kind of whittled away during the Great Recession. So it's coming back, and of course we have to have people there to service it. Just for the record, that is the approval letter from the airline consortium that did approve the operating budget and the capital improvement plan as presented. Just for the record, that those are the 16 voting members of all the airlines that do operate out of McCarran. These 16 represent about 97% of all passengers. I'd be happy to take any questions now or after the public hearing.
Thank you. And that completes your presentation. Does anybody have any questions for Director? No? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Is there anybody wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'm going to turn it over to the board. I would entertain a motion to approve.
Madam Chair, I move to follow the recommendation of staff. And if I might make one additional comment, they're doing an extraordinary job with McCarran Airport. If you're a passenger, and we all are from time to time, we recognize the incredible advantages to both the location of the airport and the way that the facilities are operated and the efficiencies that are there. We can be very proud of that asset and the efforts of this leader and her team. And with that, I move to follow the recommendation.
Okay, Commissioner Gibson has made a motion to approve item 62 with staff's recommendations. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes. Thank you.
And thank you to my team. Thank you for those kind words, and really thank you for your support that lets us do this.
Thank you for keeping those visitors coming.
All right, next we have item number 63, which is to conduct a public hearing and approve, adopt, and authorize the chair to sign an ordinance levying assessments for Special Improvement District 97B, Las Vegas Boulevard, beautification maintenance between Sahara Avenue and Mandalay Bay Road.
Okay, this is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on item number 63 regarding the ordinance levying assessments? Seeing no one, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing.
Okay, I'd like to move that the bill be introduced at the May 21st, 2019 meeting and be finally adopted as an ordinance.
You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Motion passes. The ordinance will be numbered and published twice by title.
Item number 64 is to conduct a public hearing and approve and adopt and authorize the chair to sign an ordinance levying assessment for Special Improvement District 114B, Las Vegas Boulevard, South Strip maintenance between Mandalay Bay Road and Russell Road.
Okay, this is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on the ordinance levying assessments. Anybody wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing.
All right, I'll move that the bill be introduced at the May 21st, 2019 meeting and be finally adopted as an ordinance.
You've heard the motion by Commissioner Weekly. Any discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote.
Commissioner, does that motion say?
You're on the microphone.
Introduced at the May 21st meeting? Is that what it said?
Madam Manager?
Commissioner,
That's a correction there. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. It is saying May 21st, 2019. So
The last one did too.
but we're in June.
Well, it was introduced at May 21st.
Yeah, I
but
just
not-
was listening
yeah,
to what was.
yeah.
We had a
This is the introduction. The introduction of this item was at the May 21st, 2019 meeting, so it is
Excuse
the
me,
correct.
Manager. Commissioner Gibson, we had a rhythm going here, and you just
I know.
totally
Now we
interrupted
got
the flow.
some
Really?
of the-
OMG. All right, let's try to get it back here. We've been practicing on this for about 3 months. Stay in your lane. Here we go. Let's go. Start over.
Okay, Commissioner Weekly has made a motion that the bill that was introduced on May 21st now be finally adopted as an ordinance. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote.
I'm trying to memorize these cheat sheets, and he distracted me over here. Now I don't have a vote button. Aye.
I don't have one either. And even with all that, I'll vote aye.
We already took the vote on this one.
We're all out of sync now. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Next, we have item number 65, which is to conduct a public hearing and approve, adopt, and authorize the chair to sign an ordinance levying assessments for Special Improvement District 126B, Boulder Highway strip maintenance along Boulder Highway from Interstate 515 to the intersection of Desert Inn Road and Lamb Boulevard, and along Boulder Highway from Flamingo Road to approximately 900 feet south of East Sun Valley Drive.
Okay, this is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing, and anybody wishing to speak on the ordinance that will levy assessments? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing and turn it over to Commissioner Weekly.
Madam Chair, I'll move that the bill be introduced at the May 21st, 2019 meeting and be finally adopted as an ordinance.
Okay, Commissioner Weekly has moved that the bill that was introduced on the May 21st meeting now be adopted as an ordinance. Any discussion? Please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Item number 66 is to conduct a public hearing and approve, adopt, and authorize the chair to sign an ordinance levying assessment for its Special Improvement District 162B Laughlin Lagoon Waterfront Maintenance Project in the unincorporated township of Laughlin, Nevada.
Okay, I'll have to change that, right.
Okay, this is a public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on the ordinance levying assessments? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing and turn it over to Commissioner Weekly.
Okay, let me say this slowly. I move that the bill that was introduced at the May 21st, 2019 meeting be finally adopted as an ordinance.
Commissioner Weekly has...
Was is the word.
That's right. Commissioner Weekly has moved that the bill that was introduced on May 21st, 2019 meeting be finally adopted as an ordinance. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Item number 67 is to conduct a public hearing and approve, adopt, and authorize the chair to sign a resolution to augment the fiscal year 2019 Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Fund.
This is a public hearing. Did you want to do a presentation? No?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, for the record, Rich Hogan, Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, just here to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay. I'm sorry. Start over. This is a
Just here
public
for
hearing. I'm
questions.
going to go ahead and open the public hearing now. You want to give me some comments?
Just one comment I wanted to make, Madam Chair, Commissioners, is the majority of this augmentation request that we're making is related to grants that were augmented from the current fiscal year budget. Next fiscal year, we hope to not have such large amounts of money that we're bringing forward in grants, as we have now separated our operating fund from our grant fund. So hopefully we won't have to deal with such large amounts in future years.
We'll be watching. Okay, anybody else have any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, and I will turn it over to the board. Have a motion by Commissioner Brown to approve item number 69. Any discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Or do I not have to vote?
It's 67.
Oh, 67. Jeez, I did not sleep well last night, apparently. Item 67 has passed.
Commissioners, we can now move back to the business items of your agenda. We have item number 73, which is to discuss revising and updating the Clark County Code Chapters 19 and 30. Madam Chair, this is a request that was requested by Commissioner Jones.
Sorry, I'm just trying to cross off 68 because we already did that. So, Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I put this on the agenda because I just wanted to talk about potential updates to the code. I was asked to limit it to a narrower subsection of the code. With regards to Code Section 19, I had raised at the last meeting some concerns with regards to Code Section 19.04.040 being in conflict with NRS. And with regards to Code Section 19.05.030C, which relates to residential construction taxes, I also have concerns that may be in conflict with NRS and needs to be updated. So I guess my question is, how frequently, if at all, do we as a county or the district attorney's office review the code to ensure that it doesn't conflict with updates to the NRS, given that 12 o'clock last night was the end of a legislative session? I'm sure there'll be additional changes that may affect our code.
We usually do updates as the need is identified to our office, but we can take a look at these two provisions and report back.
Okay. And with regards to Title 30, I know I had a discussion with Ms. Amundson about that. I believe it's her recommendation that we retain a consultant to take a look at that because it is a heavy lift. But certainly would like to hear from the board as to their thoughts on that.
Okay, any, Commissioner Sager-Bloom.
I agree with Commissioner Jones that this is worth looking at. And in talking to Nancy, it does appear that the best thing to do would be to look at an outside consultant to come in and spend a year or two on this and get us all squared away.
Okay, anybody else? Anybody else have anything? Commissioner Neft.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would agree with my colleagues. I think, clearly it's 2000 was a long time ago, and the community's changed quite a bit since then. So I think if Ms. Amundson deems the best course of action is to bring in a consultant to weigh in on this, particularly one maybe who can bring some fresh ideas. Maybe it's somebody we look at outside of this local community who sort of thinks the way we all do. I think it might be helpful to get some outside perspective.
Okay, and at least for myself, so Marianne, it does take a little bit of time for them to codify everything that passed as of last night and becomes their different sunset dates. So you could look at these two, but then we probably wouldn't see another update as needed until maybe like October, November, December sometimes. It takes a while for LCB, and I know last year they ran way behind on updating their stuff.
We usually start when we get the enrolled bills.
Okay, all right. And then I'm kind of excited to see some new ideas or new things on Title 30. I want to, Nancy, and maybe you could come up and address, I want an easier way to read it. It is so hard for me to read. And
I already brought that up to Ms. Amundson.
Those charts are painful for me. I didn't pass geometry, so I need an easier way.
I specifically referenced that when I look at the Henderson Code, it has pretty pictures. That was the word I used, so I'd love to see pretty pictures.
Commissioners, Nancy Amundson, I'm the Director of Comprehensive Planning. As was noted, the Title 30 has not had a major update since 2000. In 2000, we went from Titles 27, 28, and 29 and went and combined them and created Title 30. But the format really has not changed in more than 20 years. So if the board would like to rethink how we look at Title 30, because right now we're looking, staff is looking at a rewrite to mixed use, staff is looking at a rewrite to a lot of the different sections that we were directed to look at. A holistic look might be the way to go, but again, that is at the direction of the board.
Well, at least for me, I would like a sixth grader to be able to read it, right? So that layman, because if someone calls me, I feel bad, and I know you guys are super helpful. I always got to call and ask, because if I get the book out, I just can't read it to figure out if it. And I know there's a lot of gray area in planning, but there's got to be an easier way. Something this year dated. Commissioner Gibson.
So a lot of what might change would not really affect the substance so much as its presentation. But there clearly are some areas that we could rework that would more completely simplify the process. So I'm very much in favor of a holistic, if that's what we want to call it, approach. And I recognize that you have the experts, and you surely do have the capacity in terms of intellectual and experience, but you don't have the time. I don't know how on earth, with the pace of things today, you could do it otherwise. But you surely will be important. Your whole staff will be important to the review that any consultant does. So this is going to impact you in a fairly significant way. Just not quite so much as if you had to author the whole thing. So I support the notion.
Okay. And Commissioner Jones, I think we just have to give some direction to staff.
Yeah, I don't know what that looks like. I would say just so that we sort of know what's going on, maybe Ms. Amundson could report back to us quarterly or something like that, just on a brief update as to where things stand with hiring a consultant and what the consultant's doing, et cetera.
So would your direction to staff be to go out and hire a consultant to do a holistic approach to overriding and changing, one, the format and looking at updating some of the codes.
Yeah, that would be my motion. Thank you for, not my motion, my direction.
Your
Excuse
direction.
me.
Clarification, that's all.
My direction from the May 21st meeting.
Stop. I don't remember that meeting, so is that good for you, Nancy?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, next we have item number 74, which is to discuss the Clark County Code that deals with tractor trailers in residential areas.
Okay, Commissioner Sagerblum, I think this was yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This issue came to my attention. We've had several people call in saying that tractor trailers being parked in their public neighborhoods, we call code enforcement, and they say, no, we can't do that. That's the jurisdiction of the constables. And in talking with the constables, it appears that they don't really like to do this. They don't work on weekends. They don't get enough money. The code enforcement said they would like the authority to be able to go in and tag these, and we have the direct authority over them. So my proposal would be to look at this issue and see if there's a way that we could, by ordinance, allow our code enforcement people to go in and tag people that are these semi-trucks that are being parked in residential neighborhoods.
Okay, anybody want to weigh in? At least for me, I get it because with the new federal laws that pass, trucks are just stopping anywhere and parking and pulling over, and they get in the way of right-of-ways. And I also get the constables because, if truth be told, for me, I would rather have them getting the junk cars or the burned out cars or the RVs at this point out of the districts. But I do think that we have to do something. I know that at least in my district, we take pictures and then we send them to the state transportation, because those NDOT numbers that they have, they send out letters and remind them that it's illegal. So, but it's an issue. Commissioner Jones, I think you have one coming, a parking lot in your district, actually.
Yeah, there are numerous issues. I just wanted to note, if we're going to make that change, and I support it 100%, is there a resource to follow with that? Obviously, our code enforcement team has already has a lot on their plate, so we might need to talk about whether if one entity is not doing it and another is going to now be doing it, whether we shift resources in some way.
Maybe it's helpful to bring the constable back to this meeting. Commissioner Gibson and Weekly.
Weekly was in front of me.
He was.
Weekly, go ahead.
No, I 100% support this as well, because we've been battling with this issue for years. And I know that in a lot of our older neighborhoods, there are lots of big trucks that are impacting not only the infrastructure over there, where, we've been working with with Public Works, I forgot his name really quick, but we've been working with staff for a long time in terms of trying to get roadways fixed in some of those neighborhoods, and the big trucks have just continuously torn them up. And it's interesting because they've created their own little schedules. They kind of know a code enforcement schedule. They'll go and move it around the block, or they'll go and put it in a desert somewhere for about a couple days, and then you look up the following week, the trucks are right back there as well. And we've taken pictures. Actually, we created our own app years ago dealing with graffiti and some of those things, and we've just not given our code enforcement enough authority. We've not put enough teeth into what it is that they can do when they go in some of these neighborhoods. So I appreciate the conversation, and I'm sure Commissioner Sagerblum, a lot of the residents out here appreciate it as well, because it is causing a huge problem.
So, Commissioner Sagerblum, would your direction be to staff to work with code enforcement? Oh, Gibson, I'm sorry. You had something?
Well, I was going to suggest that, I think a lot of the folks are kind of rogue. They know the rules, but they're aware of what it takes to avoid penalties. But there are others who are not so much that way, and so there are probably a trucker association or other groups that work with them. Our problem isn't so much the big companies as much as it is the owner-operators, the independents that own their own truck. And one of the solutions could be that there are places that are designated. The problem is you go back into the older areas of the city, there is nowhere to designate. And I'm sure it affects every single part of this valley. So this is something that's long overdue. Ever since I got here, we've been talking about it, but I think it makes sense to give some direction to staff. We probably beat it to death at this level, and now we need some solutions. So I don't know if it means we have to provide more resources or what, but there needs to be something done.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. And as we look at the option of putting additional resources, can we find out why it's not being dealt with by the constable? I'm sure we're paying in some way for that service that's not being performed. So before we shift it, let's find out why it's not being handled.
Okay, Commissioner Steckelbaum?
And I agree. That's one of the reasons I would ask the staff to kind of look into it, talk to people. But my understanding is constables only get paid a certain fee per truck, and it just isn't worthwhile. So they don't go out on weekends. And a lot of these truckers know that, so they will bring their car. We don't park it during the week, and then on a Friday night park it there, and so they're all weekend. But I'm not saying we have to do it, but I would like the staff to look into the issue and see if we could do by ordinance, have code enforcement do it. They said they were willing, and see maybe why the constables are not effective.
So if I could just ask a question, maybe of Mary Ann. So my understanding is you still have to tag it for 3 days, right? And that's per statute? Oh, by our ordinance? So that is probably something that we could do right away, right? Is to enforce it right away. Because that's half the battle, right? Is getting someone to come out three times, because they move it, they have the system.
Well,
but
and if you have to wait 72 hours, they're gone if the weekend's over.
And right, they're long gone.
Yeah.
So maybe that's a start. So would your direction be to send one, code enforcement to come up with some creative ideas that we could look at, and then to reach out to the constable's office to see, why they're not doing it? I don't know that they're not doing it. It's just they're so inundated with the RVs and the burned out stolen cars that takes a priority. And it's been an issue with the salvage yards taking some of these towing in. And I only know that because I have all the outdoor storage in District B. So Commissioner Weekly, he had 500 RVs one time that they were trying to move because he did a code enforcement complaint, and so they paid someone $100 to move them all to District B. So then we had to go back and do it. So there is a few. So we have to be careful that we don't keep moving the problem. But I think that will give you guys some ideas to look at.
And just to follow up on that, so one of my requests to be look at an ordinance of allowing you to tag it right now and not have to wait 3 days.
Okay. Clear as mud?
Yep. Next, we have item number 75, which is to receive a report of the projected expenditures related to the Marriage Certificate Technology Fund of the Office of the County Clerk for fiscal year 2020. Commissioners, this is a report, and the projected expenditures are included in your agenda item.
Okay. Do you have a brief presentation, Ms. Goya?
Very brief.
Okay.
I want to commend your avid interest in the clerk's office tech funds. Other departments haven't been as lucky as to be able to let you know what we've been doing. So for the notary tech fee, I wanted to give you an opportunity to see what we did last year. Last year we had 3 outages where the Marriage License Bureau was out, so we used some of the tech fees to create a Meraki wireless network where we were able to function even if the network was out. We were able to last year create a training program for marriage officiants, and we use some of the funds to create officiant IDs and to create an online training program for officiants that were coming from out of state if you wanted to have someone from your family to officiate over your wedding. And this coming year, what we want to do with those fees is probably create a online fictitious firm application so that you don't have to come in to apply for your fictitious firm name.
Okay, does that complete your presentation? Anybody have any comments or
does.
questions on her report? So I'd entertain a motion to accept her report. So I have a motion by Commissioner Jones to accept your report. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Item number 76 is to receive a report of the projected expenditures related to the Clerk Notary Technology Fund of the Office of the County Clerk for fiscal year 2020.
Again, I'm Marie Goya, the Clark County Clerk. So last year, what we did with the marriage certificate tech funds were we improved our software system and business continuity for the Acclaim recovery mode. Some of the things that we want to do with this year's fund is to create possibly an online marriage certificate filing program for the marriage certificates and to increase I know that we had a big public records transparency bill this year, and one of the things that we've been doing this last year is to create the entire archive of the Clark County the Clark County public records documents. But one of the things that we've found is that the reader is not good enough to recognize a lot of the digitization of it, and so we want to upgrade the digitization reader, and that would be part of the funds that we're using if we have enough budget.
Okay. And does that complete your presentation?
That would conclude our budget.
Anybody have any comments or questions? And so can I just ask one question though? When we do technology upgrades, even with your office, they all work in our regular IT department? Is it all fall under that?
Some of it does and some of it doesn't. Each department has their own technology funds. We work with IT. Some of it comes from IT. We all work together. IT has its own funds, and often we work together, but sometimes, we don't all have designated IT people. We don't have an IT person within our office.
I was more worried about the software, how we keep track of it. But
right, so
okay.
we fund our own software upgrades. We work with our own software vendors. A lot of the small things that we do independently. And then we always work with the IT department, but they don't have the staff to work with all of the issues that we have within our departments.
Okay, perfect. Anybody have any other questions? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to accept the report. I have a motion by Commissioner Knapp to accept the report. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Item number 77 is to approve, adopt, and authorize the chair to sign the ordinance authorizing the issuance by the county of its Clark County, Nevada, general obligation limited tax detention center bonds additionally secured by pledged revenues of Series 2019 in the maximum principal amount of $219,275,000 as if an emergency exists.
Okay, I would move to introduce the ordinance. And I'm going to ask the clerk to read the ordinance by title.
An ordinance authorizing the issuance of the Clark County, Nevada General Obligation Limited Tax Detention Center bonds additionally secured by pledged revenues, Series 2019, in the maximum principal amount of $219,275,000 for the purpose of financing and refinancing building projects in the county, including a detention center, providing the form, terms, and conditions of the bonds and other details in connection therewith, providing for the levy and collection of annual general ad valorem taxes for the payment thereof, additionally securing their payment by a pledge of certain revenues, providing other matters relating thereto, adopting it as if an emergency exists, and providing the effective date hereof.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'll make a motion for the adoption as if an emergency exists.
Okay, Commissioner Weekly has moved for the adoption of the ordinance as if an emergency exists. Please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Item number 78 is to approve, adopt, and authorize the chair to sign the ordinance authorizing the issuance by the County of Clark County, for Clark County, Nevada General Obligation Limited Tax Regional Justice Center bonds, additionally secured by Administrative Assessment Pledge Revenues, Series 2019B, and the maximum principal amount of $15,495,000 as if an emergency exists.
Okay, I would move to introduce the ordinance and have the clerk read the ordinance by title, please.
An ordinance authorizing the issuance of Clark County, Nevada General Obligation Limited Tax Regional Justice Center bonds, additionally secured by Administrative Assessment Pledged Revenues, Series 2019B, in the maximum principal amount of $15,495,000, providing the form, terms, and conditions of the bonds and other details in connection therewith, providing for the levy and collection of annual general ad valorem taxes for the payment thereof, additionally securing their payment by a pledge of certain revenues, providing other matters relating thereto, adopting it as if an emergency exists, and providing the effective date hereof.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'll move for adoption of the ordinance as if an emergency exists.
Okay, you've heard Commissioner Weekly move for the adoption of the ordinance as if an emergency exists. Any further discussion? Please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Item number 79 is to approve, adopt, and authorize the chair to sign a resolution making a finding that no increase in ad valorem is anticipated for the payment of the Clark County, Nevada General Obligation Limited Tax Transportation Refunding Bonds, additionally secured with pledge revenues, Series 2019A, in the maximum principal amount of $97,380,000 for the term thereof, and requesting the Debt Management Commission to convene to approve the finding.
Okay, Ms. Colvin.
Commissioners, this request is to request the DMC to make a finding that an increase in ad valorem is not anticipated for these bonds. This is a refunding that is expected to generate approximately $10.1 million in savings. If you turn to the last page of your backup documentation, the debt service coverage is estimated to equate to 2.85 times.
Okay. Do I have any comments or questions? I have a motion by Commissioner Brown to request to send this to the DMC. Is that the right motion, Jessica?
Yes.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Item number 80 is to approve, adopt, and authorize the chair to sign a resolution making a finding that no increase in ad valorem is anticipated for the payment of the Clark County, Nevada General Obligation Limited Tax Family Services bonds, additionally secured with pledge revenues at Series 2019 in the maximum principal amount of $80 million for the term thereof, and requesting the Debt Management Commission to convene to approve the bonds and the finding.
Okay, Ms. Colvin.
Commissioners, again, to support this finding, included in your documentation is the revenue study, and the debt service coverage is estimated to be 1.73 times to support this finding.
Okay, and I would entertain a motion to send it to the DMC. I have a motion by Commissioner Jones to send it to the DMC for further discussion. Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Commissioners, item 81 is your closed door item. Staff does have an update for you on a pending litigation.
And may we do public comment first? Okay. This is the second time set aside for public
Madam
comment.
Chair, can we just acknowledge the governor's First Lady, Kathy Sisolak's attendance here and quietly observing us. We're still doing work.
Thanks. This is the second time set aside for public comment. Anybody wishing to speak on any item, please come forward and state your name for the record. Seeing, are you wanting to speak? Nope. I'm going to go. Are you wanting to speak, sir? Yes. Okay, come on down.
My name is...
If you could use the microphone, sir.
Yeah.
Is your name Michael?
Yeah, my name's Michael A. Picard. I'm the baited one from 4796 East Lake Mead in 1997. I've just got my degree from UNLV in anthropology. Well, archaeology is what I was into. And I have discovered things about this valley that are just unbelievable, and that I have found the magnetic, how to wake up the magnetics of the rocks, how they'll stick together, and kids just go crazy on it. If you've ever seen any rocks that alongside the road are tip to tip to tip to tip, winds blowing, and they're defying gravity, I was there. And that's what I've been trying to get in. I tried to get in the school system, get my master's in education, but because I was 2 points below the rest of the class, I guess, because this hand's broken, I can only type with one hand, can't produce as much information, kicked out of the praxis. But I want to work for you guys. I want to collect this gold, what I call Vegas gold. I don't know if you guys can see it on TV, or if you have a camera so you can see what it looks like. This stuff here is all over the valley, and it is just wild. But I gained an eye for it, so I go jump in dig sites. I pull out the cleachie, I slam it on the ground, and then I start to see the nodules, and I know this is the good stuff. This is a material worth building. It's priceless. You guys are using the landfill. I think it's silly. And then when if you haven't seen my works, is there any way, let's see. Here are some of my works at Bruce Village. I don't know which way to put it, but you can see the rock stacked tip to tip to tip. They've been standing there for months. In every storm, they don't fall down once you line them properly with their magnetic core. The sculptures that are down here, we're digging up ancient libraries every day, and no one has the visual capability of separating the images that are on it, because this place is going too fast, lights are too bright, the girls are too pretty, and no one gives a damn about what's at their feet, right? I got tired of all that stuff, and that's why I pay attention to what's on the ground. You see the 7 Magic Mountains. Oh my God, what we could do if we worked together. Give me a couple of machines, we'll get raw rock that's being dug up out of these dig sites. I'll show you human vestiges of people from an ancient civilization that no one has ever even imagined. I think that's my time, and I'm out of this ballgame.
Thank you, Mr. Pickard. Appreciate you. Okay, anybody else wishing to speak during public comment? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public comment, and I would entertain a motion to go into closed door session pursuant to 241.0153 and NRS Chapter 288.220. So Commissioner Gibson has made the motion. Any discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes, and we are in recess until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
You're watching Clark County Television, our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada.
You may be surprised to know that the right to vote was not the most important issue when the women's rights movement began in 1848. Education, child custody, and a right to control one's own property took precedence.
When the United States became a nation, adult women did not possess individual political rights. Our legal system authorized the propertied family patriarch to represent his wife and unmarried daughters in all matters. Nearly 70 years passed before women sought an independent political voice at the first Women's Rights Conventions in Seneca Falls, New York in 1848. Rights conventions spread across the country, airing new ideas on women's property and legal rights. This reform arrived in Nevada with the pioneering transcontinental travelers. The Nevada Constitution, accepted in 1864, gave the right to vote only to white men. Curtis J. Hillier tried to change this in 1869 when he introduced a bill to allow women the vote. He argued that women possessed at least as much intelligence as men. They followed the same laws, they paid the same taxes, and most importantly, would introduce a new standard of public morality to the political process. Both houses passed the amendment that year, but failed to pass it 2 years later with the constitutionally mandated second vote. 40 years passed before the suffrage issue once again spurred a movement in the state of Nevada. Several women played instrumental roles in winning the vote for Nevada women. Nevada native Ann Martin played a decisive role in Nevada's second suffrage campaign. A veteran in the fight for suffrage in Britain, she returned to Reno in December 1911 and led the Nevada Equal Franchise Society to a winning county-by-county strategy to gain the vote. Bird Wilson, a lawyer practicing in Goldfield, oversaw the suffrage campaign in southern Nevada. She wrote Women Under Nevada Law, a pamphlet that was sent around the state as suffrage material. Las Vegas was a small town compared to Goldfield, and no suffrage organization existed until 1912, when Delphine Squires, active in women's social organizations and co-publisher of the Las Vegas Age, served as the local contact to coordinate suffrage organization speakers. While Squires agreed women should vote, she believed suffrage should be achieved diplomatically and not in the more radical ways of Martin and Wilson. Despite her discomfort, she played an integral part in bringing women's suffrage to Nevada. On November 3, 1914, the general vote was taken to decide whether Nevada women would be allowed to vote. It took several days for the results to be tallied, but the amendment passed, with a margin of victory coming from the rural regions. Women in Nevada voted for the first time that year, but it took another 6 years before Nevada Governor William Boyle signed Nevada's ratification of the 19th Amendment to the Constitution, guaranteeing women the right to vote.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Well, sheep are hard to see.
People would see bighorn sheep down by Mercury, mostly rams. Rams wander.
They're hard to see, and there's probably not very many of them.
We never saw evidence of a reproducing population until we started the project on cougars and found that they were eating bighorn sheep.
Mostly they kill what is available to them in their environment. We use a helicopter to capture various types of wildlife. They're very unpredictable. They're extremely secretive.
We had some observations of mountain lions
around active projects and facilities. There was a biologist attacked in the early 90s. So from a safety standpoint, we wanted to understand kind of the core range, the habitat use of mountain lions.
The Nevada National Security Site, formerly the Nevada Test Site, is a 1,360 square mile rugged landscape 68 miles northwest of Las Vegas, Nevada. Scientists here are collaborating to learn more about the newly documented populations of bighorn sheep and cougars. And it's not easy.
We're studying bighorn sheep and cougars on the Nevada National Security Site, looking at predator-prey interactions. And the project started as a study on cougars. What happened is, as we first put collars on cougars, we found out that they were actually eating bighorn sheep.
Central questions of the study are how many bighorn sheep and cougars live here, and what is the status of their populations. And health studies of captured animals are clarifying whether wildlife here are at all contaminated by radiation.
For bighorn sheep, life is about risk from predation. And so in order to escape from their predators, they tend to stay in steep terrain, rocky terrain, and they particularly pick these types of areas when lambs are born. So in order for the ewes to protect the lambs, that's the best they do, is to stay up in these rocky areas. And the subspecies that lives in the desert is Nelson's bighorn sheep, and they are able to exist on these desert mountain ranges. Mostly they eat shrubs, and during the springtime they focus on annuals. They eat a lot of winter annuals, little plants that you see flowering out in the desert. Sheep tend to avoid areas that are very bushy because they don't have good visibility, so they like to see where the predators are. We need to know about their general health because there have been some disease issues in this area. There was an outbreak of pneumonia in the populations in southern Nevada, and it's been pretty serious.
In understanding what the health profile here is on Department of Energy land on the Nevada National Security Site is going to help us understand the bigger picture.
An important part of the bighorn story, scientists learned, are the cougars.
Cougars are very solitary animals. Their densities are low on the landscape, particularly in the desert, where prey densities are low. They have large home ranges, and they're primarily nocturnal. So it's really very rare to see a cougar out while you're just out hiking, especially during the daytime.
One tool we use to monitor mountain lion activity around the Nevada National Security Site is with motion-activated cameras. We've set up 20 to 30 of these cameras over the last 10 years at various sites around the NNSS, and we found, actually documented 680 images, recorded 680 images, both video clips and photographs of mountain lions, which is a staggering number of images to understand where these lions are found and the frequency of use at these different sites. And it really helped us with our trapping effort as well, know where to set the traps and where to look for the lions to get them captured.
The cougar, also commonly known as puma, mountain lion, or panther, is the largest cat in North America. An average male weighs 150 pounds. Cougars are known for their strength, agility, and exceptional ability to jump. Their powerful legs enable them to leap 30 feet from a standstill or jump 15 feet straight up a cliff wall. Mainly solitary, cougars interact only to mate. Females then raise the young while males return to their solitary lifestyle. Each cougar establishes its own territory. They need a lot of room to roam.
The environment that we have here is the driest ecosystem in North America with the Mojave Desert. Transitioning into the Great Basin Desert. So very dry, arid area, prey density is pretty low. So these animals are having to cover large areas to support themselves.
The cougar research here began due to concerns by the Nevada National Security Site over safety for the site's employees. In 1991, a biologist here survived a rare attack by a hungry, malnourished cougar.
So from a safety standpoint, we wanted to understand kind of the core range, the habitat use of mountain lions. Also get a handle on how many lions are out there, population estimate, and just learn more about their movements and the potential risk to workers out there. So we started with cameras with Erin Boydston with USGS. Worked with her, set up a bunch of cameras around the site in mountain lion habitat.
Trail cameras were placed at springs, which are important watering holes, and also at sites along roads and in canyons to look for evidence of cougars.
Got a lot of pictures of both young adults, male, female, so we knew we had a reproducing population of mountain lions. We had somewhat of an understanding of where the lions were. They were using roads as travel corridors, they were using areas around springs. We documented 6 individual lions within a 90 square kilometer area over a 2-month period. With the data we had from the camera traps, we knew we had a reproducing population of mountain lions on the site, and so we wanted to understand their movements better, and so we took it to the next level and worked with USGS, who contracted with Brian Jansen to come and capture mountain lions for us, so that we could put the radio transmitters on them and track them with radio transmitters and really understand their movements and their habitat use and their diet as well, using the radio telemetry.
Most things in life you can eventually, with a lot of practice, master. You just cannot master catching lions. Every lion seems to have a whole bunch of aces up their sleeve that they've always got the upper hand, and it's dang near luck to catch one. I'm Brian Jansen, and I'm a mountain lion and bighorn sheep biologist. So I've been camped out here for the last 18 days on the Nevada National Security Site in a region called Rainier Mesa, tracking lions, looking for fresh sign, setting traps, and just trying to find them and catch them. They're pretty difficult to even find, let alone catch. There's 2 ways I capture mountain lions. I use foot snares, and I place those on trails that I know mountain lions are going to use, either from recent sign or just my estimation. And then we also use the hounds. So on a normal day, what we would do is check our traps in the morning, and if we don't find anything in the traps, I'll go to places where I think a lion might have gone, or places that lions frequent, and park, and then we usually walk a loop about 10 miles, me and the dogs, and I'm looking for tracks at the same time the dogs are sniffing for lion scent. Sometimes I can't see the tracks because the ground is hard, but they leave scent, and the dogs will pick up the scent. I will let the dogs scent trail the lion as far as they can, and I will follow the dogs on foot. And in the course of a day, they might lose the track 4 or 5 times, and I'll have to help them find it. And we keep going. While we're doing that, the lion is sleeping in their daybed because they're nocturnal and they walk around all night. And so we're following the scent trail of what they did the previous night. And when we get to the lion's bed, the lion's not there anymore because he heard the dogs coming, and they get up and move. When we hit that spot, that scent is so fresh, the dogs blow out of there fast and usually catch the lion within a quarter to half a mile. When the dogs start putting pressure on the lion will find a place to seek refuge. They'll either climb up a tree, go down in a hole, or get out on the edge of a cliff, some place that they can protect themselves from the dogs. And then I tie the dogs up because I don't want any dog to fight with the lion. And then I dart the lion and immobilize it. I protect it from falling while it's being immobilized. Once it's immobilized, I bring it to a safe location and then take whatever the project wants.
The tranquilized lions are weighed. The scientists look for injuries. They take body measurements. They look for parasites and sample for evidence of disease. They examine their teeth. They draw blood and attach an ear tag. Finally, they fit the lion with a satellite GPS tracking collar. The rest of the research begins after that. They release the animal on site and begin to follow as the satellite data pours in.
Hey guys, come on. The 2 lions I just recently collared are both adult males. One was about 5 to 6 years old. One was about 3 to 4 years old. They weigh about the same, 125 and 130 pounds. The project will be able to track these lions wherever they go for the next 2 years, I believe. So one of the things we found in the past is that these lions just make tremendous movements. One lion I collared on the site went, in a matter of a week, went 70 miles to the west across Death Valley. Killed deer over in the Cottonwood Mountains, crossed Death Valley back, hunted around in the grapevines, went up by Goldfield, comes back to the site, back across Death Valley. You could never do that kind of research without these satellite collars. I mean, the things that we're learning and the extent to which these lions are roaming just far surpasses what we ever knew before.
GPS collars that permit tracking are also a crucial tool for studying bighorn sheep.
Today, we are putting GPS collars on bighorn sheep in the Nevada National Security Site.
You guys back at the airport afterwards, right? Yep.
This is a new population of bighorn sheep that we just found existed a couple of years ago, and we need to have information about where the sheep are, how many there are, possibly their movement patterns.
Our gunner is the guy in the front seat generally, and he leans out and shoots the gun to catch the animal. Usually that's the first animal that he'll net, and then the mugger will hop out of the back seat and he'll go out, he'll restrain the animal, and he'll work that one up, while me and the gunner will go out and catch another one. Flying a helicopter, especially a small single-engine helicopter in 30-mile-an-hour winds, can be challenging at times, especially when you're working in steep terrain and you're trying to get an animal to go to a certain spot where you could safely make a capture on it, and your crew can get out and work it up where it needs to be too. We obtain biological data, including blood samples and nasal swabs, and they'll be able to look at those samples and test them for different types of sickness the sheep might have. But a very important part of the project was placing tracking collars on these animals.
And then they attach the collar and let the animal up, and they're done. And it's pretty fast. So these are the collars that we put on sheep, and we put these same collars on cougars. We have the GPS VHF unit down here, and then we have satellite uplink. Here's the antenna for the satellite uplink. At the end of the study, this little mechanism has a charge in it, and it goes off and breaks off, and the collar falls off the animal. We then go out and retrieve the collar.
That satellite GPS collar is especially indispensable if for no other reason that we're on the Nevada National Security Site. We don't have ready access to this site. And what that collar is going to do, it's going to uplink with satellites. It's going to enable us to have real-time or near real-time positional data over seasons, over years. And that's going to give us very valuable movement information.
So we look at differences in habitat use throughout the day. So we know areas where sheep particularly like to forage and where they might be bedding. We're hoping to look at lamb bed sites so that the test site has an idea of important areas for the sheep population on the landscape. Sheep select for cliffs and steep rugged areas at night, of course, when they're bedding down, which is also the time that mountain lions tend to go hunting.
Predator-prey relationships, they're always important, and they change over time. What we see on the Nevada National Security Site with respect to large-bodied predators like mountain lions impacting potentially desert bighorn sheep, we also have to think about another big game component here, and that would be mule deer. We do have a mule deer resource on Department of Energy lands.
Mule deer are the most common prey of cougars on the Nevada National Security Site. Tracking the collared cougars has clarified which animals they prey on and how widely they roam.
We have captured to date 9 animals. We put radio transmitters on them, and they operate with satellite, so they take locations at pre-programmed intervals. Usually it's about every 6 hours or every 4 hours, so multiple times a day. And we get coordinates for those locations that are emailed to us, and then we can pull those up in GIS and look at their movements.
We can find out when they've made a kill. What happens is lions seem to never stop moving. They're really quite amazing. They're always moving around, and normally the points that are 4 hours apart, the GPS locations 4 hours apart, they might be a mile apart from each other. So the lion's moving around all night long, doing whatever it is they're doing. And when they kill something, it takes 2 to 3 days for them to eat that item, because it's a large item, it's a deer-sized animal. So all of a sudden, they go from moving a mile every 4 hours to staying in the same spot for 2 days. And what happens is those GPS points overlap each other, and we call that a cluster. It's a cluster of points. So what we do is after the lion leaves that cluster of points, we go and see what they were doing. And ordinarily, the only thing that's there is a dead animal. And so we're finding anything from gray foxes up to deer-sized animals by doing that.
There's a seasonal difference as well. They prefer mule deer, that's their main prey. And what we found is that the prey, the mule deer, will concentrate on the higher elevations of the site. Rainier Mesa, Paiute Mesa, where there's a lot of forested cover, as well as sagebrush meadows, and that's perfect habitat for the mule deer. And so the lions will congregate around that summer range, which is concentrated. During the wintertime, the snow comes, it gets cold, and so the mule deer will move off those high elevation habitats to the lower elevation habitats. There's just a large area, and so the deer get dispersed over very large areas. This also brings the lions down into bighorn sheep habitat, really rugged, steep country, canyons and that. So the lions move off to follow the deer, but then come into contact with the sheep. And so what we're seeing is a seasonal change in diet. They'll take primarily mule deer in the summer, fall, and then they'll shift to mainly bighorn sheep during the winter and spring.
But what we think is going to happen here, potentially anyway, is that we'll see a little nucleus of sheep maybe expand into what could be considered a viable little population on Department of Energy land.
One of the other reasons that we wanted to do this study was the Department of Energy is mandated by law to document potential radiation exposure from test site activities to the off-site public. One of those potential pathways is wildlife. So game animals such as bighorn sheep, mountain lions, or mule deer can potentially come on site, eat some contaminated material, and then go off-site and then get shot and eaten by a hunter. That's one of the potential exposure pathways. And so we wanted to understand those movements both on-site and off-site. And we also wanted to identify what the radiological burden was of these animals. All of the sampling that has been done over the years has found really that from the residual radiation we're not seeing really any effects. And we actually go out and study the plants and animals that are using some of those contaminated areas. All of that information is put into our annual site-wide environmental report that explains the radiation doses and stuff. And again, like I say, we're not seeing levels that are harmful to the animals or people that would be eating those animals.
As science goes, this is a particularly elegant study. An impressive array of tools, skills, and expertise have led to insightful results on the health and life habits of wildlife here. This work is part of the Nevada National Security Site obligation to monitor and protect the local ecosystem.
I just like sheep. They're spectacular. I just love working on sheep. I mean, if you're out and you watch them, they're just amazing. They're surviving in the desert in the middle of nowhere. They walk on these little steep, tiny little cliffs and walls, and they're just gorgeous.
But Brian Janis was amazing. He knows mountain lions. He knows how they move through the environment. Without him, we wouldn't have any animals to study.
they have a difficult life. If you think about it, these lions are walking around 5 to 10 miles every night looking for something to kill with their teeth and their front legs. Once they hit 10 years old, their teeth are pretty well wore out. They don't usually live a lot longer than that. In fact, the vast majority of them never even reach 7 to 9 years old.
I like working with bighorn sheep because it's a native animal. It historically occurred throughout the state. There are so many questions about bighorn that it takes science, good researchers doing good work to answer these questions.
It's a team effort to obtain the correct data so they can make the correct decisions on how to manage those animals so that we can maintain the resource.
It is a special feeling, I suppose, knowing that you're doing good stuff. It's a good feeling. It feels like you did work that really counts for something.
Tomorrow I'm gonna pull up some of my gear, cameras, trail transmitters, some traps, and then I'm gonna pick up camp and head home.
Let's go. Vamos.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to In Your Neighborhood. For the next half hour, we'll talk county issues, District A issues, and maybe even some stadium issues with your commissioner, Michael Neff. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning, Randy. Thanks for having me back.
Absolutely. We're here at the under-construction Las Vegas Raiders Stadium near Russell Road and Interstate 15. This massive district is the largest in Clark County, serving hundreds of thousands of residents stretching from the Colorado River town of Laughlin to the rural communities of Prim and Jean, across Henderson, the southern parts of Las Vegas Boulevard, all the way to Flamingo and Fort Apache. Here's a quick look in your neighborhood, District A. Part stormwater protection and the rest recreation, the Charlie Frias Park doubles as a flood-controlled detention basin and a place to shoot hoops or just cool off. Laughlin is located in the southernmost part of Clark County, and this Colorado River Township is a dynamic place to live, work, and play. Clark County is responsible for essential infrastructure, public safety, parks, and roadway services to the community, located just 90 miles south of the Las Vegas Valley. And much of Las Vegas Boulevard is located in District A. The Strip is a tourist destination for tens of millions of visitors annually. Clark County provides a variety of services to keep everyone's visit safe and memorable. County crews maintain the street and work in partnership with Strip stakeholders to provide public safety, transportation, and much more. For the next couple years, the most visible location near the South Strip will be the 10-level Dome Stadium that will become home to the Las Vegas Raiders of the National Football League. The UNLV Rebels team will also be a prime tenant in the 65,000-seat facility, with completion scheduled for the summer of 2020. The south portion of Las Vegas Boulevard is located in the largest district in Clark County, District A. Commissioner, obviously, it's no secret to where we are, and I know you took a hard hat tour. You've been touring the site there. What were your initial reaction? What are your initial thoughts of what's going on there?
It's incredible, just the magnitude of the project, the historic nature of it for Southern Nevada. And then once you really get in there and you walk around that building, you can see at any given time 1,000 hard hats working hard, getting a really strong, more than livable wage. The 6,500 people that are going to work on this project throughout the two-year construction project, that really gets you excited and gets you emotional too when you really get to see people face to face when they've in many cases been looking for that job for a long time. Now that the cranes are up and the structure is up, it's incredible to see as you drive along the 15, in my case every day heading to the county building. It is really inspiring to see as it comes up out of the ground and what that really means to the people who've worked on it.
It's very taken ownership of this project and everything. Commissioner, one thing I've been surprised, we've been sitting up here for maybe half an hour before you got here, and dozens of people have come by and are taking video, taking selfies, taking photos of this place already.
I think that's right. I think it's that combination of really like I said, the historic nature of this project. 65,000 seat stadium, that's unlike anything that Southern Nevada has seen before, and anything that has to do with the NFL draws international attention like this project is and does.
Let's go down the list of some of the things that I think locals are all asking questions about, and whether it's informed or not. Let's talk first about parking. I know Mr. Webb recently in the most recent meeting, they aren't quite ready to unveil their plan, but they're much getting closer to the number of prescribed parking spots at places they should have. Talk to me about parking.
I think that's right, and they are getting closer. They're working hard on it. They know it's a priority. They've doubled the 2,700 or so on-site spaces. They've doubled that. They're getting much closer to the 16,250 spaces that the county would like to see here accommodate for people coming to the stadium. But you also have to pay close attention to the really, I think, unprecedented number of pedestrians who are going to be coming to this stadium. For better or worse, a lot of fans coming to an NFL game are going to be away fans. I think that'll change as time goes on and as Las Vegans become aligned with the Raiders brand. But at least initially, we're seeing a pretty large percentage of fans that are going to be coming to this stadium rooting for another team. And that means we like that, right? Because they're coming from out of town. They're coming for a weekend, hopefully. They're spending money on on the Strip, paying that hotel tax and paying to keep this town going. But because of that, I think we're going to have a situation where there are a large number of pedestrians. The Raiders, the Stadium Authority, is estimating it to be about 25,000 for an NFL game. That will just be 25,000 pedestrians coming to the stadium. So we've been facilitating meetings between MGM, we being the county, between MGM, the Raiders, other stakeholders, to speak to them about using the Hacienda Bridge as pedestrian only for game days, actually in all event days, converting some portion of that to pedestrian only. And I think that is perfectly placed near the Mandalay Bay property. I've walked it. It'll become more walkable as that pathway gets developed. But even in the interim, it's a short walk to the gateway to the stadium.
Perfect. Let's talk a little bit about public transit. TNC, the Ubers and Lyfts, this is the first stadium that has been designed in this era, so they're certainly considering that. And of course, our good friends at the RTC, they've done an amazing job getting people in and out of the T-Mobile, which is just over here. We're going to see those types of ways to get to the stadium ramped up also.
You're so right, Randy. When T-Mobile came online, I think it's obviously smaller, but we still had trepidation and concern about how you're going to get all these people in and out of a stadium, particularly when you're looking at a sporting event. You're talking about, you might have people come within a 2-hour window, arrive at the stadium within a 2-hour window, but they're leaving, particularly in a close game, they're leaving within a 20 to 30 minute window. So being able to have all options available accessible, in addition to clean paths for them to walk back to the Strip, in addition to cleaning up the roads so that people can leave by car or head back to the satellite parking lots, of which there's going to be 4. And then also have those rideshare options, which I think is really exciting because we're not converting a space to accommodate rideshare. We are, or they are building it to accommodate that rideshare program. And then you alluded to the RTC. They've done a fantastic job across the street here at T-Mobile with the express buses that they run throughout the valley to get people in and out. That's been really effective, and I know they're looking at the similar program here at the stadium.
Commissioner, you talked about people coming to these events, and again, an unintended consequence is I know when I go to a hockey game, I get there an hour and a half, 2 hours early, and of course football has that built-in tailgating atmosphere and culture. So I think it is, are people going to be maybe surprised that it isn't going to be as bad as much around here?
I'm optimistic about it. I think you also have just what you're saying. You have that built-in well, there's a built-in stigma that comes with it, but I think your mindset is prepared for that. When you're paying what you pay to come to a football game or to any event, you know, any one of the events that's going to be held here, you want to make an evening out of it. You want to come, you want to participate in the excitement, you want to be around the other fans. So I think you will, you know, certainly the entrance I don't think is going to be a problem. It's the egress at the end of the event that we really need to be cautious about. You've got fans that are excited and energized, particularly with a sports event, but really any major event that's going to be held here. So we want to make sure that people are safe and feel comfortable with their options when they're coming and going.
And Commissioner, finally, I know the county is doing a stadium overlay district. What's an overlay district? What types of things does that encompass?
Well, I think we want to make sure we have this wonderful resource that is the stadium, and in addition, which we briefly touched on, in addition to the football games that we're going to have here, we are having year-round events here. We're going to be able to attract things that Southern Nevada has never considered qualifying for because we haven't had a venue quite like this. So that 65,000 seat facility gives us options to get things like a international football match or a Beyonce concert. Someone like Beyonce has never been able to come here because they require those seats, the large-scale facilities. So I'm excited about that, and I think that what we want to do with the stadium overlay is make sure that this is all cohesive, synergetic, fits in well together. And part of that, something that I'm really excited about and glad that the Raiders are doing, is they're working with all the small businesses and landowners in and around the stadium within a mile, people who are within that overlay district and who are within walking distance, because a lot of the events are going to happen outside of normal business hours. So it gives an opportunity for those folks to come in under a cooperative and basically sublet their parking spaces to fans who are coming for an event. And I think that's great because it's going to be safe. You know, instead of having a small business person stand out there with a fanny pack trying to police their own parking lot, they're going to have the option of coming in under this cooperative. They're going to have insurance taken care of, security taken care of, and the marketing of their spots will be handled.
And I think common sense is going to prevail. Any of us that have lived here for a long time, we know our Aunt Gertrude comes to town. We're not sightseeing on a Saturday night during a fight night to take her down to see the Strip. And if someone is going to church on a Sunday game day or something like that, maybe they need to leave a little bit earlier, perhaps take a different route to get to where they're going.
I think you're right. Las Vegans are nothing if not adaptable, and that's part of our branding is how we change and adapt over time. And I think this is an exciting piece of that adaptation, but we'll figure it out together as a community.
And finally, I'm a Raiders fan. I've got my tickets. I'm excited about this, but gosh, your alma mater, a little football team down the street, has been looking for a place to play, and this is a great benefit for UNLV, for the Rebels, moving into a state-of-the-art stadium for virtual pennies.
You're so right, Randy, and that was part of something that was really important to a lot of the leadership during the construction and design of this project. When I was in the other day, I was touring the UNLV locker rooms, which is so exciting, and you can look similarly what T-Mobile, what having the Golden Knights here has meant for the hockey program at UNLV. surprisingly, I don't think a lot of people knew this before the Knights were here, but we actually always had a really good, or in recent years, had a really good hockey program at UNLV. And they've, by using the City National space over in Summerlin, they've really been able to expand a lot of that program and have state-of-the-art facilities, just like our football team at UNLV will have, thanks to the stadium.
All right, well, let's take a break and we'll wait for opening kickoff here in a year and a half or so.
Looking forward
we'll
to it.
continue more in your neighborhood with Commissioner Michael Knapp. Stay tuned.
I think I'd be locked up right now if it weren't for the harbor.
Fighting drug or alcohol use and changes in behavior are all warning signs that a youth may need help.
I got in a fight and got expelled from school, and my mom took me to the harbor for help.
The harbor is a safe haven for troubled kids and their families. The goal is to give them resources so problems don't escalate. We know kids in crisis can become adults in crisis. Prevention and early intervention work.
They helped me get my life back on track. Sometimes you just need a fresh start.
The harbor offers hope and second chances.
If you're up to your eyeballs in paper, inhibiting your vision and productivity, you may be suffering from shredded head. Clear your desk, clear your head, and clear your clutter. Walk-in shredding is now available. Get organized today with the Opportunity Village Paper Pros, trusted as one of Nevada's largest document destruction companies. Good for your community, good for you. For more information, visit paperproslv.com. That's paperproslv.com.
District A is home to the under-construction Las Vegas Raiders Stadium. This 65,000-seat state-of-the-art stadium will be home to the NFL's Las Vegas Raiders and the UNLV Rebels football team. Dozens of other large-scale sporting events, concerts, and other exhibitions will be held here, showcasing our community and bringing economic development to this area and all of Clark County. The stadium is located across I-15, just west of Mandalay Bay in District A. And speaking of the stadium, that's where we are. We're talking stadium issues, District A issues, and county issues with your Commissioner, Michael Knapp. Commissioner, we've touched on much of the traffic here in and around the stadium, and I know you and Commission Chair Marilyn Kirkpatrick are holding a traffic summit, a transportation summit a little bit later in June. Talk to me about that.
Well, thank you. It's traffic, transportation, infrastructure, something I've long been passionate about, and I've worked on these issues prior to joining the Clark County Commission. And in the last 5 or so months that I've been here, it's become even more evident what a issue it is for our community. We happen to have, it's not exclusive to Southern Nevada, it's something that kind of plagues all of Western cities. You have large roads, you have big roads, you have fast roads, and you don't really have that mentality of public transportation that you do have on the East Coast. So something that we're working on is getting our engineers together, getting the Nevada Department of Transportation together, getting the Regional Transportation Commission together, Clark County Public Works, along with Clark County Comprehensive Planning, and then bringing together all of our other friends in other jurisdictions, the City of Henderson, City of North Las Vegas, and of course the City of Las Vegas. Get everybody in the same room. We're going to hear best practices. We're going to hear what the future looks like. UNLV is giving a presentation on some historical data that they've been crunching, and I have to say we've been partnering with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department on this event. And everyone under the same roof, the same room, hearing from the experts to try and understand that this is more than one jurisdiction's problem. It's a community-wide, regional problem that we can make better. This is an issue that we absolutely, with proper planning, with proper marketing, we can prevent so much of both the pedestrian fatalities that we've been seeing as of late and just auto collisions that we have here in town. Everybody knows Las Vegas has a large transient population, so you tend to have all these different driving styles from all over the country and international, and we bring them together in these big open roads. We got to make sure that we're being careful about how we plan and how we enforce the laws on the books and make sure that everybody really is working together on that. So on June 20th, I'm hosting, Clark County is organizing the traffic summit. It's going to be at UNLV, and it's bringing together all these partners. I'm really excited about what that means. I also have to say, this week we saw that the U.S. News and World Review reported that Las Vegas, surprisingly, actually ranked #1 on transportation issues. 37th overall, but when they looked at transportation, we're #1. That's things like the quality of our bridges and roads, and I think I'm really excited. I was a little bit surprised, but I shouldn't have been, because we do such a great job here, and we do have so many committed people who focus and prioritize our safety and our roads. So I think bringing those people together, this will be a great opportunity. The public's invited to watch. We're going to actually, Channel 4 is going to be carrying the program and hopefully replaying the program. So I'm excited about that as well.
Commissioner, you're the newest person on the commission, and it sounds like
I'm the newest by one day.
Yeah, by one. Okay, very good, very good. You've had your ears open and have been shaking hands, meeting a lot of people. I know you've had a couple of very successful town halls with another one of your colleagues, Commissioner Justin Jones. What types of things, what types of issues, what types of concerns came out of talks of those?
Well, thank you for asking. Yeah, I'm really excited that Commissioner Jones and I have such a great partnership, both because there's a lot of synergy between our districts, particularly the southwest part of the district. We share a very long border with a lot of the same problems. So we have partnered together. We also share Enterprise Township and Spring Valley Township. So we personally have a lot in common, but professionally our districts have a lot in common as well. So we just recently held we actually held town halls at the Enterprise Town Board and also at the Spring Valley Town Board. And you hear, it's always fun to talk to people because they're the ones who really give you the ideas and the feedback, and that's why it's been kind of my mantra since I'm here to get out in the community. You know, it's the work that we do in the government center is important, but nothing gives you better feedback than getting out into the community. So through these town halls, we've talked largely about growth. Both Justin and I have the fastest growing districts in Clark County, and the fastest growing region of Nevada, I would say. So with growth comes a lot of excitement, a lot of opportunity, but we also have neighbors who've been there a long time and are very weary of some of this growth that they're seeing. So we've got to make sure we're being responsible about it. We're accommodating the people who've been there long before any of this new growth has happened, and just being very cognizant of those issues and listening to them every step of the way, so that when development comes, it happens in a way that's cohesive with what's already there.
And I know on a similar type of forums, you've done coffee and chat with our legislators, which that's a very unique approach. And of course, as you know, as we all should realize, many of the things that go on in Carson City obviously affect us here at the county level.
You are so right. Nevada is kind of a small town in that way, but one of the best parts about it is the access we have to our state legislature. We have a part-time citizen legislature, and I'm so grateful to the 5 members of the legislature. We started with the assembly members within District A. They took time during their session, which is incredible knowing how busy they are. Came back on mostly Saturdays, one Sunday, and for 5 weeks we held coffee and conversations in partnership with those legislators. And that kind of relationship building, not just for the constituents that live in both their assembly district, my commission district, but for the legislator and myself, is really helpful when things come up during the session that Clark County has a serious stake in. It helps to have those kinds of close relationships.
I know you have a handful of those coming up in June also.
I do. We're really excited. We're not just going to stop with the first 5. We've got 5 more scheduled for June. On June 10th, we'll be in Searchlight and Laughlin, 2 really important, vibrant parts of my district that I'm so proud to represent. On June 15th, we'll be in Inspirata. And then on June 22nd, I'll be at Russell and Decatur, and also Tropicana and Rainbow. So more information about all those will be coming, and I'd encourage people, the best way to kind of follow what's going on is to follow me on Twitter. I'm not great at social media. I'm okay at Twitter. So.
And I know you have your newsletters, and your outreach is phenomenal. It's something I learned from here is that short-term rentals. Let's pick one specific topic here, which obviously we're so close to the Strip, but they are illegal in Clark County. How big of a problem is it in District 8,
It is a problem, and you're right. They are illegal. So you hear that and you think, well, if they're illegal in Clark County, it must not be happening. No, it's pretty pervasive. Just over the weekend, someone actually reached out to me on Twitter because a lot of the struggle that they've been having with enforcement was that, of course, Las Vegas, close to the Strip, the county, when are these going to be a big problem? It's going to be evenings and weekends. So the county, I'd love to take credit for it, but it happened just before my time, changed their policy. We've added some after-hours employees to help be responsive and monitor what's going on after hours, because they really have to sort of catch them in the act. They have to, when you call code enforcement, that's when they have to come out and see what's going on for themselves. So I would just encourage it, if you live in District A, if this is a problem for you, call me. Commissioner Jones and I, again, this is a large problem in our district, something else we have in common, but we're working together to try and tackle it, to step up enforcement and make sure that you can't just have a penalty that is a small percentage of what the homeowner's making by renting out their property. That's not much of an enforcement mechanism. So we're going to be looking at ways that we can get really serious and really tough about this, because when if it's your neighborhood and you've got what amounts to a party next door happening 24 hours a day in the evenings, on the weekends, it really creates a hostile living environment, and that's unacceptable to me and I know to other members of the board.
Commissioner, I know you've toured a number of the fire stations in District A and come to realize there more are needed.
There are. The Southwest has a serious shortage of fire stations, so we're going to be working on finding that funding, because that's not something that you can go without. This is something that we need. It directly correlates to our slow response time, which I'm sorry to say we have, and we need to do much better, particularly with all the growth in that Southwest region that we were talking about. We have to have first responders available to be there for my constituents and our community.
All right. We must take another short break. We'll continue in your neighborhood with District A Commissioner Michael Knapp. Stay tuned.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Drowning is the leading cause of death in young children in southern Nevada. Remember these safety steps. Patrol. Always have an adult actively watching children in the water. Protect. Provide defensive barriers between your child and the pool. Prepare. Create a water safety plan for your family. Enroll children in swimming classes and equip your pool with safety equipment. Be ready to call 911 in an emergency. Keep it fun and safe all year long. Visit GetHealthyClarkCounty.org.
District A is home to one of the most famous local landmarks, the Welcome to Fabulous Las Vegas sign. The 25-foot neon icon is now 60 years old and was designed by Betty Willis. Tourists snap selfies around the clock. Clark County holds ceremonial events to raise awareness for a variety of causes, and this was the site of a hallowed temporary memorial following the worst day in our community's history back in October 2017. The sign is located just south of Russell Road on Las Vegas Boulevard in District A. And speaking of District A, we're talking issues with your commissioner, Commissioner Michael Knapp. Commissioner, it's been the first few months of your term here in District A, and I know you and your staff are, as we've heard, you've got your sleeves rolled up and you're all over the place doing on a number of things. What's your top priorities for the next few months for you and your staff?
Well, thank you for asking. Something that I will always prioritize is that constituent service. That's what I spoke about on the first day after I got to Clark County, is increasing. I think the county does a good job. We could always do better. I want to make sure that people aren't just being served when they come into the government center, but they're being met on their doorsteps. When they call their elected official, it's oftentimes their last resort. People don't tend to have a problem and think, oh, I'm going to call my Clark County commissioner. People try and go through the right channels. They try and kind of navigate the bureaucracy. But I want to make sure that we do better than that. If somebody has a problem, I want them to know who I am, have my cell phone number, know how to reach me if something's going on in their community. For however long I'm here, I want to use this opportunity to serve my community as best I can.
and we're going to see that at town advisory boards, both in Spring Valley and Enterprise.
Absolutely. We've held an open house to talk about some of the growth issues, the master planning that's going to be occurring in Enterprise. We had that last week. We'll be having another one in Spring Valley, so that's just another opportunity. It's actually a really good opportunity for people to come together because, again, under one roof we had a dozen or so county agencies, the airport, planning, comprehensive planning, public works, all in the same space, so you can sort of walk around, see what the vision for Clark County is, and most importantly, give your input.
All right, and finally, this is a new part of our In Your Neighborhood show. It's the Commissioner Quiz. We're going to put you on the spot, let people know you a little bit more, and put you on the spot a little bit here. First off, I want you to choose between one of two lovable critters, either our desert tortoise mascot, Mojave Max, or Chance, the Vegas Golden Knights Gila Monster mascot.
Oh, that's a setup. So only because I recently got to do a really special event with some third graders in Mojave Max, I'm gonna choose Mojave Max. But we all love Chance and got to do some fun stuff with him too.
Fair enough. The Las Vegas Aviators or the UNLV Running Rebels?
Commissioner Brown might kill me, but I'm a Rebels guy.
Both of these longtime performers have streets in District A, so I'm going to put you on the spot. Frank Sinatra or Dean Martin?
Frank Sinatra.
Okay. And two communities in the extreme ends of Clark County, Laughlin or Mesquite?
Oh, well, Laughlin is in District A, so I'm with Laughlin all around A.
And finally, I know you're a music lover, so you're going to have to choose between the Smith Center or the House of Blues.
Oh, that's a tough one. I love the Smith Center, but not only is the House of Blues in District A in Mandalay Bay, but I was recently there for their 20th anniversary and had a great time. And I grew up at the House of Blues, so I'm with them all the way.
Well, we sure appreciate you spending time with us. Thank you very much. We could have talked another half hour about your issues, but we'll let you get back to work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. That wraps up this edition of In Your Neighborhood. Thanks to Commissioner Michael Knaff for taking time to tell us about the area he calls home and represents as your elected official, District A. If you have any questions about this show or ideas for upcoming segments in your neighborhood, call me. I'm at 702-455-6357 or send an email to rsw@clarkcountynv.gov. On behalf of all of us here at Clark County Television, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time in Your Neighborhood.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's no secret to this next trick. Hard hat, check. Tank, check. Building permit. Uh-oh. Never fear, Magic fans. They're in here somewhere. Voila! But don't try this at home. There's no secret to building permits. Even I need them.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Straight ahead on UMC Digest, we'll head into the classroom for a stuffed animal clinic, learning what happens when Jeffrey swallows a penny. Also, how this robot can perform surgical procedures more accurately than even human hands. And how you can help save a life by knowing exactly what to do in an emergency. The UMC Digest starts right now. After the October 1st shootings, many people asked what they could do to help. The number one thing you can do is be educated on to how to literally stop the bleed should another mass casualty unfortunately occur, or even if you come upon someone who is bleeding to death in a car crash or other accidental trauma. UMC offers complimentary Stop the Bleed classes, education that is just as important as knowing how to do CPR. Take a look at a recent Stop the Bleed course taught by UMC for Red Rock Search and Rescue. If you come upon an accident scene or witness a life-threatening injury, would you know what to do to save someone's life?
Stopping the bleeding immediately as it happens. So you're at the scene, you are a bystander, and now you are a rescuer. So you are going to literally stop watching someone bleeding and intervene in stopping the bleeding by applying direct pressure or possibly a tourniquet if you have that, of one of the bleeding control kits that we are advocating.
Knowing what to do before someone is literally bleeding to death in front of you could save their life.
Calling 911 at that time as the blood's pouring out, it's not going to save their life. It's just not. There's not enough resources, not enough time. These guys are great and could be there in a few minutes, but it's not going to happen.
A tourniquet placed appropriately will stop the bleed while emergency help arrives.
And the whole concept of tourniquets and bleeding control is to apply the tourniquet above, more what we call proximal or closer to the heart from the bleeding source. So if the gunshot wound's in your thigh, you obviously want to apply it higher than that to prevent the blood that's coming out. That's hurting. What are you doing?
It's supposed to hurt.
Oh, okay.
That means I'm cutting off the...
Oh, okay.
That means you're not going to die.
It's killing me.
I'm super glad about that.
Okay.
That means you're not going to die.
All right.
I haven't encountered a time when I would need to use this yet, but you know what? You never know. You never know when you might.
Right.
And the thing is, we train for all kinds of scenarios and eventualities, and so that we'll be prepared to help anyone that we might come across.
How do you know you put the tourniquets on correctly? The bleeding stops.
During the Stop the Bleed course, participants also learn how to pack a wound.
So what will happen is for you to be able to have some basic concepts and basic knowledge that we'll take you through tonight and be able to just literally stop the bleeding. The number one cause of mortality and deaths in trauma that would be preventable is just hemorrhage, exsanguination. A lot of other things you can't control, and that's unfortunate, but bleeding is one that you can literally stop just by applying direct pressure or a tourniquet.
Those couple of techniques done in just a few seconds could help save a life.
I want every single soccer mom, everyday Joe, every high school kid, every person that works at a golf course, every person that works at a casino, any person at all is able to do this training. We can teach this to young kids. This is something that if you see bleeding happening, you can actually intervene and stop the bleed and save a life.
Here at the UMC Trauma Center, we have a 97% survivability rate, including patients who come to us with less than a 1% chance to live. We are very proud of those statistics and also aware that even with the best of medicine, sometimes patients are given a life-limiting diagnosis or, despite best efforts, are on a journey to the end of their life. UMC's Integrative Therapy and Tranquility program helps to make those moments more comfortable for patients and their families.
A little bit. Where are you feeling that?
In my stomach.
Your stomach?
At UMC, healthcare is about more than medicine and procedures.
So let's not talk about the treatment part anymore. I just want to find out how you are.
UMC's palliative care and integrative services takes our treatment pathway to a new level.
We're not just going in, just pushing some meds and leaving the room. We're with the family, we're bonding. You find out the whole, for me it's holistic nursing because I'm a holistic nurse as part of the Tranquility program too. So I like to think of the whole family. So when you go in and you're working with the family and finding out what was that person like, what were their goals, what did they want, what was important to them, who's their family members, who's at the bedside with them.
It guides the family basically with their end of life choices. I mean, a lot of family doesn't know where to go. Most patients come in, doesn't have advanced care planning, doesn't have a living will, and they just listen to maybe one physician or a couple of the residents. Having Dr. Estrada and their team come over here, pretty much explain what's palliative care, what's hospice. It's really needed. I mean, I'm glad that we have it here at UMC.
Patients with life-threatening injuries or life-limiting illnesses such as cancer, dementia, cardiology, or stroke issues that come along with burdensome symptoms can all benefit from palliative care.
The frontline teams are really great at having those discussions. They talk with families. As most of us know, when there is difficult news that is coming up,
Sometimes you hear a little bit of the news or parts of the news, or you just need some sort of gentle reinforcement. So we are the second line team that comes in to support the frontline team's assessment. We affirm prognosis, and then we let them know from a risk to benefit standpoint what is happening with treatment, what are the best treatments, what treatments may be more harmful than helpful, and what treatments could be contributing to a good quality of life. So we help them weigh the risk to benefit, and we help them make some very difficult decisions together.
Lab tests and clinical observations can help physicians and families with those decisions. Then palliative care is used to care for patients and families.
We're able to help families and patients understand the situation, and we look at how to make these moments the best moments possible for the patient, and if it's pulling back on some of the aggressive treatments to just honor whatever process is happening, whatever journey is happening, it makes for a better journey for them. We don't have to palliate symptoms caused by very aggressive, harsh measures if they're not appropriate. In a true end-of-life situation, they're walking that walk, and my team and I are walking that walk with them.
That walk with Dr. Estrada turns from clinical to very caring.
I can speak for myself and my team when I say that every time we approach a patient and a family, we approach them as if they're our own family.
In a hospital where we are so proud of saving lives, it's equally honorable to create an appropriate end-of-life experience for our patients and their families.
We figure out what they would want, the music, if they would want to be clean and fresh, or what blankets they'd want around in their pictures. And then we do everything we can to make sure they're very comfortable, to make sure that families around and very close, no matter what we're doing, even if we're removing a patient off ventilatory support, we bring everyone close in there, and we make sure they're holding their hand and they're with them, and then we take a step back.
Those are important and sensitive moments for our families.
I've always been very proud of my job and the job our team does. It's quite incredible, although death and dying can be devastating, as I mentioned. It's happening. It's something we can't control. One is being called to a higher power, to a higher place, and there's nothing any of us can really do about stopping that process. I mean, we try to sometimes, but there is also a way of honoring that process, so it's a change in thinking. It's a change in culture.
That change in thinking, when everything possible has been done from a curative standpoint, honors the process of life and death.
When you think about it, when it's going on a certain journey, may it be a very difficult, burdensome journey with a serious illness or an end-of-life journey, the journey's happening. They can walk this walk with us or walk it without us. And luckily at UMC, they have the option to walk it with us. And if we do our jobs well, and we work so hard to do that, under our watch, they will not suffer. So because we can alleviate suffering and enhance one's quality of life, no matter what the situation is, it makes it the best job in the world.
When we come back, we'll take you to UMC's newest primary care location, where you can have your own personal physician. That's coming up on the other side of this break.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Find a dock in my neighborhood.
The nearest dock is the Port of Long Beach, 284 miles away.
Find a dock. Doc!
Calling Doug.
Finding a family doctor in your neighborhood is as easy as visiting a UMC Primary Care. Locations valley-wide, there's one near you.
Find nearest Thai food.
Typhoons occur in the North Pacific Ocean.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. We're glad you're with us. UMC offers the full range of health care for your family, from our quick care locations where you can get in, get out, and get better quick, to our main hospital and primary care, your own personalized physician to take care of you even when you're feeling well.
Hi, Kim. Hi, good afternoon.
Dr. Tan has been Kim's primary care physician for 5 years.
So is it here? Right here.
Primary care physicians serve as the overall director for your health.
The primary care is the one who would treat the patient as a person rather than a disease.
And preventative maintenance, just like you do with your car, is key to your overall function and health.
Let's give an example about the 50 years old and above. So everybody, as in everybody, when they reach 50 years of age, needs colonoscopy. All female, when they reach the age of 40, they should have a screening mammogram.
Blood pressure screenings and cholesterol checks can help catch the signs of cardiovascular disease before it's too late.
They are making a gamble in their health. That's certainly. If you are not seeing your primary care, then you are missing the benefits of a health screening.
Sharing your medical history, having up-to-date screenings, and yearly visits with your primary care physician helps build a meaningful partnership in your overall well-being.
Patients can feel when they can trust their provider. Their demeanor, the way they interact with you. When you say things to your provider and then they pull through with their promises that I'm going to do this for you, I'm going to help you get to your goal in terms of your health. When everything gets fulfilled, I think that's how you build that bond.
A bond that has helped keep Kim healthy for years.
Dr. Tan always sits with you, always, make sure that before you leave the door that we both understand that this is our goal, we're both going to reach it. And you agreed, you put your opinion, I put my opinion, and then it's a collaboration between the patient and the doctor.
UMC's new electronic medical record called UMC Connect helps you further stay connected with your health. You can easily view lab results and upcoming appointments. Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC is the only children's hospital of its kind in Nevada. We're home to Nevada's only designated pediatric trauma center, offering the highest level of care available anywhere in Nevada. Last year, we saw a devastating rise in child abuse deaths. Children coming to us with fatal injuries at the hands of a caregiver. So now we're reaching out and speaking out, educating our community on how to prevent child abuse. Dr. Jay Fisher is the medical director for Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC's Pediatric Emergency Department. He cares for the sickest of sick, those with life-threatening illnesses. But the most heartbreaking patients for him are the ones who suffered their injuries at the hands of someone else.
These young children are defenseless and at the most vulnerable part of their lives. They deserve the right to grow up.
Shockingly, child abuse rates have doubled from 2016 to 2017.
Any number above zero, of course, is too many, but we cannot stand by idly as a community or at the Children's Hospital of Nevada and see this number continue to rise. So we're calling upon all of you to help us to address this difficult problem.
Oftentimes, it's a little-known caregiver creating a pattern of abuse.
You should know that child abuse fatalities typically aren't an isolated incident. It isn't usually just one event. There's typically numerous events that have antedated these fatalities.
Signs of abuse include malnutrition, poor hygiene, unexplained or odd bruises or burns, delayed development, or when a child appears frightened of a parent or caregiver. Be very careful who you ask or hire to watch your children.
I would say specifically, obviously, that anyone with a substance abuse issue should not be caring for children or babies. That substance abuse can be alcohol or any of the other substances that you see abused in your community today.
And all parents can always use a reminder about the importance of a timeout for themselves.
We also ask caregivers to take a moment when they individually feel overwhelmed in their role as a child caregiver. We all here at UMC are mothers and fathers and aunts and uncles of young children. And we know that raising children is a 24/7, 365 enterprise. And that these stresses can make each and every one of us, no matter how strong, have points of weakness. We ask you to pause during those times and step away so that you don't become embroiled in a situation that could lead to a child death.
When we come back, we'll head inside the OR for an up-close look at the Da Vinci robot. That's coming up on UMC Digest next.
You never know when you can't really see whoops, coming. And sometimes you just can't avoid the old. Life is full of surprises. So when life pulls up, get to UMC Quick Care. For life's bumps and breaks, sneezes and wheezes, one of our Valley locations is ready and waiting to save the day. So you can get in, get out, get better, quick. UMC Quick Care.
Mom, we're out of cereal. Can I go to Jennifer's tonight? No, you said you were going to take me to dance.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. UMC is home to the most advanced surgical technology with robotic surgery that allows for faster recoveries and better outcomes. Now UMC is one of the only places in the West to offer robotic surgery for children. This is the Da Vinci robot, capable of performing surgical procedures at the hands of a skilled surgeon actually sitting steps away from the patient.
One of the nice things is when you put your head into the console is actually when the robot gets activated. So if I'm out here talking, the robot's not going to do anything, even if my hands are here.
And when a surgeon is at the helm, surgical procedures can be done with shorter hospitalizations, less pain, and less pain medication for adults and pediatric patients alike.
The Da Vinci system translates the surgeon's hands at the console to very precise and fine movements on the patient. And by doing so, that decreases the tremor, decreases any abnormal manipulation, kind of increases the efficiency of a surgery.
Which all leads to decreased complications.
So we're less bleeding, less inadvertent injuries to other structures, the ability to do more complex surgeries with the robot in more precise fashion.
Removing pancreatic and lung masses and kidney transplants can all be done robotically.
Compared to open surgery, there's no comparison. Open surgery, you have big scars.
And UMC is one of the only hospitals offering this caliber of surgical care for younger patients. 2 local Las Vegas families have gone above and beyond, donating so generously to Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC. Jerry and Jenny Shear know too well what it's like to have premature babies in the neonatal intensive care unit, and it was important for them to give back. Over the past 2 years, Jerry and Jenny Shear have donated more than $500,000 to Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC. Part of that donation was used to buy state-of-the-art incubators called giraffes for our tiniest patients. The critical care beds support healthy neonatal growth while protecting neurodevelopment.
This is really useful for resuscitation, so it's all integrated in one. You don't have to have any extra equipment.
That very kind donation helped us to purchase 3 of the giraffe care stations.
You see now that they have state-of-the-art equipment to help care for children in the NICU, in the emergency room. It really does our heart good to know that other parents are going to have the best opportunity to see that positive outcome for their own children.
In addition to that equipment, another donation from the Shear Family Foundation helped buy infant car seats for our babies going home for the first time and treated our patients, families, and staff to a big holiday celebration.
My wife Jenny and I could not be happier to see this equipment here at Children's Hospital at UMC being put to good use. The team here is so amazing. The doctors, the nurses, the entire staff, the outcomes that they have with the children is just excellent.
Since then, the Shears have donated several $100,000 more to providing more innovative equipment and recently donated the funds to create an important video message about child abuse prevention.
I'm glad it's there, but thank you so much because we've been wanting new stuff for our hospital for so long.
We provide excellent care here, but we were somehow not having the funding to be able to get the latest and do the best for our children in Nevada. And with you guys coming on board and becoming our partners, it has really helped us a lot.
Today is a very happy day for us, but it's a happier day for the hospital and the Las Vegas Valley, and that's what's important to us.
The Shear family donation is entirely appreciated by UMC staff and our patients and their families who benefit from your generosity. Thank you. Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC hosts a stuffed animal clinic at local schools to help give children an inside and very fun look into the world of healthcare. Take a look at how Jeffrey the giraffe became our patient and how these students might become the next generation of doctors and nurses.
Can you hear that? Yeah? Now let's listen to your giraffe's heart. Do you hear that? Does he sound okay? All right, you're my expert.
A first look inside healthcare for these students is a bit less intimidating thanks to Children's Hospital of Nevada's team who takes the stuffed animal clinic on the road.
So we get the penny, we put it in a bag, and we send it to the lab. Alright? So now he's fine. He's good to go.
In this particular case, Jeffrey has swallowed a penny, which sends him to the hospital. Then all is well. Well, until he snaps his giraffe limb.
So I took the picture. Now we come over here and that sends it to my computer so we get to look it up. And let's see if it's really broken. What do you think? Where's the break? Yep, that's it. That's a broken leg, all right.
No worries though, Jeffrey gets a quick cast and he's on his way.
Probably feels better now, huh? There's that, and then you're going to go over to the pharmacy.
Toys R Us generously donated the giraffes for our clinic, and this little guy sure seems to get into a lot of mischief.
He was really hungry, and his mother accidentally put a penny in his dinner plate, and he accidentally swallowed it, and now he needs to go to the hospital.
We're hoping to introduce the kids in their own little atmosphere to the healthcare. So they'll be going through different departments, for instance, triage, respiratory, radiology, to kind of get them the feel of what a hospital visit would be like. And at the same time, these kids are our future. So hopefully we could get them into our healthcare and get them into being future nurses, doctors, respiratory therapists.
Thank you for joining us for this edition of UMC Digest. For more information on all of the stories you've watched, please head to our websites. We have two of them, umcsn.com and children'shospitalofnevada.org. You can also find us on social media. We'll see you next time right here on Clark County Television. Until then, take care.
Welcome to Club Ride. Club Ride is a free employee benefits program that encourages and rewards the employees that would like to or currently carpooling, walking, biking, taking transit, or even motorcycling to and from work.
Club Ride has excellent programs and services for commuters,
Such as Guaranteed Ride Home, Club Ride Discounts, Easy Rider, and the monthly price drawings.
Club Ride Rewards is a program that rewards commuters every month for clean, green commutes to and from work. As a Club Ride member, you can win cash and prizes every month. It's a great thing.
Oh, we love winning the awards. We've been carpooling over 11 years now.
You were doing it before it was the thing to do.
I think I'm the better driver.
No, I'm the better driver.
Carpooling was just kind of a natural thing. We could ride to work, we could talk to one another on our way, and saved us time and gas. But that extra prize makes it extra fun.
I was carpooling before it was cool. And before we got the Rockstar parking for carpooling. Club Ride has this really cool website. You go in and you log your trips each week, and it calculates for you how much money you've saved, how much of an impact you've had on the environment in terms of less emissions and so on. So I know for a fact I've saved $300 each year carpooling.
After 20 years of driving in Las Vegas traffic, I think I'd had enough and I was ready for a change. I currently commute by taking the new transit buses. There's a new park and ride in my neighborhood, so I just drive over there and hop on the bus.
I commute with this bad boy right here. My employer not only supports it, she lets me park my bicycle right in my closet at work. I love the Club Ride discount program because I get to use it at Jason's Deli, Cold Stone Creamery, and then I'm even able to use it at my bike shop, Bicycle World. I wish I would have learned about it earlier.
One of the great benefits for employers is the outreach that we do. We set up a table, we give away free t-shirts, we talk to them, we educate them about the program, and then of course the incentives that are available to them. Once employers realize what we do for them, they love it.
Club Ride is extremely successful at Bellagio. We've been a partner with Club Ride since 1999, and currently we have about 1,200 employees enrolled. We provide our employees with reserved parking, bike racks, motorcycle area, as well as pre-tax payroll deduction for the passes.
I think the Club Ride program is very well thought out, very well engineered. Cox is really committed to being a Club Ride partner. We have swipe machines at every entrance where employees can log their commutes. We also have bicycle racks. We have the ability for employees to work compressed work weeks and flexible schedules. And we have pool vehicles that are available for those employees that commute who need a vehicle to use to visit a customer or to go to another office.
Having a strong commute options program is really important to the city of Henderson. Currently, we have over 400 of our employees that are enrolled in the Club Ride program. We have lots of prize winners every month, and I really make a big deal about it. I hand deliver all the prizes. They're just really excited, especially if one of the other employees sees that they're getting this prize. That kind of motivates them and they want to be part of that.
I'm Joan with Cox Communications. I'm proud to be a carpooler, and I think you should be too.
Less traffic and cleaner air, and that's a good thing.
Less traffic, cleaner air. Carpooling is a good thing.
I'm Joey over at the Rio, and I love being a Club Ride member.
I'm Bill with Cox Communications, and we're a proud partner with Club Ride.
Commute options are a good thing. Partner with Club Ride today.
To find out more, visit the Club Ride website.
Or call 228-RIDE or go to your HR office and speak to your transportation coordinator.
That's a wrap. That sounds good. That's a wrap.
Or can I do like Janis Joplin? That's all, folks.
Find a dock in my neighborhood.
The nearest dock is the Port of Long Beach, 284 miles away.
Find a dock. Doc!
Calling Doug.
Finding a family doctor in your neighborhood is as easy as visiting a UMC Primary Care. Locations valley-wide, there's one near you.
Find nearest Thai food.
Typhoons occur in the North Pacific Ocean.
Drowning is the leading cause of death in young children in southern Nevada. Remember these safety steps. Patrol. Always have an adult actively watching children in the water. Protect. Provide defensive barriers between your child and the pool. Prepare. Create a water safety plan for your family. Enroll children in swimming classes. And equip your pool with safety equipment. Be ready to call 911 in an emergency. Keep it fun and safe all year long. Visit GetHealthyClarkCounty.org.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television.
Coming up next on Clark County Chronicles, the winner of the Mojave Max contest and her classmates visited the namesake desert tortoise at his home in the Springs Preserve. Clark County's new poet laureate, Heather Lancasera, takes over the spoken word reins from Vogue Robinson, and a North Las Vegas judge gavels in a special session of Kids in Court. Those stories and more coming up next on Clark County Chronicles. Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to Clark County Chronicles. The Board of County Commissioners periodically issue proclamations, keys to the county, and other tributes to people who make Clark County great. In the past month or so, a few of those honors went to a brainy game show contestant, a charitable chef, and a lead singer who is giving back to the community.
This is Jeopardy!
With Methuselah.
Yes.
Parisian.
Good.
Prima ballerina.
So today we want to, on behalf of the Clark County Commission, give you your own day in Clark County.
Taking the role usually handled by Jeopardy host Alex Trebek, Commission Chair Marilyn Kirkpatrick presented James Holzhauer with a proclamation and key to the Las Vegas Strip.
I thought I would win a few episodes, but I did not expect this level of play. You know, what I always said, though, is that someone could win big if they went out with this strategy, and I'm glad it was me, but I would have really loved to see anyone try it.
James.
With Paul Revere.
Holzhauer is an accomplished professional sports bettor and has parlayed his day job into an effective, aggressive strategy on the game show.
It's really wonderful. It's been great to see the community come together over the past couple of years in the wake of the horrible tragedy, and I'm really happy. I'm proud to call Vegas my home.
Clad in the 61 jersey worn by Vegas Golden Knights sniper Mark Stone, the Jeopardy genius is an ardent goodwill ambassador for our community, donating big chunks of his winnings to local charities and organizations.
I have given to the Las Vegas Library District, to 3 Square, to the Ronald McDonald House of Las Vegas. There have been some others I'm trying to remember. The Inspiring Children Foundation. There's been a lot. I'm sorry, whoever I forgot there.
James.
What is tallow?
In April, the local man has become the talk of the game show world, winning more than 20 straight games and more than $1.8 million. Currently, he stands second on Jeopardy's best ever list. Ken Jennings won $2.5 million and 74 consecutive games in 2004. Jeopardy airs locally on KLAS Channel 8 at 7 p.m. nightly.
Commissioner Jones is helping me present you, Brandon, with a key to the Las Vegas Strip. We don't give many of these out because they work in virtually every vault along the resort corridor.
Commissioners Jim Gibson and Justin Jones presented a proclamation and a key to the Strip to another local man, rocker Brandon Urie of the rock band Panic at the Disco.
Promise that you'll never find another like me.
Later that night, Urie joined superstar Taylor Swift in a duet to open the Billboard Music Awards with Swift's new single, Me. Mr. Urie's local roots are well established. He partners with State Farm and the Las Vegas Boys and Girls Club in his Highest Hopes Foundation, and will continue his philanthropy later this year when they break ground on a new recording studio for children.
It's so fantastic to have the best restaurant in the world here in my district with SOS, but more importantly, to have you run that restaurant because of your world famous and what you do for the world. It is just fantastic. So in honor of what you do, we want to give you the key to the Strip, which I'm not sure when it'll open, but you can try it if you want.
Commissioner Tick Sagerblum presented a key to the Strip and declared the day Jose Andres Day to pay tribute to a man known for food and philanthropy. Chef Jose Andres helms 2 of our city's finest places of gastronomy, Jaleo at the Cosmo and Bizarre Meat at the SLS Las Vegas. Mr. Andres was nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize for his work feeding people in natural disaster zones and other humanitarian crises.
Quite frankly, I was not aware they were going to be giving me this key, and I wish even my wife came. It feels very good. It feels very special to have that feeling that slowly but surely I belong to this community. Obviously, I guess they are giving us this because we feed the few, but then we try to go anytime there is hungry people after some disasters to feed the many. And many of my team members, they do it on their free time. So, it's kind of very unique and very special to be here with them. I don't feel receiving this key as Jose Andres, but receiving this key as all the amazing team members I have with me.
Our most famous sign was given a turquoise light bulb treatment recently to raise awareness of the most deadly form of cancer for women, lung cancer.
Hey, everybody. Okay.
Commission Chair Marilyn Kirkpatrick, former Assemblywoman Shelley Berkeley, and reps from the American Lung Association flipped the switch to change the sign to turquoise to support National Women's Lung Health Week in America.
Lung cancer is the #1 cancer that kills women in the United States. In fact, every 5 minutes in America, another woman is told that she has lung cancer. To fight this deadly disease, we must come together to raise awareness for everyone to be prepared.
Lung cancer is the most deadly type of cancer of American women, but early detection can be a lifesaver. All women are urged to seek regular testing and regular doctor visits to reduce their risk of contracting any type of lung disease.
The Lung Association provides educational information, provides programming, and provides information necessary for men and women to recognize the signs of lung cancer and do something to prevent it.
This is the 5th anniversary of National Women's Lung Cancer Week, and more information about lung health can be found at lung.org. The Westgate Resort and Casino was the site of Clark County's annual Small Business Expo, just another example of Clark County's unwavering commitment to our entrepreneurial community.
In 2018, Clark County spent $393 million in purchases, and more than $71 million of that was awarded to small and disadvantaged businesses, such as many of you in this room this morning.
Clark County's commitment to the entrepreneurial community and networking opportunity to make profitable connections was on full display at the annual Small Business Expo. This free showcase gives exhibitors a chance to present their products and services to an array of prospective new customers. A couple of construction industry veterans, who are now small business partners, unveiled their bright idea: a safety vest embedded with solar panels and lights.
It's 885 feet when the lights hit a regular vest, and the lights have to hit the vest so that they can see it because it's reflective. But the lights, they flash 60 times a minute. They last for 48 hours. It takes 3 to 5 hours in the sun to recharge the 2 AA rechargeable batteries. Save lives.
This is where we have what we call little mini 10-minute round table sessions with our county departments.
A new feature this year provided business owners face-to-face meetings with key county decision makers to introduce themselves and learn more about county contract opportunities. Many of these exhibitors are graduates of the Clark County Small Business Opportunity Program. Clark County's purchasing department offers the free classes with instruction on how to bid on government contracts for goods and services. To learn more about the Small Business Opportunity Program, visit clarkcountynv.gov and go to the Purchasing and Contracts page. Clark County's Social Service Department provides a safety net for thousands of residents who usually require short-term assistance and long-term compassion. I recently sat down with the director, Michael Pollock. Mike, thank you very much for joining us. I know you've been sitting here in the top job in social service for a little over 3 years now. Time flies, and you've been in the department in different capacities. But what does the Department of Social Services do?
Well, we do a lot of stuff. You know, it's we're kind of the unknown department that, except for the 80,000 people that come to us annually for assistance. Technically, under NRS 428, we're mandated to provide aid and relief to the indigent. So we provide a series of programs to Clark County's neediest citizens who also don't have access to other local or state programs. And that's sort of important because there's a kind of a misunderstanding about, you know, who provides what kind of services at both the state level and the county level. So, for example, children with families, they are eligible for assistance through state welfare, through TANF programs. So most likely they're not going to be eligible for services for us because we're a payer, kind of a payer of last resort, truly indigent people, and so they would go to state welfare. So essentially, social service in the county provides, we serve mostly adults without children.
Tell me about some of the some types of assistance and types of programs that are available for your customers.
We do have a lot of the sort of, I want to say, old school kind of public welfare programs, things they used to call general relief, you know. So if someone comes in and has no money, so we have a program for financial assistance. So we pay rent and utilities, and it's really, it's more like a homeless prevention kind of program, but we pay about $9 million a year for rent and utilities. We also, which people don't know, we do a burials and cremation program. So for indigent decedents, people who have been abandoned or unclaimed bodies, we work with local mortuaries, and we serve as the payer. You know, we have a system where the mortuaries have to go through a pretty rigorous process to make sure that this is in fact someone that's unclaimed or they have no family or next of kin. But then if that's the case, then we as the county are mandated to provide that burial or cremation service. We also have a robust transportation program to reunify individuals who may be stranded here or end up busted out here, but they have somewhere else that they can go, and there's a support system for them. So we'll pay for a bus ticket. We have case management services, kind of what people think is what people confuse social service and social workers. Now, we do have social workers, and we do a lot of social work, but we also do we don't do clinical work, we do a lot of case management. So if we have, for example, clients who have barriers to employment, they could be disabled, or they could have been out of the workplace for a while, or they could be coming out of one of our juvenile detention or one of our detention facilities. So they may need some hand-holding, a little work, a little, you know, motivation to help them get back into productive workforce. So we have a program that works with clients to do that as well.
Tough problem to combat, and obviously many different agencies involved
Yes,
in it. Tell me, and finally, give me some examples of some of the grant programs involved here in social services.
What a lot of people don't know is that we do a lot of grant development and grant administration. We have probably 40 grant-funded employees now, and millions of dollars in grant funds. So we have a lot of those that are focused on really directly working with the community partners to address our homeless issues. So we pass through a lot of funding that we apply for to HUD or to state agencies. We write the grants. We end up being the fiscal administrator. We also directly run some really state-of-the-art evidence-based practice programs for housing first models to place chronically homeless individuals directly into housing, and we do the intensive case management on that. We have about 100 scattered site units of permanent supportive housing that we directly administer. So that's kind of on our social service side. What you mentioned, that I've been in the county a long time, but only here for 3 years and change. So in my prior life, I was the manager of community resources management, which is kind of a hub for federal programs for community development and housing. So I don't know what I was thinking, but when I took this job, I said, well, let me bring that program with me. Because it seemed like the right thing to do at the time, but wow, that's a lot of extra work. But so those programs we've run those programs for some 20 years, and they really provide a great community service. Things like the Community Development Block Grant Program, which we have probably one of the most innovative approaches to administering that program in the country. We develop a capital plan. So we say, we're going to get over 5 years, we're going to project a stream of revenue from the CDBG program of $25 million. So now let's do 10 really important projects over this next 5 years with that money. And you know, the county can front some of that money so we can get started, and then we pay ourselves back with the CDBG program. We've done, you know, the Doc Pearson Community Center. We've done a couple of expansion projects to the Winchester Community Center. We're the driving force behind the Shannon West Homeless Youth Shelter, the new shelter. Legal Aid's new office building down in Charleston, that was a CDBG capital project. Community counseling, we currently have Nevada Partners. They're building a brand new workforce development center. We have our outside agency grant program, which is a non-federal program, which is another one of those, you know, I love it, but boy, is it a lot of effort. This is a program where the county puts up general fund money to make it available to our local nonprofit groups. And so we do, every year we do an annual solicitation, and we get every nonprofit that wants to do good things in this community, and they apply for these funds. And we go through a rating and ranking process and deliberatively come up with a list of 70 or 80 nonprofits that we end up funding, and we enter into grant agreements with, and we have to manage those and administer those. But it's the gamut of stuff, from, you know, Boys and Girls Club to child care to senior programs to respite care. You know, it's the whole 9 yards. I could go on. We have lots of other grant programs, but I think the thing is that we really try to be an incubator for community activities and kind of drive and bring partners together. And someone has an idea, you know, like, well, you know, they have this idea over here too. Let's put them together, figure out a funding source, and see if we can't make it happen.
2, 3.
Remember the Boulder Highway Collaborative Campus? That was conceived in our last 5-year capital plan. We were doing the home program and the CDBG at the same time, and we had people coming in. One group wanted to do 300 units of family housing, and somebody wanted to do a Boys and Girls Club, and somebody wanted to do a service, a resource center, you know, like a family resource center. And so we put them all together, wrapped them into several funding streams, and now what was a big vacant site out on Boulder Highway that was kind of an old abandoned car wash, and is now a fully fleshed out campus with Lutheran Social Service on the front end with their food bank and all their services, and some other nonprofits in that center. Boys and Girls Club has a brand new 10,000 square foot campus there. There's a charter school on the backside, and Nevada Hand has 300 units of family affordable housing there. And it's all wrapped up and made possible through our federal and local funding sources.
Clark County's acclaimed Poet Laureate program is now in its 5th year, and Heather Lang-Casera was recently selected to serve as the 3rd Poet Laureate in our community.
I just wanted to say thank you, and I'm excited that the role is continuing and that there's so much support.
The Board of County Commissioners recognized Vogue Robinson for her service as the 2nd Poet Laureate in Clark County. Miss Robinson served a 2-year term as the county's leading cultural messenger of prose.
Thank you so much. I'd like to thank the commissioners. I'd also like to thank Vogue Robinson for everything she has done for the past 2 years and before.
The board then welcomed Heather Lang-Casera as the new Poet Laureate, who was chosen from an impressive array of candidates. Heather's mission is to endorse poetry as an art form and advance poetry for all people to enjoy, engage, and interpret. Heather's works can be found in many publications, and she authored a book called I Was the Girl with the Moon-Shaped Face. Her credentials are well-rounded. She teaches composition, creative writing, and world literature at Nevada State College, and serves as an adjunct faculty coordinator for the School of Liberal Arts and Sciences. Historians have trouble agreeing on pinpointing exactly when poetry began, but this many-century form of written language will continue to flourish in the 21st century and beyond.
I believe that one of the reasons that poetry is so, I'm going to use the word popular, I love the idea of poetry being popular, is because it is truly for everyone. It is an art form that is accessible to everyone. You know, if you have a set of words, you can put together a poem. It's something where you really can create a poem within a couple of hours, and it's something where even if you only have, let's say 3 minutes to sit down between something, you can read a poem, and that's really beautiful. Like, Emily, you're a fantastic host. Thank you so much. It's a really
Heather will provide poetry outreach with a host of spoken wordsmiths. She'll curate other poets as they read selections of work on monthly segments on our Where Fun Happens show, right here on Clark County Television. The town of Goodsprings is less than an hour away from the valley, and it's one of the greatest places to get out of the urban environment and explore one of the true rural gems of Clark County. There's a motherlode of charm and antiquity in Goodsprings, an early Nevada mining town in Clark County. The one-room schoolhouse is more than a century old, and is the oldest Clark County school still in use. This place has secured a spot on the National Registry of Historic Places.
The trail will aid in developing an awareness of the importance of preserving history where it happened, as well as provide an opportunity for the community to develop partners with support system for preservation.
But the highlight of this monumental day was the grand opening of the Yellow Pine Railroad Trail, which provides equal parts exercise, exquisite vistas, and an educational exploration of the area's past. District F Commissioner Justin Jones is no tenderfoot, but he did discover that his trailblazing would have been an easier hike if he started the circuit in a different direction.
I got to walk the trail myself this morning, and just for those of you who haven't been on the trail yet, I highly recommend going this direction rather than that direction, because as we learned, if you go the other direction, it's a little steep on the backside there.
Clark County utilized federal land funds and partnered with the Goodsprings Historical Society to create the trail and to protect and enhance this vital part of the Mojave Desert.
Las Vegas is here in part because of this little town, believe it or not. So we have to give a hand. We need to come out and support these people. They are doing a beautiful job, and they need a museum. So if anybody can donate money, time, lumber, anything to help, we have beautiful artifacts that everybody should see.
I work out at the school out here in Sandy Valley, and I think this is going to be a good opportunity for our kids to have a closer place to kind of come out and walk around and be in nature and kind of enjoy the beauty that's Southern Nevada.
The 2.2-mile trail is wide and a natural surface loop. Hikers can take in the interpretive signs scattered along the route. Each sign offers information about the Goodsprings story, including mining, flora, and fauna. As the name suggests, much of the trail follows the original tracks that once ran trains from Goodsprings to Jean.
You can imagine how many people were in Vegas in 1911. So it's pretty remarkable that this little railroad was built from Jean to the town of Goodsprings where the mill was, from the mill onto the mine, which is another 4 miles up here.
Goodsprings is located about 40 miles southwest of the Government Center, and the Goodsprings Historical Society website at goodsprings.org is probably the best place to start your journey to this fascinating slice of Clark County. Now fully awake from his winter nap, Mojave Max took time out of his busy schedule patrolling the grounds here at the Springs Preserve to meet with a special group of 5th grade students. A couple dozen purple-clad 5th graders and one wide-eyed desert tortoise took a field trip to the Springs Preserve, a special day for Sierra Love Creighton and her classmates from Diskin Elementary School. Sierra was this year's winner of the Mojave Max Emergence Contest. A train trek around the fascinating Springs Preserve grounds ended at the Desert Tortoise Habitat, the home of Mojave Max.
Sound like a plan? Yeah. All right, you guys follow me.
The curious critter made a private guest appearance.
We'll let him come around. Now,
I just ask that you guys, if he comes up to you, that's fine, but please don't pick him up, okay?
Mojave Max is equipped with a radio transmitter, a high-tech tracking system that allows biologists to study the tortoise's daily eating, drinking, and strolling habits. A pizza party is always part of the field trip.
So Sierra's first prize is a year-long membership for 8 people to the Springs Preserve.
And then the champion was awarded a bounty of prizes, including a family pass to nearly every national park and a backpack stuffed with Springs Preserve swag. Sierra and her teacher unwrapped their big prizes, brand new laptop computers. The studious 5th grader already has learned her lessons well and will attempt to become the contest's first time ever 2-time winner.
We learned more about the desert and the habitats of the tortoises in Mojave Mountains.
And are you going to enter the contest again next year? Do you think you're going to win?
Now in its 18th year, the Kids in Court program gives our students an inside look into our justice system while preaching the importance of education. The scene in Department 2's North Las Vegas Justice Court took on a much younger look on this morning, as the defendant, the jury, and observers were almost all 5th grade students from CP Squires.
State of Nevada versus Fernando Trujillo. Is the state ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense, are you ready?
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The state, you may proceed.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
In the mock trial, Fernando Trujillo was charged with malicious destruction of property, specifically that he spray-painted the bicycle belonging to Carla Martinez. The Kids in Court program featured students of another type for the first time. Future attorneys from UNLV's Boyd School of Law served as the prosecutor and defense counsel.
I worked law enforcement for 5 years there. I was working probation.
Another portion of the Kids in Court experience is hearing employees describe their duties and to impress upon the youngsters that law-related careers are very much attainable. The gift of education is real, and all of these adults urge the kids to stay in school.
Are you sure that's what you told me?
But the most electrifying part of the day was when bailiff Ron Wright subdued Mr. Grumpy, a criminal on the wrong side of the law who refused to follow instructions. But back to law and order. The youthful jury considered the fate of the would-be bicycle defacer and returned with their verdict, which was delivered to Judge Terrell.
Fernando is not guilty.
Fernando!
The not guilty decision was popular with Fernando's classmates. North Las Vegas Justice Court's next Kids in Court episode will be back at the same place next season.
Well, that's our show. For more information on anything you've seen on this program or anything relating to your Clark County government, visit our website at clarkcountynv.gov. On behalf of all of us here at Clark County Television, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time here on Clark County Chronicles.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television.
Hello and welcome to Flight Path. I'm Chris Jones, the Chief Marketing Officer at McCarran International Airport.
The desert environment in Las Vegas can take a toll on McCarran's runways and taxiways, but thanks to the constant attention of our airfield maintenance team, these areas remain safe and operational. Here's a look at the team at work.
McCarran's airfield covers more than 2,500 acres and includes the runways, taxiways, and other exterior areas within the airport's fence line. An airport's airfield must be maintained and improved, just like roads and freeways. McCarran has a team of more than 25 workers responsible for the upkeep of this essential area. Runway markings and other airfield features must meet strict guidelines put in place by the FAA. Regular inspections ensure the airport is in compliance. Maintaining the safety and security of an airfield is a big job with many different tasks, from painting stripes and signs to repairing cracks or defects in asphalt and concrete, as well as patrolling the perimeter.
We're also responsible for all the fence line you see out here. So basically from where the aircraft are parked at in the gates all the way out to the fence. So total it's about 32 miles of runways and taxiways and about 10 miles of fence line.
With parts of the airfield always in use during projects, the Department of Aviation works closely with the Federal Aviation Administration to reduce potential impact on air traffic. Meetings are held regularly with members of the airfield maintenance team, the FAA, and other stakeholders to discuss current and future projects. The gatherings allow everyone to discuss logistics and plan for alternative arrangements during maintenance projects.
It's information sharing. Communications is critical as far as safety is concerned, and just everybody that's involved out on the airfield, we want to know there's no surprises.
Airfield maintenance workers use a variety of equipment like specialized surface grading vehicles, line painting machinery, and water trucks for dust control. They also have to work around a busy airport schedule, which means sometimes the work has to be done overnight. During the day, the harsh desert sun fades painted surfaces, so upkeep of the markings on the ramp, taxiways, and runways never ends. Rubber from aircraft tires builds up and can obscure white and yellow lines if left unattended. Workers use a high-pressure water and vacuum system to remove nearly 6,000 pounds of rubber each year.
The heavy equipment operators, you'll see them operating the rollers behind me, the graders. We have a big rig that we use to put paint down. We go through about 7,000 gallons of paint a year.
Dedicated upkeep of the airfield's facilities helps keep airport operations running smoothly and ultimately benefits our passengers.
And at the end of the day, we got the satisfaction of knowing that we had a direct contribution to the safety of those passengers.
As one of the busiest airports in the nation, McCarran has thousands of passengers arriving and departing each day. And our airfield maintenance department works tirelessly to ensure the airlines and our customers get where they need to go.
International visitors are vital to Southern Nevada's tourism-based economy. As we head toward the summer travel season, let's take a look at some exciting developments in international air service.
Las Vegas is considered by many to be the most exciting city on the planet, so it's no surprise it's a must-visit destination for people from all over the world.
International passenger volume at McCarran increased by 5.6% from 2017 to 2018. That included nonstop visitors from as far as China and Brazil and as near as Canada and Mexico.
We really do enjoy the international visitor coming to Las Vegas directly from their home country because they do tend to stay longer, they do spend a little more, and we love to show the United States by the gateway of Las Vegas.
KLM will offer 3 non-stop flights a week from Amsterdam, while Israel's El Al will launch weekly service from Tel Aviv. These additions will not only give locals more travel destinations, but also open up the entertainment capital of the world to even more international visitors.
Having these new city pairs added to all the ones we already have is really exciting for us. We love to be the front door of Las Vegas.
Not only are foreign flag carriers boosting McCarran's international reach, some domestic airlines are expanding their service across borders as well. Frontier Airlines recently became the first domestic carrier in years to offer nonstop flights outside of the United States. It began service to Los Cabos and Cancun in December of 2018. North of the border, newcomers Swoop and Flair have come on board, helping to once again make Canada the top country of origin for international travelers to Las Vegas. McCarran International Airport has upgraded many of its amenities to cater to the needs of our international passengers.
We really want our international passenger to know how much we value them. So we look into their culture, we look into what they need and require. When we welcomed our first China direct flight and made sure that we had hot water. So we converted our water fountains to a hot water station, and that was something that we knew was very important to them. Just so they know that, yes, you're important to us, we want you to be comfortable, and most of all, we want you to come back.
As more visitors make Southern Nevada their top destination, McCarran will embrace its role in this community, a gateway bringing the world to Las Vegas and Las Vegas to the world.
While you might know Las Vegas, how much do you know about its airport? Here are some fun facts and unique features travelers can enjoy at McCarran.
Most notable destinations have great sights and sounds, but those things are typically experienced once a traveler is outside the airport. But here at McCarran International Airport, some things make an impression the moment a passenger steps off the plane. For Las Vegas locals and returning travelers, the sound of slot machines is the background melody of a visit to the airport. Slots have been a fixture since the early days of aviation in Clark County, and now McCarran is home to nearly 1,400 machines. It's also one of only 2 airports in the nation to offer gaming. The gateway to Las Vegas encompasses a large area in the middle of town. But did you know McCarran boasts more than 8 miles of runway and 24 miles of taxiways? At more than 14,000 feet in length, runway 8 left, 26 right is the second longest commercial runway in North America. And while the terminal buildings are spacious, they are thankfully not as long as the runways. Terminal 3, home to the E-gates, is nearly half a mile long, measuring 2,300 feet. Thanks to smart design, passengers shouldn't have to walk the entire length to reach their gate. The structure is divided by a security checkpoint in the center, with domestic airlines on one end and international on the other. The structure connecting the A and B concourses was built in 1963 and is still considered a feat of civil engineering today. The clamshell structure is unique in that it covers more than 2 acres under a roof without any internal supports. Even though the interior has been renovated many times over the years, the dome-like exterior remains an iconic feature among other buildings on the airport's property.
Ready and action!
Lights, camera, McCarran. The airport has served as the backdrop for many television shows and major motion pictures.
You okay, John? Yeah. Stay behind me.
Scenes from the 1988 movie Midnight Run were filmed in Terminal 1 ticketing.
Go ahead, I got a plane to catch. Actually, try this one. It's been paying out.
And who can forget Brad Pitt walking through the D concourse in 2007's Ocean's 13. Look out for more fun facts about McCarran in future episodes of Flight Path.
Like most airports, McCarran has its own dedicated fire station located on the airfield. Firefighters assigned there must be ready to respond in the event of an aircraft emergency. Here's a look at recent live fire drill used to help the crew hone their skills.
Centrally located on the airfield, Station 13 is home to McCarran's Aircraft Rescue and Firefighting Unit.
Firefighters are ready to roll 24/7 with rigs outfitted with specialized equipment, like a piercing nozzle that can penetrate a fuselage. They test their equipment daily and are constantly training to respond to an aircraft emergency while navigating the unique challenges presented by the airport environment. At a recent training exercise, the team conducted live fire drills at the airport. Drills like these are required by the FAA as part of the airport's certification process.
This is a mobile training prop. It lets them use the tools and equipment that they're going to use in a real-life world scenario.
The prop, complete with stairs, a pilot cabin, and passenger seating area, gives firefighters valuable practice at mitigating a fire in the unique environment of an airplane.
Our simulator back there will even flash the fire again after they've extinguished it, because that is real world. So it gives them that practical application, so if it happens in the real world, they have the experience to draw from.
The flames and smoke are controlled from a station and are fueled by propane gas. The simulation can be restarted multiple times. This allows each firefighter to go through the same training.
All right, at the same time, you might get some of the pan fires over here going before you can make entry. You just got to keep hitting it all before you go inside.
The education is guided by instructors who specialize in the field of fighting aviation-specific fires.
Then in addition to that, we brought our battalion chief who's responsible for the airport. He's working with McCarran Airport Ops They're getting a little training in unified command where they're going to be making decisions together on how to successfully mitigate an incident.
In a recent real-world incident, McCarran's firefighting team proved its excellence. When an aircraft experienced an engine fire on the runway in 2015, crews responded swiftly and extinguished the flames. The aircraft was salvaged, fully restored, and is still in use today. Most importantly, all passengers and crew were safely evacuated.
Kind of sounds like the rotation's going to be set up by your Red Dog 40 captain.
In addition to the hands-on training, there are also classroom components. Here, firefighters learn about multiple types of aircraft and the entry process for each. Being prepared is key. That's why emergency personnel train year-round.
It's all part of a joint effort between the Department of Aviation and the Clark County Fire Department to make sure one of the busiest airports in the country can handle any emergency situation.
To enrich the travel experience for our customers, McCarran boasts a variety of sculptures, photographs, paintings, and artwork creatively displayed throughout the terminals. Let's take a closer look at a mural created by local artist Robert Beckman.
Poised on a majestic rock ledge, animals that define southern Nevada overlook the natural landscape of the desert, and here at McCarran International Airport, they are the overseers of thousands of passengers who pass underneath this mural. Bighorn Sheep was painted by local artist Robert Beckman. The mural, located in the D gates, captures a moment of encounter that few individuals will enjoy with Nevada's official state animal. Beckman looked at hundreds of photographs of bighorn sheep as references for his highly detailed, ultra-realistic painting.
So the bighorn sheep, of course, you know, I've been seeing them since I first moved here, you know, in various places. Interesting that the 3 sheep that are involved there aren't really 3 sheep, they're really 2 sheep. The little guy on the far left and the adult male are the same animal. They're just photographed at different times.
Beckman defines his intricate style of painting by how it makes the onlooker feel. He wants to, as he puts it, expand the heart consciousness of the viewer and, most importantly, make them more observant of the world around them. His use of lights and shadows gives the piece a sense of realism.
If you're going to do something like that right, you've got to have the light falling on the animals work with the light falling on your landscape.
Beckman spent months painting the mural. He was mindful of where it would be placed and the angle at which the viewer would see the composition, from below and oftentimes from the moving walkway.
Moving along that moving platform, basically as you get closer you're looking more and more up at it. So I wanted to make sure that the shots that I had acknowledged that. You know, you didn't want a photograph that I was working from where I'm seeing the animal head on, because that doesn't work, because when you're up on top of it, you're looking up at it. So I had to not only find photographs that had the right lighting, I had to find photographs that worked with the landscape that I looked up at.
Beckman's a self-described public intellectual and environmentalist whose wish is that this work inspires others to be more mindful of the beauty in nature and how precious natural resources are to the animals that make up the habitat. The use of rustic browns, yellows, and deep reds in the mural reflect the majestic desert landscape surrounding Las Vegas.
Well, I want to believe that it connects with them in some way. Airports are interesting places. I mean, I'm a people watcher too. Also, I enjoyed looking at the fabric of whatever architecture I'm in. I guess I want to believe that any of my art, you know, people could begin to get stretched, you know, or expanded in their consciousness, their observational skills, their heart awareness about being in the world. I'm happy that happened.
Bighorn Sheep's underlying message is to show our visitors that Las Vegas offers more than just world-class entertainment, gaming, and dining. It invites them to learn about the wonderful landscapes filled with hardy plants, weathered rock formations, and stunning wildlife unique to the Mojave Desert.
Traveling to a foreign country where you don't know the language can be challenging. To help our guests have the best possible experience, McCarran has designated ambassadors working in customs who will welcome international passengers to the United States and to Las Vegas.
When travelers arrive at McCarran International Airport from abroad, they'll know they're in Las Vegas thanks to the colorful artwork, iconic photographs, and messages featuring local celebrities.
Bienvenidos a Las Vegas!
In the Customs and Border Protection Port of Entry, friendly employees are on hand as flights arrive, ready to offer a warm welcome that matches this destination's signature hospitality.
Welcome to Las Vegas, gentlemen.
Many of these customer service-oriented employees speak languages other than English, helping bridge the communication gap for guests.
They
really provide a customized level of service for our international guests.
We have a lot of multilingual ambassadors. They assist our CBP partners in ensuring that each guest that comes in is ready when they get to the processing booth, and that just helps expedite the process for all of our guests.
How you doing? Just one?
Yeah. Custom ambassadors help weary travelers find the correct line, fill out paperwork.
Hello, do you need any help?
And even show them how to use the automated passport machines.
Now he wants the passport the same way we did hers.
Thank you.
No problem. Step to the yellow line, he'll call you when he's ready.
We are the first connection that they see after they come off an airplane. So it's important that they're well received and they're greeted very kindly.
Welcome to Vegas.
And it makes them feel very well accepted.
Many ambassadors are bilingual with several languages represented among the members of the team. This helps put guests at ease and keeps people moving smoothly through the area.
My mother language is Mandarin and also Cantonese, so I can tell what kind of language they speak so I can feel the proper way to help out.
I enjoy working with the public and introducing the people to the United States.
So we actually represent Las Vegas in that way. It's very important to show them, if just in case if we are the first or last person they see, it's important to show them that we are happy to see them, that they're welcome here and they're welcome back at any time.
The airport's primary objective will always be to help visitors get to and from Southern Nevada by air as safely and efficiently as possible while providing a customer experience on par with the vibrant community it serves. And that's why McCarran's Customs Ambassadors are at your service.
McCarran received top honors in the 2018 J.D. Power North American Airport Satisfaction Study, the result of the collaborative efforts of the Department of Aviation and all of its airport partners. Here's a look at an airport-wide celebration of this prestigious award.
Las Vegas has a lot of advantages to offer people who fly in and out of this airport. Primary among them is the superb location of the airport, making it so easy to get into and get out of. And that sets the airport up for success. So it's easy to get to the airport, but once you get to the airport here, there are a lot of things that go right. We were talking earlier with the TSA. They do a great job here getting people through efficiently and professionally. The janitorial staff and the custodial staff does a fantastic job of keeping the place clean. And they've made some really great improvements in the food, beverage, and retail. You moved up 3 spots, as I recall. And that's what separates a good airport from a great airport, is the food, beverage, and retail program. And once again, congratulations. We hope to see you again real soon.
When I look around, this is the reason that we won. Here is the McCarran family, so the applause go to you. We thank you, we represent all of you, and although there's only 6 categories, we all know that it takes every part of the operation to achieve that type of ranking for those 6. So I really appreciate everyone's dedication to this airport. Our mission is being the front door to Las Vegas. That's not an easy one or a simple one. It's a worldwide known one with our destination. And we welcome people and escort people back onto the aircraft in the #1 style. So I really do appreciate it. I have to have some of my partners up here because, again, it's not any one of us, it's all of us. And with all of us being able to rank with 49 million people coming through here, that is something. Right now, it is a phenomenal feat that we all achieved. And from the bottom of my heart, I say thank you and thank all of you.
Weather conditions like wind and heat can have an impact on aviation activity, so airports rely on their local meteorologists for planning and coordination. Here's a behind-the-scenes look at how the National Weather Service and the airport keep an eye on the sky.
Centrally located in the valley, McCarran International Airport serves as the official meteorological observation point for the National Weather Service in Las Vegas.
Weather records from the Las Vegas airfield go back more than 70 years. A lot has changed since then, but there remains a constant need for weather information at the airport.
Weather and the aviation community work very closely hand in hand. There's a constant need for weather information at any given airfield, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and that's our schedules here. We have people here at this office all the time monitoring the weather.
More than 122 forecast offices located across the country provide weather information to the general public, emergency management organizations, and the aviation community. Here in Las Vegas, McCarran's Airfield is home to an array of climate sensors that send information to the local National Weather Service office located just south of the airport. Additional data is gathered using sensors at the office, where employees launch weather balloons twice a day.
3, 2, 1.
Meteorologists work closely with the team in the Federal Aviation Administration Tower to coordinate the launches.
We do weather balloon launches twice a day, every day. They're done all across the country. Ours are done at 4 a.m. and 4 p.m. And they're done for that reason specifically because they give us a morning sample of the atmosphere and an afternoon sample. And those weather balloons actually travel over 10 miles into the sky and provide us with a vertical sample of the atmosphere at any given time. It gives us back information related to temperature and moisture profiles. Also tells us a lot of really invaluable information about wind and wind speed. And that can be really useful in determining the forecast through the day, and that also gets ingested into our weather models.
Working in shifts, the staff of more than 20 provides forecasts to McCarran 4 times a day. During severe weather, those updates become more frequent. But even the regularly sunny skies of Las Vegas can change and produce some uncommon weather events.
We have some pretty significant weather here from time to time. In fact, earlier this winter we had snow for the first time in over 10 years, so that's pretty unusual. And also during the summertime, we'll get in on occasional monsoon season thunderstorms, and that is always really interesting. They can bring microbursts and lightning and really picturesque cloud opportunities. So there's lots of different weather to be seen here in the desert.
Winds and high temperatures are among the most common weather challenges to aviation in Las Vegas. In the heat of the summer, the atmosphere is less dense. That means heavy aircraft need more room to take off. Wind speed and wind direction can also have an impact. McCarran has several takeoff and landing configurations. If meteorologists see the wind is going to change, they'll alert the FAA tower so controllers can choose the appropriate configuration.
Weather forecasts are crucial to maintaining a safe and efficient travel experience. Making adjustments throughout the day, McCarran, the FAA, and the National Weather Service work in a coordinated effort to minimize the impact of weather on airport operations.
Travelers are always looking for ways to shorten the time between the curb and gate. For those who just can't wait to be on their way, there are programs available that can streamline the security screening process and even help you skip part of the line.
Frequent flyers typically know all the best tricks for an easy airport experience, but for less experienced travelers, knowing all the options is key. Two distinct services, TSA PreCheck and Clear, help eliminate some of the stresses at the airport. Introduced in 2011, TSA PreCheck can help travelers speed through security.
We want to make sure that when people come here, they have the best experience possible in the airport as well as any other place that they go. So this is a contribution, we believe, to having that experience really be improved.
More than 200 airports and 65 airlines participate. With a 5-year, $85 membership, PreCheck customers don't have to take off their light jackets, belts, or shoes, and they can leave their laptops and liquids in their carry-ons. To sign up, submit an application online at tsa.gov and schedule an appointment at a local enrollment center. At McCarran, the office is conveniently located in the public shopping area in Terminal 1 on Level 2. There, applicants submit to fingerprinting and a background check. Once you're approved and have paid the fee, simply add your known traveler number, or KTN, to your ticket when you book and start enjoying the benefits of TSA PreCheck. McCarran offers designated PreCheck lanes at the C, D, and E gate security checkpoints, and work is underway to expand the AB checkpoint to make way for a dedicated PreCheck area there as well. Travelers who sign up and pay for Clear skip the standard ID verification process at airport checkpoints and go directly to security to queue up for screening. A private service not associated with the Transportation Security Administration or Department of Homeland Security, Clear uses biometrics, passengers' eyes and fingertips, as a form of ID. Clear transforms biometrics into an encrypted code that is unique to individual users. At the airport, Clear matches a traveler's fingerprints or irises to their unique code each time they check in. That's how it confirms identification and keeps customers moving. Clear ambassadors are on hand to assist at the kiosks and escort travelers to the front of the line. At McCarran, Clear pods are conveniently located near each security checkpoint. A full membership costs $179 per year. Customers can sign up on the spot or visit clearme.com for more information. Even travelers who have signed up for these services should be aware that TSA uses unpredictable security measures throughout the airport, and all travelers will be screened. No individual is guaranteed expedited screening. TSA PreCheck and Clear, Choose the one that works best for you, or combine the two for additional convenience and an easy airport experience.
Now you're ready to pack your bags and fly the skies, so have a great trip. Remember to check us out on Facebook and follow us on Twitter, and use all the resources of our website, McCarran.com. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next time on Flight Path.
Clark County, Nevada, a dynamic and vibrant community where we live, work, and play. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Hello, I'm Mark Hall Patton, Administrator of the Clark County Museum System. Welcome to Barnstorming, Nevada. Formed after World War II, Pacific Southwest Airlines eventually outgrew California. When it did, it became a significant carrier to southern Nevada. Today we will look at the history and impact of PSA. Kenneth Friedkin created Pacific Southwest Airlines in 1945. Often referred to only by its initials, PSA, it became a major carrier for the Las Vegas market throughout the late 1970s and 1980s, when it finally merged with US Air and was lost as a separate carrier. Friedkin was originally a fixed base operator in San Diego. He had created a charter airline, which he called Friedkin Airlines, but soon changed the name to Pacific Southwest Airlines. By 1949, Friedkin decided to expand his offerings. PSA became a scheduled intrastate airline in California, offering flights between San Diego and San Francisco, flying one lone DC-3. Using the original flying school building at San Diego's Lindbergh Field as its office, and a bathroom scale to weigh luggage, the new airline was definitely a startup. The airline used many ex-Navy pilots, earning it the sobriquet of Poor Sailors Airline in the early years. Its routes grew during the 1950s, as did its fleet. By 1955, DC-4s had been added, purchased from Capital Airlines, and by 1959, 3 98-seat Lockheed Electras had been added to the fleet. During the 1960s and 1970s, the airline continued to serve California as an intrastate carrier. It was known for its friendly service and low fares, and mini-skirted flight attendants. With the advent of deregulation in 1978, PSA decided to branch out, beginning flights to Las Vegas among other destinations. PSA had great success with its routes to Las Vegas. It quickly grew into one of the major carriers in the Las Vegas market, eventually building its own terminal at McCarran International Airport. In the early to mid-1980s, PSA was the fourth largest carrier of passengers to Las Vegas. Its planes, with their distinctive smile and accidental holdover from a commercial shoot that became one of the most distinctive parts of the airline's livery, were a familiar part of the lineup at McCarran. In 1986, as part of the mania of mergers that happened during the mid-1980s in the airline industry, PSA was purchased by US Air. The merger meant an end to the brightly colored aircraft with the smiling nose. PSA, the Poor Sailors Airline, was no more. But for its few years serving Las Vegas, it was an important part of the commercial airline market here.
community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Coming up next on Where Fun Happens, Jazz in the Park is back for its 26th year. Free music in a comfortable outdoor setting. Our fitness experts explain the proper techniques for stretching those muscles. And the 60-year history of the Las Vegas Convention Center is celebrated with a collection of storytelling photographs. Those stories and more coming up next on Where Fun Happens. Clark County is enriched by parks, facilities, programs, and services. And Clark County's Parks and Recreation Department proudly offers all of these to you. But most of all, we are
Where Fun Happens. Feet on solid ground. But this is when you always wanna shake it. Oh no.
Hello, welcome to the amphitheater. I'm Daniel Hernandez, Director of the Parks and Recreation Department for Clark County. We'd like to welcome you to our Jazz in the Park series, which began May 11th. We'll run through June 15th. Starts at 6:30 with all our performances. We got a great lineup. Make sure you bring your low back chairs. We're going to have food on site. Bring your picnic baskets if you want. It's a low cost event. As a matter of fact, it's free. So we're looking forward to having you here. We got a great lineup. It's our 30th year. It's a wonderful event for friends and family. Please come on out, enjoy yourselves. Some of our highlight performers for this year are Grammy-nominated and Grammy Award-winning performers such as Tito Puente Jr. on May 18th, Roel Minden on the 25th, Athea Renee Selena Albright and Kayla Waters on June 1st, Paul Taylor on June 15th. Seating with those with baskets and low back chairs will begin at 5 o'clock, with performances beginning as early as 6:30. This is one of the cultural institutions here in Las Vegas, a free event where we bring some of the biggest names in jazz here. It's a great opportunity to enjoy great music in our beautiful amphitheater. Please come out, enjoy time with your family. Have a wonderful evening.
Hello, I'm Mark Hall-Patton. I'm the administrator of the Clark County Museum System, but you might notice I'm not at the museum today. I'm actually at the Old Spanish Trail Park. We're at the corner of Tara and Cimarron, and this is a pocket park, one of the many parks in the Clark County park system. But this is the one park that is based on an historic trail. And so it's one that I'm interested in because it's part of our history. Once the trail was in place, it was actually used, but not for that many years. Between 1830 and the mid-1850s, the trail was being used, but it wasn't a very easy trail to use. It was used by some overland travel for people coming to California in the early years of the gold rush. The Mormons used it. It was part of the Mormon Trail coming to California. One of the interesting things is during the mid to late 1830s and 1840s, early 1840s, one of the major uses of the trail was by horse thieves in California who would steal horses in California, run them back across the trail, and sell them in the Santa Fe area. They were so successful and there were so many horses stolen that the thieves got to be known as Las Chaguanosas. They got their own name. Now there is an organization that pushed to have the trail put on the National Trail Registry, and you will find these kinds of posts that have been put up initially in the 1960s. They had been replaced, and you can see that this one is here. That mark the trail where it can be marked One of the things about the Old Spanish Trail is it moved around because it had to go where the springs were running, because one of the important things was it was going through a lot of desert area. So the most important thing was, where was there water? So you were moving to where the water was. That was what was most important. It wasn't a straight road. The nice thing about this park is you can come out here and you can actually walk a piece of the trail. When you come out here, you can bring your family out here. If you have young children, there's playground equipment here. You can bring your animal here and walk the trail.
We were here when they first put it together, and so it was interesting to read the story about it on the billboards that are around, and it's just a lovely park.
Well, I hope you'll have a chance to come out and see the Old Spanish Trail Park. Now, the park is open from 7 a.m. until 11 o'clock at night, so you can come out and enjoy yourselves here. And of course, because I do run the museum, I do want to remind you to come out and see the museum as well. We are only open 7 days a week at the museum. The park here is also open 7 days a week. So you can come out and see me at the museum or see the park here and learn a little bit about the Old Spanish Trail. This is Mark Hall Patton saying, come on out and see what's available to you in the Clark County Parks and Recreation Department.
It's the best cultural center in all of Clark County. Welcome to Winchester.
Hello, my name is Irma Varela at Winchester Dondero Cultural Center. I'm here to give you the good news about events that are coming up and also the news about our new Poet Laureate. And we are very excited. The news is coming up. Again, thank you, Vogue Robinson, for the excellent job that she has done through these 2 years, and she had served Clark County as a Poet Laureate. On Saturday, May 18, here at Winchester Park, we will have a special event celebrating Paraguayan Independence Day and also Mother's Day. In Paraguay, they celebrate Mother's Day later in the month of May, and that's why they do this celebration together. We're gonna have dance, music, workshops. It's gonna be great for the whole family, and this event is thanks to a grant from the Nevada Arts Council. We hope to see you at Winchester Dondero Cultural Center.
Hey guys, this is Adam from Winchester Cultural Center. I want to talk to you guys about what we're going to be doing this summer from June all the way to August. First up, I want to remind people that unfortunately we will not be running the Headliners program this summer. It's just an issue that we're having with our theater renovations. Come back and get details with us for the fall. We are definitely running it this fall. We just can't do it this summer, unfortunately. What we are doing, however, is we are running our Act to Nature program. That program is going to be from June 4th to August 4th, and it is years 8 to 12 years old. That is $180 and runs Tuesday to Friday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. That program is going to be multiple field trips from the cultural angle and from the environmental angle, and we're going to have the kids combine those into doing their own skits and plays. We want kids to learn, but we also want them to have fun. It's not too late to sign up. Come on down and have a good time. Finally, I want to talk to you guys about our Starcatchers dance recital. It is going to be May 31st at K.O. Knutson Middle School. We are moving it because of the theater renovations. You buy tickets here at the center, but the actual recital is going to be at K.O. The time is the same. It's just going to be on May 31st, 7 p.m. Come on down, watch your kids dance.
Hello, my name is Edma Alfaro, and I am a cultural specialist at Winchester Dondero Culture Center. I will be talking to you today about our senior program. We will be offering many field trips this month, from Jazz in the Park to visiting the 7 Magic Mountains outside of the Las Vegas Boulevard. We will also be offering chair yoga on May 23rd, so if you're interested in learning new stretching techniques, we'll see you here. For more information on any senior programs, go ahead and call us at 702-455-7340 or visit our website at www.clarkcountynv.gov/parks.
Did you know there are over 1,000 miles of trails here in southern Nevada? Without knowing where to find them or what to expect, it can be hard to enjoy one of the best reasons to live in southern Nevada. The Neon to Nature program, found at neontonature.org, is an online map tool that helps you locate walking and hiking trails throughout the valley. You can search the map for detailed information about each trail, including location and length, surface type, level of difficulty, and trail photos. So get out, find a trail, and explore new places at neontonature.org.
Are you a fan of Sunset Park? Clark County Parks and Recreation wants you to volunteer for its new Sunset Stewards program aimed at improving the visitor experience. Volunteers accepted into the program would be asked to patrol the park for at least 4 hours each month, report problems, and interact with park patrons in a positive way in order to educate them about the wildlife and caring for the 323-acre regional facility. For more information, please call 702-455-8200 or email sunsetstewards@clarkcountynv.gov.
Hi, I'm Steve Carmichael, Senior Administrator for the Clark County Shooting Complex. I want to talk to you a little bit today about our Citizens Advisory Board. We have an advisory committee that was chartered in 2002 by our Board of County Commissioners. We currently meet every other month. It's a 2-year term, and we're actively seeking 2 additional members for our board. We're always looking for somebody with fundraising and marketing skills that wants to be part of one of the greatest facilities in the United States. So if you're interested, visit our online site at the shooting complex. On that tab, you'll see an advisory committee sub-tab. Pull that up, and the application is right there. You can get it to us. We're going to take those applications until May 31st. The Board of County Commissioners will be reviewing these applications and pick a couple of new members for us in June. So if you'd like to be part, like I say, of one of the greatest facilities in the country, maybe in the world, definitely get involved with us here. For the rest of you, come out and see us real soon. Clark County Shooting Complex, Nevada's only 5-star rated outdoor shooting facility.
Hi everyone, I'm Martin Olson from the Nevada Department of Wildlife here at the Clark County Shooting Complex. Just to let you know on a few things we've got going on for this month. As some of you may know, the big game draw is now over, but there may be some available leftover tags coming up during this second draw. So if you're one of the people who didn't get a chance to get your hunter education under your belt, you can still do so, as we still have a lot of classes going on here. You will need to complete a hunter education workbook or the online education workbook. The physical workbook you can get here at the Clark County Shooting Complex or at our office on Vegas Drive in Decatur. Once you complete one of those, you can go online to register-ed.com and sign up for one of these classes. Once you achieve this hunter education card, it's good here in Nevada as well as other states. But make sure you check with those other states, as each state has a different date that requires hunter education. Also out here at the shooting complex, we have a variety of shooting sports classes. That includes rifle, muzzleloader, and even shotgun classes. Now these classes are geared for first-time shooters, but anybody's welcome to take them. Also, you'll need to sign up for those classes at register-ed.com under the Advanced Hunter Education. No one will be able to participate in these classes unless they do sign up online. Also keep in mind, we have a lot of specialty classes coming up this summer, so you can look at those online as well under the Advanced Hunter Education classes. So I hope to see you out here. In the meantime, have a great day.
Hi, I'm Aurora Buffington, exercise physiologist here at Mountain Crest Community Center. You probably heard the saying that no pain, no gain. And when it comes to exercising and being more physically active, that muscle discomfort you experience may be associated with delayed onset muscle soreness, or DOMS. That's a normal physiological response to intense or unfamiliar physical activity. But before you reach for that bottle of pain reliever, keep in mind that taking over-the-counter medications may do more harm in the long run than good. Here to talk about better ways to deal with the pain associated with physical activity is local licensed athletic trainer David Orr.
So one of the things that happens with physical activity is you end up getting a little bit tight and sore. It's really important that after you've completed your activity, after you have warmed up muscles, you want to make sure to stretch them out. what ends up happening is you work that muscle, it'll get tighter and tighter and contract. And what you want to do is try and get it longer, and you want to get it more stretched out. That's what we're going to do here. We're going to work primarily on the legs today, and we're going to show how to stretch out. We're going to start off with the quadriceps. So we're going to do a flamingo stretch. Candace here is going to show us how. It's real important that you have your head up, shoulders up, eyes up forward, and that you take your pelvis and you actually rotate a little bit forward. At the same time, you're driving your knee straight down, and with your hand, you're pulling up and a little bit back on the knee. As it just comes back a little bit, you'll feel this tightness over the top of the quadricep. That's a really good one. You want to hold that for at least about 30 seconds. And as you do this, you want to breathe slowly and comfortably. Even though a stretch isn't always comfortable, it should actually be slightly uncomfortable. And then we'll show you on the left side. After doing the right side, you just simply switch around. Take up your same position. Think about what you're doing. Make sure you've got your head up, shoulders up. Tilt that pelvis forward. Drive that knee down and pull that foot up again. And again, you should feel it off the front of the quadricep. Not saying you're not going to feel some other part of the body, but that's your concentration is on the quadricep. This one is seated long stretch. Seated long stretch is really good for the hamstrings especially, but it will get into everything. The goal is to just lean forward. Get a hold of those toes if you can. If you can't, you start where you can reach. And it could be up here on the upper ankle area. It may not be on your foot. And if need be, you can use a towel or some other rigid object to actually wrap around the feet to hang on and get a good grip. But while you're doing it, you need to breathe slowly, deeply, and let yourself relax into it. While here, you want to make sure that your knees are down. Your feet stay together. You don't want them to twist out. You don't want them to twist in. And if you got those toes, that's fantastic because now you're in a good position to start. As you're doing this, Candace has been doing this for almost about 20 seconds, and as she breathes and relaxes, she'll actually feel her muscle go from that tightness to a little bit of relaxation. And at that point, she's going to feel like I've gained a little bit. Now, after about 30 seconds, I recommend you sit up straight, take a deep breath in, go ahead and sit up straight, take a deep breath in, let it out and reach for more. And you actually pick up a good ½ inch to inch just on that alone.
Well, thanks for sharing those tips, David and Candace. It's nice to know that there are ways that we can help keep our ability to be physically active for many years to come. And Clark County Parks and Recreation Centers offer many different ways to make the E and exercise enjoyable. From taking a hike at the Wetlands Park to dancing in a Zumba class or lifting weights in the fitness room, you're bound to find an activity that's enjoyable for you. Better yet, Clark County Parks and Recreation Centers are located all across the valley, are affordable, and usually offer activities for every age group. Well, that's all for now. I'm Aurora Buffington, encouraging you to move your way at a Clark County Parks and Recreation Center near you, where fitness happens.
Hi, I'm Vogue Robinson. I'm your Clark County Poet Laureate. I'm here today with Sarah Pay. And Sarah, can you talk to us about the poem you're going to read today?
Sure. So the poem I'm going to read today is called Ode to Women of the Valley. So it is written especially for women of Las Vegas.
Okay. Oh, I'm excited. What
Yeah.
a great poem. What kind of brought that inspiration? Because you've only been here a few years,
Sure.
right?
I've been here off and on for a few years,
Okay.
yes. So the inspiration is a place called Bloom off of Bonneville and 7th.
Okay.
It's a women's co-working space full of all kinds of women who work together.
Alice works there.
Yes, Alice
Okay.
works there.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm excited to hear this poem, so I'm going to get out of the way and
Okay.
let you read.
All right, here it goes. Ode to American Women, or Ode to Women of the Valley. Mastodon daylight lowers itself, swinging into tower walls, slaughtering tangled sunbeams below clouds, lifting monarchs above raindrop debris. This is our first day, our last day. This is cold cynicism. This is not a desperate love poem to our tribe chic. This is the ringing in of natives speaking Ashanti. Peace, peace, peace. We take our lives and pierce them into the center of open whirlpools. Take our brutishness, nasty and short, and stick it to the glittering mendicants of Times Square. This place we call home, pulses with the quickening of a heartbeat upon Grace's touch. Hastening the traffic we all call hell. It is morning, bruising our temples with memories of last night's dreams that perpetually call us the heroines, the failures, the beasts. It's bloody, because in truth we are princesses by name, yet privileged to know bitter seas, thicker in courage than straw. Employment, nowadays, is a dirty word, like proprietary or information. Wrench the roots of hope out of our beauty, sculpt a new kind of worship into our minds. Like Midas and his touch, make us powerful to change crime. Simply because it's immoral doesn't make it wrong or irredeemable. Alarm the larks of this valley, because this is no longer ignorance. It is time to wake up and time to siege our fortresses of false makeup, false pretenses. Let our creator of mountain forests set up before us good news. Thank you.
Nice. That was beautiful.
Thank you both.
Oh my goodness. I'm so glad to hear your new work and what
Oh,
you've
yeah.
been inspired to write while you've been here.
Sure, thank you.
You're so welcome. So yes, Sarah, is there a place they can find your writing?
Totally. So I have sort of a platform that's called Mindful Advocacy. You can find it on Instagram. It's at Mindful Advocacy. And you'll find poetry there. You'll also find podcast work there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we need to sit down and eat lunch.
For
and
sure.
Jab our mouths. Cool. So check out Mindful Advocacy, and also please check out the poetrypromise.org website and the Clark County website for events going on in town. There's a lot of poetry. You just got to find it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Russ Thompson, Recreation Cultural Specialist for Clark County Parks and Recreation. Our department provides a wide range of different activities for children of all ages, and today we're here promoting different day camp programs over the summer months. Our day camp programs are for children between the ages of 6 to 12, and several of our different Clark County facilities offer this program throughout the summer months. Now, a lot of these different programs will include everything from field trips to swimming, arts and crafts, guest speakers, special events, and more. So what's great about this is a couple different things besides all those wide variety of different programming ideas I just spoke of, but a few different things that kids will be able to participate in. Number one, they'll be able to engage in team sports and team effort, coming together and meeting new people. Second thing is basically they're going to be coming into a fun and friendly and safe environment, because that's obviously our top priority is that our participants are safe, they're having fun, and that everybody's getting along. And by making sure everybody gets along, we always want to make sure that for all of our day camp programs that we at least have a 12-to-1 ratio when it comes to a staff person and a participant ratio, because again, safety is our top priority. Some of our facilities do offer indoor and outdoor swimming time. Now, in order for your child to participate, to take advantage of swimming every day, they would have to take a swimming competency test. So again, there's plenty of different activities for people of all interest levels. Like I said, and with many of our different locations, it is required that they do bring at least a lunch and 2 snacks. And make sure they wear comfortable tennis shoes, closed-toe tennis shoes, and play gear as well. So comfortable t-shirt, jeans, shorts, things similar to that in order for them to participate in many of our different programs and activities. And again, these programs it's something great to offer. At least it gets them out of the house into a fun, friendly, and safe environment, getting engaged with kids throughout the entire summer. And we try to every summer here at all of our different Clark County Parks and Recreation facilities, we always try to make it bigger and better for all of our participants and patrons to enjoy and be a part of. There are several facilities that are offering summer day camp programs. Again, a couple of facilities are booked for the summer, but there are a couple of facilities that are open that do have spots left. There is the Hollywood Recreation Center, the Paradise Recreation Center, which is off of East Tropicana and McLeod, the Bob Price Recreation Center, which is located off of Lake Mead between Hollywood and Nellis, and the Walnut Recreation Center. If you do want to check us out on our website to see what other sites do have availabilities, you can contact our main hotline number at 702-455-8200, or visit us at our website at clarkcountynv.gov/parks. We look forward to seeing you at one of our locations really real soon, and we hope you have a fun and safe summer.
Hi, I'm Lisa Jacob with the Las Vegas News Bureau at the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority, and I want to tell you a little bit about our new exhibit at the Clark County Rotunda Gallery. It's called From Zero to 60 and Beyond, and it's a celebration of the 60th anniversary of the Las Vegas Convention Center and the impact that it's had on our community. From Zero to 60 and Beyond celebrates the 60th anniversary of the Las Vegas Convention Center by looking back at the events that shaped its history and taking a peek at the innovations that will define its future. The exhibition consists of about 30 photographs that illustrate the impact of the center on the community as a gathering place, the growth of Las Vegas as a meetings and conventions destination, and the evolution of Las Vegas as a leader in the meetings and conventions industry. Some of the photos that people may not have seen before are pictures of Martin Luther King Jr., who spoke in the convention center, JFK just a few months before he was killed. We have pictures of the Beatles, who performed in the convention center 2 sold-out shows on one day, and that was their only Las Vegas appearance. We have pictures of some of our great conventions that we have here that really impact the community, like CES and the Home Builder Show, which really paved the way for other big shows to come here to Las Vegas, all the way up to renderings of the renovation of the convention center and the expansion that's going on right now. When the project was first proposed, there was a lot of people who thought that it wouldn't work, that it would just be a white elephant in the desert. But quickly, the community changed its mind, and it became a real gathering place for events like graduations and civic events and sports events. The Runnin' Rebels played here for many years in the convention center, so it really became a home for the community. This exhibit really came at a great time. It was the 60th anniversary of the Convention Center this year, and for people who maybe aren't in the industry, it's an opportunity for them to see it in action. If you drive down Las Vegas Boulevard or Convention Center Drive, you can see the construction going on right now. And it's a testament to the future of the industry in Las Vegas, that it's growing, and what a big part of the community this industry is. Not just with our convention center, the Las Vegas Convention Center, but others in the community, the Sands, Mandalay Bay, and all the convention space at the hotels around town. We invite all the community to come down to the Clark County Rotunda Gallery and take a look at our exhibit. It's here through June 4th, and it's a great opportunity to learn about the history of Las Vegas.
Drowning is the leading cause of death in young children in southern Nevada. Remember these safety steps. Patrol. Always have an adult actively watching children in the water. Protect. Provide defensive barriers between your child and the pool. Prepare. Create a water safety plan for your family. Enroll children in swimming classes and equip your pool with safety equipment. Be ready to call 911 in an emergency. Keep it fun and safe all year long. Visit GetHealthyClarkCounty.org.
The weather is great, the setting is spectacular, and the music will move you. This free concert series features many of the biggest names in jazz and talented local musicians. Come enjoy a relaxing night of great music. Bring a lawn chair, bring a picnic, a bottle of wine, or sample any of the fine food and drink vendors that will be on hand. For more information, call 455-8200 or visit www.clarkcountynv.gov. Jazz in the Park at the Clark County Government Center Amphitheater.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to County Critters. Critters will showcase our animals and the people who give our canines, kitties, and other best friends the attention they so richly deserve. We have a terrific show ahead. Later on, we'll tell you about the fabulous new Engelstad Family Foundation Adoption Center at the Animal Foundation, and then visit with the president of the Southern Nevada Beagle Rescue Foundation. Our first story is about a new breed of crime fighters. The Clark County School Police now employs 4 new members. Ziggy, King, Jack, and Alfie all have 4 legs and a nose for sniffing out firearms.
We've hid a firearm inside of one of the lockers. We'll send the different dogs through.
A quartet of gun-sniffing dogs and their handlers conducted a training session at El Dorado High School. This exercise gives these friends a chance to seek out a gun that is hidden in locker 1503. Once the dogs discover the location of a gun, their behavior changes. The hard-working hound is then showered with human praise and rewarded with playtime with their favorite toy. Officer James Harris and his best friend Ziggy are a team that loves their work. The spunky 1.5-year-old finished training late last year, and the human half of the crew has previous experience at this school and as a dog trainer.
Today, I'm actually at El Dorado High School with you guys. I've worked here for many, many years. I was a dog handler before I came to Clark County School District Police Department, and when it came time to getting a dog and having that background, the department asked for a little assistance, so I was able to speak dog and help out.
Ziggy and King are Labrador Retrievers, and a pair of Springer Spaniels, Jack and Elfie, round out the 4-dog troop. The district's first canine officers were officially sworn in January. The school district has discovered at least 15 weapons on county campuses during this school year. And these animals are allowed to conduct open-air searches, meaning lockers, school parking lots, and any common areas, but not random searches of students.
There's no right to privacy on an open air sniff, okay? The dog's going to run, he's going to show a positive change of behavior, or he's going to narrow that down, and then my responsibility as a handler is to really locate where that is.
We've had other adults and students bring other weapons on campus that we've had to deal with.
El Dorado principal David Wilson says the dogs act as a tail wagging deterrent to students, with the implicit message that guns don't belong anywhere on campus.
I'm absolutely excited. We need to use every tool at our disposal, and this is a huge tool where we can actually, with very nice dogs, these are not attack dogs, but very nice dogs, go ahead and ascertain whether or not a student has a weapon on them in a non-obtrusive way. And the second portion is it sends a strong message. The message being, don't even think about bringing a weapon on campus because it'll probably be discovered. And we, number 2, we're keeping our campus safe for our students. It's important for people to understand that we're doing everything we can to keep our campus safe.
A dog's nose works so much better than a human's. Researchers suggest 10,000 to 100,000 times superior. That means a person sniffing out a teaspoon of sugar in a cup of coffee would be akin to a dog detecting the same amount of sugar, but in an area the size of 2 Olympic-sized swimming pools. These acute sniffers are able to distinguish 4 types of basic odors associated with firearms.
There's post-blast residue, ammunition, the casings of the ammunition after they've been expelled, and then gun oil.
Prevention before apprehension is more than just a slogan for these cops and their best friends. Bye.
We train every day, so the bond is very, very thick. If I let him off leash right now and he runs around and you guys are calling him, he's going to look, you're a very nice person. Where's my dad? So it's very close.
friends at the Animal Foundation are one step closer to saving all healthy and treatable animals as the new Engelstad Foundation Adoption Center is now open, giving cats and small animals a new place to hang out as they transition into new homes with new families. The first guests at the Engelstad Foundation Adoption Center purred with delight in their new digs. Like all shelter animals, these cuties hope their stay in the new facility is a short one. The 28,000 square foot facility is a major milestone in the Animal Foundation's goal to saving all healthy and treatable animals by late next year.
This facility is the Engelstad Adoption Facility, and most of the animals in this building available for adoption are cats, but we also have a room for small mammals, and that'll be like rabbits and guinea pigs, ferrets, hamsters, those kinds of things. And we have a room specifically for birds and reptiles because we are able now to keep that room a little bit warmer and more humid for those guys because that's the best environment for them.
Carolyn, I'd like to ask you to come up real quick here and give you a little something.
The Engelstad Family Foundation is one of Clark County's finest philanthropic titans and an incredibly generous benefactor to the Animal Foundation and many other nonprofit organizations. It was the fall of 2017 when the $30 million expansion project broke ground. Since then, the Animal Foundation has continued to be the nation's busiest.
We've come such a long way, and yet we still have almost 27,000 cats and dogs entering this facility every single year. We saved over 21,000 of them last year, and we want to save the lives of all healthy and treatable animals who enter our care. We have a goal to do that by the end of the year 2020.
Another legendary local family's lavish contributions are acknowledged, and the Larson Cat Lobby provides frisky felines a larger area to roam. The communal cat condos are a perfect place to interact, giving potential human parents a chance to play with the adoptable kitties.
The fact that it feels more connected, like you're more connected to the animal versus just walking in and looking at a kennel or, being cramped with a bunch of people. It actually feels like, you're able to engage with the animal on a more personal level. Who has a cat tree that you can look at and see cats climb a tree? I don't think anybody, so I think that's pretty cool.
Wait, a cat tree?
We have a cat tree. Yeah, it's a really great feature piece in our entry lobby. It is an artificial tree, so we can clean it appropriately. But it's a fun space. There are adoptable cats in that space, and hopefully they'll utilize the tree to climb and jump and show off their awesome personalities. We're excited about everything, but the cat tree is pretty cool.
The new lobby area allows staff to complete the paperwork and other duties required to finalize animal adoptions.
Well, preferably female kitten because we have a female cat at home. Something that she can integrate with and grow up with and teach to be a cat, and just kind of expand with our little furry family. Having not been a cat person before, it's her fault. I used to be a dog person. I ended up loving cats more.
The Engelstad Adoption Center will enhance the local animal welfare community and the Animal Foundation's work to improve the lives of humans and their best friends.
To see a family reunited with a lost animal, to see a family come in and find a new furry family member, all of the amazing work that our enrichment teams and our medical teams do to bring animals back to health, to find that positive and forever outcome. It gives me chills just thinking about it. That's why I do the work that I do. That's why I love to work here. And that's why it's not a sad place to be. And I think that this brand new facility, the Engelstad Foundation Adoption Center, helps instill that because it's a happy, exciting environment. And it's not what people, I think, might envision when you think of an animal shelter.
For more information on Mission Possible 2020, to view adoptable pets online, or learn more about their life-saving efforts, visit theanimalfoundation.com. We must take a short break, but when we come back, I'll introduce you to the president of the Southern Nevada Beagle Rescue Foundation. This is County Critters.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
The more pet-friendly our community becomes, the more important it is to make sure your pet is up to date on its vaccinations. Vaccines help prevent many contagious diseases that can be fatal for pets. Your dog or cat can be susceptible to diseases if it is outdoors at all, socializes with other animals, or travels with you. Annual rabies shots are required, but several other vaccines are strongly recommended within the first 6 to 8 weeks of your pet's life. Boosters are also needed. Don't wait. Talk to your vet today. Let's keep our pets safe, healthy, and happy.
I am Clark County District Attorney Steve Wolfson. As temperatures outside climb into triple digits, remember, leaving an animal in a parked car or outside without shelter and water is neglect, and it is a crime. Every year, officers respond to over 5,000 animal cruelty calls in southern Nevada. Abuse and neglect of animals will not be tolerated in our community, and my office will prosecute offenders. Help us protect those who cannot speak for themselves. If you see an animal being neglected or abused, please call 311 to report it.
Welcome back to County Critters. One of the Valley's longest operating breed-specific rescue groups is the Southern Nevada Beagle Rescue Organization. Since 2006, these caring individuals have saved and rehomed thousands of the cute canines. I recently had a chance to visit the top dog at the Beagle Organization, Regina Harmon.
Well, we are the Southern Nevada Beagle Rescue Foundation. We've been around for 13 years. We are breed specific, so we predominantly take beagles only. However, maybe about 5 years ago, we saw the need and started taking in some of the littler dogs if we have room. And then we take some hound mixes also, and sometimes some full hounds, coon hounds or bloodhounds, but they're not prominent in this area, so.
Beagles are great dogs. They're quirky and smart and fun. And the AKC description is, not only is the Beagle an excellent hunting dog and loyal companion, it is also happy-go-lucky, funny, and thanks to its breeding expression, cute. That really describes these animals.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, they're good dogs because they're, if people are looking for a smaller dog, but not necessarily a tiny dog, as most people, you know, think of tiny dogs as yappy dogs and, you know, I mean, even I used to, you know, and now I have some little dogs, so, you know, my perception has changed. But, you know, they're a good medium-sized dog. They're not big, they're not small, they're easy to control, and, you know, they can get along with everyone. Dogs, cats, people, you know, for the most part. Kids, you know.
So what type of person, what type of dog owner or you know, person should be considering a Beagle?
Well, they're a great family dog. The younger they are, though, it definitely should be a more active family. Because they do have a lot of energy. They do like to run. They are scent hounds, so you have to really work with them with the recall, because if they get off leash, they'll just take off. They follow their nose. They're kind of stubborn at times, you know, they won't hear you, you know, they like, I can't hear you. And then, you know, they're a little tricky with food because they are scent hounds, so sometimes they are quite clever as to how they can get into cabinets and drawers and stuff, so.
Most breed-specific rescue organizations don't have the doggy paradise like you have here. Talk a little bit about this and why it's such a great advantage for the dogs and for anyone else wanting to adopt one of these people.
Right, yeah. We are a foster-based rescue, so this property that we're on is an acre, which is ideal for the dogs because as they come in and they learn how to be in a family, it gives them the room to roam and explore. We have little desert squirrels that run through here and rabbits, and it just gives them that ability to have that space and not be so, a lot of them are fearful. Like this guy came from a hoarding situation. There were about 150 beagles living in rabbit hutches. So when he came in, he actually had heartworm and he was so shut down, he wouldn't even look at you. He was like, you know, he just wouldn't even look at you. So he had to be treated for 6 months, kind of restricted exercise on heartworm treatment, but he's really a well-balanced dog now. And this kind of environment gives them room to kind of roam on a 20-foot leash so that you can still let them roam and learn to trust you without being on top of them. So.
You're, of course, a 501c3 nonprofit organization, and you'd like to keep this property. Bring us up to date on kind of what's happening here.
Yeah,
with
we've
your
been in this
organization.
property. We kind of fell into this property about 5 years ago, and we do rent the property from our landlord. He does know we have the rescue here. He knew that coming in, and he is thinking of selling the property, so we would like to obtain it for the rescue. We do most of our work out of here. We do have a whole house here is literally all full of rescue supplies. So we would like to try to work on getting the loan. That's what we're in the process of now. And we are going to be required to have a huge down payment, which we don't have, obviously, because all of our money goes to the dogs and their medical. So we're going to work on some programs so that we can try to get that and ensure that this stays with the rescue. We have had volunteers really help us organize this whole place. Put baskets together. We have all supplies in here. The rescue has a lot of stuff, you know, we just, we have to keep it somewhere, so.
What type of events do you hold to fundraise, and how many people in your organization, Regina?
We have about 40 people that are in our organization, some foster, some volunteer. They do a variety of things. Sometimes they just work the events or they transport for us. Fostering is a big thing because you know, I can't keep all the dogs here. That would be insane. But I can, because of the property, keep more dogs here. So, but everyone comes and, you know, they do their part. We have some very dedicated volunteers. I'm very fortunate about that. We do hold events all year long. Some are online. Most of them are present, coming to events. Some we have here, actually, at the rescue. We had something called a shop and play not that long ago, where we put out some of our merchandise where people could buy, but they were welcome to bring their dogs and let them run off leash and, you know, just really have like kind of a play date for their dogs. We did host a Vegas watch party down at downtown in the Arts District, and that went very well. We the place welcomed dogs onto their patio, and so it was nice. We had some people bring their dogs, and we had a couple of our dogs there. But things like that, we usually host a pasta dinner once a year. That is actually here. We do a hot chocolate and s'mores event here. We do a pancake breakfast that's actually at a restaurant. So we do a variety of things all year round just to kind of keep raising money. We have been hit pretty much in the last 8 months with a lot of medical for the dogs. We've just had a lot of medical dogs come in. We had about 4 with heartworm, which cost about, you know, $1,500 a dog. You know, we have a dog in the rescue right now that has some sort of skin issue going on. She just went to a specialist yesterday. Those aren't cheap, you know, but she's, you know, we've been trying to figure it out for about 4 or 5 months now. So all of our events really help to just put the money back into the rescue for the dogs. You know, we have shirts that have our logo on it, and tank tops, the same thing. And then we just have different shirts. Our alumni shirt, everybody that gets a dog from us gets an alumni shirt.
You say that later on today you're even looking to pick up another beagle. Talk a little bit about the mechanism. How does this specifically happen? Do people contact you? Are you actively seeking beagles that need homes?
A little both. I get contacted probably more than I seek out dogs. Mostly we are full almost all the time. But so people will tell me, oh, there's this dog here or something. What I do look at is our local shelter. It's a kill shelter, so any beagles that pop up there, I try to monitor them to make sure that they don't need rescue or they do need rescue. You know, I usually try to email them right away and say, what's the status on this dog, you know? And we get a lot of dogs from our local rescue that just need placement. Some are just old, fat, they have tumors, they have bad teeth, whatever the reason, they deem them unadoptable. So if we don't take them, they'll be euthanized. But we also get a lot of owner surrenders for whatever reason. We have a dog that just came back yesterday, and her owner passed away. And she actually was in the rescue 2 years ago and adopted her out, and obviously he did not know he was going to pass away. So we will always take them back, and we always have a safety net for them.
You have a great website that shows these pooches and any others up for adoption. Is that the best way to see what animals you have?
Usually we do put a lot on our social media. A lot of times we'll do live videos when dogs first come in, so people can kind of see the dogs in the rescue even if they're not available. So on our website we show a lot of the dogs, but they're not, we pretty much have the only ones that are available listed on there for people to fill out an application and adopt. If they're not available, but they're in the rescue, a lot of times social media is how they can see those dogs and kind of follow their story a little bit.
Obviously, that's the ultimate goal, is get these animals adopted, but how are some other ways people can help if they simply cannot adopt one of these dogs?
Fostering is a great way. It's a way for you to take a dog into your home, treat it like it's family. We take up all the expenses, so you don't have to pay for food, you don't have to pay supplies, you don't have to pay vet bills. What you do have to do is, bring the dog to the vet if the dog needs to go to the vet. And we have a couple of vets we work with, and I don't usually make the appointments because I'm not going to make an appointment on your schedule when I don't know your schedule. And then, they help with meet and greets for potential adopters. So fostering is a great way. It's kind of a way for you to include a dog but not have the expense of it. Also, they could volunteer at events. We usually are short-handed. There's a lot that goes into events, just going down and setting up the event beforehand and then during the event and then after breaking it down. And then sometimes people volunteer here. Sometimes people do computer work, or, if they're really good at something. We have a lady who adopted from us, and she retired and wanted to help out more, and she actually does all the website stuff because I am terrible at that. And it's perfect. She's wonderful. I just say, hey, can you put this on? Can you take this off? And she's great. She handles it. And that's a huge contribution for her. For me it is anyway. So.
Is there anything else you'd like to tell us about your organization?
Just if you're looking to adopt or you want some more education on beagles, you can look us up, reach out to us. We're very responsive to messages either on Facebook or Instagram or even Twitter or email. We answer our phone all the time, but if you want to foster anything, you can find out that information there. If you fill out applications, you're not obligated, but we will definitely reach out to you then. We're a way to adopt, and you could always donate to us or our vets. We don't mind either way.
The Beagle Brigade can always use volunteers, supplies, and donations. Go to SouthernNevadaBeagleRescue.com to learn how you can help. And finally, we leave you with our Critter of the Month, Sally, a spunky 4-year-old mixed-breed dog who is the constant companion and a loving part of the household to Misty Grimmer and J.J. Smith of Las Vegas. Sally became part of the Grimmer-Smith family a few years ago when they adopted her through A Pet Rescue Group at PetSmart. Her signature brindle-spotted right eye is usually twinkling, especially during long hikes and camping with her humans. She is a well-behaved guard dog at home and enjoys romping with her dog pals Gaston and Sterling. The great outdoors is where she really shines, chasing rabbits and bighorn sheep, which of course she never catches. The energetic hound plays well with others and is just another example of how rescue animals blossom with love and friendship after being given a second chance. Well, that's our show. For more information on anything you've seen today or anything relating to Clark County government, visit our website at clarkcountynv.gov. On behalf of all of us here at Clark County Television, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time on County Critters.
The more pet-friendly our community becomes, the more important it is to make sure your pet is up to date on its vaccinations. Vaccines help prevent many contagious diseases that can be fatal for pets. Your dog or cat can be susceptible to diseases if it is outdoors at all, socializes with other animals, or travels with you. Annual rabies shots are required, but several other vaccines are strongly recommended within the first 6 to 8 weeks of your pet's life. Boosters are also needed. Don't wait. Talk to your vet today. Let's keep our pets safe, healthy, and happy.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Drowning is the leading cause of death in young children in southern Nevada. Remember these safety steps. Patrol. Always have an adult actively watching children in the water. Protect. Provide defensive barriers between your child and the pool. Prepare. Create a water safety plan for your family. Enroll children in swimming classes. And equip your pool with safety equipment. Be ready to call 911 in an emergency. Keep it fun and safe all year long. Visit GetHealthyClarkCounty.org.
I am for the child who has been abused, the child who is afraid to go home,
who thinks it's her fault, who is forced to keep a secret or else.
I am for the child who has been neglected,
the child who does not know where his next meal is coming from,
who must fend for herself and her little sister.
Alone.
The child who has never been to a doctor or a dentist.
I am for the child who was taken away
for her own protection.
The child who is now in foster care, who does not know how long he'll be there.
Or who these people are. Or if she should trust them. I am for her.
The child who is in his third,
fourth, fifth,
sixth foster home this year.
The child who has attended 4 schools in 2 years.
Who sits in back of yet another class surrounded by strangers.
Believing in his heart that no one
cares. I'm for her. The child who has never been told
that he is loved.
That she is smart, beautiful,
talented,
worthy. That she is strong,
courageous.
That she is somebody. I am for her.
The child who one day will turn 18 and will be surrendered to the world.
I am for that child.
So I am there for that child.
To listen to her.
To speak for her.
To champion without compromise for what's in his best interest.
Because if I am
there for her, I know she will be half as likely to languish in foster care.
And that much more likely to find a safe, permanent home.
She is the child I am for.
He is the child I am for.
They are the children I am for.
She is the child I am for.
The child I am for is him.
Who am I?
Who am I?
Who am I?
I'm a CASA volunteer.
I am you.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Our community, our home.
Good morning. We're going to go ahead and call to order, call back from recess, the Board of County Commissioners for June 5th, 2019.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first item on the agenda is public comments.
This is the first time set aside for public comment. If you want to speak on a item that's on our agenda today, but if you speak now, you won't be able to speak on that specific item. Good morning.
Good morning. I know you missed me yesterday.
Okay.
My name is Margaret Ann Coleman, and the item on the agenda, I might as well pick anyone, it's public comments. And I don't see my name on here for refund or reimbursement. But anyway, I'm a homeowner concerning some property, and I know you guys don't know who I am. I'm not Lisa Coleman, and I'm not also Brooke Logan. These are some pictures of myself. That is Brooke Logan over there. That is also Shannon, that portrays herself on the Bold and Beautiful. Now, I could have been a model. I could have been an escort. Remember that, escort and have dates with other people or send out ladies. I could have been a calendar girl. I could have used my money that there was profit from property that the Toll Brothers were, as we were partners. These are some of the sketch of the property in which I have ownership with the called the Colvin and the Toll Brothers. I know it's kind of mixed up. I know my 3 minutes is almost up, but this is some of the layouts, trying to give you the whole thing. I don't know where these properties are, but I'm a homeless victim due to you receiving these homes from the Toll Brothers when you gave them the key to the city. The Tompkins homes layout. Also have some of the Spanish colonial homes. These are some of the homes that I should be looking for and credit to move into. So what I'm trying to say to you,
Ms. Coleman,
I would like to ask you about the key to the city.
Okay, but you
is
got to
there
go
a
to the
check?
city to do that because the city's down the street. But
Is there a check for me here today?
okay, nope, I don't have one for you. So, but thank you so much for coming. Okay, anybody
As
else?
you know, I'm being deprived, right?
Anybody else like to speak during public comment? Please come forward and state your name for the record. Are you, sir, do you plan on speaking on an item on the agenda when it comes up, or?
Yes, ma'am. It's number 4 on the agenda.
Oh, on number 4, would you like us to pull it from the agenda?
Please.
Okay, we'll go ahead and pull that for you. Okay, anybody else wishing to speak during public comment?
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I received this application for a modification in the mail. My name is Paul Martin. I live at 3831 Dexter Way, which is 1 block north of the proposed change to this area on Pecos and Alto.
Can I ask you to hand that to someone so I can figure out if it's an item on today's agenda?
Sure.
Thank you. Item 30, and I think item 30 is being held. You can go ahead and speak, but I can have Commissioner Weekly's office get with you instead, or you can go ahead and speak today. And
If somebody would like to get with me, that would be fine. I've got serious objections to what they're trying to do here. I've lived in the area for 15 years, and it just keeps getting worse and worse.
Okay, Commissioner Weekly, that's in his district. Let him, he'll respond to you.
How you doing, sir? Good morning.
Pretty
So
good.
Kelly Benavides is going to come out and speak with you. This item here is being held. The applicant is going to go back and maybe recreate something else. I'm with you. I don't like it. How about that? And so they're going to go back and create something else and then bring it back to the neighborhood and give you all an opportunity to have some say-so on it, all right?
Okay.
So Ms. Benavides is right there. She'll come and speak with you, and then we'll
Okay.
take it from there. Thank you for coming down today, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak during public comment? Seeing no one, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment.
The second item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda after considering any additions or deletions of items. Staff has received the following requests. Item 19, UC 19-121, hold to the June 19, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 21, UC 19-263, hold to the July 3, 2019 BCC meeting per Commissioner Weekly. Item 26, UC 19-286, hold to the July 3, 2019 BCC meeting per Commissioner Gibson. Item 30, ZC 19-313, hold to the July 17, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 31 and ZC 18-915, hold to the June 19, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 32, TA 19-158, hold to the June 19, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. The above public hearing items are going to be open as a public hearing and immediately recessed until the dates as previously stated. With these deletions, which are items number 19, 21, 26, 30, 31, and 32, and if there is no objections from the audience, the agenda stands ready for your approval.
Okay, and just so you know, item 4, we are going to pull it, but it's the next item on the agenda to do that. So this one is only making the changes that were read into the record, just for the general public. Commissioner Naft.
Pull item 10.
Item 10? Okay, we'll do that on the consent agenda as well, okay? So right now I'd entertain a motion to approve the agenda with the following items to be rescheduled at the date listed. Item 19, 21, 26, 30, 31, and 32. Anybody else want to hold anything? Anybody from the general public want to hold anything? Seeing none, entertain that motion. Is that your motion? That's your motion, Commissioner Naft. Any further discussion? Please cast your vote. I'm on it today. I slept. Motion passes.
The third item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes. The minutes of the April 17, 2019 zoning meeting are ready for your approval.
I have a motion by Commissioner Weekly to approve the minutes. Any other discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Next are the routine action items, which consist of items 4 through 18, except those items that were previously deleted, and items 4 and 10, which will be pulled and heard separately. These items may be considered together in one motion and are subject to conditions listed with each agenda item. In addition, we have the following modifications. On item 15, DR 19-284, we request you add current planning conditions to read per revised plans. Condominium hotel to be operated through a single property management service in order to enhance the efficiency and quality of service to guests. When the public hearing has been open for the routine action agenda, any person who does not agree with the conditions recommended by staff should request at that time the item be removed from this portion of the agenda and be heard separately. Additionally, items recommended for denial or with different conditions of approval by the respective town boards are not automatically removed from the routine action agenda. If you wish to speak on any item on the routine action agenda, you must come forward and request the board remove that item from the routine action agenda and have the item heard separately. With these amendments and with no objection from the audience, the routine action portion of the agenda stands ready for approval. And as was noted, items 4 and 10 will be heard separately.
Okay, I have any other items from the board? I do have 2 cards. Commissioner Naft, they're both in yours, items 15 and 18. Did those folks want it heard separately? Are they here? Mr. Camero? Would you like 15 heard separately? Yes, ma'am. Okay. And then Mr. Zoll, would you like 18 heard separately? That'd be great. Okay. All right. Is that okay, Commissioner? Okay. I would entertain a motion to. Oh, sorry, sir.
Item 18. Can I take this gentleman outside and have a discussion first?
Sure, you can do what? Yep.
Okay.
I'm sure people just want to know what's going on. So. Okay.
So with item 15, it's a companion with 14, so can we hear that one separately as well, since they're together?
Yep, I have 15.
So 4, 10, 14, 15, and 18.
Okay. So I would entertain a motion to hear items 4, 10, 14, 15, and 18 separately. So that's a motion by Commissioner Naft. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
For the audience's information, anyone who wishes to speak on an item should move to the first couple of rows and be prepared to speak as each item is heard. If there are several speakers on one item, it's suggested that a single representative be appointed to present the issues. Next item on the agenda is item 4, DR 19-275, design review for increased finished grade in conjunction with the proposed four-lot single-family residential development on 2.1 acres in an RE Rural Estates Residential RMP1 zone, generally located on the south side of Craft Avenue and the east side of Park Street within Lone Mountain. The Lone Mountain CAC approved with the condition that large trees be placed every 20 feet on center along Park and Craft.
Good morning, Mr. Gronauer.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. With me to my right is Frank White with Pinnacle Homes. This matter is recommended approval by your staff and town board. It's on the consent agenda. I know there's some neighbors who have some comments that they would like to make, so we'd like to listen to their comments and then respond from there.
Okay, perfect. This is a public hearing, so I'll go ahead and open the public hearing, and go ahead, sir.
There's actually three of us that want to speak.
That's fine.
I don't know if we'll have time. My name is Gene James. I live at 4670 North TP Lane, 89129. First of all, I'd like to just read the second paragraph of the county code, section 30.32.040. Unless the natural slope of the lot exceeds 12% the finished grade for the construction of any structure within 100 feet of the property line of a residential use shall not be established in excess of the standard 18 inches above grade of any lot or parcel adjacent to the structure unless required to do so by any provision of the Clark County Code or condition of any land use approval. And then the maximum grade shall not exceed 18 inches above that required by this title or condition of land use approval. Then it goes on to say that any request over 18 inches shall be considered by the board, and that justification for the proposal shall be provided with the submittal. Pinnacle Homes is asking to increase the grade 66 inches. That's 48 inches above the maximum allowed by county code. And I want you all to imagine yourselves walking out in your backyard and you see a wall 11.5 foot high across your entire backyard. That's what this will be after they raise the grade 5.5 feet and build a 6-foot privacy wall on the property behind us. Not only would this block the view to the west and partially to the north and south, it would definitely lower our property values by doing so. And here's what we have right now.
If you want to set that down, sir, in the center, we have a camera. We could. Yep.
This is what we have now. This is what we have now, and this is looking out of our backyard. And this, I'm taking a picture from the house, but of course it's showing it out a little bit farther. But this is what we have now, and if their application goes through, this is what it would look like. And the black would be this right to this point right here is 5 foot 4 inches. So if I go up another 5 foot 4 inches, 5.5 feet, it would take where the black is. That would obstruct our view from this to this. Here's what we have now, and this picture, well, the pictures I showed you, and it would also give the houses that are going to be built above this direct view into our homes, which is unacceptable to us. This section of the county code is to protect us from being confined by towering walls and designed to make sure that this doesn't happen. Pinnacle Homes is stating that this is the only way they can control the water runoff. I don't believe this is true. It may be the least expensive for them, but surely not the only way. Leaving these lots at 1 acre, which they are now, could definitely resolve a lot of the problems. Also, from what I understand, our privacy wall is a few inches off of the property line, and Pinnacle Homes plans to build a separate wall inches away from our wall, leaving a space for vermin to nest in there. This is definitely unacceptable. Since I see so many problems in the future with this plan, I don't think it would be fair to us or our neighbors for the board to approve this design review application and diminish our quality of life and our home values. And also, there's a letter that was submitted to the board. Miss Linda Questro, she couldn't attend. And I know you have this, but do you want me to read it, or will you
No,
read it?
you can give us a copy of it because I really did let you go a minute over. So
I'm sorry, say that again?
No, you can just give us a copy of it and we can get it to each commissioner.
Okay, she submitted a copy
Okay,
yesterday.
perfect. And I'm sure we all have it. So
Okay.
thank you.
You want me to just leave these here for now?
If your neighbors are going to use them, it's entirely up to you.
I don't know if they will or not, but I'll
Okay.
come back and get them if they don't.
Perfect. Anybody else wishing to speak? And I do have 2 microphones, so you can go ahead. More than one of you can come up to the microphone and speak. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Harry Bostic, and I live at 4647 North TP, which is one of the 4 home cul-de-sacs just below my neighbor who did this. I want to be quick. You've got a big agenda, but I wanted to make a point. I've lived here 50 years, and I've watched us collectively as a society spend a lot of money on plans for land utilization. And then the minute we have all those plans in, we start changing them. The problem for us who are trying to project what they want to do, where they want to live, what they expect it to be, and then make a sizable investment in our biggest asset, which is our home, having the goalposts keep moving is frustrating for us. So I just want to make that quick point. The issue about drainage, those homes were subdivided, or that land was subdivided at 4 acres into 4 one-acre parcels running west to east. In the 15 years that some of my neighbors have been there, we have never had a water runoff problem. Our walls are fence walls with drainage holes in them, and it just runs on down and out. If there ever is one, the soil absorbs it. So why are we doing this for the sake of drainage that we have, as neighbors, have never experienced? I think it's for the wrong reasons we're doing it, and that's why I so strongly think you should not approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bostic. Anybody else wishing to speak on this item? Someone else gonna? Okay. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Simone Blanchett. I am 4655 North TP Lane. Whatever these people have said before me, I am 100. I have my view blocked more than anybody else. I have, what was it, 50 years ago, there was drainage that broke a wall. Ever since then, with the holes that are in the retaining wall, it has never happened again. So please consider that we buy these properties. This is our home, and we deserve to be treated with the same respect as the builders. You know, I kind of feel like the homeowners are not taken care of the way we should be. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none. Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and turn it back over to Mr. Gronauer.
Yeah, I'll have a couple comments, and then I believe Frank will just mention a few things about the drainage in the area. First of all, just to make it clear that these are half-acre lots. We're not asking for a zone change or waiver development standard and increase the wall height that's in the area itself. We understand and appreciate the concerns about the views that the adjacent people may have, but as you know, respectfully, views are not a protected legally interest in here. With respect to our development, as I said, we're not doing 2-story homes, we're doing single-story homes. If anything here, the reason for the increase in height is because you're dealing with the existing topography in the area. So you're dealing with existing roadways, you're dealing with existing properties that are already developed. So what has happened is they've already set the tone in here for us to try to develop as much as we can on here to balance the site. So it's not our intention to come in here and fill the property itself with extra dirt to develop. If anything, what we're trying to do is balance the site, and as part of balancing the site here, because there are some holes into the property itself, that's the reason why you see the number that you see in there, because we have to fill those holes as we balance the site. So I don't know if there's anything else, if Frank, you want to mention with respect to the drainage in the area. We could go from there.
Sure. On the east property line, back in this, I guess that would be the southeast corner. This is like a low spot, and when these earlier homes were built, they didn't provide any means to get the water out, so we have to take this water and move it and get it over here to get out. So it necessitates a drainage swale up against their block wall. It's not to our advantage to build any taller retaining walls that are necessary. It's expensive. And I think we've done everything we can do here to minimize the condition of the property line. We did study early on facing 3 lots out onto Craft and then one long lot along the southern boundary, and it resulted in more higher retaining than we have here. So.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. Public Works.
Good morning.
So we can see based on the topography that the land falls approximately 10 feet, if not slightly more, from the western boundary, which is Park Street, to their eastern boundary. Looking at where they're placing their finished floors, they're pretty much splitting the difference based on where they have to put them, the 18 inches above their own private cul-de-sac. So I didn't see the plan where they did the individual homes fronting on Craft, but their assessment seems reasonable, and their approach is pretty much taking the 10 feet, balancing the site between both sides, and putting the lots there. Unfortunately, with a 4-lot cul-de-sac, you only have one road, so there's not a lot of room to use the road to step the lots down, because in this case there's just one small cul-de-sac. So they are using the existing topography and splitting the difference. And per our code, Public Works will monitor as far as that grading plan to make sure if there's the ability to move it below what I think the limit they're asking is 66. Right. Whatever they're asking for is the maximum that they're allowed to do. Once they get to the technical review side, they have to prove that there is an engineering reason for that 66 inches, meaning that the lots aren't just filled for the sake of a view lot. It is to accommodate drainage and or sewer or other things that are an engineering-based reason, not just we want a view lot. Eric, do we know on the cul-de-sac directly east, I think some of the neighbors spoke, do we have the ability to look at the original topography on that? Whether they scalped or did they move any dirt in and out? They had the benefit, so what they did is they put the cul-de-sac facing downhill. This particular cul-de-sac doesn't have that option because downhill would put it right into their neighbor's property. So when you put a cul-de-sac facing downhill, you can tier the lots from the back to the front. But with the nature of this one facing Craft, they can't face it to Park because then they're going uphill and that would make it worse. So the best they can do is face it out to Craft and keep the lots balanced because you can't step a road. Okay. All right. Well, the question comes down to the ability to develop private property and balance that with the impacts on the adjacent neighbors. And that's what we have here. And as Mr. Gronauer said, especially on these infill pieces where topography comes into play, a view is not guaranteed. And unfortunately, you're going to lose what you have now, but that's happening throughout the Northwest as these infill properties are developed. I do have a lot of confidence in the developer. If you're not aware, Mr. Wyatt has developed throughout the Northwest and builds an outstanding product, works as best he can with the neighbors, and I do trust the fact that he's done, from a design standpoint, the best he can do with the least amount of impact. It's going to be a single-story product. It is certainly not separate from the view, and I don't know what impact a view has on a value of a home, but the product that he's introducing into the neighborhood is going to do nothing but preserve and potentially increase the values of homes around it because he builds that kind of product. I would just encourage Public Works to keep a close eye on it, work with the applicant as far as keeping that increased height as low as possible. And then one of the things I want to make sure we're clear on is what will be adjacent. Those neighbors' existing wall, Mr. Wyatt, you plan on, will there be a gap?
We build the wall as close as we can, and then we'll put like a cap that will prevent anything living from falling between the two walls. And we need to build a wall up against theirs because their wall isn't. We're going to have to do some retaining, and then we have to protect it from flood. There's not going to be much water back there, but there's a certain amount of solid coursing we have to do to basically make that a good situation back there.
Now, in the old days, we used to shoot some plastic or some material between the walls and then cap it, or are you just going to cap?
I'm not sure what the accepted method is now. I know we don't want to introduce something between there that, so one wall presses on the other one, so it needs to allow some movement between the two walls, I think.
And the actual, your eastern wall on lots 2 and 3, do you have the ability to do something decorative so it's not just a gray mass that they're looking at?
Yes, we've offered to build the upper portion. We didn't specify how high, but we're open to whatever aesthetic thing we can do with open iron fencing and that kind of thing.
Okay. Well, I would encourage you to just keep in contact with the neighbors then. All right. Any other comments or questions? Ready to make a motion?
Okay, go ahead.
I would move for approval, subject to staff conditions, encourage Public Works to keep a close eye on the grading and ensure that the eastern walls are appropriately capped and protected for that gap. Be my motion.
Commissioner Brown has made a motion to approve item number 4 per staff's recommendations and the follow-up with the neighbors.
Yeah.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote.
Thank you.
Motion passes.
Next item is item 10, AR 19-40054, UC 18293, use permit first application for review for deviations as shown per plans on file. Deviations for the following: allow temporary outdoor commercial events for longer than 10 days, allow live entertainment associated with temporary outdoor commercial events to be conducted beyond daytime hours, allow accessory uses including outside drinking and dining to have primary means of access not from the interior of the resort hotel, and all other deviations as depicted per plans. Design reviews for the following: temporary outdoor commercial events, miscellaneous accessory structures in conjunction with an existing resort hotel, Harrah's, on 34.6 acres in an H1 limited resort and apartment zone in the Mud 1 Overlay District, generally located on the east side of Casino Drive, 200 feet south of Thomas Edison Drive within Laughlin. The Laughlin Town Board recommended approval, adding a 1-year review, and they noted they'd like the Riverwalk to Harrah's property within that year.
Good morning. Did you have a presentation for us?
Good morning. My name is Rebecca Miltenberger with Brownstein Hyatt, 100 North City Parkway, Suite 1600, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89106. Commissioner Neff had pulled this item to discuss a few of the items recommended at Town Board, and we're available to answer any questions.
Okay. Commissioner Neff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just need a little bit of point of clarification on the Town Board's recommendation that included the extension to the Riverwalk. Is that, for our DA, is that something that legally they can require on this application?
No, we cannot require Harris to extend the Riverwalk across property it does not own or control, so we cannot do that.
Okay. Well, then with that being said, it's my understanding, if you could verify, there haven't been any complaints. The events that you've been hosting on those grounds have been successful and helpful for the economy in Laughlin. Is that your understanding?
Correct. There has been no complaints directly to Harris. As far as we are aware, there's been no complaints to the county either. The applicant has taken additional measures to hire staff to deal with trash, crowd control, and security measures. The events were extremely successful last year, and the first event hosted a couple weeks ago had about 1,200 people and was a great kickoff to the season.
Great. Well, with all that being said, thank you, and I'd move for approval per staff's recommendation.
Commissioner Neff has moved for approval on item number 10 with staff's recommendations. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Next are items 14 and 15, which can be heard together. Item 14, BS 19-285, vacate and abandon easements of interest to Clark County located between Giles Street and Haven Street and between Rush Avenue alignment and Cactus Avenue, and a portion of a right-of-way being Rush Avenue located between Giles Street and Haven Street within Enterprise. Item 15 is DR 19-284, design review for condominium hotel development on 2.1 acres in an H1 limited resort and apartment zone within the Mud 4 overlay district, generally located on the east side of Giles Street, 300 feet north of Cactus Avenue within Enterprise. Commissioners, on item 15, we would request that two conditions be added. One would be per revised plans, and the second would be condominium hotel to be operated through a single property management service in order to enhance the efficiency and quality of services to guests.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. John Vornsan, 62 Swan Circle in Henderson, representing the application. Insofar as item 14, the vacation abandonment is concerned, it would be vacating the 33-foot patent reservations, also Rush Avenue, which would typically be on the north of this parcel. Rush Avenue cannot extend farther to the east as the airport owns some R4 zone property. As you can see here, get it straight. R4 zone property, so Rush Avenue would not extend farther to the east. We would respectfully request your approval. It has been recommended for approval by staff.
Okay, and that completes your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, this is a public hearing for items 14 and 15.
Now on 15, I guess I need to add a little bit to 15.
Okay.
Since we have had a neighbor that has asked that it be taken off the agenda. When this went forward to the town board, it was for a total of 96 units. Condominium hotel, the town board's main concern at that time was there was insufficient parking. Even though we did conform to code at that time, there was insufficient parking for a condo hotel type of a project. We have redesigned the plans. We have lowered the building from 4 stories to 3 stories. We have reduced the number of units from 96 to 72. We have increased our parking from the original 100 spaces to 108 for the 72 units. That's 150% of the parking requirement required by Title 30. Insofar as the zoning is concerned, first of all, this is a design review, has been recommended for approval by staff. We're not asking for any waivers or use permits and so on. The property is located on the east side of Giles, north of Cactus Avenue. Directly to our east and our south is R4 property that is owned by Clark County. 500 feet to our north is an existing apartment complex. To our west is C2 for the approved Cactus Village. One of the concerns expressed at the town board meeting was traffic going into the neighborhood to the south. there would actually be no reason whatsoever for any traffic from this project to continue south of Cactus. Any traffic from this location is going to go down to Cactus, going to make a right turn, going to go either north on Las Vegas Boulevard or go farther to the west to the interchange at Cactus and the I-15. With that does conclude my presentation. We are in agreement with all staff recommendations. Just like to reserve a right of rebuttal after hearing from the property owner in the area.
Yep, thank you. This is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on items 14 or 15, please come forward now. And I would believe you are David, right?
Correct. David Comero, 10561 Haven Street in Las Vegas. First, I want to thank Commissioner Knapp for taking such a strong interest in our little neighborhood. It's been a breath of fresh air to have a commissioner come down there and meet with us and see what our needs are, and it's a unique environment that we really have tried to preserve for many years. At the township board meeting, I attended mostly to find out what this project was, because it wasn't clear from the application. It said it was a condominium hotel, and the presentation that was made said it was a condominium. So I didn't have any necessarily objection at that time, but I was confused as to what it was. And I simply asked the question, what is it? Is it a condominium hotel or a condominium? And the presenter, and this, we entered into the twilight zone at that point, because the presenter got up and hemmed and hawed and couldn't quite explain why the application was for a condominium hotel. It turned out, it was pretty clear, that the reason was the parking requirement for the hotel was only 1 space per unit, and for condominium, I think it was 1.5 spaces per unit. And so they were really trying to pull the wool over everybody's eyes, it appears. Now they've made a change. They're calling it a condominium, but it still says condominium hotel on the application. We are concerned, obviously, about traffic, which was somewhat addressed. I'm also concerned about parking and congestion. There's an elementary school almost directly across the street, one lot away, and during school hours, in the morning and the afternoon, it's a battle zone of helicopter parents. So we really are concerned that there be enough parking, or we're going to have excess cars and other vehicles, RVs, whatever, parked on our local streets. And I think the commission needs to get a handle on that and maybe require additional parking to prevent that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'm going to let you respond and then turn it over to Commissioner Knapp.
Very quickly, Madam Chair. The school is located 660 to the east on Haven Street. We are providing 150% of the requirement, 1.5 spaces per unit for the condominium hotel. This will be a condominium hotel. They like to condominiumize the product in case they want to sell it in the future, i.e. the Jockey Club, kind of like that. But right for now, they propose daily, weekly, basically daily and weekly rentals. Again, the traffic is not going to go farther to the south. We believe we've addressed the concerns of the town board, in particular the parking and lowering the building itself. As you can see, architecturally, it is a very good design. We've lowered it to 3 stories. With that, again, we accept all staff's recommendations and respectfully request your approval. Glad to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, Commissioner Knapp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. And if I could address a couple points Mr. Camero mentioned, and thank you for being back here again today. It really has been a pleasure working with your neighborhood. You're right, it's a wonderful community, and it's been a joy to get to know everybody there. So he's also 100% right. At the town board, this was very, very confusing. You guys came with a plan that didn't quite make any sense. It couldn't be defended, and we did enter the twilight zone. That's correct. When you came to see me about the project, you had gone from 4 stories to 3 stories. I believe that's a reduction of 24 units. Is that my math?
Yeah, we're reduced by 24. That's correct.
Okay, which helps accommodate. Obviously, as you mentioned, you're now at 150% of our parking requirements. Is that accurate? Okay. And then you've come with a new interpretation of what the project will be
Condominium
used
hotel.
for.
And if I might, just for the record, I did not represent the item at the town board. It was represented by the applicants, and but I did listen to the tape, and it was very confusing. Yes.
Well, I appreciate that, and we're glad you're here representing it today. Maybe could, for the edification of the audience, could Ms. Amundsen, could you help explain what the status condominium hotel implies?
A condominium hotel, I guess you could say, is an either or. It also allows the units to be sold separately, so someone can live in it or they can own it and rent it out. And I know that the neighbors had a concern with Airbnb or those type of uses, so we had put the condition that it has to be operated through a single property management type service, so that it wasn't a hodgepodge of private owners renting it for different things and creating havoc in the neighborhood.
Thank you, and I'll just read that back because that was a concern of mine. So the what we're reading into the record here, condominium hotel to be operated through a single property management service in order to enhance the efficiency and quality of service to guests. So that implies and dictates that it has to be run through a central office. This can't be just put on the market for one-off rentals.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for all that explanation. I do also want to indicate I have spoken since the town board with the town board members who voted on this item and have been given their assurance that they are comfortable with the alterations that have been made since it was heard by them. So with all that being said, I'll move for approval of item 15.
Okay, Commissioner Naft has made a motion for approval of items 14 and 15.
I'm sorry, 14 and 15.
So Mr. Sagerbloom has some questions.
I think I answered my question. I was just seeing if there was they were trying to get around the Airbnb ordinance by doing this, but apparently we caught them, so.
Yep.
So, and for
Commissioner Naft is on
clarification,
it.
clarification, that's with staff's added 2 new conditions, which is the per revised plans, which reduces it to 72, and then the requirement for the single property management service.
Correct. Move for approval of item 14 and 15 per revised plans and the operation through a single property management service.
Okay, you've heard the motion by Commissioner Naft. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next item is item 18, ZC 19214, holdover amended zone change to reclassify 5.1 acres from C2 general commercial AE60 zone to MD design manufacturing AE60 zone. Waiver of development standards to reduce throat depth. Design reviews for the following: an office warehouse complex, increased finish grade in a CMA design overlay district, generally located on the east side of Edmund Street, 40 feet south of Russell Road within Spring Valley. The Spring Valley Town Board had no recommendation.
Good morning. I'm going to start with the applicant.
Good morning, Larry Monkarsh, 715 Bermuda Road, representing the applicant. We're here in front of you today with a project on 3 fronts. The first item is the zone change. This property was originally zoned MD. It was then rezoned to C2, and now we've requested to have it rezoned back to MD, and staff has recommended approval on it. The project is located just west of Decatur, off of Russell and Edmund Road. The second item is a waiver of standards for the throat depth on Edmund. Because of the stacking ability and the driveway here, staff has also granted that and recommended approval. And then our final item is design review. The project meets all Title 30 requirements in regards to parking and landscape and overall height. The concern from the neighbors Mr. Zoll here specifically was the height of the building, and we addressed that at town board. Town board was split 2-2. The 5th member was not present, but we made it on consent agenda nonetheless. We went outside and spoke with Mr. Zoll, and we've made 2 concessions that he has agreed to in support of our project. One of which is, you can see here, these are knockout panels for future windows all along the buildings on 3 of the 4 sides. We've agreed to turn those into spandrel windows to make it look more like an office type use. So you'll have windows down below that'll be operable, or not operable, that will be see-through or real glass. The ones above will just be spandrel, but they will made to be look like windows. So Mr. Zoll has agreed to that change in the elevations, as well as getting back to the site plan. The RMP just to the west and south of here is concerned about the advent of some larger places of worship congesting their neighborhood. One of the items that was brought up is that it really would be nice to see if Edmonds can be connected via Quail, which aligns right here with our driveway, over to Mohawk, correct? And so what we've agreed to is to do what we've done before, and we'll speak with Public Works on the specifics, but it's about a 32-foot wide temporary paved section that we as developer will put in and connect those 2 streets together to alleviate that congestion. So those 2 concessions on our part have been agreeable to Mr. Zoll, and now I can turn the microphone over to him so he can let you know his concerns and agreement.
Okay, so that completes your presentation. Hang on one second. Let me open the public hearing, and now Mr. Zoll, go ahead. Your turn.
Hello, my name is Aaron Zoll. I'm at 5840 Mohawk, and you know, we do support the development of this property. Our main concerns were, you know, being in a special location in Vegas. It's an RMP neighborhood. We would like to preserve the aesthetic and the rural feel of that. So our concerns were more, you know, with the intensive development that our economic climate is kind of driving right now. And you know, I would like to thank Larry for, you know, they've been very accommodating and sensitive to the needs of the neighborhood. And I feel that with the changes, that the additions that he's proposing, that would greatly kind of reduce the impact of the development and help with like the overall kind of development that's surrounding our neighborhood in regards to access and aesthetics and things of that nature. So we could definitely, provided that these 2 items could be implemented, we would definitely be in favor and not have a problem with the development.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zoll, and thank you for meeting with Larry. Anybody else wishing to speak on this item? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Naft.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Zoll. Thank you, Mr. Monkarsh. I appreciate you both coming together and working out a compromise and solution here. And given all that was just discussed, I would move for approval, including the conditions listed by Mr. Monkarsh.
Okay, Commissioner Naft has moved for approval of item 18 with the additional conditions. Are we clear on the conditions, the spandrel windows on the east elevation and temporary road?
I can, and I'll let Public Works speak and our DA speak first, but can we make the second condition that they continue to work with the neighbors on additional paving in the area and leave it at that?
Absolutely, thank you.
Yeah, we've already discussed the paving with them. We vetted it all out. That's exactly what when they said that was a concern, they worked with us on the width and the area, and we agree.
Okay, perfect. Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is item 20, UC 19262, use permit to allow vehicle automobile repair, waivers of development standards for the following. Allow service bay doors to face the street where not permitted. Allow alternative street landscaping. Cross access, allow modified driveway design standards. Design review for a vehicle automobile sales and repair facility on 0.8 acres in a C2 general commercial AE 65 zone in the CMA Design Overlay District, generally located on the southwest corner of Decatur Boulevard and Saab Avenue within Spring Valley.
Good morning, Mr. Celeste.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Tony Celeste, address 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant and property owner.
The site is located on Decatur and Saab on the southwest corner. I was before you on this particular property about 6 or 8 weeks ago. You recently approved this to be a temporary parking lot that is set to expire at the end of the year. At that time, I promised you that I'd be coming in with a permanent use and development of it, and this is what is before you today, is a request to do a vehicle sales repair project on this 0.8 acres. So we are coming in with that request. You can see right here some of the elevations we have. It's going to be a 2-story building, glass, very nice product and very prominent there on that corner. Here is the site plan. You can see we have existing infrastructure in this area. We have a curb cut on Saab and curb cut on Decatur. With respect to that, when the client looked at this property and you see some of the existing infrastructure in there, that is one of the selling points with that. But as we came to find out during the development of that, some of these improvements that existed were not at today's code. So, for example, I'm just going to go through some of the technical things, and we greatly appreciate working with Mr. Demon, Mr. Papazan, and Mr. Allswing on all of the off-sites here. So in particular right here, this driveway off Saab is 29 feet wide. It's existing right now. Under today's code, it would be 32 feet in width. One of the issues we have with redesigning it is because right here you can see this box is an existing fire hydrant. So working with Public Works, they agreed that that width, we did not need to increase that because of the existing infrastructure there. We also worked with them with respect to the throat depth here. You can see that we are going to not park vehicles here. We're going to extend this throat depth to about 50 feet to help protect that. Additionally, we're going to have iron rolling gates in this area right here. We are providing complete cross access. You can see from Saab down to the PTs down this way, and then off Decatur over on this way. So we're providing cross access. One of the things when looking at this project and developing it was with respect to the placement of the roll-up doors. Under code, we could have placed them in this area away from the existing right-of-way, but what that would have caused would be a safety concern because the vehicles would be rolling back into the drive aisle there. So by actually flipping it and facing it towards Saab, even though it is a right-of-way, is actually a safer option. One of the benefits about that, though, is that not only for safety, Saab is a street that dead ends just a little bit to the west. Across the street is our own facility, and as you're driving down Decatur, you would not be able to really see those roll-up doors. So for those reasons, we believe staff did recommend approval of that, and we appreciate Town Board's recommendation of approval, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Celeste. This is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Anybody here wishing to speak on item 20? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Naft.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple things I wanted to point out since there was some, it was a little inconclusive earlier on about we thought it might be a chain link fence. It is not. You mentioned it's an iron rolling gate. Correct. No chain link fence on the property.
Yes, so that would be in 2 spaces. The iron rolling gate located in this portion right here and then on the southern portion.
Okay. And then I do want to point out the issue here is really with the shared parking, not with the cross access, because you are providing cross access. It's just
absolutely, we're providing in 2 places. One, like I said, off from Saab down to the south, and then also from Decatur, there's shared access to both properties.
Okay. Well, thank you for clarifying, and I'll move for approval.
Commissioner Naft has moved for approval on items 20. Mr. Wahala.
I was just asking whether they still needed that waiver, but I'm being told that they do. Okay.
He's moved for the approval to allow the waiver. Any other comments or seeing none? Please cast your vote. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is item 22, UC 19265, use permits for the following. Permit a horse riding rental stable, reduce minimum area required for horse riding rental stable, allow alternative landscaping along all side and rear property lines, allow existing accessory structures that are not architecturally compatible with the principal building, waivers of development standards for the following. Eliminate parking lot landscaping, allow alternative landscaping adjacent to a less intensive use, permit an existing non-decorative fence, reduce access gate setback, waive full off-site improvements, curb gutter, sidewalk, streetlights, and partial paving, design review of proposed horse riding rental stable and associated structures in conjunction with an existing single-family residence on 1.9 acres in an RE Rural Estates residential zone, generally located on the east side of Gateway Road, 730 feet north of Lake Mead Boulevard within Sunrise Manor. The Sunrise Manor Town Board approved per staff.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm here to seek approval for.
Can you state your name for me first?
I'm sorry, Ron Jones, 2134 North Gateway Road, Las Vegas, Nevada 89115. Sorry about that. We're here to approve Withers for Warriors. I would like to speak to the use permits before we begin as this presentation. We are not actually a horse riding rental facility. We are equine assisted therapy for law enforcement, veterans, and first responders. We don't really fall into a category, so that's why we show as a horse riding rental facility. That makes the use permits make a little bit more sense. Staff has recommended approval for the use permits and the waivers of development standards, and town board as well. With regard to those, we would also like to speak to waiver of development standard number 5, which speaks to offsite improvements. We actually, at the town board recommended that in the event that the neighborhood or other area be required to perform those offsite improvements, we would as well, as from Judson to Lake Mead to other areas, no other property has that type of improvement. And lastly, I would like to state, prior to opening it up, is staff did approve the landscaping as a waiver, but we feel like beautifying the area, and we still, even though it was waived, we have installed trees, shrubs, cactus gardens, and more, and we continue to beautify the property. And we seek your approval, and thank you.
Thank you. And that completes your presentation. This is a public hearing, so I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Anybody want to speak? I'll close the public hearing, and I'll turn it over to Commissioner Weekly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Jones. Thank you for working with the staff to address some of the concerns that we had originally. This was really good to see that even the neighborhood is really excited about this and the work that you all are providing to help this this demographic here. This is going to be really good. And in reference to the landscape, and I appreciate, the fact that you guys have gone above and beyond to give us something a bit more than what we asked for. And so I really do appreciate that. And Madam Chair was saying this is history here being made, that you got 100% support from the town board, and that's pretty amazing from Sunrise Manor. But congratulations. We're looking forward to this amazing project that you all are bringing to this community here. And with that, if there are no more questions or comments, Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to follow staff's recommendations for approval with all conditions.
Okay, Commissioner Weekly has made a motion for approval on item 22 with all staff's recommendations. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote.
And Mr. Jones, you didn't introduce the young lady there.
I'm sorry.
Motion passes.
My better half, and she's the actual niece of the property owner. So this is family. So.
Well, congratulations. Good luck, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next are items 23, 24, and 25, which can be heard together. Item 23, VS 19274, vacate and abandon easements of interest to Clark County located between Grand Canyon Drive and TP Lane and between La Madre Way and Rosada Way, and a portion of a right-of-way being Park Street located between Rosada Way and La Madre Way within Lone Mountain. Item 24, WS 19272, waivers of development standards for the following: reduce lot size, increase wall height, and side yard setback. Design reviews for the following: a single-family residential development and increase finished grade on 5 acres in RE Rural Estates Residential RMP1 zone, generally located on the south side of Rosada Way and the east side of Park Street within Lone Mountain. Item 25, TM 1950082, tentative map consisting of 9 single-family residential lots and common lots on 5 acres in an RE Rural Estates Residential RMP1 zone. The Lone Mountain CAC approved per staff.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. In this matter, I'm representing Pinnacle Homes. This is a 5-acre piece of property on the corner of Rosada Way and Park Street. We are proposing 9 half-acre lots. There are a few waivers that we're asking for. We have 3 lots that are facing out on the Rosada Way. Although we're asking for a waiver for the gross to be less than 20,000 square feet, we do have in excess over 18,000 square feet for all 3 lots. Actually, the least amount is 18,516 square feet, which is lot number 7. The reason why we don't have the 20,000 square feet is because we can't count Rosada Way as part of our lot because that's already public street. If it was private, we'd be able to count that. The second waiver is side yard setback at about 15 feet 5 inches for the side yard, and that's because we're going to be doing a cul-de-sac bulb here on Park Street. We do have a waiver development standard increase the wall height up to 11 feet and 3 inches. Somewhere in this area here along the east property line, that's because of the topography in the area, where the highest point that we see would be about 11 feet 3 inches. The vacations that we're asking for is a vacation of Park Street, which is located here along the west side of the property. As you can see here, we would be still constructing Park Street in this area with the cul-de-sac bulb to have access to the subdivision that's to the west of us here. That being said, the other easements are government patent easements, north, south, east, and west. We're asking to vacate those also, which is fairly straightforward. We did have a neighborhood meeting. We did meet with the neighbors to have discussions with the proposed project. This is a single story home product, anywhere from 3,600 to 4,200 square foot. It's a product in the Northwest that's sold very well that Mr. Wyatt has constructed. We are currently working with the adjacent neighbor over here with respect to our wall height as far as a wall design itself, whether or not to have wrought iron fencing versus decorative block wall in that area. And then we're also working with the 2 vacant lot, the owner of these 2 lots here, with respect to where we'd be coming in to construct the area here for the drainage area here that is not currently constructed. So that being said, I can answer any questions that you may have. The town board did recommend unanimous approval, and I'm here to answer any other questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you. And that completes your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this is a public hearing for items 23, 24, and 25. Anybody wishing to speak on any one of those items, please come forward. Seeing no one, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing on items 23, 24, and 25. Turn it over to Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the issue now is on the easement. We originally talked, is that a 5 foot?
Yeah, it's 5 feet, and
it's currently improved with the existing homes, but unimproved further.
Unimproved right here. And
Okay.
so we have an understanding with the adjacent owner that we can, and we're going to come in and improve that with their permission.
Okay, so Public Works, apparently, and Frank could comment on this, the preliminary drainage study is showing that if Mr. Wyatt drains differently off his property, that drainage easement is no longer needed. And if that's the case, then one of the options that I would recommend to the neighbors is to collectively come in and take back that easement. They'd have to do it as one voice, but they'd add another 5 feet plus the width of their lots. But if we go that route, then this application has no responsibility for the easement.
Correct. The easement was in place for the benefit of the properties to the east. So he was, I believe his previous plan was to erect the wall and leave that 5 foot easement in place. And there was talk about putting a gate on the end of that 5 foot easement. So yes, if his drainage study for this and he drains differently and doesn't utilize that easement and cuts off all the flow, that it was the whole purpose that easement was there. If he does that and shows that in his drainage study, technically any one of the owners could come forward and vacate that, but obviously it's going to impact every owner, and The main concern is what do they do with their existing walls? Do they want to tear them down to gain use of that 5 feet?
What would you prefer to do?
Well, I don't know why we couldn't put another concrete swale on lots 1, 2, and 3, because the way we've got those lots graded right now is they'll slope toward that drainage easement. We intended originally to drain into the easement that's there because that's where the water's going today. But we can pick that water up on our lots and take it down to La Madre. And Lot 9, it would drain out to Rosada. And I think that all the water could be intercepted and alleviate that old channel from needing to be continued.
So you wouldn't have any responsibility as far as finishing or gating or locking?
Right,
Okay.
we want that to be left up
Well,
to the
let's go
individuals.
that direction, and if the drainage study doesn't prove out, then we'll put the if condition in that the applicant would go in, finish the 5-foot drainage easement, and gate the 2 ends. Can we, Rob, can we do that?
Yes, we can.
Is that acceptable to you?
Yes.
Then my motion would be to approve the items subject to staff conditions with the additional clarification that if the applicant's drainage study demonstrates he can control all the water on his property, he has no responsibility for that easement east. If that condition doesn't come to fruition, then we would ask the applicant to complete the 5-foot drainage easement east of his property line and gate both ends and lock them up.
That's correct. Confirm.
Okay, you're good with the?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Commissioner Brown has made a motion for approval on items 23, 24, and 25 with his conditions as stated. Any further comments or discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Next are items 27 and 28, which can be heard together. Item 27, WC 19400050, waivers of conditions of a nonconforming zone change for the following. Maximum of 19 lots, one-story homes on El Camino Road, record one final map for the entire project for a proposed single-family residential development on 7.5 acres in an R2 medium-density residential zone, generally located on the south side of Ford Avenue and the east and west sides of El Camino Road, alignment within Enterprise. Item 28, DR 19-282, design review for proposed single-family residential development on 7.5 acres in an R2 medium-density residential zone, generally located on the south side of Ford Avenue and the east and west sides of El Camino Road.
Good morning.
Good morning, Robert Cunningham, 6030 South Jones Boulevard with Tanny Engineering, representing the applicant. We're asking for 3 waivers of conditions today. One of them is for us to be able to record this project with 2 different maps. This is 4 lots here. They're half acre. This is a very standard RMP type development, and then this is more of your traditional subdivision. Staff recommended approval of that waiver, as well as the town board recommended approval of that one. We're asking for these 2 lots here, which were previously to be conditioned to be single-story homes, to be 2-story homes. There are currently homes being constructed, I believe it was America West subdivision directly to the north of us, that are a mix of 2- and 3-story homes directly adjacent to RMP. They were conditioned for 2 stories next to the RMP. That's why we were requesting this. This is our own development here. This was denied by the town board, and it's something that we would be happy to discuss further if needed. And then the third one was to increase the total number of lots. This portion of the site here, 15 lots were approved on, and we're asking for 22 to be approved on this. So it's an increase of 6 lots, I believe, or 7 lots. And this is consistent with what's in the area to the north of us, the site that's being developed right now by America West. Our lots are actually slightly bigger than theirs. All of ours, even though we're zoned R2, are R1 size. Our smallest lot's 5,200 square feet. Most of these are 6,000 and 7,000 square feet lots. These 2 on the ends are 13,000. We were previously conditioned for 10,000 square foot lots here. We believe that this project is It's got different zoning. It's in a very, very challenged area where you're transitioning from RMP on one side to industrial on the other side of us. You've got the Jones 215, or I'm sorry, Jones and Blue Diamond interchange coming in eventually. You've got small 3,000 square foot lots here to half-acre lots here to an industrial site literally 300 feet from our site right here. So with these waivers, we believe the site adequately fits into the neighborhood still. We've reconfigured the site so that there's only one entrance coming out onto Bronco away from the RMP. We believe this also will benefit the RMP and allow the entrance and the traffic to be close to Jones and the smaller lots over here, which is the main thoroughfare for access in the area. With that, I can go into any specific details you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. This is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on items 27 and 28. Anybody wishing to speak on these items, please come forward, state your name. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the applicant trying to work with the concerns in the neighborhood. I did drive around the entire RMP over there last night, and I believe that this is the new plan is consistent with that neighborhood. That said, I do believe that the condition, the waiver of condition number 2 on agenda item number 27 still makes sense, and that I would require a one-story homes on those 2 lots on the east side of El Camino. And so therefore I would move to approve the agenda items 27 and 28 consistent with the Enterprise Town Board, that being approval of condition numbers 1 and 3 on agenda item number 27 and on the design review on 28.
Okay, you've heard Commissioner Jones' motion on the floor for approval with this additional conditions. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Next is item 29, WS 19-295, waivers of development standards for the following: reduced drive aisle geometrics, alternative perimeter screening for a previously approved multiple family residential development on a portion of 3.7 acres in an H1 limited resort and apartment zone in the Mud-1 Overlay District, generally located on the east side of Hugh Hefner Drive and the north side of Nevso Drive within Paradise.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Tony Sless, address 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant, Kalita Development. First, this project has been before the board many times. It's currently entitled for a multifamily development. It's directly east of the Palms Hotel, located on Hugh Hefner and Nevso. As part of this approval process a few years back, we had to work with the fire department with respect to redesigning some of the access for fire and safety. As a result of that, we changed our landscaping. That landscaping was approved. Going through plans checked, it was discovered that we did not have the flood wall or wrought iron fence showing, so that triggered us to come back in with respect to that waiver to allow the walls and the wrought iron fence in those areas. The wrought iron fence, importantly, will still show all the landscaping through there, so we appreciate staff's recommendation of approval on that, as well as Paradise Town Board. Second waiver is with respect to our garage. Our garage is 7 levels. It's a wrapped product, so the units will be wrapped around the garage. Basically, you will not be able to see the garage that much from any of the right-of-ways. The drive aisles with respect to each level, 7 level, is 24 feet, except in areas where our handicap spaces are located. Handicap spaces are actually 2 feet longer. Your normal parking space is 18 feet in length. A handicap space is 20 feet. So it's in those areas that we're asking the drive aisle to be reduced from 24 feet to 22 feet. We had made that request in a other project located over near Howard Hughes. That was approved as well by this board at WS 18-0173. It's essentially a very similar application as that. We appreciate town board's recommendation of approval of that and respectfully request yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Celeste. This is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on item 29? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Naft.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation, Mr. Celeste. I understand this is a 2-foot difference, and I mean, given that and given the overall project that we're dealing with, which I think is a great addition to that neighborhood, I would move for approval.
Okay, Commissioner Naft has moved for approval on item number 29. Any further discussions? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next are items 33, 34, and 35, which can be heard together. Item 33, NZC 19-137, holdover zone change to reclassify 15 acres from RE Rural Estates Residential Zone and RE Rural Estates Residential RMP1 Zone to R2 Medium Density Residential Zone. Waiver of development standards for the following: increased wall height, waive full offsite improvements, curb gutter, sidewalk, streetlights, and partial paving. Design reviews for the following: a proposed single-family residential development, increased finished grade on 17.8 acres in an R2 medium-density residential zone in the Mud 3 Overlay District, generally located on the west side of Redwood Street and the north side of Torino Avenue within Enterprise. Item 34, VS 19-138, holdover, vacate, and abandon easements of interest to Clark County located between Redwood Street and Rainbow Boulevard and between Torino Avenue and Cougar Avenue, and a portion of the right-of-way being Ford Avenue located between Redwood Street and Rainbow Boulevard within Enterprise. Item 35, TM 19-5-00044, holdover tentative map consisting of 104 single-family residential lots and common lots on 17.8 acres. The Enterprise Town Board approved R2 west of Santa Margarita and RD east of Santa Margarita, and they approved waiver standards 1 and 2 for Redwood Street only and denied everything else. The Planning Commission recommended approval.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning again, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Tony Celeste, address 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant, America West Development. First, I'm going to spend a couple minutes just giving a quick background on how this application got here today, and then from there explain the zoning and the design review requests we have. So first, the project is about 17.5 acres located just east of Rainbow. Here's Ford coming in. You have Torino and Redwood, and then Cougar to the north. So we're those 17.5 acres. Just to the west of us is an America West development that is going in right now. Actually, have model homes up. That's approved at an R2 zoning designation and approved through a design review. Back when the county was doing their minor update to the Enterprise Land Use Plan, America West had submitted a minor amendment update to these 17.5 acres to come into a residential suburban or a RS designation, which would then allow an R2 zoning district. At about the same time as that, America West filed a non-conforming zone change asking for R2 on the same 17.5 acres. The reason being is that they are under contract with a property owner right here to take down that 2.5 acres there. Whichever got to the finish line first would close. So that's why you see after the minor plan update this non-conforming zone change coming in so quickly. So I just wanted to give you some of that background on the timing. With respect to what happened, you can see that to the west of the Santa Margarita alignment, that was approved to go to residential suburban, and then immediately to the east, the remaining 10 acres was planned to go to residential low. When that was determined, we had a town board hearing immediately after. We did ask for all R2 at the town board, and essentially town board had just given us the R2 to the west. Between the town board and planning commission hearing, though, we did make changes. You can see here is the revised site plan that has been submitted. So break it up into really two different portions here. We have what is to the west of the Santa Margarita alignment. That is a request still to go to R2, total of 52 homes. Access from that development is via Ford off of Rainbow, kind of acts as its own standalone. Again, 52 units, all minimum 4,000 square foot lots. That conforms now to the most recent minor update of residential suburban. It is the changes we made are to the east of Santa Margarita alignment. What we've done here is, well, first we're going to ask to, not for the R2, but to R1 zoning designation. We've dropped our number of lots from 52 to 44, so we have a total of 96 now. A couple of design changes that we made working with our neighbors is first, we, on our southern edge here along Torino, are providing all minimum 10,000 square foot lots. Directly across from us is the RMP at 10,000 square feet. Additionally, we had these lots on Torino fronting Torino, but in working with this development right here, they had requested us actually to flip it and to have all those lots internal, so we made that change as well. As you get up to Redwood here, these lots are about 8,000 to 9,000 square feet. What we've done is match lot lines essentially with across the street from Redwood. Across the street is actually America West Development as well, so we're going to match those kind of lot widths in that design. Immediately to the east of this property is the Higgins family. We worked with the Higgins family with respect to the design properties on the other side of Redwood. So that is essentially how all of this worked. And then to the north here is a BLM parcel. We're asking that those lots range anywhere from 6,000 to 7,000. And again, we have the similar density up against ours. We've worked with our neighbors here. I think you know, it's been a long journey. Appreciate Commissioner Jones' help in us closing the gap with our neighbors and neighborhood. So we are moving forward, I think, now with a neighborhood that generally is in support of what we're doing. So again, just to recap, I'm asking for the R2 zoning on the west side of the Santa Margarita alignment, on the east side of the Santa Margarita, the 10 acres, R1 zoning. It'll be a total of 96 lots, 52 on the west side of Santa Margarita, 44 on the east side of Santa Margarita, and then we'll have the 10,000 square foot lots along Torino Avenue. Couple of the other technical things, we're requesting to vacate some roads and easements. In particular, we have the Santa Margarita alignment. Right here we have developing a project, actually model homes that would otherwise be in the Ford alignment. Ford is not going to go really anywhere to the north or to the south, so we feel that that's an appropriate request, as well as we have some other technical things right here with respect to an increase in wall height. That wall height right now will be increased because of the BLM parcel here, but when this BLM parcel is built, it'll actually be raised to meet it. So when this property is developed, that appearance of an increased wall height will go away with their fill. With that, I'm more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. And that completes your presentation. This is a public hearing, so I'm going to open a public hearing on items 33, 34, and 35. Anybody wishing to speak on any one of those items, please come forward. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Celeste, for your presentation. I appreciate American West's efforts to work closely with the neighbors, including, as of last night, with the Higgins, to address concerns and to buffer even your own parcels across the street. So I would move for approval agenda items number 33, 34, and 35, subject to the conditions that have been stated by Mr. Celeste today, including the buffering on Torino Avenue.
Okay. Are you good with that?
Yeah, you said the buffering along Torino? Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank
So Commissioner Jones has moved for a motion to approve items 33, 34, and 35 with conditions as stated. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes. Thank you.
Next is item 36, NZC 19191, zone change to reclassify 2.5 acres from RE Rural Estates Residential AE16, AE65 zone to C2 General Commercial AE16, AE65 zone. Waivers of development standards for the following: reduced driveway separation, allow modified driveway design standards. Design review for 2 restaurants with drive-through facilities in a CMA design overlay district, generally located on the north side of Sunset Road and the east side of Houck Street within Spring Valley. Spring Valley Town Board recommended approval and the Planning Commission recommended approval.
Okay, good morning. Mr. Celeste, you should just stay in the front row.
Didn't have enough hands for the extra board.
Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Again, Tony Celeste, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant and property owner. First, as mentioned, this property is about 2.5 acres. It is located just west of Decatur along Sunset, and with Hawk being our western alignment. We are essentially 2 portions of this application, first being the zone change and second being the design review. With respect to the zone change, we're asking to go to a C2 zoning designation. It is non-conforming because you can see by the blue here, we are planned for BDRP, or the Business Design Research Park. But when you take a look at the zoning map, you can see all 4 corners here are zone C2. Most importantly, I think the Hawk alignment right here going to the west also shows C2 zoning on the south side. We're asking to match that on the north side. We own this property right here, which is being developed out as a C-store gas station. There'll be cross-access to get to Sunset and Decatur there. So for those reasons, we feel C2 zoning designation is appropriate. We appreciate staff's recommendation, town board's recommendation, and planning commission's recommendation with respect to the zone change. Getting into the design review itself first, there's 2 waivers. The waivers relate to this driveway on Hawk as well as the throat death. I am going to withdraw those waivers without prejudice. We are going to close that. We'll keep the 1 driveway on Hawk. So with that, I believe we now have a completely conforming design review request from both staff and Public Works. Again, just a little bit about the design. You can see we have shared access coming in off Sunset. We're proposing 2 restaurants with a drive-through. We have another access point off Hawk, cross-access to get to Decatur. The site meets parking, landscaping. We appreciate town board, we appreciate staff, town board, and planning commission's recommendations of approval, and respectfully request yours.
Okay, thank you. And that completes your presentation. So this is a public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on the public hearing? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and turn it over to Commissioner Naft.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Celeste, for your presentation. Please thank also the applicant for withdrawing the design review 1 and 2. I know you appreciate. Oops.
I'm sorry, they withdrew the waivers. We need the design review.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
I do need the
request for the waiver. I know you appreciate my wanting to ensure that we have as safe streets as possible, and I think that will help accommodate that. So with that being said, I'll move for approval of the zone change and design review.
Commissioner Naft has made a motion to, do we have to state that the withdrawal on the record as part of the motion?
With his stating that it was withdrawn, it's withdrawn.
Okay.
And the only thing you would vote on is whether it's with or without prejudice, and I believe Commissioner Naft is.
Without prejudice.
Okay, Commissioner Naft has made a motion to approve item 36 as stated. Please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is item 37, RC 194-00068, WS 144507, revocation and waiver of development standards for parking lot landscaping, design review for a transportation facility on 2.2 acres in an M1 light manufacturing zone, generally located on the northeast corner of Cameron Street and Diablo Drive within Paradise. Commissioners, this is had come to you a month ago, and for a recommendation, you recommended that we bring it back for revocation. The issue has been that the employees at the site have been parking along Diablo, and there's been no parking signs posted. We did receive one letter and one card in favor of revocation. However, staff has recommended that we put a condition on it, the number of fleet vehicles to be reduced to 80 or as otherwise authorized by the zoning administrator. I, as a zoning administrator, would recommend that be changed to the number of fleet vehicles to be reduced to 80, and that we have a 6-month review pursuant to Commissioner Knapp's desires. And with that, I'll...
Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and start with the applicant. So did you want to plead your case?
Yes, good morning. My name is Daniel Migliore, 8901 Diamond Falls Drive, Las Vegas, 89117. Firstly, as I mentioned to Commissioner Knapp, I want to apologize to his office and to the Department of Comprehensive Planning for our delay in responding and communicating thoroughly with his office. Of course, this is the property on which Nellis Cab is housed. Nellis Cab began in 2008 on this property, had approximately 100 cars, now has approximately 217 vehicles. We're very proud of this growth, but this growth has carried with it, as we've noted, some main concerns. One of them, of course, is parking. We know that under the ordinance, we're required to ensure adequate parking for our guests, our fleet drivers, and other administrative persons. This issue has been a challenge. We feel we have begun to address this issue. The current site, as noted, has approximately 181 parking spaces. This has we have approximately 217 vehicles. This has placed considerable stress on West Diablo, which we understand. 5 months ago, however, we secured an additional 50 spaces across the street west of Cameron. 4 days ago, we secured an additional 50 spaces on the same parking lot west of Cameron, now giving us a total of 281 spaces. This should have, of course, or the process, of course, we should have been communicating with Commissioner Knapp's office during this last month. Again, we meant no disrespect, and I did explain some of the circumstances that compel that delay. Nellis still is encouraging drivers to park in our now designated spaces. It has been a challenge. We have put notices in new driver packets. We have told our supervisors to inform the drivers that they should be parking in our spaces. As I discussed with Commissioner Knapp's office, and I have conferred with our consul, it is difficult to mandate that we require our employees to park in those spaces. We have been forceful, but we are concerned with, in addition to ensuring that they have space, mandating that they park there. As to the notion or the recommendation, as I understand it, that we reduce the fleet to 80, that would be tantamount to putting Nellis Cab, having been in business 55 years, pretty much out of business. These past years have been a challenge. As you know, most recently in the last 4 years, we have been challenged by the TNCs. All the cab companies have been fighting to survive. It has been a struggle. We all have been experienced approximately 30% reduction in revenue. So I would urge the Commission to please allow us to keep our current fleet, which is approximately 223 medallions, although only operating 217 vehicles. We are more than happy to have this matter reviewed again, and we will continue to work with Commissioner Naft more diligently and more responsibly in order to help the county solve the issues on West Diablo. Thank you.
Thank you. And does that complete your presentation?
It does, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to, is it a public hearing? Do I have to open? This is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Anybody else wishing to speak on this item, go ahead and come on down now. Okay.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Tom Letizia. I'm a property owner on 5460 Desert Point Drive. We're probably a half mile away from Nellis Cab Company. I've been a property owner there for about 15 years. I have an 8,000 square foot office and warehouse building. We have rented out the building for the last 5 years to tenants of ours. Ever since Nellis Cab moved into this location, this has been a problem. They not only park all the way up and down Diablo in illegal parking areas, but they also park in front of our building on Desert Point, and they have created a tremendous hindrance to each of the property owners in that area. I don't think this proposal by Nellis Cab goes far enough. They've avoided any communication with not only Metro, but with this county commission over a number of years. So now he's giving you assurances that they are going to fix something that they've snubbed their noses at for a number of years, and all of a sudden they want to be these wonderful people that are paying attention to these complaints of the landowners. So I think their license should be revoked. I think the 80 spots, it doesn't go far enough, and I hope you act accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Letitia. Good morning, sir.
James Smickless, my wife and I purchased the property next door to them, 5450 Desert Point Drive, 2 years ago. And we've experienced the very same problems. I have some things for the projector. This is a photo of what the street looks like on Diablo. Now, I took the pictures on Diablo, but that also overflows to Desert Point and Business Center Drive. The cabs park in the street themselves next to the cars that are parked there and unload their things back and forth with no regard to people that are using the street for the correct purpose. And that goes all the way to the intersection. I have been at the stop sign before behind a cab unloading his gear over to his personal car, and I'll toot my horn to ask him to move, and he just gives me the wave around. Well, he's sitting at a stop sign, and I'm behind him at a stop sign. So I'm not willing to go around and risk somebody turning and then an accident being my fault. They also park on Desert Point Drive and sleep in their taxis. They throw their trash out on our street. They park in our parking lot on the weekend. I have cameras on our building, and I periodically view to see if anybody's using our lot. And I do see taxi cabs and vehicles parked in our parking lot. When you try to ask people to not do that or to not, to move, they're very arrogant and rude. I've been flipped off. I've been called names. It's just, I don't see that this is going to solve our problem. And my concern is if we stop them from parking on Diablo, then all of that is going to overflow to us on Desert Point. Now, he had mentioned that they were encouraging their drivers to park in that lot that they rented, but I drove up the street and took a look at the sign, and if you ask me, the sign looks like they're discouraging their drivers from parking in that lot. It says employee parking for Nellis Cab drivers, but it also says park at your own risk, and to the degree that they don't want their taxi cabs in that lot. So the people can't take their cabs in there to offload like they do on the street currently. So my perspective would be, well, wait a minute, you want me to park my personal car in there, but you don't want your cab in there? Why not? So you see what I'm getting at is that it seems as though they're discouraging, not encouraging. That's all I've got.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you coming out. Anybody else wishing to speak on this item? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Neff. I have some of my own questions, but go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Migliori, I'm glad you're here, but this has been a situation that came long before I got here, and in the last 5 months that I've been here, I've been out to the property many times, including early this morning. So I've got a little show and tell of my own here to add to the neighbors in the area. This is this morning. You've got cars, and I understand these are your employees, but this is your responsibility. You're operating there, and I don't want to see a family-owned, long-time business have difficulties, but this is your responsibility, and it can't come at the peril of the other businesses that operate next door to you and all around. So as Tiffany's kind of flipping through here, you could see, to illustrate the point, that this has been going on for years, not just this morning and not just the last 5 months that I've been here. These are aerial shots that show how many blocks away people are parking on curbs, on corners, in fire lanes, blocking access to other establishments. And just again, looking at these dates here is the current one that's available all the way back 2019, 2018. This has been precipitating, and it's come also in the past when they've a solution has been, well, why don't we just call Metro to have them come through? That also comes at an extreme expense to this county to go out and enforce something that is, again, your responsibility. So I've heard from a lot of neighbors. I've been out there. I've toured these businesses. I also want to read into the record some letters that I got. One that says, the parking deficiency has been a nightmare for our tenants, customers, and visitors. The on-site lack of sufficient parking has caused overflow parking all along West Diablo Drive in particular. This has been the case even though no parking signs have been posted and are being ignored. Please deny or modify the variance as the situation is worse than originally presented to the County Commission. So it's a problem. I'm going to turn it over. I know some of my colleagues have some input here and have some experience on these issues before I make a recommendation. And after my colleagues speak, I'll allow you, if you want to respond to any of this.
Well, yes, and thank you.
If you could, just I'll let my colleagues have an opportunity, then you can respond to all of us together.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Commissioner Neff. Does anybody have any questions? Well, I won't be shy. I have some questions. So explain to me explain to me the growth problem that you have. So if you have medallions, 237, how many did you have 2 years ago? Because they don't give out medallions every day, so.
We've been granted in the last 2 years an additional probably close to 35 to 40 medallions, which would translate into an additional 35 to 40 cars.
Okay, so what, and I can tell you, I used to work right over in that area in the food industry, and it was a problem, even trying to get to some of those other vendors because you couldn't find any parking for anybody but 30 to 40 cars is not what we're talking about, right? So if you've increased and the growth has been a problem, it's 100 cars that are the problem, right? So I don't understand why you can't mandate that your employees come into employee parking. We do it all day long at the hotels. We do it all day long at many other large businesses. So you got to explain to me because I don't get it. Why you can't mandate your employees. It seems that they should be able to drive in, pick up their cab, and drive out, which is the way that it's done at other locations. You're not the only cab company in town, right? But you're the only one with the parking problem. So explain to me how it's any different with Nellis Cab, please.
Yes. There is a parking issue, and there has been for many years. With this addition of 35 to 40 cars, we don't see the need, respectfully, as 100 cars. We have currently 181 spaces on site. We've just added 100 spaces, which is 281. We have.
So let me stop you there. Tiffany, put that picture back up on all those cars, because I could go count them. Based on street length. So let me just, so if you have 181 employee parking.
Yes, ma'am.
How many people do you have that are not cab drivers that are parking as part of your operations, your call center, all of that?
We have a total additional staff of approximately 24. However, that staff, much like the drivers, are on shifts. During the day shift, the busiest time between approximately 7 or so a.m. or 8 a.m. until 5 a.m., we have approximately 18 staff, including supervisors, dispatch, and service persons.
And so who's parking in that 181 spots?
There are cabs that not have drivers, and we have a few drivers, cabs that park there. And but I would say the largest portion of the lot on those premises are cabs that are not being put on the road at that particular time during the busiest shifts.
Which makes my point that, one, you probably should have not gotten any more medallions, quite frankly, if you already didn't have enough parking for the operations of the cabs plus the employees. So it's not our responsibility as taxpayers across the valley to have to send out public works, to have to monitor all of that parking. It's our responsibility to ensure that everybody has a fair share. So basically, you're not using a lot of that parking for employees.
And if I could, Madam Chair, if I could interject here, since this photo on the bottom of the screen is up now, what is beyond comprehension for me, and I've asked you this by phone yesterday, the soonest we could speak, I don't understand how you have an empty parking lot, yet all of your employees, this is 6:45 this morning, your employees are parking on the street. I just don't understand, if maybe you could help me understand why you have this empty parking lot, yet your employees are choosing to park a half mile away illegally. There's got to be more to the story.
It is a bit of a story, as I also drove by the lot after our call yesterday and drove by it early this morning. In the area in which there are 50 spaces, there were some 25 vacant spaces. However, on Diablo early this morning, it was crowded. I should note, not by way of being defensive, but all the cars on Diablo, I want to go on record, are not our drivers' cars. I have also had our supervisors monitor that, and a number, I don't know the exact number every day, are cars belonging to tenants in other buildings. That's not in any way to excuse our parking. After our call, Commissioner, I contacted our employment counselor at Littler Mendelson. I asked them specifically, can we mandate our employees to park on the lot? I, in fact, gave the example of the casinos. And he distinguished our situation, saying that casinos ensure parking. They discourage and prohibit parking in their what be public or customer parking. He was very clear. We are writing up policies that we cannot mandate and provide sanctions for any employee that does not park. We have sent communications. We have our supervisors reminding as they come off of shift change. We have a lot attendant there pointing to our lot.
So I think our board and our staff here would strongly disagree with that statement, and I think we will have an opportunity perhaps to meet with your legal counsel and figure out where they came to that conclusion, because this is our business and we do it all the time. So I would take issue with the statement from your counsel.
So Commissioner Gibson has something to add.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to ask you about the advice that you'd been given, but I will say this. Unless, I don't know where Commissioner Naft is apt to go, but unless you're willing to commit that you will enforce the off-street parking with your employees, I'm not willing to vote in favor of giving you any additional time to operate. We've never heard anything like this. And now we're being told that, so if we impose conditions, and you've heard conditions imposed during the meeting today, if we impose conditions and the defense is that, well, yeah, we agreed to those conditions, but we can't enforce them because these are other people who work for us, that is a real problem for me. So I don't know if you need to get on the phone with, with your lawyer so that we get the confirmation we need of a firm commitment, assuming that you're even going to be operating tomorrow. But if there is a motion to do that, I, for one, will not support the motion unless I have it in this record that you will enforce, irrespective of what you may have been advised. In fact, I wouldn't disparage counsel or his advice, but, you know, there is such a thing as a second opinion, and it might behoove you to at least determine whether or not that really is the case. I wanted to ask a question because I want to make sure I'm clear about this. You have how many cabs? Not battalions. How many cabs do you have?
Approximately 217.
Okay, you got 217. And is there ever a time when all 217 are on premises?
No, sir.
And so during the daylight hours, are there fewer or more cabs out of the off the lot or out on the streets?
There are more cabs out on the street, with the exception of convention times or some events, and likely with the exception of Friday and Saturday evening.
How many of the 217 are in a normal day? You pick the day. In a normal day, out on the street at one time during the hours the sun is up?
I would say approximately 140.
Okay, so that leaves the difference between 217 and 140 that have to be parked. And you said 24 employees?
24 total employees, but not at any one given time.
Okay. So, and now, just again so that I'm clear, because it's been a little bit muddled, how many parking spaces do you have altogether on the two agreements that you have off-site and the lot that you occupy where you operate the business?
281.
So I don't know if that's enough parking from everything I've heard, but it seems like it ought to be awful close, but without a commitment that that's where your employees are going to park and that's where your cabs are going to be. Do you own the cabs? Does Nellis own the cabs?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you can surely mandate where the cabs are parked, right?
Yes, sir.
At all times. There's no reason for a cab to be anywhere but on your property.
In most circumstances, I hesitate to say all circumstances, but in most circumstances, if that cab is not being driven or occupied by a driver, it is parked on the premises.
And so you understand my limitation.
Yes, sir.
Unless you can give us assurances that all of your employees and all of your cabs are going to be parked where you're supposed to have them parked. As much as I agree that the TNCs have really adversely impacted the taxi industry, still with that, I'm not willing to let this go another day.
Thank you,
certainly.
Commissioner Gibson. I'm going to go to Commissioner Jones. I'm going to let you respond at the end because I think that we're all probably trying to say the same thing because we're frustrated at the answers your attorney gave. So I guess.
Yeah, I would just say, sir, as a lawyer, I have my issues with what your lawyer is apparently telling you. But from a larger perspective, if it would seem that there would be a motivation from the taxi drivers to do what you asked them to do, in that they may not have a job tomorrow if you are shut down. So it would seem that you could have done a better job over the last couple of weeks of inculcating in your employees that they might want to comply so that you didn't lose your license.
Commissioner Brown, did you have anything? I just have one more thing. So I'm trying to wrap my brain around this because at the county, imagine at the county, let's just hypothetically, so you can go back to your attorney and imagine it from this perspective. If we let our employees park wherever they wanted, we would never have customers coming in the front door, which is detrimental to what we do as a county. And so we strictly enforce that we have areas where our employees can only park. So I'm trying to be fair, although I'm feeling jaded that I don't understand, and I'm feeling more frustrated because at the end of the day, the process is at the county. When you get to revocation, that means that you have ignored us for a very long time. That means that it's fallen on deaf ears. That means that it's not been somebody trying to come up with a solution. So for me, even to see any of those cars today and to see your parking lot half full is troubling to me, right? Because this is like a year-long process of ignore. So one, I'd be curious is, do you live in town? Because you could have done something differently way before we got to this, right? So if code enforcement had to be out and public works had to be out, and then you get a letter, there's a 30-day requirement, then there's another 30-day. It's crazy. And then last meeting, you didn't even show up, nor a letter sent, nor anything. So we didn't even hear from you. But if you have 217 cabs that are running, and you have 24 parking spaces, you have 24 additional folks, and you have 281 parking spaces, you should have 40 spaces left over, which would be those 40 cabs that, you interchange, and that's if every single cab was out running based on the medallions that you have. So I don't understand how it's not all contained into one parking lot, because it allows, based on what you said that you have, based on the amount of spaces, based on the amount of employees, and based on the medallions, I cannot believe for the life of me that those cabs are running 24/7, because at some point you have to do maintenance, you have to do all these other things. So if you had 217 cabs parked, you would still have room, right? And I know that those cabs got to be out running, but I'm not inclined to, in District B, we don't give you very many chances, right? Because it upsets the apple cart if things don't get fixed. But I wait to hear from Commissioner Knapp, so we're pretty mean.
Thank you. And just maybe in the interest of time, and to Mr. Gibson's point, do you have the authority today to sign off on what we discuss, or do you need us to, I don't know, this is an open item, I don't know if we can trail it for a few minutes for you to go contact your legal counsel. I want to make sure that when you leave today, since this is the first time I'm seeing you, before you leave today, regardless of what the decision by this board is, that you're the one authorized to sign off on behalf of the company. Do you need
I am, yes, sir. If I might note regarding our legal counsel, when we spoke, and Nellis is more than willing and very receptive to enforcing whatever mandate you have relative to our drivers. I didn't call legal counsel for the purposes of finding an argument against that. I made it a very fair question. Can we do it? Their opinion at Littler Mendelson, I spoke with 2 attorneys there, was that we cannot. I am more than willing to, I won't say ignore, but ignore that decision and proceed with strict enforcement and, I guess, provide sanctions. I'm told by Littler that what sanctions are available. Yes, we can terminate the employment. Terminating drivers now in the taxi business is a difficult matter for several reasons. One is difficult to find drivers, to find good drivers. Secondly, we're told, again, and I'm more than happy to provide introduction to these lawyers, and again, we're willing to override their recommendations and follow the recommendations of Commissioner Gibson, but we are concerned about potential lawsuits for termination. All the cab companies are burdened substantially with these lawsuits. And
right,
so,
but that's why every other cab company provides adequate parking for both for their fleet and for their employees.
Well, I don't want to be disrespectful, but not every cab company does do that. I can point to cab companies with significant parking on public roads, but that's not, I guess, an issue at this time.
So given the revocations on the table here, and given what you've heard, the inclination of the board to be from those who commented, is there anything that you can offer at this time that would ease our minds a little bit beyond your willingness to override your legal counsel?
Well, as I said, we have secured an additional 100 spaces. We will be very forceful with clearing the roads both on West Diablo and others. I should comment that we have made efforts, significant efforts, over the past year or two to acquire properties, lease properties. We just didn't start this effort, although our lack of communication might have indicated that. We didn't just start this effort.
Well, the lack of communication, I'm sorry to be confrontational, but it's not just the lack of communication. I understand you apologized for ignoring my office's outreach, but this is not ego. This is the fact that this problem is persisting. You've been working on it for 2 years. That's their point. You've been working on it for 2 years, and still there's no progress from what we could tell, certainly not in the last 5 months as of 6:45 this morning. So that's what I'm trying to get at. If this board's inclination is to give a little bit more time or to do something to work with you, what assurances do we have that time won't be just time spent impacting your neighbors negatively?
If you would provide us a little bit more time, we will step up the enforcement on West Diablo. If necessary, we will keep supervisors on West Diablo prohibiting all of our drivers and directing them to the lot. I would only ask that we have more time to do that. The problem has existed. It has taken us this long to find sufficient space within general walking distance of our property for the cab drivers or drivers to park. But if you would give us more time, I believe we will demonstrate the fact that we will resolve the parking issue, force the cab drivers into those available spaces, and resolve the awful problems, whether it be parking on West Diablo or other areas.
Okay. Mr. Rahala?
Right, we can impose conditions as you see proper and appropriate, and have a review period to see if that addresses the problem. And some of the conditions could be requiring them to require their employees to park on property that they own or control, secure the parking that they're saying that they're going to secure the extra 100 spots, and giving them time frame to do that, because I don't know if they need zoning approval or other approvals from us or not. But you can impose those conditions. We don't have to go to their attorney to see if that's probably. You can impose those conditions if you want to impose those conditions.
Okay, thank you. And then just before I wrap it up, any further thought from the board?
My thought is we've given him so much time and he doesn't respond. Why give him more time, right? But my question is, if he can't enforce, it's hard to enforce people because you can't really, put a hammer down and say you're fired based on what his attorney is telling him. I'm not an attorney, but I do know that we pay people that we're supposed to listen to, and he has attorneys, and apparently that's what they're saying, which is different from my personal opinion. But if you can't, how would you enforce that? So my thing is, it's like nothing else. When we pick on one spot, then people just move to another area, right? And then you got to start all over with our code enforcement process. You start all over. So, for me, I'm a visual person. So my thought would be, if there's not 180 personal vehicles in the parking lot at any given time, that's 2/3 of his employees, we should be able to trigger that the license automatically goes away. But like I said, I'm mean in District B, so. But it seems that we should be able to gauge it based on how many cars are actually parked there, or something, because it's hearsay, everything else, and it just makes our code enforcement have to do the 30-day letters, then do the call, then do the 30-day letters. So I'm just wondering, how would you truly enforce it without having Metro go out there and run every single license plate to figure out if they work at the cab company? That's the problem for me, right? Now it started out as a small problem. Now it's a really big problem, and there's been lack of communication Now, how do we go back and enforce it? Because if you said to them last Friday, hey, I'm about to lose my license on Tuesday because you all can't seem to park in the employee parking, and then they still parked anywhere but the employee parking, and it looks like it's chained off based on some of those pictures, I don't know that I'd want employees like that, because if they won't listen to me first, then how are they treating the customers that drives our town? And I don't know that they're, in my opinion, worth keeping, quite frankly. So I'm just asking, how would you truly enforce it? I'm Commissioner Naft, I will support you, but I got to tell you, this wouldn't fly in District B, not even for a day. So you wouldn't have any excuse for ignoring me. But if it's time that you want to give them, I would like to see a hard way to measure what vehicles are parking, personally.
Well, all options are on the table, first of all. But what I was talking about is imposing the conditions, having a review and its revocation. If that doesn't solve the problem in whatever time frame you think is appropriate, 3 months, 6 months down the road, then we can impose additional conditions or go forward with a complete revocation of their approvals. But like I said, all options are on the table. It's up to the board of what it wants to do today.
Madam Chair, I'm not clear, and maybe Commissioner, you know the answer to this. He's talked about other lots that he's acquired parking on. Are those already paved parking lots, or what
That's
are they?
one of those lots is this right here that's on our screen, which is immediately across the street. And again, I don't think my question was answered as to why you have an empty lot. You have a 50% empty lot that employees aren't parking in. Part of the problem is a lack of parking. Part of the problem that I cannot get an answer to is why employees are choosing to illegally park. It makes me a little suspicious that there's something going on with this lot, is kind of my point here. Why would someone choose to illegally park in a red curb, in a fire lane, on a curb, or in a number of other illegal ways, versus parking in this fairly convenient parking lot? That building right there, that's you guys, right? You
Yes,
guys
across the street, yes, sir.
Right. So I don't know if that addresses your comment, but.
So do you require your employees to pay for parking?
No, sir. We have, I guess the answer to that is there are no burdens imposed upon our employees to park in that lot. In fact, we have encouraged. I will say this, and we plan to change this. It appears, it's obvious that we have not been sufficiently forceful in mandating or forcing those employees to park there. I observed yesterday an employee pass that lot,
right,
drive down Diablo to the corner of Diablo and Arville, park his car, and walk all the way up Arville.
Did you ask him what his thinking was?
I did ask him why. I'm embarrassed to say he looked at me, and I don't think he knows me very well.
Sure.
He looked at me and said, "It's my exercise for the day." I advised him that you are illegally parked, you're likely to get a ticket. At that particular time, I didn't feel I had the authority to say, you're likely to be terminated. However, going forward, I will represent that if we find drivers that ignore our mandate to park in our reserve spots, we will force that with termination.
So let me ask our DA here. Because one of the photos that the gentleman showed depicted a sign that said "Park at your own risk," can we require that they insure that parking lot or provide some kind of coverage for that parking lot security, so that perhaps, I can't imagine why, but because I've been there 6 times now, but for some reason people aren't exercising the right to park in that lot, and maybe it's because they feel uncomfortable? Is that?
I'm not sure why they're not parking there. I don't know why, but yes, you could require that, but you'd have to set some kind of limit or something. And I don't know how much would be appropriate, but we have required insurance coverage on certain applications before, so it's something that you could do.
Commissioner Weekly has something.
Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, because this seems like an item that just won't seem to go away. It's going on and on and on, and I'm like so over it right now. But at any rate, I'm wondering, you don't charge for parking.
No, sir.
And there was a good question that was asked to my left. why does the sign say park at your own risk? Are you having burglary problems in the area?
No, sir, I think it was just a sort of a standard liability statement. We are named and co-insured on that property. We do have insurance. I think it was a standard phrase put on that they would park at their own risk. I don't know what protection legally that accords us in any event.
Yes, sir.
If that is if you all feel that that's a deterrent to them parking, and it might be, we'll remove that aspect of the sign.
Well, I'll just say this with all due respect. I think Commissioner Naft he has gone. Sounds to me like he and his staff, Tiffany, they're going above and beyond to work with you, and I appreciate the fact you came and apologized to them today for not coming to meet with them. Who I have a big concern about right now are those adjacent businesses that you've tremendously impacted, and I don't hear anything that's given them any type of relief as well. Sounds to me like we're in the process of making some more concessions for you, and I don't get that. This starts at the top. Here at Clark County, employees can't park wherever they want to. They can't, right? And so I think that there are some things that you can do. It starts with you. If an employee got out of a car and you're asking him about his exercise and in his steps, he's giving you that type of answer, seems to me like you could say to him, because you're a boss, hey, how are you? And you introduce him and tell him who you are. And I'd like to encourage you to park in our parking lot because we have other businesses around us. This thing starts at the top, sir. This is not you just park wherever you want, because you have to have some consideration for the other businesses that are around you. And especially if you all are parking in fire lanes, you all are blocking the access, the ingress, and the ingress and the access to other spaces around you and places of businesses. Seems to me like you would take some of that into consideration. And sounds to me like you've allowed it to go on, and now that you've been called on the carpet, now you're looking for Commissioner Naft and his staff to solve your problems for you. And I would probably like to hear a little bit more from you. I want to support my commissioner, my colleague here, but as of right now, I'm giving you a no vote because it doesn't sound like you're really doing anything to give him some type of solution. You have an empty parking lot that you still have not answered his question yet as to why you cannot step up to the plate and encourage your employees to park in that lot. So that's where I am. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Naft. I'm going to turn it back over to you, and if he wants to respond, it's entirely up to you.
Wrap this forum up. Do you have any final thoughts you want to address the board and some of the questions that were raised?
Well, I would like to comment that we have encouraged, not strongly enough, sir, that to employees to park there. I don't have an adequate answer as to why they drive by and park on West Diablo. If that park at your own risk sort of indication discourages them, then we'll remove it. As to the neighbors, again, and I appreciate, I'm not exactly at the top of Nellis. I'm a consultant to Nellis, but unfortunately, the individual at the top of Nellis, which I've explained to the commissioner, is really for health reasons unable to attend. Or if any of you that know Mr. Chenoweth, you would realize he would definitely have been here to deal with this matter. But again, I would ask you, Commissioner, to provide us some time, recognizing that we should have resolved this problem earlier. We have made extensive efforts to find other places to buy or lease. It's not easy in that community. We will reach out to our neighbors, to whom also we apologize. We'll reach out to them and do our best to keep our drivers and our administrative staff off of their properties.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to suggest, and I don't know if there's an appetite on the board for it, so that's obviously up to each commissioner's discretion, but I'm going to offer some suggestions, and our district attorney will respond if any of these are outside of your limitations. We're going to, first of all, your fleet's got to be cut. I'm going to follow staff's recommendation to cut your fleet to 80, so that goes without saying. I'm going to require that you require your employees to park on your own property. I'm going to require that you submit to me, for starters, a plan for enforcement. I'm going to require that you reduce your fleet, well, I said reduce the fleet to 80. Require within 3 months that you come back to this podium for a public hearing. And before that time, I'm going to require that you hold at least one meeting with the neighbors in the community that you invite me and my staff to, where we're going to hopefully get sign-off from your neighbors on your plan. I'm going to require that you provide 24/7 live security for the parking lots where you're encouraging your employees to park. I'm going to again ask for a little bit of clarification, if I could, on the insurance item, if they're able to provide insurance for their lot.
Yes.
And do we have to stipulate a amount or any specific specification?
I think we usually do, I forget the amount. I thought it was like I can't tell you right now.
Okay.
Maybe it could just be whatever you guys decide it is, so that you don't have to put a disclaimer on the sign that says park at your own risk, and you decide what it needs to be.
It's a great suggestion. So to the level that you're satisfied in removing your sign, we're going to ask that you provide adequate insurance to cover the vehicles on there. And that, this goes without saying, but clearly I need to, you need to let the employees know that you're taking these measures so that they feel a sense of comfort in parking there. And then finally, within 1 week, I'd like to see you in my office, make an appointment. I'm very flexible, and I'd like to discuss this a little bit further. So again, to summarize those items, you'll have to come back to this board within 3 months, and in the meantime, you've been reduced to 80 vehicles if the board so chooses to follow these conditions. Any questions? Is that hopefully very clear?
It is very, very clear. May I comment? If I could, and thank you for
I would just warn you that this board, clearly the direction they wanted to go is revocation. So you're welcome to speak with that caveat.
Okay, I appreciate the latitude you're according. If we could we have some time to immediately, reducing our fleet to 80, forget the economic implications on the company. It would result in the termination
I can't,
of some
just given how many years this has been going
230 employees, 240 employees, we'd have to terminate them in a day.
Can I just ask one question to clarify from my own mind? You're not saying that he's got to give up medallions.
Correct.
Or get rid of taxi cabs. You're simply saying that on the lot that was referenced by our planning director, no more than 80 cars can be parked there. That's what you're saying.
That's correct.
Oh, I misunderstood, sir. You're, if I might ask for clarity.
Please.
You're not suggesting that we reduce the number of cars we can put on the road, just the number of cars, taxi cars we can park.
Correct. I'm not sure
that
that's in our authority, but
okay. I'm sorry,
just
I
on site.
misunderstood. I apologize.
Is that it?
That's what I've got.
You're too
the board's
nice.
welcome to add on.
So I have one suggestion, and maybe that it means mandating an employee meeting with your staff and Public Works to explain to them that this is for real. We're not playing. Because for me, it is painful to support this, because I just think that you really didn't really care what we think, and now it's a problem that has just grown and grown and grown, and apparently your employees have zero respect for the leadership, which is troublesome, that they're driving around our customers and our tourists, and that they don't appreciate the community that we all live in. So that's troublesome to me. But maybe if there was a mandated employee meeting where you said their company is in limbo based on the employees' actions, that it might get somebody's attention.
Okay.
I'd get mine if I worked there.
And, well, I think it's both Rob and I are talking. Can we make that only 80 cabs on all of those properties at any one time? Because what's going to end up happening is if we just put it on the one property and they have 100 parking spots, they're going to move all those over there, and I still have a problem with the drivers. So they're just going to have to figure out what they're going to do with the rest of their cabs, but they can only have 80.
So the condition would read to reduce your fleet to 80 vehicles on your total land.
At any one
existing
time.
land.
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson, did you want to ask?
Well, I asked and I got an affirmation that includes which properties?
The properties they control for parking.
It was
So
the property across Cameron, I think it was. That they say that they secured an additional 100 spots. It would include that property also.
So between all of the lots.
Correct.
So I guess maybe, Commissioner, the question is to know how many actual automotive cabs does he have?
217, I believe.
Okay. Yep. Be in your neighborhood.
All right. Do I need to read the conditions again, or is everybody comfortable? I will. And can I get some confirmation that you understand these conditions?
I do now, sir. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, then these previous conditions would be my motion, in the form of a motion.
Did you add the employee meeting mandatory?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
An employee meeting that you'll invite my office to.
And I might even come visit with you, just so. And you understand the conditions, sir? This is a one-time, you understand the conditions as a whole?
I do, sir. I do, ma'am.
Okay.
And just so they know, we're going to set the public hearing for 3 months, 3 months from today, so we will notice it again, so that he is aware of that.
And you'll be here.
Marks it somewhere, knows that this would
I will, sir.
has to be done.
Okay, seeing any further discussion? Seeing none, there's a motion on the floor as stated by Commissioner Naft. The applicant clearly understands and will be in communication in between. Please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Next item is item 38, AG 19900355, is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners receive an update on the status of the AllNet Arena project and direct staff accordingly. Commissioners, the representatives from AllNet are going to talk about finances, but they should also be providing you with what is going to go on the site.
Good morning.
Good morning, almost afternoon. Madam Chair, Commissioners, Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant and the proposed developer for the AllNet Arena project. Just briefly to orient you to where this location is, this is located south of Sahara on Las Vegas Boulevard. It's approximately 27 or 28 acres. It's the old Wet and Wild site, if you're familiar with that site. We've got the entire development team here today, and appreciate you allowing us to give you a status on the project. This development team has been together since the approval of this project in 2014 or even before that. With me today is Jackie Robinson, who's the point person for the overall project. Also, Steve Millage is here. He provided you all with a one-page update, hopefully you got via email yesterday, on where we're at with the project, and that I can briefly go through today. Brett Ewing is here. He's the architect. He's going to go through the overall project. Some of you may or may not have seen the project, and it's an exciting one, so we want to make sure that we give you an overview on what exactly is approved. And then Owen Jackson's here. He's been working with the minority business development team in DC on financing for the project. Also Cedric Johnson, who's the project manager, and Tim Kuntz, who's the head of security on the property. So we have the whole crew here today. So before we get into the overall status, I wanted to turn it over to Brett Ewing for him to just give an overview of the approved project so you can see what you have coming soon.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Ms. Allen.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Brett Ewing, 3770 Howard Hughes Parkway with Cunningham Group Architects, Las Vegas, Nevada, representing the project as far as design goes. We have been before you. We came in October of 2017. We got approval for the Phase 2 enhancements. Many of you weren't here. There's some new faces on the commission, so we wanted to give you an update. As Stephanie said, project site is the old Wet and Wild site, 27 acres. It fronts Las Vegas Boulevard, the Strip. Paradise, we basically have two front doors, so we've designed a project that meets the public on both of those directions. Neighboring properties, of course, are SLS, Fontainebleau, which is now the Drew under development, and Turnberry Towers. Westgate over here, and Riviera, since this drawing was created, is now the convention center property and under construction, so things have changed. Very dynamic neighborhood, and we feel this project is a mixed-use project, non-gaming. We feel it fits into the future, especially North Strip and what's happening in the neighborhood. I'll move to the overall site plan, go over the basics of the project. The arena, of course, is the anchor. It will seat 21,600 for basketball, 23,000 for concerts, boxing, mixed use. It is being designed to meet NBA standards. That's it first and foremost with Jackie Robinson's background as a basketball player. The other mixed use elements on the site, out on the strip side, there's 2,500 keys hotel, 2,000 keys are in a 4-star hotel, which is about the same height as the Fontainebleau. And then 500 keys are in the Robinson, which is a 5-star plus, which will cater to wellness and the whole program around family and people. The other interesting element with the project is the beige represents pedestrian walkways that go up in through the site, culminating in what we call Victory Plaza in front of the arena, which is a gathering place. Along each side of the streets are mixed-use retail, food and beverage, 340,000 square feet of that. The other amenities are a showroom, 2,500 seat showroom. Back here we have movie theaters that in the neighborhood there's no movie theaters within 6 miles. So we have 13 screens, bowling alley. So it also caters to the neighborhood, not only visitors, but it's a community project with all the households in the area. Conference center, 240,000 square feet of conference. Jackie's met with the Convention Authority, and they're welcoming this project, obviously, because of the non-gaming aspect. This is a plan that shows down at the pedestrian level, the lavender color represents the food and beverage and retail outlets that double load the streetscape, if you will, which is outdoor, and then that shows you conference center. Parking-wise, we have 2 garages, 4-story out on the strip here, and a 3-story here. They go down underground. All the parking and services are underground. So these parking garages communicate downward to lower levels, and then service comes in off of Paradise. So all receiving and those functions are underground. So it's all public view, if you will, from the 2 public streets. We were required to have 7,500 parking spaces. Right now we're providing about 8,500, so there was no issues with parking. I'll show you a couple 3D shots of the project. This is Las Vegas Boulevard. This, of course, is the 2,000 key tower. It's 728 feet to the top. The Robinson over here is 510 feet tall. They have a communicating pool deck that connects the 2 towers. We have FAA approval for non-determination of hazard. We have 10 points recorded that were approved probably 2 years ago. And then here's a view from the other side, Paradise, Karen. There's a signal there that we'll take advantage of. Victory Plaza is raised up 18 feet, so we drive underneath off of Paradise. This is a lower elevation and into the parking, so the queuing on the project works very well, getting traffic in and out. We worked with Kimley Horn to go through the traffic study on that. We also worked with the neighborhood's Turnberry Towers. We pulled this back and created a landscape edge for them as a view to their foreground. We had several meetings with them, neighborhood meetings, and they've accepted those and approved the project. I'll just show you a couple rendering shots. This is the Victory Plaza, of course, looking at the arena, very active. It's covered with LED screens and backlit, so if there's an event or not, it will be an active space for the tenants on either side. This is a shot inside the arena. One of the features is we have 24 boxes that are much closer to the floor, big boxes that will be much closer to the action, and then up mid-bowl we have 50 more suites, so all told there's 74. And then one other special feature is the roof will open. So if there's a concert, you can shoot off fireworks, open the roof up, concert under the stars, or many other elements that could be played under the stars, concerts, boxing, tennis, again, multi-use. It's set up for rodeo. It can also accommodate National Finals Rodeo if they choose to move here. And one other shot. This is off the backside of the Robinson, one of the room decks, looking down towards Victory Plaza. So again, very active, dynamic project. And I'll stop there. I could go on for quite a while, but don't want to bore you with it. So any questions on design?
Commissioner Sagerblum, this is your item. Do you have any questions? I'm more interested in the meat and potatoes of when it's going to get going.
Yeah, well, the design looks great, so I'll commend you on that for sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, with respect to the meat and potatoes, this is a project that's anticipated to take about 3 years, and they've had some bumps in the road since the approval back in 2014, but they've been working diligently on the financing. In fact, Mr. Robinson can answer any questions with respect to the financing. We did provide Commissioner Sagerblum with that information. I just reviewed a letter, actually, that as of today, they've been given authority for a SWIFT transfer, I guess, is a monetary transfer that comes through their bank. So they're anticipating that to come through today, which is great news. Also, they've been working with the state of Nevada on bonding options, as well as they've got some letters of credit as well. They've been working with staff. I know Nancy has been working with them closely on the decommissioning plan, and that's a very important step first to get approved and be on your agenda hopefully here soon. That requires a significant bond that would be in place in case construction stops for more than 180 days. So that's a very important piece of the overall equation before we start construction. Also, they've been working with the building department on their permits. They have a demolition permit that they're going to close out, and there's an excavation permit that they plan to wrap into that. I understand they've already gone about 15 feet down. Las Vegas Paving had that contract, and ultimately it'll go down about 65 feet. Part of that, they've hit some water, so part of that is also the dewatering plan, and they plan to keep as much of that water on site and repurpose that water so that it's not being wasted at all. Also, the neighbors are an important piece of this. We're appreciative that John Delabose is here today. He's the representative from Turnberry. Turnberry is probably the most affected property owner adjacent to this project, and we've had a close relationship with them over the last 5 years and continue to work with them. I know that's on the overall game plan, to continue to work with the neighbors and update them on the status of everything, and we'll be doing that in the near future as well. Also, a development agreement is required, so we'll be working on that as well. That was a condition of the overall initial approval, and we'll be working on the development agreement also. So that is our status. As soon as we're able to get underway, as I mentioned, the projected time frame is 3 years. We'd be happy to come back and update you even maybe in the next 90 days to let you know where we're at with the financing. If you're interested, we're happy to do that, and I would offer that today. But I'll have Jackie come up and give you a little bit more information on the financing and the project, and then we'll answer any questions that you may have.
Commissioner Sagerblum, I do have one question though, because I thought that you brought this back because of the big hole in the ground, but I didn't hear what the plan is sooner rather than later for that, to address that.
And if we could have Nancy explain the timelines that we agreed to with Mr. Robinson last week.
So they need to, in order to, whether they want, if we were to make them fill it, that would be one thing, but in order to continue and allow that hole, shall we say, to be there, they have been dewatering it, and they have had the health district out to check, and there are no mosquitoes in it. That was a big concern. However, they are working with us on the decommissioning plan because they will not get their grading permit, and their grading permit is what they need to fix that that hole, shall we say, whether it is to go deeper or not. So we're working on the decommissioning plan right now.
Okay.
Don't we have a deadline for that?
They have sent us their copy. We're going through it. There's some questions we have, so we're having a little bit of back and forth, but I'm hoping to have everything shored up by the second meeting in July.
That would require a $17.5 million bond, right?
Or more.
Or more.
Okay, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. And thank you for allowing us to be able to come back and get an overview of our project. Just wanted to go over the financing so we understand where we are from today going forward. We're very excited about getting some things accomplished from that standpoint. Wanted to go over for some of the commissioners who weren't here when we got the first initial approval. We got it in 2014 with the 500 rooms and a reduced amount of retail. Once we had our group, PricewaterhouseCoopers, and the finance group come in, that they didn't think it was a sufficient amount of rooms to necessary for the revenue and the size of the property, the cost of the property. So we redid the process, and then we came back in front of the commissioners and got approved for 2,500 rooms, which was adequate for them. After that, we went over to Zurich, signed the agreement with them, and then in the process was transferring the funds from International Bank of Qatar through Europe and then over to the United States. And that, of course, is processed with a lot of different regulations that has to happen from that standpoint. And so we've worked through that process. Initially, like I stated before, that they wanted to release one tranche of the monies and then had the other tranche of the money stay in Europe. That wasn't allowed from the central bank in the United States nor in Europe. And so we had to restructure our financing. We have done that successfully. And before I talked to you before, it said we would not have any more delays. We made other provisions for the financing, which would be equity lines to get started. And 9 or 10 months ago, we started with the state of Nevada to do revenue bonds, which we can use either for construction or takeout. And so we successfully have done that. We gave them the mandate, as we said before, by the end of the month, by the time we would meet with you again, that we had to have sufficient enough evidence that they were moving forward the financing and the financing had been completed and the transfer was in. I can stand for you today. The attorneys have seen the letters and the information. They have done so. The transfer has been ordered. They've had the clearance for that standpoint. It's to take place within 5 days landing here. The folks will be coming over from Europe. They'll be here next week. If the commissioner chooses so, they'll be more than happy to meet with you. But more importantly, we'll be showing you a bank statement with the total amount of financing in our possession. So what we plan to do now is use the revenue bond, since we've already committed with the state, as a takeout, using the International Bank of Qatar's money as the construction financing and using the state of Nevada for a takeout aspect. That depends upon the final determination of the interest rates from that standpoint. So as we stand right now, we have 100%, which is $2.6 billion that's been transferred from Commerce Bank in Frankfurt through Chase to our accounts. And we'll have statements, Commissioner, I'll be able to provide it to you before the end of the week to show that the transfer has taken place and the finance is there. Once we get approval for all of the things that we need to go for, the standards that we need to move forward with, we want to move forward as quickly as possible because, again, I've signed the agreements and then the clock starts. Once the money lands, then interest starts to accrue, and that's on my clock. So we will be running as quickly as possible as if you would let us to do so to move forward with the project. And, again, we're looking at approximately 3 years or shorter to get up and going. And if you have any other questions, I'd be more than happy to answer.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I do have a question by Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. I guess I wasn't here 5 years ago when you came forward with this plan. I guess I'm trying to understand sort of a basic question of, in those 5 years, MGM was able to build an arena and put a professional team in it that went to the Stanley Cup Finals last year, and also buy a WNBA franchise. Why would the NBA go to your arena as opposed to an already existing arena with a company that's already been able to attract 2 professional sports teams?
Well, again, I played in the NBA. I understand what there's NBA standards from the standpoint, meaning that you have to have facilities, a practice facility. You have to have offices, there's lighting, there's a whole litany of different things. You have to have approved vendors that you have that's working on the arena that the NBA has. We've hired all those folks. Our whole designs from the standpoint of what you need to be compliant, from the lighting to seating, everything that has to do with that has to be there to bring an NBA team. I can't speak for MGM, but the requirements that we had when we had them to visit us, and they did visit us 3 different times and go over our plans to make sure that that was taking place, including there's engineers that are approved. There's only one group of engineers that's NBA approved engineers. We've hired all of those people so we can make sure we can meet the standards. If you don't have a practice facility on site, if you don't have offices, if you don't have the workout facilities, if you don't have the lighting or the seating, then the NBA is not going to come to that arena on a permanent basis. And so my closest friend is Mr. Kiki Vanderway, childhood friend who was my partner on this project before he became, he was vice president, now he's the president of basketball operations. So I talked to him on a daily basis about that, and that's what's required for NBA team to come.
Okay. What is the status of the development agreement with the Loudon family?
As far as the Loudon family, the development agreement is we are pretty much have, Mr. Miller will speak to that, about 95% done with the development agreement, and that's with the county. As far as the Loudon family, they've been very supportive. We've been working with them. They've also been, we've been working with them and being on the phone and active in communication with the financing and the financing group direct with them so they get a status of that situation. The first part of the monies that we're going to be receiving is to purchase the property and for us to take over that, which will take place over the next couple of weeks from that standpoint. But we've been working on almost a daily basis with the Loudon Group. I've known the Loudon Group since I'm 18 years old, so they give me a lot of good advice.
So the plan is for your group to acquire the property from the Loudons within the next few weeks with this tranche of money that you've received?
Yes.
And what happens if that doesn't occur?
Well, again, like we made other provisions of equity lines of credit that can be pulled down to do so. And also the bonds that we have from the revenue bonds, those revenue bonds can be used for the purchase of property, can be construction or takeout as well. And that's why we put those in place to be able to do so.
Does your current development agreement expire on a certain date?
No, I think that the development agreement, are you talking about as far as the county is concerned, or are you talking in reference to the Loudon Group?
Loudons.
We do have certain dates and time frames we do have for that.
Do you mind sharing them?
Right now, we've agreed to it. It's in August, and then if they see fit to be able to move forward, that we're making progress, then they can extend it. That won't be necessary. We've been sharing it with them on probably a weekly basis. Like I said before, we talk quite regularly. I've been, again, friends of them since I've been 18 years old.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Commissioner Sagerblum, go ahead.
Just wanted to point out, also part of our agreement with this county is that they have to have shovels in the ground by a year from September, right? So that you have to have this development agreement. I mean the takedown agreements and the bond posted sometime next couple of months, hopefully, and then by next September for sure. But I will say this: when I met with him, I asked who was going to win the first game of the NBA championships. He said the Raptors, and he was right on. So he's 1 for 1 with me.
No, we appreciate it, Commissioner. Again, like we said before, all the elements that we have from the standpoint is to move forward as quickly as possible. And we put the other mechanisms in place so we will not have any more delays from that standpoint. So, again, as soon as the money lands for us, Commissioner, the clock starts. And so as soon as we can get clearance from you to move forward, we're moving forward expeditiously.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, it sounds like you're now back on track, and I would just remind you to stay in communication with us.
Yes,
it's been an issue today, so we want to see good things. So, all right. Not seeing anything else, I'll go ahead and move on to the next item.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Next are ordinances for introduction. Item 39, Ordinance 19-900204 is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners introduce an ordinance to consider adoption of a development agreement with Sunset Cliffs Plaza LLC for a commercial center, Sunset and Wallapai. We request this be set for public hearing June 19, 2019.
Okay, set the public hearing for June 19, 2019.
Item 40, ordinance 19900334 is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners introduce an ordinance to amend the official zoning map or classifying certain properties as approved by the Board of County Commissioners and Assessors Books 162 and 176, and through various zone change applications on April 3rd and April 17, 2019. We request this be set for public hearing for June 19, 2019.
Set the public hearing for June 19, 2019.
Next are ordinance for public hearing. Item 41, ordinance 19900167 is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners conduct a public hearing on an ordinance to consider adoption of a development agreement with Joe Pham Property LLC for a shopping center, daycare, and convenience store, Fort Apache and Mall.
Okay, this is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to testify on this ordinance? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and turn it over to Commissioner Jones.
Move approval, Your Honor, Madam Chair. Wow, I'm gonna call you Your Honor there.
Please,
That's
no.
pretty good.
Cheap bottle washer. Okay, so Commissioner Jones has moved for a motion to approve item number 41. Please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Item 42 is an ordinance for public hearing. Ordinance 19900195 is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners conduct a public hearing to consider an ordinance to amend Title 30 to modify one land use category within the airport environment's compatibility table and direct staff accordingly. This is the Nellis the camping up by Nellis, yes.
Okay, this is, we heard this last time, so didn't we do the text amendment last time?
We did, but this is the public hearing finally on the ordinance.
Oh, okay. This is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I would move for approval of this ordinance. Anybody have any discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes. Yeah, they didn't have the right permits. This is the second time set aside for public comment. Anybody wishing to speak on public comment, please come forward and state your name for the record. Ms. Coleman.
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioner. My name is Margaret Coleman, Coleman. The reason I did state is because I didn't properly present you the location of the Coleman homes. That is a partnership with Toll Brothers. Can you see this? Those are the locations of the homes of the Toll Brothers, kind of raggedy because I've been through a lot. That is one design. Here's the other location, Hidden Canyon Estate. Also, I have homes, Coleman homes in the Desert Shore, homes for sale. The reason why I'm presenting you this is because I feel belittled. I've been driven and drawn to the location of the drug smokers and drug dealers, whereas I can't pursue going into those areas to park my car and go to sleep. As you know, you got me homeless sleeping in my car with the judges and the police department, and you know yourself as well. I stated that I was not this lady here. Her name is Catherine Brooke on Bold and Beautiful, Kathleen Lane. She's controlling also and manipulative with Sisolak, probably as Aaron Foster on the Beautiful and Bold, Bold and Beautiful. Whereas he sit there, gave all my money away. She's in control of my workman's comp. She's also identified as Shannon Mo Hughes, playing different roles. And my point is, I should have an opportunity to stay in an indoor environment. I'm tired. I'm fed up with you all belittling me and my family. My daughter's suffering. My son is suffering.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman.
I need a break away from all this madness, or giving me my freedom to leave the state.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. Anybody else wishing to speak on public comment, please come forward, state your name for the record. Okay, we got you. Go ahead, sir. How was your vacation?
For the record, Mike Kozar from Southern Highlands. I appreciate it. I'm here just to try to create, I appreciate for this commission for the first time in March of this year, for the first time in 18 years, having taken a look at PF&A. I think what you determined was it's grossly underfunded. There needs to be a lot of work done on it. And yet here I am 3 months later asking what has been accomplished. As I recall and look at the minutes, you were to perform a gap analysis. I would have expected that to have occurred before the meeting in March, but nonetheless, this doesn't look like that's a difficult thing for me to accomplish. In fact, I imagine within a couple of days that can be done. Put together a working group. To my knowledge, that has not been done. You also asked for an audit. It was supposed to be of the development agreements. To my knowledge, it was only of the accounting of how these monies are actually being transferred within the county. Nowhere near covered anywhere near what an audit should have done, sufficiency, why it wasn't done, who dropped the ball, why this took 18 years and this hasn't been reviewed, none of that. And as well, I believe the board was directed the staff to get back to this board and provide them with a scope of work, costs, and a timeline. Those are all captured in the minutes. Those are all directed by the commission. And to my knowledge, none of this has occurred. As I mentioned before, $3,000 to $4,000 per permit that this county issues every day is being lost to the taxpayers. It is an extra burden the taxpayers don't need to pay for what has been a mismanagement of this program for a very long time. We have a huge hole that we have to get this county out of. We have public safety issues and we have fire issues. And to my knowledge, none of these have been accomplished. I've looked at the audit. The audit shows that there were no money spent on public safety from PNF&A collected. I've got to ask what's going on, and I'd like some more transparency, and I'm just urging this commission. Thank you very much for 18 years bringing this back to light. However, please don't drop the ball now, just after you got this thing up and running.
Mr. Cozart, so I'm going to respond to that. You can contact my office, but all of those things are currently in progress. We had some little blips with the legislature in process. There are reasonings why some of those dollars weren't spent based on the actual cost of building something like a fire station. So you're more than happy to contact my office and I'll sit down with you. But all of those things, as well as yesterday discussion was given by Commissioner Jones to start looking at Title 30 and some things in Title 19. So all of those things, as we discussed, are in process. So the way that we do the board now is that we give direction to staff publicly and then we stay up on it to make sure that it's moving forward. So everybody up here has been asking for the time frames and for like the audits and different stuff. So it's all coming together. So you're going to be able to see one big picture, and we have made a commitment up here to go out and, get with the times. So
if you mind if I ask, as you've held others that come through, is there a time window that
so
I
if
can
you
then come
contact
back
my
and expect?
office, because typically we don't respond during public comment because it's not on the agenda and I got to keep my legal people happy. So, but if you contact my office, I'll run through it with you. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we are adjourned.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Teaching was one of the few professional areas open to women in the early 1900s, and many young women came to the Silver State to teach children in the mining camps, ranches, and small towns of Nevada.
Nevada's pioneering educator, Maud Frazier, left her Wisconsin home in 1906 to teach in Nevada. She began in northern Nevada, and she followed the mining boom south, teaching for 15 years. In 1921, she took the position of Deputy Superintendent of Public Instruction for Southern Nevada, a first for a woman in the state. Frazier didn't let other ideas about what women should do limit her goals. Over the next several years, she drove over the southern part of the state, providing resources and training to teachers. At the end of the Roaring '20s, Frazier became the superintendent of Las Vegas Union School District. An enthusiastic Las Vegas booster, she shepherded the funding and construction of new schools to keep pace with the area's growth. This included the $350,000 bond issue to pay for the new Art Deco-style high school at 7th and Bridger, a school that many residents believed would never be filled. When Frazier retired from the school district just after World War II, she turned her attention to politics. She was elected to the State Assembly in 1950 and continued her work to improve public education. She played a significant role in winning approval for what would become the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. The first building on campus bears her name in recognition of her work. Near the end of her life, Maud Frazier enjoyed a brief tenure as the state's first female lieutenant governor, one more achievement in a long list for this trailblazer. Clarabelle Hanley Decker came to Nevada in 1926 to teach at one of the rural schools that Maud Frazier supervised. The one-room schoolhouse in Nelson, Nevada, was little more than a shack. Decker's contribution came not in the classroom, but in building schools' libraries. In 1930, she moved to Las Vegas Fifth Street Grammar School, and in 1938 to Las Vegas High School to establish the school's library and become its first librarian. Later, Decker was the Clark County School District's first supervisor of libraries and published many educational books and articles, including the widely used Common Sense English Grammar. Las Vegas's first African-American teacher, Mabel Hogard, was on her way to California when she came through Las Vegas. A graduate cum laude from a West Virginia teacher's college, Hogard taught for several years before she lost her job after protesting a mandatory pay cut imposed on black teachers. She'd stopped in Las Vegas to visit an uncle who lived in Carver Park. This was Henderson's segregated housing tract for basic magnesium workers. Maud Frazier hired Hogard, who began teaching at the all-black West Side School in 1946. Despite unequal funding for black students, Hogard worked hard to provide quality education to West Las Vegas children, sometimes having to use discarded textbooks. She also continued her civil rights activity during the 1950s when Las Vegas was informally called the Mississippi of the West. Maud Frazier, Clarabelle Decker, and Mabel Hogard were 3 women whose early careers helped to educate the children of the Las Vegas Valley.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
It's the one place in Las Vegas where dinosaurs once again roam the preserve. We're the coolest place to spend a hot summer day. Archaeology students really dig our artifact-laden grounds. And there are many more stories at the Springs Preserve where all that matters is what's elemental. Your dinosaur knowledge dismal? Do you keep mixing up the Deinonychuses with the Diplodocus? Then you'll want to come to Dinosaurs Unearthed, the Springs Preserve's most exciting dinosaur exhibit yet. It's a fun and immersive way for the entire family to learn the science behind the most colossal animals that ever lived.
That's one of my favorite things about dinosaur exhibits and dinosaurs in general is that everybody of all ages is super excited about learning about them. And it's one of those topics where oftentimes if you walk into an exhibit about dinosaurs, the kids know more than the adults do about that exhibit.
If you were impressed by the CGI dinosaurs you saw on the big screen, you'll be floored when you meet some of our lifelike specimens in person. We've packed our gallery with all sorts of dinos, life-size skeletons, fossils, and even animatronics that will help clarify the finer points of our giant prehistoric friends. We've even got a few creatures that won't fit in the gallery at all.
You know, dinosaurs are huge. They're so big they can't fit into our gallery, a couple of them. So they're going to be outside for people to go walk around the property and go find these even bigger dinosaurs than the ones that they see inside. There's all this evidence about what they might have been like, but we don't know for sure. So they're proportions-wise, they're giant. They could have been loud and dangerous and exciting. We don't really know for sure. So that not knowing will always kind of capture our imaginations.
Get some hands-on time at the dig table to practice unearthing and identifying fossil replicas. Listen to the voice of a Parasaurolophus and learn about 2 large-scale excavations from opposite sides of the world. Once you've journeyed through the exhibit, step right into the dino world with the Jurassic World Blue virtual reality experience. After this full-circle dino exploration, we think you'll finally be able to hold a decent conversation about dinosaurs over dinner. And who knows, you might get bitten by the dino bug too.
I hope that this exhibit reignites people's fascination with this subject, with dinosaurs, and it's that childlike love of something that's mythical, but also involves science and study and learning at the same time. This topic will never get boring, and it will always be exciting. There will always be new things to learn. So I hope that people leave this wanting to start a new chapter in their own learning about dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs Unearthed roars into the Springs Preserve through September 3rd in the Origin Museum. We're so proud to be the permanent place for a very special home, Desert Soul. This 754 square foot, fully self-sufficient solar-powered home was designed and built by the UNLV Solar Decathlon team as part of the U.S. Department of Energy Solar Decathlon in 2013. Described as one of the finest examples of sustainable living on the planet, Desert Soul was the top-ranked entry in the United States and took second place in the global competition. The one-bed, one-bath home features innovative design techniques and showcases technology, energy, and material choices that make living sustainably and even off the grid a beautiful reality. Desert Soul is open during our regular operating hours, and there's no additional charge to tour this state-of-the-art home. For more information, see springspreserve.org. When people think about the Springs Preserve, they often think of the outdoors, and why not? We have acres upon acres of pristine wilderness, world-class botanical gardens, and miles of hiking trails. But even when summer's going full blast outside, the Springs Preserve has you covered with plenty of cool indoor opportunities to have fun with a little break from the sun.
Our philosophy at the Springs Preserve is that this is your place. And in that spirit, we want to create opportunities to enjoy the Springs Preserve year-round. So we have strived to create opportunities for education, enlightenment, and even fun based on getting out of the heat.
Year-round features like the Divine Cafe and Nevada State Museum are great ways to enjoy the great indoors at the Springs Preserve. But the most fascinating year-round indoor program can extend your summer vacation memories a little longer.
One of my favorite programs is the Nature Exchange. And what it is it's a natural item trading post. So people can go and explore during their summer vacations, and they can find items to bring back to the Springs Preserve and trade for points that they can use for acquiring other items. So people can collect shells or rocks, fossils, even dead bugs, and bring them back to the Springs Preserve for points that they can use for other items that they might have not found on their vacations.
But if you can't get out of town for a vacay, the Springs Preserve can help you travel back in time with Boomtown, a recreation of what Las Vegas was like in 1905. A quick train ride will drop you at Boomtown, where you can step inside historically accurate homes, a hotel, bank and shop, and learn how our forebears dealt with the desert heat. And just a hop, skip, or a short walk away is the Waterworks exhibit, a multi-level demonstration of how we get water from its sources high in the Rockies right to your tap. If you and your little ones find yourselves at the Preserve on a Thursday, come on down to Toddler Time, offered every week at 11 a.m. It's a great way for families to take part in a fun, educational activity while escaping the heat of the day. But if you need to escape for the entire week, our summer camps have got you covered too.
We have summer camps that are themed to make sure they're a unique adventure and discovery every week that are offered throughout the summer. So it's a chance for kids to come on down and enjoy the Springs Preserve for an entire week. See opportunities, see things that they wouldn't normally have a chance to visit on a normal day, and have a chance to have some fun here at the Springs.
While camps are geared for our younger guests, adults can satisfy their hunger for knowledge by visiting our sustainability gallery to learn how you can keep your modern house comfortable using eco-friendly techniques.
So one of the real stars of the Springs Preserve is the architects that designed it. All throughout the preserve, architecture elements that seem out of place are actually done with the idea of taming the heat of the desert and making sure that you're cool walking around inside the buildings. The Sustainability Gallery is the best place to see how they used rammed earth construction, hay bale construction, even elements with the window treatments to make sure that even when the temperature gets to be in the triple digits, it's still nice and cool inside the Springs Preserve.
Finally, we can't forget the Origin Museum. Origin hosts some of our coolest indoor exhibits at the preserve, including a flash flood exhibit that unleashes 5,000 gallons of recycled water in a recreation of the powerful desert floods. And don't miss exhibits on Hoover Dam, the Railroad and Historical Land Auction, and even live animals. Origin is also the home to our ever-rotating display of traveling exhibits.
The curation team understands the needs of the guests, and every year they seem to select something for a temporary exhibit that is interactive so kids can be active in a place that's nice and cool and shaded from the sun.
With so much to learn and do indoors, the Springs Preserve is one of the best places to beat the heat this summer in Las Vegas. Find out more and plan your next visit at springspreserve.org. We love reaching out and interacting with you on social media sites such as Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. Join us for updates, information, and invitations that will keep you in touch with the Preserve wherever you go. Look us up on your favorite social site, or for direct links, visit springspreserve.org. The Springs Preserve is one of the most historically significant areas in southern Nevada, an area home to artifacts dating back thousands of years ago. Properly excavating these artifacts and preserving our historical past is a mission so important to the Springs Preserve that an unprecedented partnership was formed to create its own archaeological field school, a place for future archaeologists to study and learn how to extract, record, and preserve the cultural history of the valley.
archaeologists, usually you have to go to a wild place in the middle of nowhere to find the really fantastic archaeological remains. But we're very lucky here at the Springs Preserve. We have archaeological sites dating all the way into prehistory through contact period right here in the center of the city. And so it's a fantastic resource for people wanting to learn about the history and archaeology of Las Vegas, but also to train people how to practice archaeology and history in the Las Vegas Valley.
Bringing the idea for an archaeological field school to life involved a partnership uniting the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, the College of Southern Nevada, and even the Archaeo Nevada Society with our trained staff archaeologists.
One of the nice things when you're working with the staff archaeologists here at the Springs Preserve is you get to go to a lot of places that our regular guests can't go to. Because we have the training, because we know what we're seeing, because we know what we're walking over, we can take these students out and train them and show them differences between prehistoric archaeology, between historic archaeology, between some of the more modern water procurement facilities, and all the historic preservation and archaeological topics that surround those things.
One of the foremost aims of the field school's research was to flesh out the chronology of the prehistory of the area. And with the entire stretch of human history spread around the various storage and roasting pits, it could take a while.
We have some early dates here at the Springs Preserve and we have some later dates, but we don't have all the dates in between sort of connecting everything. We know people have lived here for thousands of years, but we want to fill in the gaps and fill in the places where we don't have information so we can get a better idea about how much people were exploiting this site.
Local professors and students alike were excited for the real-world experience and educational benefits gained from the 8-week course.
Field work is absolutely the most important thing for students entering a field in archaeology. And at the community college level, it's very rare for students to get the opportunity to participate in archaeological excavation.
What we're doing, this is field school at the Springs Preserve, and it is taking what we've learned in classes and actually applying it into the field and learning what an archaeologist actually does in the field. Recording, surveying, digging, different techniques, tools, things like that. Little tips and tricks of the trade as well. And what I learned to get out of it, well, I want to make this into a career. So I'm hoping this will be the foundation of what I can build upon and just grow more. I want to dig, I want to record, I want to learn, and so this is perfect for me.
And a perfect opportunity to build on a community partnership that is as unique in its offering as it is in educational outcome.
It's the perfect location. It's located in Las Vegas, down the road from CSN, and it has such a wealth of archaeological resources on the property. What's unique about this field school is everything's local, and we have everything on hand that we would need to run a successful excavation, let alone a field school. All the resources that we need to run an excavation are right here on the Springs Preserve location.
UNLV students have previously worked on Springs Preserve surveys on site and with our collections of ceramics and obsidian projectile tips, but this field school went much deeper.
So it's a huge collaboration that involves many aspects of the community, and it also gives CSN students an opportunity to interact with graduate students at UNLV and people in the archaeological community.
An opportunity that allows students to get more hands-on experience, see if the career is a good fit, make professional connections, and contribute to the preservation of the history of the Las Vegas Valley. And while they help to uncover our past, these archaeological students were also building their futures. It may be a desert out there, but it only takes a few minutes of monsoonal rainfall on this barren soil to turn our dry stream beds and drainages into a deadly, raging torrent of water. Experience the power of this event from the safety of a raised platform in our flash flood exhibit inside the Origin Museum. This popular exhibit begins by simulating a peaceful educational foray into the desert. Then suddenly, more than 5,000 gallons of recycled water rushes through a simulated canyon, crashing around and below your feet. Both exhilarating and educational, the flash flood exhibit will leave you with an appreciation for the awesome power of desert flash floods and their impact, so you can be prepared when one hits. The show runs multiple times daily in the Origin Museum and is free with regular admission. It's unfortunate that native wildlife is often pushed to the outskirts of big cities like Las Vegas. But with 4 easy-to-add elements in your yard, you can roll out the welcome mat for wildlife and maybe lower your pest control bill in the process.
Wildlife in your yard has a great ability to mitigate any pests. The lizards are going to be eating the cockroaches, and the birds are going to be eating the caterpillars off the trees. So those can be really helpful in mitigating pest problems.
So how do you invite these beneficial animals and insects into your yard? It only takes shelter, food, water, and a place to raise young. If your yard is home to a bird bath, congratulations! You already have water covered. And wildlife of all kinds like to sip from the drip irrigation system emitters poking out of the ground. You may even have a water source you didn't realize.
There are a lot of plants that produce berries, and as well as insects are rich in water. So if you've got lizards eating insects, they don't need a supplemental water source, and some of the birds can eat berries and they don't need a supplemental water source from that as well.
As for food, shelter, and places to raise young, Mother Nature is the source to look to.
Well, native plants are really important because those are the kind of plants that the natural wildlife is using on a regular basis for food or for shelters.
Some great native plants you can use include the desert willow, a tree that feeds hungry pollinators as it blooms throughout the warm season. Then there's the creosote bush, which shelters many animals and needs almost no water. And if you love butterflies, salt bushes are known for hosting butterflies in their larval state. Other plants like native mesquite and palo verde trees provide light shade, are good for cooling down your yard, and still allow space for smaller bushes and shrubs to grow in, like lantana and ground cover. But let's not leave out some of our more iconic desert plants.
Some of the most overlooked sheltering plants are plants that are spiny with really nasty thorns or cactus spines on them. People want to shy away from them in their yard, but it's great for wildlife. Birds love to nest in trees with spines like the catclaw acacia, or even into cactuses with those great big spines. And the lizards run around those plants like there's no problem at all hiding from predators. So those are some great plants to keep in your yard.
Don't have a green thumb? Don't worry, a simple solution to hosting native wildlife is stacking boulders on top of one another. They don't have to be big either.
Bowling ball size or grapefruit size rocks stacked together can create lots of little spaces for lizards to hide into and create shelter for them.
Lizards like the spiny lizard, side blotch lizard, fence lizard, and even geckos are welcome additions to yards due to their habit of eating many of the bugs we consider pests. Speaking of pests, it's important to be careful when using pesticides.
There's a lot of systemic pesticides that people will put down to kill agave weevils or to kill, borers in trees that are soil-based. And you have to be careful with stuff like that because when you use a pesticide in your yard, the roots from some of the flowering plants may get into that area where you've applied pesticide, and you'll end up killing all of your pollinators. So be very careful when you do use pesticides in your yard.
Bees may be the first pollinators you think about when you hear that word, but butterflies and hummingbirds also visit flowers to eat nectar and help spread the pollen directly to other plants that need it.
If you have flowers in your yard, you will have honeybees and native bees, and you will be feeding all of our pollinators.
Butterflies like a buffet of lantana, blue mist flowers, and aster plants. Milkweeds give them a nursery that houses their eggs and then feeds the young caterpillars that eventually hatch.
And it's also important to keep in mind if you've got caterpillars crawling all over your plants, that's important. That's the next stage of the butterflies. You don't want to pull them off, you don't want to kill them.
Butterflies like clusters of flowers they can walk across to gather nectar. Hummingbirds, on the other hand, love red and orange tubular flowers. They'll even stick around during the winter as long as there's a nectar source available, such as rosemary, bush germander, anisacanthus, and Mexican fire. Coral fountain plants and tacomas also help hummingbirds out during that time of year.
Designing a wildlife habitat in your yard, it's nice to have an open area where birds and butterflies can easily fly in and out of. That's maybe full sun for some of the real flowery plants that you want to provide. So a nice open area in the center for a vegetable garden, flowers, maybe a patio is a good idea.
Surround this with shade trees and you can have a yard that's a welcoming place for people, plants, and wildlife.
The thing to keep in mind is in Las Vegas, you can't just use the same plant material that you used in other parts of the country, back east or in coastal California. You have to find the plants that work really well in Las Vegas. And if you do that, your maintenance will be much lower, your plants will be healthier, and you'll have a much better job attracting the wildlife that is local.
Need help building your wildlife habitat at home? Gardening classes are always offered at the Springs Preserve, where you'll find a robust gardening community to learn from and a zoology staff ready to answer questions about any mystery lizards or critters who come to call. Before you know it, you'll be hosting your own beautiful home habitat for wildlife. In a city that has cornered the market on staging stellar events, we think the Springs Preserve really distinguishes itself as a place to party and meet while taking in the beauty of this natural and cultural landscape. We provide some of the most unique and creative spaces for hosting any type of gathering, from weddings to corporate meetings. Begin planning your own event by visiting springspreserve.org to fill out our venue rental request form, or call us at 702-822-8779.
It's a pretty well-kept secret that you won't find many non-stick pans in a professional kitchen. Today, Chef Cicely shows us why chefs prefer to let food stick to their pans during cooking. And she uses this technique to create a rich, savory flavor in her version of chicken scarpariello.
A lot of cooks, when they start in the kitchen, think that a pan like this, without any non-stick, doesn't work right. Well, the truth is, French pans and a lot of high-quality cookware, we actually want things to stick to the pan because it creates the basis for a whole lot of flavor, like in what I'm making today, which is scarpariello. So the first thing I did to get this beautiful fond was render some Italian sausage. Then in the rendered fat of that Italian sausage, I sauteed some chicken thighs, and I'm holding those aside. So now I have this wonderful pan with beautiful fond in it, and I'm simply going to deglaze it. That was red wine vinegar that I just went ahead and dumped in there. I am going to grab a spatula and scrape off all of that delicious goodness. Now, one of my best friends growing up is always looking for great dishes she can make that are family friendly for her kids, that she loves, her husband loves, and her kids love. So she took this dish and made it with sweet peppers instead of with hot peppers. And so now everybody enjoys it. So as soon as I've got a nice reduction on this, and I'm not going to let it reduce all the way, I just want to get all those caramelized chicken bits off the bottom of the pan. I'm going to dump in a bunch of onions and let those sweat. So they're going to cook for about 3 minutes. I'm going to increase this heat up to high until they become translucent. So it's been about 2 minutes or so, and I'm just going to season. Just add a little bit of salt and pepper. Those onions are looking nice and translucent. We're getting there. It's going to cook for a little bit more. Next step is to add some garlic. The garlic doesn't go in too long by itself. It's cut up much smaller. It just goes in until it's aromatic, fragrant, which means I can smell it cooking off of the pan. The next item that goes in is some mushrooms. Not always incorporated into this dish traditionally, but, well, I just love mushrooms, so they're going in. Now the mushrooms, as they cook, they're going to absorb any of that liquid that's left from the red wine vinegar deglaze. What I want to see is that there is a minimal pull of liquid off the pan. As soon as I get that, in goes the superstars of this dish, rosemary, which is a resinous herb. I want to get them into the dish early so that all their oil and beautiful flavors cook off. And peppers. Using bell peppers for that sweet flavor instead of spicy, but this could be done with jalapenos, Anaheim, even spicy bottle peppers, you name it. Then as those peppers get soft, I'll season this dish again. A little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper, building in the ingredients and the flavors as we go. And then as I get toward the end of this dish's time on the stovetop, I'm going to re-add in that rendered sausage. And then I'm going to take that chicken that I rendered off earlier, and I'm going to just snuggle it right in there. And last but not least, I'm going to add a little bit of white wine. The white wine alcohol is going to cook off as this dish is going. But you could also do the same step with vegetable stock, chicken stock, or even water. And now I've got a nice little sauce going. This dish comes off the stove top and goes right into the oven for about 10 minutes to finish at 325 degrees. And 8 minutes later, I have scarpariello. And this dish is normally served with roasted fingerling potatoes. And it is just fantastic. You scoop off a chicken thigh and you bury it in sauteed peppers, onions, mushrooms. And you always make sure to get plenty of this very delicious sauce. And instead of bread or a pasta being the starch, to soak up all of that flavor, it is indeed the potatoes. And if you'd like, you can always garnish with some fresh Parmesan and also with some parsley. And there you have it, folks. My name is Chef Cicely Smith, and I'm here at the Divine Cafe at the Springs Preserve. I hope to see you here.
Need your weekend to get here quicker? Then join us for happy hour at the Divine Cafe. Our Thursday happy hour features ever-changing, specially priced food and cocktail menus, including divine sliders, street tacos, blood orange cosmopolitans, and more. But that's just the start. Pair those gustatory goodies with live entertainment, dazzling views of the Las Vegas Strip, and the laid-back Springs Preserve vibe you know and love. And you've got the perfect antidote to a week that's running long. Get happy every Thursday from 4 to 8 p.m. in the Divine Cafe.
There's a lot more to discover, so join us next time here at the Springs Preserve, where life-size dinosaurs, cool summer activities, the science of archaeology, and wildlife in a happy home mingle to bring new life to Las Vegas.
Bacon! What are you doing?
Draining the grease out of the pan.
But you're not supposed to pour it down the drain.
Well, how are we supposed to get rid of it?
Wait, I'll show you. We learned this in school. Pouring the grease down the drain could cause the lines in our house and the lines in the street to clog up. That could cause a real mess. Just put the crumpled up paper in the can, pour in the grease, and let it cool. Once it cools, you could just throw the paper and the grease into the trash.
So all we have to do with the kitchen grease is just can it?
Just can it. After all, you wouldn't want to be a pain in the drain, would you?
Remember, when you dispose of fats, oil, or grease, don't be a pain in the drain. Just can it. This message brought to you by the Clark County Water Reclamation District.
Do you know when to go on a yellow flashing arrow? They're popping up all over Clark County, and they're the new signal for turning left at intersections with a dedicated left turn lane. Here's what drivers need to know. A flashing yellow arrow means turns are permitted, but you must first yield to oncoming traffic and pedestrians. Then turn with caution. Keep in mind oncoming traffic has a green light. A solid green arrow means turn left. Oncoming traffic must stop. A solid yellow arrow means that the left turn signal is about to change to red and you should be prepared to stop or prepare to complete your left turn if you're within the intersection. And finally, a solid red arrow means stop. These left turn yellow flashing arrow signals are new, so remember, a yellow flashing arrow means turn with caution. For more information, log on to clarkcountynv.gov and search keyword flashing yellow arrows.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Behind me, Northwest Las Vegas stretches out with streets and houses for miles. Just a few years ago, hardly any of this development was here. And in a few more years, even the vacant land we can still see will be scooped up with new development. The development keeps on coming. Welcome to the Flood Channel. I'm Erin Neff. Keeping up with all that development is important so we can keep flood protection in place. And how we do that is with major studies every 5 years. Here's a look at our latest master plan. State law requires the district to create master plans every 5 years. These plans examine existing and future development, along with the watershed, soils, and the facilities already in the ground.
We have a very robust master plan, and it's a dynamic system. It's always growing, and with new development and with each project we complete, the plan changes. So we always need to evaluate our assumptions that we've made in the past, because a lot of what we do is a plan into the future of we're looking at what is going to happen, how the properties are going to develop, where the roads are going to be, where the best place to locate our facilities are. So every now and then we need to take a look at what those assumptions are. Are they still valid? And so then we look at, in a 5-year cycle, that's a good time to really take a hard look at our plan and make sure that we're headed in the right direction with our plan.
The major study involves so much data and analysis, the district hired consultants with Atkins to perform the work.
A master plan update is extremely labor intensive, as you can might imagine. The effort it takes to perform a master plan update is usually best done by a consultant.
Atkins first conducted a master plan for the district in 1996 and was awarded this contract after a bidding process.
Considering that we have done this for so many years, we feel like we are one of the partners with the district. We understand what it entails, and we kind of bring that right mix of experience, but at the same time, we are not limited to just using what we have done in the past. We have always strived to bring in new technology and adapt and do different things that we need to do to get to that next level.
Although this type of study is done every 5 years, the last master plan occurred back in 2013, and this was after a period of recession that resulted in few new developments. This current master plan really went back 10 years, back to 2008, to make sure everything was considered.
Now since then, since 2013, the economy has improved, development is booming again in Las Vegas Valley, which is great. Projects are happening. And so we've also had lots of differences in land use. So the planners are back out, looking out into the future again. And so we have a bunch of new technical information that we needed to gather. And really, we needed to gather it all the way from 2008. So it was a 10-year process for a lot of the big, robust changes we made for the 2018 MPU. So we have a cost tool that we've developed that quickly and easily allows you to get a planning cost for what some of these facilities will cost a developer or a city, whoever's designing the project. And it's very important. I mean, there are planning level costs, but they're pretty good. We did a very extensive review of construction costs for facilities, and so we have a pretty good idea of what a flood control facility will cost in today's dollars, and we can use that out into the future to help plan our resources in order to fund those projects, and others, developers or other entities that are building flood control projects can use that as well. Our master plan since the 1990s has been a great tool for all of the engineers. Any kind of a land development project or a roadway project, any engineer would use our master plan. And I think the first thing that most engineers do when they get a site or a project is get our master plan out, see what impacts they can expect from flooding onto their project.
In order to compile all this information, the district in Atkins worked with Clark County and the cities of Henderson, Las Vegas, and North Las Vegas. Each local entity highlighted its biggest hot spots that needed new flood control facilities.
And usually these were monthly, and we would bring up issues, we would present some of the solutions that we had, and we would talk amongst the group and get consensus among everyone. And then just with follow-up action items was important to try to get things moving in the right direction with all of the different stakeholders that were involved.
The entire process took nearly 2 years. Sometimes small disputes arose around bordering areas.
Of course, there were hiccups as usual. The district was great in helping us facilitate and meet together with the entities to have a common solution. There were times where the district had an opinion from one stakeholder that was different than what the other person wanted to do, and they just had to make a decision and do the best that they could. And as Atkins, we tried to support that with the technical data and our experience with the watershed and with the facilities and with the technology that would support the decisions that the district was making.
Data helped drive all of these decisions. Much of it was uploaded into a cloud technology created just for this process.
Regional Flood Control District has always been on the forefront of technology. They have been investing in technology for a long time, especially in their GIS, Geographic Information System. They've made a lot of strides in that. I mean, the flood maps and everything that you have on your websites are really cool. So and part of it, Atkins was part of developing as part of previous master plans. So the goal was always to use that GIS as a foundation for everything that we do as part of this MPU, and then essentially streamline the process.
The master plan was recently adopted by all of the local entities. It's now being used by planners and engineers to make sure flood control facilities can be designed, planned, and constructed in the best way possible.
It's a great way for anyone who's using our plan to not only understand what's happening to their local project, but also to understand how it affects our entire network. And that is really something that in the past all had to be done manually, and it's very difficult to chase down an issue that might occur miles downstream of your project. And now with these tools you can size based on our rainfall. You can determine what size facility you will need, and if that has any other impacts anywhere else in our system, and then be able to mitigate those impacts on paper before we actually go out and construct in the field, which is a really big deal. It's a big time saver for taxpayers and a big time saver and money saver for all the entities in the district itself.
The plan itself is a one-stop shop to get information about soils, land use, existing and planned development, and water flow rates.
I'm very excited. There's the plans we've created are easier to use. They're bigger scope, and you can drill down into them. And a lot of the engineers like to get into the weeds of the details, and you can do that with this plan. I think people are going to be very excited to use this and see how much it helps them in their day-to-day work. And we're here to help if people have any questions, but certainly I think people are going to be impressed.
Lake Mead is full of life, a seemingly endless aquatic parade, attracting and sustaining busy desert creatures. It's one of the most diverse ecosystems in Nevada, with species found nowhere else on Earth. But every time soap suds run down your driveway, oil drips in the streets, fertilizer washes off your lawn, or random trash gets swept in our storm sewers, their home gets a little uglier. They get a little sicker. If we don't take simple steps to change our ways, soon you'll wonder where all our friends have gone. It's time to clean up our act, Southern Nevada. To get your home or business lake-friendly certified, visit belakefriendly.com.
The master plan tries to keep up with progress, but one thing it can't anticipate is things that happen in Washington, D.C. Here's a look at how the federal government shutdown and other things happening in Washington impact flood control.
We interact a lot with the federal government. The USGS, the National Weather Service, BLM are just some typical federal agencies that we deal with on a daily basis really to get our projects done. And so when the federal government was shut down, we did feel an impact for that.
There's almost an alphabet soup of federal agencies with whom the district works. There's NWS for weather forecasting, BLM for land management, EPA for permits, USGS for geologic surveying of gauges.
Even though they were still issuing forecasts and watches and warnings, some of the tools that they used were deteriorated because of the shutdown. In terms of the USGS, U.S. Geological Survey, they maintain a number of gauges across the country, and several of those are here in the Clark County area. We have 10 gauges actually that they maintain. That maintenance was not done during the shutdown. Those employees were furloughed actually, and they couldn't report to work. And so what that means to us is, we rely on that data during storm events to make sure that we know how much rain is falling in different areas, what water levels are. And they also go out and ground truth what they're seeing on the gauge, what the gauges are telling them, make sure that things don't need to be calibrated and that type of thing. And that wasn't being done as well. So I guess all in all, there was some impacts to the flood control district. I wouldn't say there was anything mission critical that we had a problem with, but certainly we had an impact to our operations here at the flood control district.
On a daily basis, the district works with federal partners for environmental permitting and some land use decisions. Any days off for those partners slows down the district's work.
The federal partners that we work with, they're very busy. They're doing a lot of permits and a lot of different things every day. And so this shutdown that we had did create a backlog for them. So now not only are they trying to get their day-to-day work done, but they gotta work through a backlog over the 35 days that the government was closed. Things kept piling up on their desk. And so now, a lot of things we do with the federal government are already pretty slow, and now they're going to be even slower because of the shutdown.
The federal government also oversees flood insurance policies.
In terms of FEMA, we have the National Flood Insurance Program. We were fortunate with this shutdown that's actually covered under a different continuing resolution that wasn't affected by the shutdown. So they were still able to issue insurance policies and pay in insurance claims, even though the portions of the government were shut down. However, they're on a continuing resolution now that will expire in the not too distant future, and it's pretty uncertain for a program like that. If they don't have a good budget and secure funding for that program, it really needs to be extended. As much as 5 years would be a good probably time frame to extend that, or at least provide a budget for the National Flood Insurance Program, just to provide them certainty. When a property is in a flood zone, they're required, if it's a federally backed mortgage again, to pay flood insurance, which is pretty expensive. And if we can revise those flood zone limits based on the projects being completed and the threat is reduced in those areas, they can actually reduce or eliminate their insurance and save them, quite a bit of money over the year as a result of that. So postponing or delaying these changes to these maps can be a significant economic impact to some people that live in flood zone areas. It's kind of difficult on the local level when we see the disagreements and things going on in Washington. Things can't get through, can't get done. Policies we're kind of uncertain on what policies are affecting us, and that makes our job a lot more difficult. And from a local level, it's a lot easier to streamline things and get things done. But when you're dealing with a federal project, it just adds up to years in some cases. The costs go up because we're dealing with these agencies that, if they just had us to deal with, it'd probably be a lot quicker. But they're dealing with a lot of different agencies and not just ours. And so I understand that there's plenty of backlog, but providing them the tools that they need to get their job done, the personnel they need to get their job done is important, and it can really affect us locally on getting our mission completed.
Even though the shutdown is over, the ongoing turmoil in Washington, D.C. over the border wall could cause even bigger problems for flood agencies nationwide.
So there's a concern on the part of general managers and public works directors and other agencies across the country that if the Congress and the Trump administration can't come to terms on the border security, and the Trump administration decides to declare an emergency to get the wall funding, that funding will be diverted from the Department of Defense to build that wall, which is part of the Army Corps of Engineers uses, or is part of the Department of Defense, and that's their funding. It could be their funding that is taken to build the wall. And so that means money, if money is coming out of one pot and going into this pot, that first pot is being affected. And so there is a lot of concern across the country that there's ongoing flood projects that are being built that might get stalled or might get postponed because their funding is going to get diverted to build the wall. And that brings on a whole host of other problems, particularly in flood control, because if you're building a flood control facility and you have to stop in the middle, for example, sometimes it's worse than before the flood project even started. If you have an incomplete project, they get stopped and then has to start up again at a future date. And so that's a big concern. We're not, no one's sure where the money's going to come from, but that we've heard that's one avenue that may happen, and so that's a worry across the nation really at this point.
This large detention basin serves as a first line of defense for all of the houses below. Water that comes into this basin from the mountains drains underground in large box culverts. And recently, our engineers went to see just where those box culverts are built. Jensen Precast is one of the local manufacturers who makes the box culverts we use in construction of flood control storm drains. Engineers toured the North Las Vegas plant to see the boxes being made.
Las Vegas is one of our larger kind of flagship plants in the system. Jensen Precast has about 8 production facilities. You guys may know we have one up in Reno. It's kind of where we started. We've been here in Vegas since about 1972 at this property, and we've been privately owned and operated since 1968. So this plant does quite a bit of volume. We're known here locally for our manhole products, concrete pipe, manholes, utility structures. We do a lot of work for NV Energy, CenturyLink. So you'll see a lot of utility vaults and boxes. So we've got a pretty diverse product line. So you'll kind of see some things that may or may not be applicable for flood control, but we have about 20 different product lines, and we produce a lot of them here at this plant.
Box culverts are made of concrete poured over rebar that's been formed into a cage. Standard concrete mixes are monitored, the mill is certified, and the steel is audited. But engineers got to see that process for themselves.
All of the products that go in the ground, we're able to see them. We're familiar with the people that are manufacturing them. We know the plant managers. And so we're not hauling in materials and products that have been constructed in another state. They're literally down the road. So that's a good thing on a lot of fronts. One, we're aware of what's being built. We know who's making it, but also the costs are cheaper when you don't have to haul that far away. And so that familiarity is a good thing for us, I think.
On a construction site, the box culverts are trucked in from the plant. The tour was a good way to ensure the quality of what is being made.
Boxes and pipes are really the building blocks of our facilities. I mean, they're used on almost every project. And so for us to be able to see that is just a really good thing for us. I mean, we're out at the construction site, so we see those boxes and pipes when they come on the truck. We see them go in the ground, we see them being covered with dirt, but what we don't see a lot of times out there is the actual production. And so I guess that's kind of like a good cookie or something. If you want to really see it, it's the ingredients that are going into that. So you can think of that as going to the plant. We can actually see what's going into the boxes. We see the people making them. And yeah, so it's kind of quality control, it's inspection, and then obviously just that relationship with those people is really important too.
The rebar cages are the reinforced steel that supports the giant concrete boxes.
So we do the reinforcing steel in-house for about 95% of our product line. And that's over here, we'll show you that. And then we have the actual concrete production component. So we have our own batching equipment, our own batch plant. We batch all kinds of mix designs. Some of them are agency specific. We have a lot of standard mixes. So once the reinforcing operation's done, the reinforcing cages are delivered to the forms. We batch concrete, and then that's its own process.
Engineers watched concrete poured and asked questions throughout the process. One thing they learned was how steel tariffs are impacting Jensen's costs for rebar.
In total, about 25%. And it's not unique to us, it's our entire industry. It's, you know, without going into the politics behind it, it's definitely creating ripple effects. It's like the oil prices. The steel behaves very similar to that.
A lot of times on the back end, all we might see for something like a cost would be a certain cost per linear foot. So they might say, to make a box this size, it costs us $1,000 per linear foot. Well, there are so many things that go into that cost. And so there's steel, there's labor, there's the molds, there's the time it takes. All of that comes into that cost. And so when we're out there at the plant, that's really where you start to see all the different components, all the different things involved to make this one 8-foot segment of boxes. And then you think of our jobs that sometimes have mile projects it's going to. And then the guy that was working on the box can just take that gun and just run it across the concrete box, and it just stenciled it right on there in seconds, which, you know, I've seen before. It used to be a stencil with spray paint or something else. So to see just those small things you never even think twice about when you're out in the field, but all those little intricacies that come together to make the final product.
Jensen also manufactures prefabricated buildings. Engineers got to see the new restrooms for Arizona state parks and a building shaped like a water bottle that's used locally as a water refill business. Jensen also makes the buildings housing our weather monitoring stations.
At Jensen at the plant, they make a wide variety of concrete products. And so for us in flood control, we're mostly interested in the storm drains. So that was primarily circular pipe and then rectangular concrete boxes. And those, you know, they fit together end to end to form a long run of storm drain. And so we're able to see that. They also make manholes, which is basically like a vertical cylinder that connects the road to the underground storm drain, and it allows someone to climb down in and access the storm drain. They also make drop inlets, which is like on the roads, when the water's on the road, we have these curb openings and grates, and that's where the water enters our system. So they're doing that. And another one that they're recently doing is they're prefabricating some, they look like concrete sheds or buildings that we call monitoring stations. And those house like our monitoring equipment and rain gauges and radio antennas and all sorts of things that help us to monitor a flood and the rainfall real time during a rainfall event.
Roley shared with his kids the things he enjoyed the most on the tour, the stencil gun and rebar fastener. But the tour wasn't just about those cool applications.
I think we pride ourselves in being involved in all aspects of these flood control jobs. So whether that's the design phase where we're out going to meetings, meeting with the city or the engineering teams, then we get into construction and we're out working with inspectors and the contractor, or something like this where we actually go to a manufacturer and see what's going on there. But I think seeing all of it, the more we can be out, the more we're familiar with what's going on out there, that translates well to the office, and then the plans we're making here and the designs that we're coming up with. And so all these different pieces of the puzzle coming together. So for sure, for us to get out, we build those relationships, we learn something every time, and it's always been a good thing.
A lot goes into flood control that you just can't see, whether it's master planning, the federal government shutdown, or local manufacturing. But one place you can always get information about the flood control district is on social media. We're on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, and you can get up-to-the-minute information on our website at befloodsafe.com.
Hello, I'm Mark Hall-Patton, Administrator of the Howard W. Cannon Aviation Museum, located here in McCarran International Airport. On today's episode of Barnstorming Nevada, we will look at the history of Southern Nevada's own Bonanza Airlines. Created at the end of World War II, it eventually became the first all-jet-powered airline in the United States. In 1945, Edmund Converse, Charles Keene, and June Simon founded Bonanza Air Services in Las Vegas. Begun as a small charter operation, Bonanza soon added a training school. The company was based initially at Sky Haven Airport, today's North Las Vegas Air Terminal. The next year, the company acquired its first DC-3, an ex-military C-47 converted back to civilian use. During its first 2 years, Bonanza moved its base of operations 4 times. When Clark County opened the new McCarran Field in 1948, Bonanza was one of its first 4 airlines. In fact, Bonanza flew the first scheduled flight out of the new field 1 day before the official opening on December 19, 1948. As the airline grew, more DC-3s were added. By the late 1950s, Bonanza had a fleet of 10. During the late 1940s and early 1950s, Bonanza's service area also grew. Beginning in 1947 with passenger service within Nevada only, Bonanza graduated to interstate service on December 19, 1949, with flights to Phoenix. Other routes were acquired. The airline became known throughout the Southwest. In 1958, the company began buying Fairchild F-27A turbojet-powered aircraft. With the retirement of its last DC-3 on November 1, 1960, Bonanza became the first all-jet-powered airline in the United States. This achievement was noted by no less than the Smithsonian Institution, which placed a model of a Bonanza F-27A in its permanent collection. Starting within Nevada, by the early 1960s, Bonanza served an area bounded by Los Angeles and San Diego, Phoenix, Salt Lake City, and Reno, with Las Vegas the hub and base of operations. Bonanza began adding Douglas DC-9s to its fleet in 1966 and moved its base of operations from McCarran Airport to Phoenix's Sky Harbor Airport in order to build larger facilities to accommodate the new aircraft. In 1967, talks between Pacific Airlines, West Coast Airlines, and Bonanza Airlines led to the first 3-way merger in commercial airline history, creating a new regional airline named Air West. The new airline got off to a rocky start. Chief among the problems was an untried computer system. Within a year, the airline was purchased by Howard Hughes, who renamed it Hughes Air West. In 1980, Hughes Air West was purchased by Republic Airlines, which was later acquired by Northwest Airlines. Though Bonanza as a company is gone, it lives on in the historical record as the first all-jet-powered airline in the United States.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
Water use spikes in the summer. Be water smart to avoid a water waste fine. Protect your home from major water damage with new technology that alerts you when a water leak happens. And learn how SNWA treats and delivers the highest quality drinking water. See all the ways to save here on Waterways. As Southern Nevada continues to weather a record drought, it's vital that we all do our part to conserve water. Preventing water waste and reporting it when you see it can help our community reach its conservation goals.
On average, Valley residents use about 60% of their water outside in a typical month. That number could be even higher in the scorching summer months. Landscape watering can lead to water waste with overwatering or irrigation issues. Reducing outdoor water use is critical to conserving water and extending our limited water supply. While watering restrictions and ordinances vary by member agencies, water waste is broadly defined as water that flows or sprays off your property. Common violations that may result in a water waste fine include watering outside of assigned watering days and violating time of day restrictions. Landscape watering is prohibited between 11 a.m. and 7 p.m. from May 1st to August 31st. Watering on Sunday is never permitted. Since time of day restrictions prohibit watering from 11 to 7 from May through August, when does the SNWA recommend watering for maximum results and water efficiency?
The best time to water your landscape is early morning, at sunrise or just before sunrise. During that period of time, the temperatures are a lot cooler, the sun has not come out, and so you're going to lose a lot less water through evaporation. So watering from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. is prohibited. Because it is the hottest part of the day, you're going to lose so much water from evaporation.
Most water waste is caused by inefficient or improper landscape irrigation, and often customers are unaware they're wasting water until it's reported or they receive a warning from their water provider. Runoff and overspray are common water waste issues, especially with sprinklers. It might be tempting to water longer in the summer, but this can cause water to spray or flow off your property, and that's considered water waste. One way to eliminate runoff and overspray is to remove problem lawn areas. Consider replacing grass on sloped, narrow, or curved areas with water-smart plants watered by efficient drip irrigation systems. Doing so will save water and enhance your curb appeal. Here are more tips to guard against water waste. Water only on your assigned watering days. If you don't know your days, visit snwa.com. Check your irrigation system weekly and repair or replace broken sprinklers and drip heads. Adjust misaligned sprinkler heads. Look for leaks. They'll show up as wet spots in your landscape. If water is bubbling to the surface, you may need to consult a professional. Use the cycle and soak method when watering grass.
Cycle and soak method is basically watering your grass in shorter increments over multiple cycles. SNWA typically recommends 3 cycles of about 4 minutes each cycle. What it allows is it allows the water to get down into the root system for the soil to absorb the water so that your grass can actually utilize the water before being lost to evaporation or runoff.
So what about watering with drip?
So with drip irrigation, even though you're allowed to water 6 days per week in the summertime, you really don't need to. The plants that you're watering with drip irrigation can typically handle being watered 3 days per week, even in the hottest times of the year. So watering more than your plants need is just really a wasteful use of water.
If you see water waste, report it immediately to your water provider. Changing customers' practices, not penalizing them, is the ultimate goal, and no one is exempt from a water waste investigation. Municipal agencies investigate water waste at homes, apartments, businesses, civic buildings, and even schools operating out of compliance from local ordinances. Water waste fees for SNWA member agencies start at $40 to $80 for most residential customers and double each month if the water waste continues. Properties with larger meters pay significantly more for wasting water. These charges appear on your water bill. Be on the lookout for water waste and help our community conserve water by reporting it if you see it. For specific information on water waste enforcement or ordinances in your community, visit snwa.com or contact your water provider directly.
Swimming pools are almost a necessity during Las Vegas summers, but they could waste water if they're not managed properly. Pools can lose up to 4 inches of water a week to evaporation in the summertime. Using a pool cover regularly could save homeowners about 9,500 gallons a year or more. Pool covers also conserve energy and protect swimming pools from collecting dirt and debris. The SNWA will help you purchase a pool cover with an instant rebate. Visit snwa.com for program details. The SNWA partnered with Las Vegas's hometown hockey team, the Golden Knights, to remind residents of their watering schedules. You know right-wing player Ryan Reeves as the enforcer on the ice, but in our new TV commercials, Reeves is helping to enforce mandatory watering restrictions.
Reality check! Vegas is enforcing water waste big time. No watering on Sundays, or between 11 a.m. and 7 p.m. Reality check! There are big fines if you don't change your watering clock.
Good to know.
Just a friendly reminder. Ryan Reeves style.
Outdoor watering increases in the summertime, but we're in a record drought, and managing your watering schedule is key to helping our community conserve its most important natural resource. After all, watering restrictions are mandatory and could save billions of gallons of water if everyone complied.
The majority of our community's water use occurs outdoors, especially in the summertime when residents ramp up their landscape watering. It's really important to monitor your landscape and only add water as needed. Otherwise, it's just a waste of our resources.
In the hottest months, most valley homes use most of their water outdoors to water their landscapes, and you'll really feel the pinch if you're still watering thirsty grass. Summer watering restrictions May through August allow watering up to 6 days a week, but the SNWA says you may not need it. Summer watering restrictions allow customers to water 6 days a week, but do landscapes really need that much water in early summer?
Usually not. In summertime, like in May, June, the nighttime temperatures are still cooler, so you don't need to water, you don't need to jump from 3 days a week basically to 6 days a week, especially for grass. You can kind of gradually increase your watering. So we always suggest go from 3 days to 4 days, kind of monitor how your landscape is doing, and you kind of gradually do that as we work our way into the hotter months in the summertime. Drip irrigation, obviously, you don't need to increase to 6 days throughout the year, actually. In the summertime, you can get by with watering 3 or 4 days a week, especially for trees. Bushes, you can get by with for, same thing, 3, 4, maybe 5 days, but you don't need to go to 6 days. So the biggest thing is, you just got to monitor your landscape and see how the plants are doing and how they're responding to what you're watering. But the biggest issue we always have with residential people is they jump up to like the 6 days, whatever our maximum watering is, and we don't need to do that. You kind of gradually work your way up through the summer.
As you balance smart water use with your landscape's survival in the heat, these tips can further help manage your water bill. First, set your sprinklers to cycle and soak. Several short cycles help avoid runoff. The Water Authority recommends 3 sprinkler cycles of 4 minutes each, spread over several hours before sunrise, to give most lawns the water they need when they need it. Turf areas that are shaded or protected may need less water. To help grass retain moisture in the heat, adjust your mower to cut grass higher in summer months. Mowing to about a 3-inch height creates a shade canopy over the soil that can reduce water evaporation. The time of day you water is important as well.
In the summertime when it gets really hot, it's obviously very critical to water as early as you can. Ideally, you water before sunrise. At that time, most of the water gets into the plant roots. For the grass, you get most of the water into the plant to the grass. Also, you don't have evaporation if there's wind occurring. All those things kind of happen once the sun comes up. So ideally you want to water before that, as early as you can. Also, there are watering restrictions, which you are not allowed to water between 11 and 7. So obviously you don't want to have any issues with that. So you want to make sure and water as early as you can. The final thing is we also put in new restrictions in the last couple of years where you can't water on Sundays. So basically all outdoor watering is prohibited on Sundays.
Watering between 11 a.m. and 7 p.m. in summer or on Sundays any season of the year could also result in a water waste fine. If you have stressed or dry areas, use a handheld hose to target these. It's much more efficient than running your entire system longer, and it's permitted under watering restrictions. Next, turn your focus to your drip system, which most likely waters your trees and plants. The trick to watering smart with drip is a longer cycle, less frequently. Drip systems vary from home to home, but the SNWA recommends one drip cycle, 30 to 90 minutes long, 3 days a week in summer. In scorching July and August heat, you may opt to add a watering day or increase minutes on existing drip cycles, but daily drip watering won't be needed and can actually harm your plants. Maintaining your irrigation system is just as crucial as following your watering schedule to support conservation efforts. As you watch your water use this summer, remember these 4 steps to stay water smart. Inspect, connect, direct, and select. First, inspect your hard-working irrigation system. Since sprinkler malfunctions are a common source of water waste, check your sprinklers weekly in the summer. Briefly turn on each watering station and look for broken or misaligned heads. Check drip systems as well, looking for broken or clogged emitters and cracked or broken tubing. Exposed drip tubing is especially vulnerable in the harsh summer sun, so bury lines or cover them with mulch. Next, examine points where sprinkler heads connect to pipes and hoses and ensure you have no leaks. If water is pooling in your landscape or you have suspiciously mushy or wet areas, you could have an underground leak in your irrigation system. According to the Environmental Protection Agency, a leak as small as a ballpoint pen can waste about 6,300 gallons of water per month. Last, select an irrigation controller with smarter technology. Today's smart controllers take the guesswork out of scheduling. They use weather data to control your watering schedule and shut off your system when it rains. You can still view and control the entire system from your phone or tablet. Look for a smart controller rebate on snwa.com.
After months of negotiations and an extension by the federal government, Nevada, Arizona, and California have signed the Drought Contingency Plan. Under the plan, the 3 states will make a series of voluntary water contributions to keep water in Lake Mead. The contributions are designed to slow Lake Mead's decline and reduce the potential of the lake dropping to critical operating elevations. The plan will allow the lower basin states to recover some of their voluntary contributions as Lake Mead's elevation recovers. Continued conservation is critical to maintaining our current and future water resources. Leaks, seen and unseen, can happen quickly and waste a lot of water. You may not even know you have a leak until you open your water bill and get stung by the cost. Now you can stop leaks almost instantly and protect your home from potential water damage and conserve water at the same time.
Most of us have been there at one time or another. A failing water heater, a burst pipe, a broken washing machine hose, or a ghost flushing toilet. If you're lucky, you found and fixed the leak before it caused substantial water damage. But oftentimes, leaks happen when least expected, and repairing water damage caused by leaks can cost thousands of dollars for a typical homeowner. Thanks to new technology, you can now prevent or mitigate water damage to your home using a smart leak detector. Smart leak detectors have built-in sensors that monitor real-time water usage, detect leaks quickly, and notify you on your smartphone. Some leak detectors can monitor use from outside of the pipe. These are the most affordable and easiest to install, but they lack some of the capabilities of products integrated into your plumbing system. Devices that integrate into your plumbing are more complicated to install, but they have the advantage of allowing you to turn off your water remotely if you have a leak, which could be valuable if you're away from home. Whichever device you choose, all smart leak detectors connect to your home's Wi-Fi. The data and alerts are sent directly to your smartphone, letting you know of a leak event no matter where you are. Doug, leak detectors vary in functions and capabilities, but the common feature is they alert you to a potential leak immediately. How beneficial is this technology?
Oh, it's extremely beneficial. I think, obviously people may know if they have a very large leak, they may get a large bill, but in many cases they may not be aware at all that they've got a leak going on. And in some cases it can add up to thousands and thousands of gallons over the course of a year, and that really matters. To give you an example, Jason, I put one of these devices on my own home, and I monitor my water use very closely. I discovered a leak that was about 19 gallons per day, which is literally just drops almost. And that was 7,000 gallons per year. So these devices and their sensitivity can sometimes pick up leaks that simply looking at the meter face or reading your bill would not ordinarily notice.
Not every home has a leak, but the Water Research Foundation estimates that nationally, 12% of all water delivered to homes is lost to leaks. In the Las Vegas Valley, that could be as much as 9 billion gallons. According to insurance statistics, the average claim for a home leak is $6,000. The SNWA wants to help you prevent or mitigate water damage to your home and now offers a rebate for smart leak detectors.
Well, we're not completely sure how much water these might be able to save. We think they have a lot of potential, and we want to study that. So to study the devices, we're actually offering a rebate that pays up to 50% of the product cost, up to $200. We want people to install them so we can learn more about the products.
Common sources of leaks at home include irrigation leaks, worn toilet flappers, and dripping faucets. The average leaky toilet can waste about 200 gallons a day. That's 73 gallons of water a year. A leaky faucet can waste more than 3,000 gallons a year, the amount of water needed to take more than 180 showers. Finding and fixing leaks inside and outside your home can save valuable water and money all year long. With leak detectors, tracking down leaks, even the dreaded hidden ones, has never been easier. So what about the underground leaks, or ones that you can't see?
Well, those are the ones you should worry about the most. So a dripping faucet or a leaking toilet are easy fixes, and people are usually aware that they're going on. What you really need to worry about are those hundreds of feet of plumbing in your home that you may not see. It's behind a wall, it's in a ceiling, or it's under the slab. And in fact, the Insurance Institute found that a significant number of leaks actually occur beneath the slabs of our homes. Those are going to be completely unseen. So keep in mind, the devices that install in your plumbing system can only see leaks on the downstream side of that device. So the more of your plumbing system that can be captured by the device, the closer to the front end you can put it, the more of those leaks you might be able to detect. There are some devices that actually install right in tandem with your city water meter. And those devices would be able to register anything that was passing through the city water meter, which is usually located at the street.
To receive the Smart Leak Detector rebate coupon through the Water Authority, applicants must agree to participate in a research study. By learning more about the effectiveness of these devices, the SNWA will be leading the way for other utilities to offer similar rebates.
By joining into this rebate program, you're also consenting to be part of our study, and we're hoping that we'll be able to learn more about how, when, and why homes leak, and how quickly people with these devices may be able to respond, and that we'll be able to share that kind of information with the entire utility industry so that we can all determine if these devices should be incentivized across the United States.
To learn more about qualifying smart leak detectors and the rebate, as well as the requirements of the program, visit snwa.com.
Single-family residents consume the largest amount of water in southern Nevada, more than golf courses, resorts, and commercial properties combined. Do you know how much water you use for activities like showers, laundry, and landscape irrigation? Find out with our water use estimator on snwa.com and learn how to make water-saving changes around your house. Simply enter your address and your home's square footage will be calculated automatically. For more accurate results, enter the types of fixtures and appliances you use. The online application estimates both indoor and outdoor water use and provides customized water-saving tips for your home. Southern Nevada's water treatment facilities are in the ranks of the elite. The Alfred Barrett Smith Water Treatment Facility recently earned the Partnership for Safe Water's Excellence in Water Treatment Award. The River Mountains Water Treatment Facility received the award in 2018. The Water Authority is only the 14th community water system out of more than 50,000 nationwide to earn the water industry's most exclusive designation from the American Water Works Association. We can't live without water. You might say that makes it our most valuable resource. And that's also why Southern Nevada Water Authority works around the clock to ensure your water's quality, reliability, and security. We want you to know the facts about the resource you depend on, so you can drink your water with confidence.
Staying hydrated isn't just important in the desert. Nationwide, Americans quench their thirst with more than 1 billion glasses of tap water daily. Ensuring high-quality drinking water requires SNWA to coordinate with state and federal agencies and maintain compliance with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's Safe Drinking Water Act. The Act sets strict drinking water standards for 300 million Americans served by community water systems. Here at home, Southern Nevada's tap water meets or surpasses all state and federal drinking water standards.
It's easy to get the facts about your water. Simply check your water provider's annual water quality report. The EPA requires water agencies to provide this report to customers every year. Locally, this includes the cities of Henderson, North Las Vegas, Boulder City, as well as the Las Vegas Valley Water District.
Much of the water used by local water agencies is treated and delivered by the Southern Nevada Water Authority. Whether your water agency posts its report online or mails it to customers, you can always request a printed copy if you don't have internet access. Reports provide a comprehensive look at treatment and testing, water sources, and how test results measure up to federal and state standards. Water quality is monitored in real time, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. And in 2018, SNWA scientists conducted more than 295,000 analyses on nearly 55,000 water samples.
Scientists in this laboratory monitor for 91 regulated contaminants that either occur naturally or are man-made. The SNWA and other large public water systems also monitor for more than 75 unregulated contaminants. Data from this work helps the EPA direct future public health efforts by tracking and prioritizing emerging contaminants for potential future regulation.
Customers often ask about the taste of their tap water. If you don't care for the taste of the natural minerals and chlorine used in water treatment, add a citrus slice or refrigerate your tap water to boost flavor. Keep in mind, taste does not equate to safety.
While bottled water may appeal to your taste buds, the EPA notes that more than 25% of bottled water comes from a municipal water supply, just like your tap water. And while water bottled at a plant must only get tested weekly, the Safe Drinking Water Act requires daily testing of your tap water. Beyond testing, water treatment processes are state-of-the-art. The Water Authority treats water with ozone, a powerful disinfectant that kills potentially harmful microscopic organisms that may be present. A multi-stage filtration process follows that. Then, as water leaves the water treatment facilities, chlorine is added to protect it on the way to residents' taps. As water makes its way through thousands of miles of the community's pipelines, Southern Nevadans also benefit from some of the nation's most reliable, efficient, and modern water delivery systems, including instances of water main breaks that are far below the national average. That high reliability benefits water quality too.
It really does take an investment in money, in time, and expertise to keep pipelines and systems online and working properly. Here in Southern Nevada, we believe that by taking a proactive approach and investing in resources now, we're protecting water quality for years to come. In short, greater water reliability means more consistent water quality.
The future is also found in the SNWA's Research and Development Center, one of the nation's top municipal R&D complexes and one of the few that combines research and water quality testing under the same roof. This synergy creates a collaborative, resource-rich environment that helps the SNWA and by extension, our community's water providers, stay ahead of the curve and ensure high water quality. To learn more about water quality and to find a link to your provider's water quality report, visit snwa.com.
Keeping a clean car is a challenge in Las Vegas, especially since we've had more rain than usual. The next time your car needs a bath, take it to a WaterSmart car wash. WaterSmart car washes recycle water on site or send it to a water treatment facility where it's treated and recycled. WaterSmart car washes use less water than hand washing your car at home. And the SNWA offers coupons to participating car washes. Visit snwa.com to print a coupon good for $2 or more. There are more ways to save, so join us next time here on Waterways. If you'd like to share your conservation efforts at home, contact us at Waterways, 1001 South Valley View Boulevard, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89153. Or send us an email through our website at snwa.com. We may feature your story. For more how-to videos and tips to conserve and care for our water, contact us on social media. Thank you for watching. We'll see you again next time, right here on Waterways.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Coming up on the next edition of Where Fun Happens, Jazz in the Park is back for its 26th year. Free music in a comfortable outdoor setting. Our fitness experts explain the proper techniques for stretching those muscles. And the 60-year history of the Las Vegas Convention Center is celebrated with a collection of storytelling photographs. Those stories and more coming up on the next edition of Where Fun Happens, right here on Clark County Television.
By day, Clark County Wetlands Park is a haven for nature lovers.
Yeah, 2 cars, one was like a sound.
But after sunset, when it's closed, it can be a magnet for mischief and crime.
A lot of kids attend parties out here.
But the party is over. Las Vegas police and other agencies are cracking down on curfew violators, vandalism, and other illegal activity at the park.
If you see something, say something.
Parents can be held responsible for fines or penalties their kids receive. The goal is to keep this desert treasure safe and beautiful for everyone to enjoy.
Win or lose, our children need a natural green grass space in which to run, romp, and be a kid, especially out here in the desert. What is your team color? Ours is purple. We are the Clark County Water Reclamation District. You may have seen workers installing our purple water pipe system at Silver Bowl Park. Yes, purple, the signature color for reclaimed water. The playing fields and landscape at Silver Bowl Park are now irrigated using reclaimed water. This water surpasses the high standards set by the state, saves our potable water for drinking, and reflects our abiding commitment to wise management of our precious water resources. Reclaimed water is the right water for the right use. The Clark County Water Reclamation District, in partnership with the Clark County Department of Parks and Recreation, is pleased to use reclaimed water to provide this green grass space where everybody wins.
Great job!
On the next edition of Clark County Chronicles, the winner of the Mojave Max contest and her classmates visited the namesake desert tortoise at his home in the Springs Preserve. Clark County's new poet laureate, Heather Lancasera, takes over the spoken word reins from Vogue Robinson, and a North Las Vegas judge gavels in a special session of Kids in Court. Those stories and more coming up on the next edition of Clark County Chronicles, right here on Clark County Television.
The more pet-friendly our community becomes, the more important it is to make sure your pet is up to date on its vaccinations. Vaccines help prevent many contagious diseases that can be fatal for pets. Your dog or cat can be susceptible to diseases if it is outdoors at all, socializes with other animals, or travels with you. Annual rabies shots are required, but several other vaccines are strongly recommended within the first 6 to 8 weeks of your pet's life. Boosters are also needed. Don't wait. Talk to your vet today. Let's keep our pets safe, healthy, and happy.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for coming out tonight. I'm Bill Brown with Brookings Mountain West. On behalf of my colleagues here and at the Brookings Institution in Washington, D.C., we're happy to have you here for our first lecture of the fall semester, and another timely one, I hope you'll agree. We're always happy to be here in this facility in Greenspun Hall, and so we thank our colleagues in the Greenspun College for making this available to us and for recording it, as you see. If you're watching us on our website or via public television, you have these people to thank for that opportunity. And as all good lectures are required on an academic campus, we have a PowerPoint part of the lecture tonight. That's already up on our website, so if you want to make reference to any pieces of information or data that Jeffrey presents, you won't have to scribble it down in a hurry. So let me give our colleague, who we're delighted to have here, Jeffrey Gertz, making his first visit to Brookings Mountain West. As with our scholars, he's in classes, giving this lecture, meeting with business and community leaders. And I'll tell you a little bit about Jeffrey. He's a fellow in the Global Economy and Development Program at Brookings and a research associate in the Global Economic Governance Program at the University of Oxford. His research focuses on international political economy, particularly the politics of trade and foreign investment. You might have guessed that from the title of his lecture tonight. Prior to completing his PhD, Jeffrey worked as a speechwriter for World Bank President Jim Young Kim. He's originally from Ottawa, Canada. I don't know if you'll be able to tell that or not tonight from his presentation. He received his master's and PhD in international relations at the University of Oxford and his BA from DePauw University. So we'll follow our usual format. Jeffrey will have a presentation. I think we'll have some time at the end for a little bit of Q&A. So let me turn this podium over to Jeffrey.
Great. Thanks a lot, Bill, for that kind introduction. And it's a real pleasure to be here at Brookings Mountain West at UNLV. I'm sort of really enjoying my time here, and it's been great. So as Bill mentioned, I'm going to speak about commercial interests in American foreign policy today. I'll try and be relatively brief so we can get to Q&A and a broader discussion. Happy to talk sort of both about the presentation, but also sort of more generally about U.S. trade policy today, everything that's going on in the news, sort of whatever's of interest. Okay. All right. So I want to start off with a little anecdote, a sort of mini scandal, barely even sort of registered on our kind of new scale of political scandals these days. But back early this year, there's a sort of moment in the news where there's a lot of focus on the Trump Organization's hotel in Panama. So obviously, Trump Organization, a major international company, they had a hotel in Panama, and there was a dispute between the Trump company and the local business partners on the ground in Panama. This is sort of a contract dispute over who had rights to the corporation, to the sort of particular property, a relatively standard international business dispute. What made this sort of an interesting case to start looking about is the effort to politicize the case. Particularly what we saw is a sort of headline from New York Times here in April of the Trump company was reaching out to the president of Panama, asking him to get involved in this sort of commercial business dispute. And so that sort of raised a lot of red flags for people saying, why are we bringing in sort of politicians into this commercial dispute? Particularly, obviously, given that this is the corporation owned by the president's family, what does this mean for American foreign policy? We've had a letter here from Senator Bob Menendez. So this is the top-ranking Democrat on the Foreign Relations Committee. He writes to the State Department and says, I've read in the news about this sort of the Trump Corporation writing out to the president of Panama. Says this raises serious conflict of interest questions that it could impinge on the United States' ability to conduct effective foreign policy. Menendez here is very worried that is U.S. foreign policy really being used to support the interests of the Trump administration, or is it being used to support American national interest? Right? And so this is sort of this May scandal. It kind of fizzles out relatively quickly, but for me at least it raises a lot of interesting questions, because what Menendez is really hinting at there is that there's something sort of deeply illegitimate about the president getting involved in this transaction. And so if we want to know, is this actually a scandal? Is this a conflict of interest? We need to sort of understand how can we compare, a dispute involving the president's company to sort of what would have happened for any other company. So, would it really be surprising if the U.S. Embassy got involved to assist the Trump organization? And again, I think to answer that question, we have to say, well, what would the U.S. Embassy do in any other case? And so this sort of leads to this broader research question, which I've spent a few years thinking about really, which is asking, when, how, and why does the State Department intervene to help American companies abroad, particularly in relationships with foreign governments? And how does this sort of fit into our broader understanding of American foreign policy, and what kind of effects does it have on U.S. foreign policy? So this is sort of the main question I want to be tackling in this talk today. To take a step back first, though, we should ask, why would investors turn to their diplomats for help? Why does this issue arise in the beginning? And the basic idea here is that, foreign investment is risky. So when you're an investor and you're going abroad into a foreign company, particularly into developing countries where there's sort of a weaker legal system, you're taking on a lot of risks. A sort of classic example of this is think of an oil company or a mining company. Maybe this company will be sort of invited in, they'll sign a contract with the government saying, we're going to come here and explore for oil. We'll sort of invest a lot of money in sort of looking for oil. Maybe you're there, you're sort of working in the country for sort of 5-10 years. Suddenly you hit oil. You're thinking, great, this is fantastic news. Sort of those hundreds of $1 millions I've invested to get to this point is finally going to pay off. And of course, that's the point where the government's going to turn around and say, actually, we're going to rip up this contract that we had. We're going to kick you out, and we're just going to sort of develop the oil fields ourselves. Right? So this is sort of a classic worry in sort of international business, in international relations. The threat that this government at any time can sort of kick you out of the country. And so if you're a foreign investor and you find yourself in that situation, what recourses do you really have? So first off, you can just try negotiating directly with the government. And in fact, this is what we see happens most often, that there are sort of constant back and forths between sort of these foreign multinationals and the governments where they're operating. They're constantly renegotiating the terms of their contracts, and sort of at different points in time, either the company may have more leverage or the government will have more leverage, and we'll see kind of how that plays out. But for some investors, particularly if you're in a period where you don't have a lot of leverage, that's obviously not a very attractive approach. Alternative is that you can go through the local court system. So for the most part, when foreign, sort of German companies investing here in the United States, if they had some sort of big complaint, they could go through the U.S. court system. They wouldn't necessarily always be happy with the outcome, but they would sort of more or less trust it. If you're investing in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, you probably don't have as much faith in that court system. Either that it's just sort of not going to be effective and it's going to be slow, or kind of quite more likely that it's going to be sort of rigged in favor of the government. So particularly if you have a dispute with the government as the sort of opposing party in your dispute, you don't really want to be sitting in the courts that are often sort of run by the foreign government. You're not going to trust them to give you a fair hearing. And so if you're not going to directly negotiate with the government, if you're not going to try and go through the local court system to resolve your dispute, what are you going to do? And it turns out time and again, you're going to turn to your diplomats, your sort of home state diplomatic staff, and ask them to help you resolve this case. So we see this a lot historically. So if we go back to the early 1900s, see an early example of this sort of dollar diplomacy as it can be known in Nicaragua. So the La Luz y Los Angeles mining company, sort of a gold mining company, American-owned, that invests on the Nicaraguan coast. They sort of show up, I think, 1903, 1904. Again, they have a contract signed with the current Nicaraguan government, giving them the right to mine for gold on the coast here. A few years later, the Nicaraguan government sort of turns against this mining company, basically sort of tears up that contract. The owners of this mine are sort of in a pinch. They don't really know what to do. It turns out the owners of this mine are all from the sort of Pittsburgh area. Great news, the new Secretary of State, Philander Knox at the time, is also from this sort of group of Pittsburgh industrialists. So they write to their friend Philander and they say, listen, you really need to come help us out here. You need to get the government to kind of come in and, push on the Nicaraguans to get them to hand back control of this mine to these American owners. And what we see is that, the Secretary Knox sort of really takes up this cause, and he really sort of pushes through the U.S. political system to kind of increase American diplomatic pressure on Nicaragua. This ultimately leads to U.S. Marines kind of invading Nicaragua. There's an ongoing rebellion. The U.S. Marines invade essentially on the side of the rebels and kind of contribute at least to overthrowing President Zelaya. And, historians kind of continue to debate this, but there's pretty clear evidence that the effort to protect this mining interest was one of the real reasons why the U.S. got so involved, and particularly why sort of the Marines went in. So you have a quote from the U.S. consul, sort of looking back on it after the time. He comes out and says that this particular mining dispute really was the cause of desire to eliminate Zelaya. And he's sort of, becoming quite sort of critical of this decision, saying, why are we sort of spending so much time and effort? Obviously it's a huge lift for the United States to send in the Marines, sort of just to defend these mining interests. And so if you think about, who gains and who loses from this type of system, so the businesses overall were relatively happy with this world, right? As long as you kind of had powerful friends in governments, and certainly back in this period, if you were somebody who was investing out in Latin America, you also probably were relatively powerful domestically and had some friends you could call on. You could call this diplomatic protection to your advantage. But as we see in that quote from the consul that I just showed, increasingly diplomats, and particularly as sort of diplomats professionalize, and we get a real class of professional diplomats, they're starting to say, why are we spending so much time sort of involved in these investment disputes? Again, this is a quote from the Nicaragua example. This is from a former Marine who was involved in it. And he's sort of here, again, kind of critically looking back, saying, this whole revolution is inspired and financed by Americans who have these wildcat investments down here. They're trying to force the United States to intervene to make their investments good. So kind of, there are these powerful lobbying interests who are just sort of compelling American foreign policy to their own interest and sort of forcing these, really quite expensive interventions on the path of the United States just to sort of make sure that their investments pay off eventually. So fast forward a few decades, we see kind of some similar dynamics playing out in Cuba. So Cuban Revolution, 1959, sort of, got young Fidel Castro here who comes to power. Sort of almost immediately after the revolution, the Castro regime has a new land reform policy. Effectively what this policy is going to do is take away a lot of land owned by U.S. sugar plantations and sort of redistribute it to the state. The American sugar companies, sort of not surprisingly, are not happy with this. And so again, just like the owners of the Nicaraguan mine, they're sort of talking to their friends in U.S. government saying, look, we really need to sort of push down on the Castro regime and sort of fight back. The State Department is very nervous about this. The State Department, so kind of crucial point to remember here is that this is really just, within a year or so of the Castro Revolution. The State Department still doesn't know, is Castro going to take Cuba into sort of the Soviet sphere, or can we kind of keep him away? Sort of early Cold War strategizing. We want to keep Cuba as an ally. Cuba's been a close ally up until now. It's not obvious early on in Castro's regime, sort of, can Cuba still be a kind of American ally, or are they now kind of firmly in the opposite camp? So the State Department, saying, look, we understand you U.S. sugar companies are mad, but we're not going to sort of piss off Castro just to, keep you happy. That, our top priority needs to be keeping Cuba out of the Sino-Soviet orbit and sort of making sure they're still part of our system. And so we don't actually want to sort of really, come down hard on Castro for this. We want to sort of let's work out a deal. Maybe the Americans aren't going to get all of their sort of money back, but we can sort of try and keep Castro as an ally. As it turns out, just as in Nicaragua, it's the sort of private sugar interests that carry the day in this internal fight. The State Department is sort of overruled by the Treasury Department. The US does come down quite hard on Cuba, basically prevents Cuba from exporting sugar at all to the United States. And this sort of, just as the State Department worries, this decision kind of puts Castro on the path to entering the Soviet regime. So again, we see this sort of tension between these two possible goals. And this is really the dilemma that the State Department faces time and again throughout this Cold War period. Is that you have private companies who are coming to the US government, often going through their friends either in Congress or in Treasury or Commerce, and sort of asking for diplomatic help abroad. But the State Department is saying, we don't want to be kind of pulled into all of these individual sort of transactional fights that these sort of wildcat investors are getting into. We're focused on the kind of grand strategy of fighting the Cold War. We're focused on containing communism. We're not here to kind of haggle over sort of day-to-day investment disputes. Particularly as in the Cuba case, where the threat of sort of going, aggressively intervening against a kind of current regime to back investors is going to kind of throw an alliance into risk. So again, the State Department is constantly thinking about how are we kind of keeping developing country governments on our side and keeping them away from the Soviet side. We don't want to be kind of complaining to governments about these sort of haggling over commercial disputes when we're worried about maintaining our alliances. And so the way we see this play out is that, time and again, these diplomats, they want to be focusing on this high politics of containing communism. They don't want to be dragged into lowly commercial work. And so what that ends up happening at the State Department is that there's really sort of strong disincentives to get involved in commercial work. It's kind of a long quote here, but I think it's really telling, so I like putting it up. This is from Susan Schwab, who was at the State Department for a long time in the sort of commerce economic side, sort of eventually left state and went on to become US Trade Representative several years later. But here she's talking about the kind of culture at the State Department in the 1970s. She talks about how the State Department places no priority on the commercial function. Foreign service officers who liked commercial work were doomed not to advance in the system. And let's face it, some officers who were not of the highest caliber ended up getting stuck doing commercial work. So you have this odd mix of people who were real good at what they did and weren't rewarded, who just weren't good at what they did. None of them were judged on the basis of how they did commercial work. So this is sort of how commercial work is treated at the State Department, really throughout the whole Cold War period. The kind of very ambitious diplomats are going to be out kind of, doing grand strategy, fighting communism. You've got this sort of ragtag bunch of hangers-on that are sort of doing some of the commercial work behind the scenes, but it's completely disincentivized as a sort of bureaucratic culture question. And so that really persists sort of throughout the Cold War. And then, we get to the collapse of communism, the end of the Cold War, and it's this real shock to the State Department. The State Department didn't really see it coming. They've sort of built up their culture and built up their sort of strategy over decades around the sort of paradigm of containing communism. And so now, late 1980s, early 1990s, there's sort of a need for a big shift at the State Department. And the State Department kind of looks around the world and says, for decades we've been able to go to Congress and get funded easily just by saying, look, it's important to have a strong State Department because we're out fighting communism. Suddenly that explanation no longer exists. That doesn't really hold. So the State Department says, we need a new constituency who's going to support us and kind of will lobby on behalf of our interests towards Congress. And they realized that cultivating that constituency amongst American businesses is going to provide them a lot of domestic political backing. Throughout this moment, sort of in the early 1990s, where markets are starting to open overseas, sort of this early globalization period, and the State Department basically decides that we can go out and kind of sell American businesses on, look how great it is to have a strong State Department. We're going to help you kind of expand overseas. We want to be kind of hand in hand with you as you sort of enter the sort of new world of emerging markets. And so we see a real pivot within the State Department and sort of within the bureaucratic culture. So kind of, almost immediately after the end of the Cold War, there's sort of this internal State Department debate saying, how are we going to kind of reorganize and respond to this changing global order? What they come up with is, we're going to have a major conference on commercial diplomacy where we're going to invite all these businesses to come talk to us and sort of, explain to them the benefits of a strong diplomatic presence. We see lots of strong political backing, particularly when Warren Christopher is Secretary of State in the early 1990s, the first Clinton administration, and then Hillary Clinton as Secretary of State later on. So Warren Christopher, in his hearing before the Senate to be confirmed as Secretary of State, the senators ask him sort of what will be your priorities as Secretary of State, and the first priority he lists is sort of American businesses and American jobs. The point of a strong American foreign policy is going to be supporting American businesses, which is really quite a dramatic shift from how it played out in the Cold War. Similarly, Hillary Clinton as Secretary of State, so she sends around this kind of became quite well-known memo to every ambassador in the world, known as the Ambassadors as CEO memos, where she's basically sort of instructing ambassadors that, you need to be out helping American businesses, kind of helping Americans win contracts overseas, sort of government procurement markets become a big deal. And she sort of really doubles down this sort of economic statecraft idea, the sort of merging together of economics and foreign policy. And so we see the kind of high-level strategic shift. We also see it play out at the sort of bureaucratic culture level. So there's a whole rash of new sort of training programs introduced. There are things like, the State Department creates an award for the diplomats who are most effective at commercial work, something that they had never done before, if we think back to those quotes in the 1970s. Commercial officers start getting sort of promoted more often. I think in the sort of late 1990s, we get the first time a commercial officer becomes ambassador as sort of a big benchmark and kind of the increasing importance of commercial work. So there's a sort of real shift within the culture of the State Department. And so then sort of how does this play out on the ground? We've sort of looked at the Nicaragua case, the Cuba case. What are sort of more modern examples of this kind of diplomacy? And so one big early example is from Enron's sort of adventures in India. So Enron, as some of you probably remember, was a major American energy company. In the early sort of 1990s, they decide they want to go into India. They're sort of building what's known as the Dabhol power plant in India. At the time, it's the largest single foreign investment ever in India, and sort of $1 billion project. Sort of under the Bill Clinton administration, there's a lot of initial support for Enron going in. But kind of quite early on, I think the power plant, they sort of build the first phase of it. They start operating, sort of stumble on the second phase. They quickly realized that the sort of pricing mechanism they'd worked out for energy was way off. And so, this dispute kind of, the plant really sort of falls apart relatively quickly on that. India sort of refuses to pay Enron what Enron sort of thinks they should be paid. And so Enron kind of, like the sugar owners before them, turns to the U.S. embassy and says, you need to help us out here. And we see a very strong response on the part of the U.S. So the U.S. ambassador to India is sort of constantly calling up various members of the Indian cabinet to sort of press Enron's case. Secretary of State, this is sort of into the early 2000s when the dispute really takes off, and Colin Powell is Secretary of State. He makes this a big deal. This becomes sort of one of the most important issues in the U.S.-India relationship, against a pretty big, important bilateral relationship. And this individual investment dispute is kind of often on the agenda. Dick Cheney is the vice president at the time. He's sort of pushing the case. At the National Security Council, there's actually a Dabhol working group, which is sort of meeting in Washington to sort of talk about, how can we coordinate U.S. government policy on sort of helping resolve this Dabhol dispute? Again, a very intense, a very structured approach. A sort of funny end to the story, which is that the Indian Prime Minister at the time was visiting Washington. Enron's lobbyists have been working really hard to kind of get this dispute onto the agenda for the heads of state summit meeting between President George Bush and the Indian Prime Minister at the time. And we know from some internal Enron letters that later came out that initially this dispute was on the agenda, and then it sort of drops off the agenda. And what ends up happening is that sort of later that week is when the Enron scandal kind of fully hits the news. Enron sort of collapses as a company within a month, really. And so this dispute sort of falls off the agenda, but we can see that sort of right up until the end, Enron was sort of pushing very hard to get the U.S. government involved here. A second example is Occidental Petroleum in Ecuador. So Occidental Petroleum, or Oxy as it often goes by. they invest in Ecuador. They, again, are one of the largest foreign investors in Ecuador at the time. I think they originally go into Ecuador in the 1990s. The dispute really emerges in the mid-2000s. But there's, again, a relatively simple contract dispute between Occidental Petroleum and the government of Ecuador. Ecuador is threatening to cancel this contract. Again, Oxy, like many investors, sort of as soon as they get word that the government is kind of potentially coming after them, they go straight to the U.S. Embassy in Quito and ask for support. Again, we see this very strong push from the U.S. Embassy. The ambassador is kind of calling up the head of state, the foreign minister, the energy minister, the finance minister, kind of anyone she can get on the phone to sort of push Oxy's case. That happens on the ground in Ecuador. We sort of see a similar push in Washington, D.C. During this time, Ecuador and the U.S. are actually involved in negotiating a free trade agreement. And so these negotiations have been going on for years. And as this dispute comes to a head, the U.S. eventually says, we're canceling our ongoing free trade negotiations, and explicitly cites this dispute as the reason why the U.S. is not going to be signing a free trade agreement with Ecuador. So that happens in 2005, sort of, until today, really, there has not been any sort of effort to revive those free trade agreement talks. But again, we see this as sort of a quite strong diplomatic push and quite strong sort of price that Ecuador pays in its relationship with the United States. So these are sort of two big disputes that sort of got into the news, but they're also relatively rare. That sort of, both the Enron case and the Oxy case, for sort of different reasons, ended up being quite publicized. So, in Enron, the reason we know so much about this is that after Enron collapsed, there was sort of a big congressional investigation into U.S. government relations with Enron, and sort of that's how all this came to light. Otherwise, it all happened privately. Similarly with Occidental, it was only sort of once we got to the point of having the free trade agreement negotiations sort of blow up that a lot of this sort of previous pressure came out. But we know that most of this commercial diplomacy occurs behind closed doors. It's never reported that it's the ambassador calling up the finance minister. We don't really know sort of what's going on behind these doors. So, as academics, that makes it a very difficult issue to study. We can see the kind of big, most famous cases, but we don't see anything else. And so, in some research that I've done with a couple colleagues, we turn to a new data source to try and figure out actually what's going on behind the scenes, and we use the leaked State Department cables. So this is a data set of 250,000 cables that were sort of internal U.S. State Department cables, subsequently publicly leaked through WikiLeaks. And it's sort of an online searchable database now that you can go through all these cables. They're the communications between embassies and Washington, D.C. And then we can search through these cables and identify investment disputes and then go through and say, all right, what did U.S. diplomats actually do? So that's what we do. We search this database. We find 440 individual disputes. And we sort of go through each of them and see, all right, how did the U.S. get involved in these ongoing disputes? It's a bit small. I'm not sure how well you can read it. But we essentially code each of these disputes on a 1 to 5 scale to measure the intensity of U.S. engagement. So at the highest level of what we call a 5, explicit issue linkage. So this is like the Oxy case where there's sort of a real, hard sanction that the host government faces. So whether that's withdrawing aid benefits or with canceling a free trade agreement or something like that. Sort of just below that, we call high-level diplomatic agenda. So this is when dispute is discussed at the head of state level. So again, sort of relatively rarely, but sort of at head of state or during an official bilateral visit. At the mid-level, this is when dispute is discussed kind of just generally in day-to-day diplomacy. Sort of just below that, again, we have sort of more technocratic interventions. This is not a sort of diplomatic intervention, but this is more sort of a regulator talking to another regulator saying, how can we figure this out? There are lots of sort of customs disputes and that kind of stuff that ends up in that category. And then finally, sort of if the U.S. government doesn't do anything at all. So I think kind of a few key takeaways that we see from this data. So one point is just that this diplomacy is relatively common. And again, this sort of tracks on to what you hear if you go sort of ask ambassadors about it. It tracks on to what you hear if you ask companies about it. Sort of, yes, this diplomacy still happens. It mostly isn't reported. It mostly happens behind closed doors, but sort of it is going on. But the other big takeaway that's sort of quite notable is that those Enron and Oxy cases that we started off talking about, those are really the exception. That sort of very aggressive, very explicit sort of, intense diplomatic fighting. That's not what most of the cases look like. Most of the cases look like more routine day-to-day diplomacy of just, in the usual course of what the ambassador is sort of doing that week. When they're meeting with the foreign minister, they're bringing up, whatever outstanding investment disputes may exist in the country, and sort of just trying to work through these disputes in a more sort of low-level, less high-pressure, less sort of high-stakes means. And so to give an example of what that looks like in practice, so again, this is sort of a narrative that we're able to draw out from all the information in the cables. Is the case of Gerald Metals in Tajikistan. So unlike Oxy, unlike Enron, this is a relatively small company. They're a metal commodities trader based out of Connecticut. They had entered into an agreement with the Tajik state-owned aluminum company. Basically, Gerald Metals had sort of paid $20 million to this state-owned company with the expectation that they were going to get a shipment of $20 million of aluminum. There's then a sort of shakeup at the Tajik company. They kind of kick out the old board. A new board comes in. They say all those previous deals are sort of null and void now. Gerald Metals is left saying, wait a minute, where's our $20 million that we already paid you? And so Gerald Metals, again, like many other companies, they go to the US Embassy. They say, Ambassador, you need to help us out here. What we see is that, it's not the case of sort of really threatening, really saying, we're going to pull out all of our aid, or, we're going to kind of, this is a major thorn in the relationship. But just sort of day-to-day in the ambassador's work, when they're sort of, meeting with the finance minister, they'll come in and say, all right, there's sort of 6 items on our agenda. 1, we're talking about sort of US economic assistance. 2, we're interested in sort of, European integration, something else. But then sort of maybe number 4 or 5 on that agenda is, remember, you still owe Gerald Metals $20 million. You need to resolve this dispute. This dispute is sort of a blemish on your reputation. It's hurting your investment climate. So we want to kind of work with you to resolve these outstanding problems. So it's a much more sort of less aggressive, less coercive approach to commercial diplomacy. And what we see, interestingly, is sort of, so why this is one of my favorite cases is there's a great story of how it's ultimately resolved, which is the ambassador is invited to a kind of formal sort of dinner banquet hosted by the banking industry. This is a sort of ceremonial event with lots of traditional Tajik dancing and drinking and all that kind of stuff. Ambassador happens to be seated next to a sort of relatively high up person in the economy ministry, and kind of over a few drinks, the two of them eventually say, all right, we're going to kind of hash out this deal. It happens very informally. It's not a coercive thing. It's just sort of we get to this moment where the ambassador can kind of let's sit down together, let's work this out, let's get to a deal, and that ultimately is how the dispute gets resolved. So we see in that Gerald case, that's sort of one example at least of how this kind of diplomacy can be useful to firms. And Gerald Metals sort of comes back and says, we couldn't have resolved this without diplomatic help, so we're sort of really thankful to the embassy for all of your assistance. But kind of looking at individual cases, it's still hard to know sort of how systematically important is diplomacy to American businesses, right? We can kind of see little bits here and there, but it's hard to test sort of at a broader level. And so to try and get a handle on, does this actually matter at a kind of larger scale, I run some tests using ambassador vacancies. So again, just like as in the Gerald case, ambassadors often play a crucial role in these disputes. So, an ambassador is somebody who has the sort of political backing, the political leverage to be able to meet with the finance minister, meet with the foreign minister, or the head of state, can kind of come into the offices at a high enough level to get the sort of real resolution that is necessary. But we also know that ambassadors rotate in and out of countries. And what sort of is perhaps surprising, was surprising me when I first started looking at this, is that there's often long gaps between when one ambassador leaves and the next ambassador arrives. The process of new ambassadors being appointed to the United States means they need to be voted on by the Senate. That can sometimes take a long time. So, sometimes one ambassador will leave and the next ambassador will show up 2 weeks later, and there'll be sort of almost no gap. But sometimes you'll have gaps of 6 months, 8 months, a year, maybe longer. Again, not for any real sort of political reason, just because sort of the process got slowed down in the United States. And so as a social scientist, this was really helpful for me because it means that I can sort of use that variation in is there an ambassador present or not as a test of the power of commercial diplomacy. And so the question I'm asking is sort of, is it true that companies suffer when there's no ambassador present? And it turns out, we do see some evidence of this. So overall, if we look at investment arbitration claims, so these are the legal claims that companies bring to arbitration courts when they're claiming they've been mistreated by a company. It turns out that there's about 25% higher likelihood of arbitration claims when there's no U.S. ambassador than when there is a U.S. ambassador. This effect is really concentrated in developing countries with weak rule of law, sort of where, precisely where the institutions aren't very strong, where there's much more sort of space for that informal bargaining rather than sort of having a set rule structure. So we see that in these countries with a weak rule of law, if the ambassador is vacant for the entire year, the expected number of arbitration claims is about twice as high as if the ambassador is present the entire year. So again, to me at least, I think this is evidence that when the ambassador is there, behind the scenes, they're resolving these disputes before they ever escalate to these arbitration levels. When the ambassador is not there, this diplomacy is still happening, but it's not going to be nearly as effective. And so because it's not as effective, you see it's more likely that the dispute is going to kind of continue escalating and get to the point of an arbitration claim. Whereas, maybe if we had an ambassador in place, it would have been kind of resolved before it got that far. So I sort of started off talking about how there were sort of strong interventions in sort of Nicaragua in the 1900s, sort of talking now that there's sort of still a lot of interventions. How do we compare these two periods? So when we see that, similar to the early 1900s and unlike during the Cold War period, commercial interests are again an important component of US foreign policy. The big difference is that, we're certainly not sending in the Marines anymore like we used to do in Nicaragua. Instead, it's this much more sort of I would say less coercive, although I think there are interesting debates to have about sort of what do we mean when we talk about coercive, and sort of there certainly is pressure put on these countries to respect American property rights, but it's sort of a more sort of transactional approach, maybe we can say. Also importantly, I think, when we study why the State Department gets involved in these things, what we don't see is that sort of early 1900 approach where you had, powerful private companies that are really sort of twisting the arms of diplomats to get them involved against their will. It turns out that today diplomats are actually really happy to get involved. They're the ones who are sort of in the lead often. They want to be out there sort of selling the State Department to American businesses. So it's not that sort of private pressure is, compelling these diplomats to sort of take on these issues. It's diplomats themselves that are taking the initiative. And finally, kind of following up on that, the reason diplomats are happy to get involved is that today they see commercial diplomacy as sort of supporting and reinforcing their broader goals rather than kind of undermining the broader goals as happened in the Cuba example. Just sort of summing up in some conclusions, so I think kind of from a policy standpoint, the sort of big takeaway from all of this is that having a strong, sort of well-resourced diplomatic corps does provide lots of benefits to American companies. As when I present this work, the State Department is always quite happy because they're always sort of, they've been trying to say this, and I can actually sort of put some data behind it that seems to back up what they've been saying. And so that, I think has implications for how we think about sort of cuts to the State Departments and sort of State Department staffing these days. Looking forward, it seems to me that we're sort of entering this era of growing nationalist economic competition. And so I read that at least as saying that commercial diplomacy is likely to become stronger and kind of more competitive in the years ahead. Again, this is certainly not by any means something that only the United States does. Sort of Japan has a very strong commercial diplomacy program. The Germans have a strong program. The Chinese certainly have a strong program. And so you see sort of, these different embassies are sort of fighting it out, particularly over government procurement contracts. And that's a trend that I think is going to continue in the years ahead. And finally, maybe a bit sort of a more academic conclusion is that certainly within the political science research over the last few years, there's been a lot of work studying the formal institutions of the world economy. So there's lots of research on the World Trade Organization, the IMF, the World Bank, the kind of formal rules and institutions that govern the global economy. But I think kind of in all our attention to that, we've missed that these sort of informal interactions still really matter. The informal interactions that we used to think of being sort of, tied to old sort of diplomats in smoky rooms, sort of hashing things out. We think that doesn't happen as much anymore. But actually, there's a lot of that still going on behind the scenes, and it's often still quite important. But I think it's an area that sort of political scientists in particular have been ignoring for a while. So that's sort of where I'm trying to take a lot of my more research. Great, and I will end there and happy for any questions.
Very good talk. I think especially the case with Panama seems like it's kind of jumping on the edge of emoluments. I was wondering if you might briefly address emoluments and corrupt practices and how those might impinge on some of this.
Sure. So, as far as emoluments, I think you don't see sort of explicit payments very often. What I would say is interesting, so kind of the Trump organization is obviously unique. That's sort of, we typically don't have that kind of relationship that, the head of state also has sort of a large multinational sort of empire. But what is interesting in terms of sort of how the US government puts pressure on foreign governments, it's not a kind of direct payoff to the private interest, but it's sort of incentivizing foreign governments to say, if you want to have good relationships with the United States, you need to resolve these outstanding disputes. So it is a sort of informal pressure, informal kind of coercion, again, not necessarily to get a sort of direct payment kind of thing, but saying that, we're not signing the Marines, but we're kind of subtly telling you that it will be in your best interest to have this dispute go away. And that I certainly do see a lot of parallels to sort of some of the discussions around emoluments.
I'm curious, how did the transition in the 90s take place? Did the Cold Warriors pivot, or did they leave?
Good question. A bit of both. So it turns out, so it's the American Foreign Service Association, so it's the sort of public union of diplomats. They played a big role in it. So they were the ones who sort of started to think, they play a big role in the lobbying with Congress and sort of, how do we kind of present the case to Congress that we should have a strong State Department? And they were ones who really pushed this sort of focus on businesses. So I will say sort of a lot of the Cold Warriors at the top left, and sort of as the new political leaders came in, sort of certainly Warren Christopher early on, he was very big on this kind of stuff. And then sort of in the more lower level or sort of mid-level, you did see, the sort of culture change comes very slowly. Right? So sort of, it certainly isn't overnight that all of the diplomats who have sort of been fighting these Cold Warrior things decide, they spent their whole careers looking down on this commercial work. They don't kind of instantly shift to say, oh yes, this is great. They're being told by their bosses that's what they should do, but it's sort of a very slow bureaucratic change. And you see over sort of time and time again this sort of same back and forth of, the bosses are always saying we need to do more commercial work, and there's some sort of resistance from the staff on that.
I enjoyed your Enron example because if my memory serves me correctly, that debacle led to bankruptcy and to ultimately the diversification of the Las Vegas economy, because Enron created a fiber hub that was supposed to be used as a commodity trading. And that ultimately was purchased out of bankruptcy by the person who is the head of Switch Corporation, which is now traded on the New York Stock Exchange using that infrastructure. So I'm interested. While you're here, you might want to visit their facilities since you used the Enron example out of the ashes. If my history is correct, tell me, when secretaries of state, instead of using diplomatic cables, have their own private servers, does that impact at all on academics and doing your work?
So, obviously we don't know what we don't know. So kind of, I think, so these cables, there are lots of sort of thorny issues about using cables for academic work. I think when they first came out, it was quite controversial. It's become less controversial sort of over time. As an academic, kind of, I think generally sort of the more data we can get our hands on, the better. But one other thing that I'm quite interested in is that a lot of times when the sort of official history of diplomacy is written, the kind of official historians want to be talking about, oh, we were this close to the brink of war and kind of all of the high drama points. And a lot of the sort of more day-to-day diplomacy doesn't enter into that kind of official history. So one of the things that I'm working on is sort of trying to dig out, what is the archival material we can look at that gets us to this sort of, these are the things that even if they're publicly known, they're not going to be on the front page of newspapers. They're just not that interesting to many people, even if they're interesting to me. And so trying to sort of find sources for that kinds of data.
Does the revolving door approach to your research at all, in particular people from industry moving into the State Department at the upper levels, we know of the Tillersons and others, but has that at all influenced the process that you're studying?
Yeah, so I've been trying to come up with a good way to sort of systematically test this and haven't, but I can say that anecdotally, having spoken to a lot of people, so a number of political appointee ambassadors will come from business backgrounds. So they sort of have not been diplomats, they haven't worked in the State Department like sort of career appointee ambassadors have. And so when they get to their posts, sort of the thing that they understand best is the business world. So I've heard anecdotally from lots of people that the people who really, the ambassadors who really take this on are the ones who come from business backgrounds. That they show up and they say, yes, international business, that's something I get, that kind of, this other world of diplomacy, I don't pay that much attention to, and I might let my kind of number two do a lot of the sort of other, more sort of traditional diplomacy work. But the kind of business background political appointee ambassadors will say, I'm going to really sort of throw myself into helping American companies, win procurement contracts and that kind of work. So that does seem to be true. I haven't sort of rigorously tested it, so I can't definitively say, but kind of anecdotally, I've heard that for sure. Yep.
Generally, in your research, what is the value, like if an investor does get involved, what is the actual monetary value of the deal, or can you peg a value to it? And is there a prior relationship between the business and the ambassador, or is it whoever is there, they walk up to the embassy and say, we need help with this deal?
Sure, both good questions. So on the first one, it varies a lot. Some of these are kind of huge billion-dollar deals, but kind of perhaps surprisingly to me, the ambassadors also get involved in quite small deals often. That there are some disputes that are sort of, there's a dispute in Cote d'Ivoire that I look at. It's a little kind of $6 million dispute. In the world of the global economy, that's sort of peanuts. But it's the U.S. government takes a very strong approach on this case, and sort of they view this case as being sort of about bigger principles. This is about a sort of telecoms case, and it's about sort of telecoms regulation. And so since the United States is sort of invested in the bigger principle of sort of having well-run, liberalized telecoms regulations, they kind of continually bring this case up with the Cote d'Ivoire authorities, even though there's not that much money actually at stake. So sort of, even in some small disputes, you will see high engagement, even though sort of overall it's the bigger cases that are going to get the more attention. I think it's probably true. On your second question of pre-existing relationship, that's also really interesting. So one thing that we do find is that both when you go talk to the sort of diplomats and when you go talk to the investors that have been involved in these cases, they will both tell you that the process works much more smoothly the sort of earlier the investor got in touch with the ambassador. So kind of, the U.S. Embassy is very happy to have the embassy wants to have the investors show up kind of from the first day that they get there and sort of talk to the diplomats and sort of say, here's what we're doing, here's how we're involved. The embassy really hates it when sort of a dispute has been kind of festering for a long time, and then it gets to a crisis point, and only at that point does the investor go talk to the ambassador, because the ambassador is sort of on the back foot a little bit then and has to kind of get caught up. So generally sort of the earlier you can establish that relationship, the more valuable it's going to be if a problem does kind of come up.
Is there a lot of cases where they have a personal relationship beforehand, or?
Not really, I don't think so. Kind of not a personal relationship in the sense of, so the Nicaragua case where it's sort of, we were friends from sort of, old Pittsburgh industrialists, sort of that kind of thing you don't see very much these days, at least I don't seem to see it. But there is, you have a pre-existing relationship through your activities on the ground. So kind of, often what we'll see is that the American Chamber of Commerce, the sort of foreign chamber of commerces in these foreign countries, they will host kind of breakfast roundtables with all the big American investors and the ambassador. And maybe they'll kind of get together every month or so. So sort of they know what each of them are doing, so you sort of have that kind of pre-existing relationship, but not the sort of personal friendship from 30 years ago. That makes sense.
Jeffrey, to what extent, if any, the sort of the day-to-day operations of the ambassadors or the philosophy of those folks changed under the current administration?
Yeah, so it's a bit hard to tell. I think the kind of real big takeaway, so we sort of brought up Rex Tillerson a bit before. So when Tillerson was first named as going to be Secretary of State, I sort of wrote a short article saying, what this really tells us is that this sort of commercial work is going to become sort of hypercharged at the State Department, and they're going to sort of really put everything into this, that you have a sort of businessman coming in to run this. I thought it was a good point at the time. As it turns out, the sort of fact that so many of the sort of higher ranking people at the State Department have left, and there have been so many vacancies at the State Department, has really undermined the ability to kind of implement this diplomacy effectively. So I don't know if there's been that big a shift in sort of mindset as I kind of thought there might have been, sort of particularly because there's been so much sort of internal turmoil at the State Department and kind of so many vacancies, so many sort of bleeding of a lot of the top people, that it sort of has undermined this effort to push commercial work, I think.
Yep. Does the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act apply to ambassadors?
Yes, you mean in the sense that kind of...
If the ambassador does it, it's legal.
So, yeah, it certainly isn't legal. And that actually is one thing that, when you talk to diplomats about kind of getting involved, so, the cases where diplomats really won't go to bat for you is if there's any sort of semblance of corruption around it. So like, if you got your contract through bribery, the ambassador is going to be very, very, is going to do everything they can to kind of keep you at arm's length, I would say. They wouldn't necessarily sort of report you under that, but certainly these days, the State Department is sort of influenced by those concerns.
Specifically in the General Metals case, since Tajikistan is one of the most corrupt countries, the ambassador did not offer any bribes or anything.
Sort of certainly nothing that we can have, yeah, I would have zero evidence of that.
I was wondering if you've seen a shift. You were talking about how we use these types of commercial work and for leverage, right? To kind of say, hey, if you settle this dispute, we'll have a better relationship with the U.S. government. But that has shifted with the current administration, and are foreign governments less likely to kind of want to settle these disputes right now?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question. So I can't say I have any sort of real evidence of that, but it'll be plausible to me, right? So sort of what's great about being the U.S. ambassador, if you're in that position, is that basically any country in the world, you can kind of walk in and you can get a meeting with probably the finance minister, if not the head of state, kind of quite easily. If you are from Belgium or New Zealand or wherever else, their ambassadors are still sort of out there trying to fight for their companies, but the New Zealand ambassador is not going to have the same weight as the U.S. ambassador. So that's sort of a big advantage to U.S. firms. If foreign countries are less interested in kind of cultivating that relationship, then that would hurt foreign businesses. It would hurt American businesses in their operations. So I can't say I sort of know cases of that, but the sort of logic would suggest that it's true. Questions? Oh, one more about there.
So how does the day-to-day commercial works on individual disputes and arbitrations interact with the larger negotiations around free trade agreements and those kind of, I guess, grand strategy diplomacy?
Yeah, so one thing that I think is really interesting is that, historically we saw often these would point in opposite directions. But sort of since the Cold War, they're really sort of are pointing together. So a lot of what the U.S. is doing, the U.S. diplomatic strategy is saying we want to sort of spread capitalism, we want to encourage market-based economies, we want to encourage the rule of law. And so diplomats are using these individual disputes as kind of teaching moments for foreign governments to say, here's the kind of correct way to sort of regulate your telecom sector, right? So there's sort of these small disputes that in on their own terms, these small disputes don't seem to have that much at stake. The US government gets really involved because it says, this is an example to kind of make the broader point of here's how you should sort of run your liberal economy. So that kind of aligns with why diplomats want to get involved in the first place. They see these as opportunities to sort of push all of that bigger message in.
If I may, as a criticism of what your talk is about, is I believe that you are giving way too much weight to the role of the ambassadors. I spent roughly 40 years in banking throughout Latin America. I was president in Peru for 6 years, Ecuador for 4, Argentina for a number as well. And it's not the ambassadors who really are they are interlocutors, if you will. Because you haven't even referred to OPEC, you haven't referred to MAGIC, you haven't referred to the agreements that nations enter into in order to be a member in good standing in the IMF or the World Bank or the Inter-American Development Bank. But those are the political things in arenas where most of these disputes are settled, and not by individual ambassadors. You have all of the power of the head offices, if you will. You mentioned Occidental. Occidental has a great deal of influence with some congressmen and all. The congressmen work over the State Department, and all the tentacles go out through the international agencies as well. I would also say that you've made too much of a separation into the Cold War and the post-Cold War. In the height of the Cold War, I lived through the nationalization of the International Petroleum Company, the shelling of tuna boats named John F. Kennedy in Peru. Someone said, why the hell don't they name the tuna boat Simon Bolivar, Kennedy? But there is much more that goes to it than rather through ambassadors alone.
Sure. So yeah, I kind of shouldn't give the impression that it's just ambassadors. It certainly isn't the case. It's sort of a much broader issue. It's both broader kind of within the sort of U.S. policy, or what? There's sort of a broader embassy position. There's a broader sort of U.S. policy position. There's a broader sort of international sort of world we're operating in that has sort of all these international agreements like you talked about. I will say sort of, I think ambassadors matter. I don't think they're kind of necessarily the only key actor. I think they're one key actor among many. Sort of briefly talking about, that most of these disputes get resolved through these sort of other channels. I don't know about that. I think kind of, if you talk to businesses, so the best way to resolve a dispute is sort of not to get anybody involved, right? Kind of, ideally, you sort of don't need to go sort of outside at all, and you kind of just talk with the host government and sort of figure out yourself. The biggest disputes, we do see that they sort of go to international arbitration and that kind of stuff, but those are actually relatively rare. There have only been sort of a few hundred cases of those. It's sort of much more common that these disputes are resolved sort of behind the scenes some way. And the embassy is often involved in some way. Kind of really figuring out how much kind of causal impact the embassy had is difficult, and sort of I certainly appreciate that. But they are certainly involved, and we can see, at least in some cases, they matter a lot. And so briefly on the kind of Cold War, post-Cold War, yeah, I mean, I think there is a lot of continuity. And certainly the US government was getting involved during the Cold War, but there is a real shift in the sort of culture at the State Department. And so maybe that's sort of the difference that I'm emphasizing.
I want to be respectful of everybody's time. We're getting to 7 o'clock, so let me thank our speaker for the presentation. Thank all of you again for joining us and for your great questions. You'll have only a week to recover and get ready for our next talk. We'll be back here next week. Our colleague Samantha Gross will be here. We'll be sort of keeping to a foreign policy perspective. Samantha's an energy policy expert. She'll be looking at geopolitical energy issues. And I hope you can all join us for that. Thanks again for coming.
Drowning is the leading cause of death in young children in southern Nevada. Remember these safety steps. Patrol. Always have an adult actively watching children in the water. Protect. Provide defensive barriers between your child and the pool. Prepare. Create a water safety plan for your family. Enroll children in swimming classes. And equip your pool with safety equipment. Be ready to call 911 in an emergency. Keep it fun and safe all year long. Visit GetHealthyClarkCounty.org.
The weather is great, the setting is spectacular, and the music will move you. This free concert series features many of the biggest names in jazz and talented local musicians. Come enjoy a relaxing night of great music. Bring a lawn chair, bring a picnic, a bottle of wine, or sample any of the fine food and drink vendors that will be on hand. For more information, call 455-8200 or visit www.clarkcountynv.gov. Jazz in the Park at the Clark County Government Center Amphitheater.
You're watching Clark County Television.
Well, sheep are hard to see.
People would see bighorn sheep down by Mercury, mostly rams. Rams wander.
They're hard to see, and there's probably not very many of them.
We never saw evidence of a reproducing population until we started the project on cougars and found that they were eating bighorn sheep.
Mostly they kill what is available to them in their environment.
We use a helicopter to capture various types of wildlife.
They're very unpredictable. They're extremely secretive.
We had some observations of mountain lions around active projects and facilities. There was a biologist attacked in the early 90s. So from a safety standpoint, we wanted to understand kind of the core range, the habitat use of mountain lions.
The Nevada National Security Site, formerly the Nevada Test Site, is a 1,360 square mile rugged landscape 68 miles northwest of Las Vegas, Nevada. Scientists here are collaborating to learn more about the newly documented populations of bighorn sheep and cougars. And it's not easy.
We're studying bighorn sheep and cougars on the Nevada National Security Site, looking at predator-prey interactions. And the project started as a study on cougars. What happened is, as we first put collars on cougars, we found out that they were actually eating bighorn sheep.
Central questions of the study are how many bighorn sheep and cougars live here, and what is the status of their populations. And health studies of captured animals are clarifying whether wildlife here are at all contaminated by radiation.
For bighorn sheep, life is about risk from predation. And so in order to escape from their predators, they tend to stay in steep terrain, rocky terrain, and they particularly pick these types of areas when lambs are born. So in order for the ewes to protect the lambs, that's the best they do, is to stay up in these rocky areas. And the subspecies that lives in the desert is Nelson's bighorn sheep, and they are able to exist on these desert mountain ranges. Mostly they eat shrubs, and during the springtime they focus on annuals. They eat a lot of winter annuals, little plants that you see flowering out in the desert. Sheep tend to avoid areas that are very bushy because they don't have good visibility. So they like to see where their predators are. We need to know about their general health because there have been some disease issues in this area. There was an outbreak of pneumonia in the populations in southern Nevada, and it's been pretty serious.
In understanding what the health profile here is on Department of Energy land on the Nevada National Security Site is going to help us understand the bigger picture.
An important part of the bighorn story, scientists learned, are the cougars.
Cougars are very solitary animals. Their densities are low on the landscape, particularly in the desert, where prey densities are low. They have large home ranges, and they're primarily nocturnal. So it's really very rare to see a cougar out while you're just out hiking, especially during the daytime.
One tool we use to monitor mountain lion activity around the Nevada National Security Site is with motion-activated cameras. We've set up 20 to 30 of these cameras over the last 10 years at various sites around the NNSS, and we found, actually documented 680 images, recorded 680 images, both video clips and and photographs of mountain lions, which is a staggering number of images to understand where these lions are found and the frequency of use at these different sites. And it really helped us with our trapping effort as well, know where to set the traps and where to look for the lions to get them captured.
The cougar, also commonly known as puma, mountain lion, or panther, is the largest cat in North America. An average male weighs 150 pounds. Cougars are known for their strength, agility, and exceptional ability to jump. Their powerful legs enable them to leap 30 feet from a standstill or jump 15 feet straight up a cliff wall. Mainly solitary, cougars interact only to mate. Females then raise the young while males return to their solitary lifestyle. Each cougar establishes its own territory. They need a lot of room to roam.
The environment that we have here is the driest ecosystem in North America with the Mojave Desert, transitioning into the Great Basin Desert. So very dry, arid area, prey density is pretty low. So these animals are having to cover large areas to support themselves.
The cougar research here began due to concerns by the Nevada National Security Site over safety for the site's employees. In 1991, a biologist here survived a rare attack by a hungry, malnourished cougar.
So from a safety standpoint, we wanted to understand kind of the core range, the habitat use of mountain lions. Also get a handle on how many lions are out there, population estimate, and just learn more about their movements and potential risk to workers out there. So we started with cameras with Erin Boydston with USGS. Worked with her, set up a bunch of cameras around the site in mountain lion habitat.
Trail cameras were placed at springs, which are important watering holes, and also at sites along roads and in canyons to look for evidence of cougars.
Got a lot of pictures of both young adults, male, female, so we knew we had a reproducing population of mountain lions. We had somewhat of an understanding of where the lions were. They were using roads as travel corridors, they were using areas around springs. We documented 6 individual lions within a 90 square kilometer area over a 2-month period. With the data we had from the camera traps, we knew we had a reproducing population of mountain lions on the site, so we wanted to understand their movements better, and so we took it to the next level and worked with USGS, who contracted with Brian Jansen to come and capture mountain lions for us so that we could put the radio transmitters on them and track them with radio transmitters and really understand their movements and their habitat use and their diet as well using the radio telemetry.
Most things in life you can eventually, with a lot of practice, master. You just cannot master catching lions. Every lion seems to have a whole bunch of aces up their sleeve that they've always got the upper hand, and it's dang near luck to catch one. I'm Brian Jansen, and I'm a mountain lion and bighorn sheep biologist. So I've been camped out here for the last 18 days on the Nevada National Security Site in a region called Rainier Mesa, tracking lions, looking for fresh sign, setting traps, and just trying to find them and catch them. They're pretty difficult to even find, let alone catch. There's 2 ways I capture mountain lions. I use foot snares, and I place those on trails that I know mountain lions are going to use, either from recent sign or just my estimation. And then we also use the hounds. So on a normal day, what we would do is check our traps in the morning, and if we don't find anything in the traps, I'll go to places where I think a lion might have gone or places that lions frequent and park, and then we usually walk a loop about 10 miles, me and the dogs, and I'm looking for tracks at the same time the dogs are sniffing for lion scent. Sometimes I can't see the tracks because the ground is hard, but they leave scent, and the dogs will pick up the scent. I will let the dogs scent trail the lion as far as they can, and I will follow the dogs on foot. And in the course of a day, they might lose the track 4 or 5 times, and I'll have to help them find it. And we keep going. While we're doing that, the lion is sleeping in their daybed because they're nocturnal and they walk around all night. And so we're following the scent trail of what they did the previous night. And when we get to the lion's bed, the lion's not there anymore because he heard the dogs coming and they get up and move. When we hit that spot, that scent is so fresh, the dogs blow out of there fast, and usually catch the lion within a quarter to half a mile. When the dogs start putting pressure on the lion will find a place to seek refuge. They'll either climb up a tree, go down in a hole, or get out on the edge of a cliff. Some place that they can protect themselves from the dogs. And then I tie the dogs up because I don't want any dog to fight with the lion. And then I dart the lion and immobilize it. I protect it from falling while it's being immobilized. Once it's immobilized, I bring it to a safe location and then take whatever the project wants.
The tranquilized lions are weighed. The scientists look for injuries. They take body measurements. They look for parasites and sample for evidence of disease. They examine their teeth. They draw blood and attach an ear tag. Finally, they fit the lion with a satellite GPS tracking collar. The rest of the research begins after that. They release the animal on site and begin to follow as the satellite data pours in.
Hey guys, come on.
The 2 lions I just recently collared are both adult males. One was about 5 to 6 years old, one was about 3 to 4 years old. They weigh about the same, 125 and 130 pounds. The project will be able to track these lions wherever they go for the next 2 years, I believe. So one of the things we found in the past is that these lions just make tremendous movements. One lion I collared on the site went, in a matter of a week, went 70 miles to the west across Death Valley. Killed deer over in the Cottonwood Mountains, crossed Death Valley back, hunted around in the grapevines, went up by Goldfield, comes back to the site, back across Death Valley. You could never do that kind of research without these satellite collars. I mean, the things that we're learning and the extent to which these lions are roaming just far surpasses what we ever knew before.
GPS collars that permit tracking are also a crucial tool for studying bighorn sheep.
Today, we are putting GPS collars on bighorn sheep in the Nevada National Security Site.
You guys back to the airport afterwards, right?
Yep. This is a new population of bighorn sheep that we just found existed a couple of years ago, and we need to have information about where the sheep are, how many there are, possibly their movement patterns.
Our gunner is the guy in the front seat generally, and he leans out and shoots the gun to catch the animal. Usually that's the first animal that he'll net, and then the mugger will hop out of the back seat and he'll go out, he'll restrain the animal, and he'll work that one up, while me and the gunner will go out and catch another one. Flying a helicopter, especially a small single-engine helicopter in 30-mile-an-hour winds, can be challenging at times, especially when you're working in steep terrain and you're trying to get an animal to go to a certain spot where you can safely make a capture on it, and your crew can get out and work it up where it needs to be too. We obtain biological data, including blood samples and nasal swabs, and they'll be able to look at those samples and test them for different types of sickness the sheep might have. But a very important part of the project was placing tracking collars on these animals.
And then they attach the collar and let the animal up, and they're done. And it's pretty fast. So these are the collars that we put on sheep, and we put these same collars on cougars. We have the GPS VHF unit down here, and then we have satellite uplink. Here's the antenna for the satellite uplink. At the end of the study, this little mechanism has a charge in it, and it goes off and breaks off, and the collar falls off the animal. We then go out and retrieve the collar.
That satellite GPS collar is especially indispensable if for no other reason that we're on the Nevada National Security Site. We don't have ready access to this site. And what that collar is going to do, it's going to uplink with satellites. It's going to enable us to have real-time or near real-time positional data over seasons, over years. And that's going to give us very valuable movement information.
So we look at differences in habitat use throughout the day. So we know areas where sheep particularly like to forage and where they might be bedding. We're hoping to look at lamb bed sites so that the test site has an idea of important areas for the sheep population on the landscape. Sheep select for cliffs and steep, rugged areas at night, of course, when they're bedding down, which is also the time that mountain lions tend to go hunting.
Predator-prey relationships, they're always important, and they change over time. What we see on the Nevada National Security Site with respect to large-body predators like mountain lions impacting potentially desert bighorn sheep, we also have to think about another big game component here, and that would be mule deer. We do have a mule deer resource on Department of Energy lands.
Mule deer are the most common prey of cougars on the Nevada National Security Site. Tracking the collared cougars has clarified which animals they prey on and how widely they roam.
We have captured to date 9 animals. We put radio transmitters on them, and they operate with satellite, so they take locations at pre-programmed intervals. Usually it's about every 6 hours or every 4 hours, so multiple times a day. And we get coordinates for those locations that are emailed to us, and then we can pull those up in GIS and look at their movements.
We can find out when they've made a kill. What happens is lions seem to never stop moving. They're really quite amazing. They're always moving around, and normally the points that are 4 hours apart, the GPS locations 4 hours apart, they might be a mile apart from each other. So the lion's moving around all night long, doing whatever it is they're doing. And when they kill something, it takes 2 to 3 days for them to eat that item, because it's a large item, it's a deer-sized animal. So all of a sudden they go from moving a mile every 4 hours to staying in the same spot for 2 days. And what happens is those GPS points overlap each other, and we call that a cluster. It's a cluster of points. So what we do is after the lion leaves that cluster of points, we go and see what they were doing. And ordinarily, the only thing that's there is a dead animal. And so we're finding anything from gray foxes up to deer-sized animals by doing that.
There's a seasonal difference as well. They prefer mule deer, that's their main prey. And what we found is that the mule deer will concentrate on the higher elevations of the site. Rainier Mesa, Paiute Mesa, where there's a lot of forested cover, as well as sagebrush meadows, and that's perfect habitat for the mule deer. And so the lions will congregate around that summer range, which is concentrated. During the wintertime, the snow comes, it gets cold, and so the mule deer will move off those high elevation habitats to the lower elevation habitats. There's just a large area, and so the deer get dispersed over very large areas. This also brings the lions down into bighorn sheep habitat, really rugged, steep country, canyons and that. So the lions move off to follow the deer, but then come into contact with the sheep. And so what we're seeing is a seasonal change in diet. They'll take primarily mule deer in the summer, fall, and then they'll shift to mainly bighorn sheep during the winter and spring.
But what we think is going to happen here, potentially anyway, is that we'll see a little nucleus of sheep maybe expand into what could be considered a viable little population on Department of Energy land.
One of the other reasons that we wanted to do this study was the Department of Energy is mandated by law to document potential radiation exposure from test site activities to the off-site public. One of those potential pathways is wildlife. So game animals such as bighorn sheep, mountain lions, or mule deer can potentially come on site, eat some contaminated material, and then go off site and then get shot and eaten by a hunter. That's one of the potential exposure pathways. And so we wanted to understand those movements both on-site and off-site. And we also wanted to identify what the radiological burden was of these animals. All of the sampling that has been done over the years has found really that from the residual radiation we're not seeing really any effects. And we actually go out and study the plants and animals that are using some of those contaminated areas. All of that information is put into our annual site-wide environmental report that explains the radiation doses and stuff. And again, like I say, we're not seeing levels that are harmful to the animals or people that would be eating those animals.
As science goes, this is a particularly elegant study. An impressive array of tools, skills, and expertise have led to insightful results on the health and life habits of wildlife here. This work is part of the Nevada National Security Site obligation to monitor and protect the local ecosystem.
I just like sheep. They're spectacular. I just love working on sheep. I mean, if you're out and you watch them, they're just amazing. They're surviving in the desert in the middle of nowhere. They walk on these little steep, tiny little cliffs and walls, and they're just gorgeous.
But Brian Jans was amazing. He knows mountain lions. He knows how they move through the environment. Without him, we wouldn't have any animals to study.
They have a difficult life. If you think about it, these lions are walking around 5 to 10 miles every night looking for something to kill with their teeth and their front legs. Once they hit 10 years old, their teeth are pretty well wore out. They don't usually live a lot longer than that. In fact, the vast majority of them never even reach 7 to 9 years old.
I like working with bighorn sheep because it's a native animal. It historically occurred throughout the state. There are so many questions about bighorn that it takes science, good researchers doing good work to answer these questions.
It's a team effort to obtain the correct data so they can make the correct decisions on how to manage those animals so that we can maintain the resource.
It is a special feeling, I suppose, knowing that you're doing good stuff. It's a good feeling. It feels like you did work that really counts for something.
Tomorrow I'm gonna pull up some of my gear, cameras, trail transmitters, some traps, and then I'm gonna pick up camp and head home.
Let's go. Vamos.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
I was born here in Las Vegas in 1913.
Born in Las Vegas in 1936.
August 1931.
October 1953.
Born here on February 22nd.
I've been here since the first day of 1950.
Came to Las Vegas in 1949.
I came to Las Vegas in 1953.
October 3rd, 1949.
1952 September.
I moved here in 1955.
Came to Las Vegas in 1943.
In 1961.
I was born here in Clark County before Las Vegas.
myth that Siegel started Las Vegas. I don't like that at all. I think he was a blight on Las Vegas.
Well, first of all, Bugsy Siegel didn't start the first hotel in Las Vegas, and if we can kill that myth.
It was the third hotel. The first hotel was the El Rancho Vegas, a forward-looking guy, Tommy Hall. Second was the Last Frontier, and the third one was the Flamingo.
I met Benjamin Siegel one time. Very, very quiet, because I met him in the sheriff's office, and he came in with I guess an attorney with him, and stood there and talked to a couple of the people in the sheriff's office, and then I was introduced to him. Then he just he finished his business and he left.
And my dad, early in the practice, acquired an infamous client, and that was Bugsy Siegel. Not long after that, my dad received a buzz from his secretary, and she said, "Mr. Weiner, there's a Mr. Siegel here to see you." And my dad said, "Gee, when you're from Pittsburgh, everybody's a Siegel or a Levitt or something." It didn't ring with him. And then Ben Siegel came through the door and said he wanted to hire him. Now, this was in the 40s, and they agreed that my dad would work for him once Siegel said that he wanted my father, although Dad tried to convince him there were 16 other attorneys in town. Now, keep that in mind, considering how many there are now. And he said, "They're more experienced." He said, "You don't get it. I don't ever want to see you on the other side of the courtroom again."
Bugsy was always very dapper, very well-dressed, very precise, and he had the steeliest blue eyes you ever saw. And when he looked at you, he looked right into your soul. Very polite, always a gentleman.
You see, everybody today calls him Bugsy, but you didn't call him Bugsy to his face. If you did, you're liable to get your head knocked off. His name was Benjamin Siegel, and that's how he expected to be addressed. And today everybody calls him Bugsy Siegel, but if he was still around, there were not many people would be calling him Bugsy Siegel. He was Benjamin Siegel.
Dad happened to call him Bugsy once, and he blew up, but he said, "Get out here now, I have to show you something." My dad was 5'6". Siegel was probably 5'10" or 5'11". He took him into the Oregon building, and he said, "Walk across the room." My dad walked across the room and got to the other side. He didn't get the point. That made Siegel angry because he was trying to demonstrate something and it didn't work. My dad was 5'6". Siegel walked, and in midpoint, he bumped his head on a beam because the ceilings were too low. Then my dad got the point.
There wasn't much here in terms of Epicurean food. Mr. Siegel would come out to the Green Shack and have dinner.
There's no question but what he contributed. The Flamingo brought the Hollywood crowd here.
I can't put my finger on anything in particularly bad that he did or anything in particularly good that he did here in this town, other than he did accomplish the building of the Flamingo, which was a fantastic job. And to get that damn thing built during the war was unbelievable.
At Clark County Parks and Recreation, with more than 100 parks, 13 community centers, and special facilities such as the Clark County Museum, Horseman's Park, the Wetlands Park Nature Preserve, and the Clark County Amphitheater, we have something for everyone. Want to learn how to play guitar? Piano? Or how about putting your young one in one of our many quality early childhood programs? We have recreation centers with qualified staff on all parts of the valley. If you're thinking about becoming more active, try joining one of our many sports leagues or fitness rooms throughout the valley. Take a stroll in one of our parks, enroll in an exercise class, swim some laps in one of our pools, or just ride a bike on one of our many urban trails. Call 455-8200 to get more information about programs and learn more about our vast amenities, such as our award-winning shooting range. Clark County Parks and Recreation. It's where fun happens.
He's cute.
Cute? Yeah, right. All us pets are cute. That's why 5 out of 10 dogs and 7 out of 10 cats in shelters are euthanized. And what do people do? They play the blame game. They blame the shelters. They blame animal control. They even blame each other. Who does that help? The problem is that there aren't enough homes for all of us, and while lots of good people try to find us homes, others are experimenting in their own backyards. Backyard breeding is wrong on so many levels. You don't agree? You're doing it for all the right reasons? Then consider this. You are breaking the law and looking at some stiff penalties, no matter where you live in Southern Nevada. Is there only one breed for you? Take a walk through a shelter, or check with a breed-specific rescue group. Hello, your best friend may already be waiting for you. Think about it, and stop complaining. Be part of the solution, not part of the problem.
You're watching Clark County Television, our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada.
Sit and Be Fit. It's a tone and stretch exercise program designed to strengthen muscles and improve joint flexibility. Not all exercises are suitable for everyone. Consult your doctor before beginning this exercise program. Our instructions and advice are in no way intended as a substitute for medical counseling. Sit and Be Fit is a creation of Marianne Wilson, lecturer, teacher, columnist, and a recognized leader in the field of senior fitness. Along with her ongoing research and background as a registered nurse, Marianne consults with a team of physical therapists and exercise specialists to bring you a fun, effective way to feel better and maintain functional fitness.
Hi, I'm Marianne Wilson. Thank you for joining us. The exercise program you are about to do is effective for any age, but it was specially designed for anyone needing slow, gentle movement. All you need is a chair that touches your back while your feet are flat on the floor. If your back is not touching, put a pillow behind for that necessary back support. If you have your exercise band and towel, put it on the back of your chair. You may substitute a bath or hand towel instead. Now, get ready to sit and be fit. Lengthen that neck. Look over the shoulder. And now look center. Look over to the other shoulder. And now look center. Now there are some tiny hinges right here. If you move your head forward and back, you can feel them. I'd like you to put your hands right on those hinges. Tuck the chin in, and then drop your head forward. Come on up. Could you feel the stretch in your neck? Do it one more time. And release it. Take a deep breath. Relax those shoulders. Now place one hand on the shoulder. Lift the elbow. Now let it down. Now the arm that's doing the lifting is doing all the work. Relax this shoulder. Lift slowly and gently. Tune into your shoulder and what you're feeling. Now let it down. Great job. Now sit up tall, but circle that arm out to the side. This is warming up the rotator cuff muscles. Reverse it. Now let's give it a little shoulder roll. Forward. Pull up and back. Now your whole arm, reach up, forward, and back. Relax. Let's change. Let the other arm do the work. Easy. Slowly let it down. This is slow and controlled. Time for you to tune in to what you're feeling. Up slowly. Take your time as far as it will go within your range and bring it down. Time to circle it out to the side, but remember, maintain good posture. Let the arm just hang and circle to the side. Reverse your circle. It doesn't have to be a perfect circle. Now a small shoulder roll. Forward, up, back. Now relax. Whole arm. Reach up. Now, great job. Bring your hands behind the head. Sit up tall. Pull those elbows back. Look over to one elbow. Look center. Now over to the other elbow. Look center. Look to the other elbow. And center. Now to the other side. You're doing great. Now we're going to stretch those fingers up and get some circulation. Stretch. Circulation moving. Good job. Just a couple more. Now keep those hands up. Rotate. Bring the arms over the chair. Slowly up over to the other side of the chair. And back up. Press out to the side. Circle those shoulders. Oh, that felt great. That was some blood moving through your body, but we need a little bit more. So here's another routine just to get the circulation moving. We're going to start working on the neck again. Remember, get it in proper alignment. Look over the shoulder again. And look over the other shoulder. And now look straight ahead. Drop your ear. Circle the head forward. Bring the head up. Take a deep breath in. Drop the ear again to the other shoulder. Circle forward and feel all the stretching going on in the back of the neck. Now bring the head up. Get the neck in proper alignment right over the shoulders. Take a deep breath in. We're going to drop the ear to the shoulder. You'll feel a stretch right here, and then you'll press down through the palm in all different directions. We'll begin to the front. 2, 3, 4. Press down, straight to the floor. Now press to the back. Get ready to bring your head up and roll the shoulder forward, up, and back. Let's do it on the other side. Drop the ear. Press forward with the palm. Now press down. Feel that stretch? Now to the back. Now that shoulder rolls, the head comes up. Great job. Now pull one shoulder forward. Oh, that feels great. Come back to center. Take a deep breath. Pull it back. And let's do the other side. Pull it forward. Come back. Take a breath. Pull back. And release it. Now both shoulders. Pull it forward, round the spine. Come back to center. Pull back. And now relax the shoulders. Make a fist. Push, pull. You're working the tricep a little bit. Push, pull. Push and pull. Now, look down at the shoulder, up at the hand, down at the shoulder, up at the hand, down at the shoulder, up at the hand, down at the shoulder, up with the hand and change, down at the shoulder, up with the hand, down at the shoulder, up with the hand. Again, 2 more. Here's your last one. Now, circle. And reach up to the ceiling. Stretch. 2, 3. Now reach to the center of your body. That looks great. You're doing super. Feel the energy coming in. Now we're going to do a spine stretch. Here we go. Reach up with one hand, down with the other, and stretch. Do it again. This is stabilizing your spine. Great for the back extensors. Up, down, stretch. Just one more time. Then we'll begin working on the abdominals right in the chair. Take a breath in. Now breathe out. Pressure back into the back of the chair. Tighten your abdominals and pull in tight. Release it. Deep breath in. Now breathe out. Make sure your back is pressing to the back of the chair. Pull those abdominals tight. Again, deep breath in. Breathe out. Press the back to the chair. Abdominals tight, tighter. Can you feel it? Deep breath in. Breathe out. Press the back. Pull these abdominals in tight. That's your last one. Now bring your knee to the chest. Clasp the hands right in front of the knee. Let the knee fall forward. Drop your chin and feel the stretch in the back of the neck. And release it. Bring the knee up first. And let's do it to the other side. Let the knee fall forward, chin forward. Release it. Bring the knee up. You should have felt a wonderful stretch in the back. Now let's stretch out the calf muscle. Just pull back. Again, stretch it out. Gently pull back. Feel that stretch. Great job. Now, clasp your hands. Push up. Relax the shoulders. Press to the side. Press. 2, 3, 4. Open and press. 1, 2, 3, 4. Clasp. Push up. Relax the shoulders, press 1, 2, 3, open and press. Now relax, roll those shoulders. We're going to do all that again. Here we go. Class, push up. Relax the shoulders, stretch to the side, put more energy into it. Now, open and stretch. How are you doing? The arm that's up, roll that shoulder forward, up and back. Let's do it again to the other side. Class, remember, relax your shoulders here. Press 1, 2, 3, and open up and press. Stretch. You're doing great. Now the arm that's up, roll that shoulder forward, up, and back. Let's do another calf stretch. Pull back, point, and flex. Again, calf stretch, pull the toes back, point, and flex. Now sit up tall. Take a deep breath in and breathe out. Lift the arms slowly, reach to the ceiling, press up, out and away. Great job. I'm using an exercise towel, so it gives me a lot of flexibility here as to how wide I have my shoulders and my arms. All right, now sit up tall. Bring that towel up above the head. Relax your shoulders. Pull the towel to one side. The arm is straight and the head is stopping that arm. Try the other side. Now relax the shoulder as you're doing this. Relax. Again, to the other side. Relax the shoulders. The towel is being held taut between each of the hands. Now bring it center. We're going to do another movement here to the front of the body, starting at a horizontal movement, turn it vertical, then take it up above the head, stretch. Bring it down, it's vertical here, turn it horizontal, now bring it center. Now relax those shoulders. Just circle them out. And now hold the towel again, and we'll try it to the other side. Sit up tall, turn, the towel is horizontal, turn it vertical. Now up overhead, relax those shoulders. Bring it down to the side. It's vertical first. Now turn it horizontal. Bring it back to center and relax those shoulders again. We're going to reach across over the top of the shoulder and reach back with the fingers. Give a gentle pull. Oh, that feels great. Release it. Now walk the fingers under and as far back as you can. Place this other hand on your shoulder. Give a gentle pull, releasing your scapula, and release it. Now, the other hand on top of the shoulder, give a gentle pull, and release. Now, walk the fingers back as far as you can. Place this hand on the other shoulder, and give a gentle pull, and release it. Now, we're going to take the towel up above your head, but let's begin just to this range of motion and bring it down. How does that feel? One more time, just a little bit higher, and bring it down. Now relax the shoulders as you come up. This time we're going to go up and slightly behind the head. Back up. Now one more time, relax the shoulders, give a little roll here. Let's do it again. Lift up. Now all the way down as far as is comfortable for you. That feels great. Now bring it back. Now walk both fingers back, clasp your shoulders, pull the shoulder to one side, come back to center, pull to the other side. Now just lift the shoulders up and down, up and down. That should feel great. How are you doing so far? Remember, your movements may not look like mine. It depends on what range of motion you have right through that shoulder area. Now, hold the towel. We're going to do a diagonal, coming up and bringing it down, all the way up. Bring it down, just one more. And let's change sides. Bring it down and up. Bring it down and up. Gentle pull on that towel, bring it down and up. We'll get one more on this side and up. Now bring that towel right behind your head. Move from the back of your chair. Relax both shoulders. You're going to grab the bottom half of the towel with the other hand. It's important the shoulders are relaxed as you gently pull up as high as you can without pain, and then down. Now take a breath, relax the shoulders, pull up, You're doing great so far. Bring it down and let's change. Relax that shoulder. Reach back. Here we go. Take it up. Bring it down. One more time now. Up and down. Relax. Place that towel on the back of your chair and let's stand up and get ready for your standing warm-up. We'll practice with John McKinnon once again, the neutral spine position in a standing position.
To place the spine in a neutral and stable position, move the low back through range of motion as far forward and back as it'll go, very comfortably. Then place the spine in the middle or the most comfortable position. Next, move the upper spine through range of motion, forward and back as far as is very comfortable. Place the upper back and spine in a middle or neutral position that is comfortable. Then slide the head forward and backward as though it were on tracks. And then place the head directly over the shoulders in upper back, which is in a neutral position. To maintain this centered position of the spine, gently tighten the stomach muscles and be sure to keep breathing while the stomach muscles are tight.
Now let's start bend and snapping. Now to the other side. Keep the shoulders back. And the other side. Enjoy the music. And the other side change. Now we'll begin with a side together. Here we go. Side together, side together, side together, side tap. Now just bend and snap 4 times. Side together. And bend and snap. Now walk 3 and tap. Now foot goes out and in with the arm. Back 3 and tap. Out and in. Again. And back. Out and in. Back to that bend and snap. A few more. Just a few more. This is your last set. Now, side together again. And snap it out. Side together. Roll those shoulders and snap out. Now, walk 3 tap. Out and in. Back 3 tap. Out and in. Walk 3 tap. Out and in. Back and tap. Out and in. Side together again. And snap it out. Side together again. And snap it out. Now interlace your fingers, push down. Nice stretch up, out to the side. And roll those shoulders. Bring your feet together. Come up on your toes. Down on your heels. Again, a little bit of cracking there. Back down. And bend, bend. Now snap to the back. And snap to the side. The other side. Walk 3 and tap. Out and in. Back and tap. Out and in. Forward and tap. Out and in. Woo. Back and tap. Out and in. Let's snap it out. The other side. You're really increasing the circulation just by bending the knees. Snap forward. And snap to the back. Walk 3 tap. Out and in. Back and tap. Out and in. Woo. Great job. Now let's go right to your stretching. That's important. If you need the chair for balance, and I know I need mine, please get it. All right, here we go. Shoulders are back. Take a deep breath in. Lift the arms up and press down. Again, deep breath in. And breathe out. Are you breathing deeply down deep into that tummy? Let me hear the breath out here. One more time. Deep breath. And breathe out. Now bring your feet about shoulder width apart. Open the curtain. Lift the heel. That's important as you rotate the spine. Come back to center. Do it again. Make sure you're lifting your heel as you rotate the spine. Come back to center. Reach down to the knee. Make sure your tailbone's tucked. And up and down. How did that feel? Take a deep breath in. Ready for your calf stretch. Right foot forward, left foot back. Make sure the knee is over your ankle. The toes should be forward. You should feel the stretch right in the back of your lower leg. Now lift the heel. Take a breath. Breathe out. Press it down. Again, lift the heel, feel the stretch disappear, and then press the heel down. Feel the stretch engage, relax. Now lift that hip, or the heel, I'm sorry. Bend both knees, bring your hips forward and lift up. This is your hip flexor muscle that you're stretching now. You should feel it in the front of your left hip. Now relax, press it back down into a calf stretch. We're going to stretch that hip flexor again because it's so important. Take a breath in and breathe out. This muscle attaches to the 5 lumbar spine. Lift the heel, bend both knees, bring your hips forward. It crosses over the pelvis, crosses the hip, and attaches to the thigh bone. That's why it's so important. Now you should feel a gentle stretch here, but it should not be painful. Take a breath and breathe out. Relax. If you do a lot of sitting, that's a muscle that really needs to be stretched. Let's change legs. Left foot forward, right foot back. First your calf stretch with the toes forward. Feet need to be wide apart that you're feeling the stretch. Now lift the heel and press it down. Do it one more time. Feel the stretch disappear. Now as you place your foot down, if you do not feel that stretch, lean a little more into your chair. Make sure the tummy's in, your shoulders are back, your body is lengthened. Deep breath. Breathe out, lift that heel. Bend both knees, bring your hips forward, give a lift up. Now here's the hip flexor on this side. Take a breath in and breathe out. Let that muscle relax. Press the heel back down. Feel the stretch in your calf muscle now, in the back of the lower leg. Take a breath in, lift the heel, bend the knees, pull the hips forward, lift up. How does that stretch feel? Take a breath in and let that muscle lengthen out as you breathe out. Release, press the heel down. Now, with one foot back, circle the other foot. Rest the heel, pull up on the toes, reach back with your hips just enough to stretch these hamstring muscles. Make sure the bend is coming from the hip, the tummy is in, the back is straight. And relax. Let's change. Circle. Now rest the heel, pull up on that toe, tummy in, reach with the hip like you're reaching to sit down on a chair and feel that stretch. It should feel good. And release it. Now reach down for the ankle. Let's stretch out the quadricep. We'll finish without music. Knee points to the floor. Bring the hip forward. Take a breath. And release it. Reach down. Grab the ankle. Make sure you have your hand on the center of your chair for balance. Knee points to the floor. Easy, easy stretch. Relax. These are the muscles along the front of the upper thigh. And now release it. Sit down in your chair. Sit up tall, pull the abdominals in, take a deep breath, lift up your rib cage, and breathe out slowly. Circle those shoulders forward, lift up, press to the back. That was wonderful. You know, stress comes in all shapes and forms, and it's really important that you know how to take care of it. We need a certain amount of stress just to keep the body upright, and that's good stress.
But there are a lot of stresses in our lives that we have no control over, so we need to learn how to deal with them. One of the ways you can deal with it is through a relaxation. I'm going to take you slowly through a relaxation now, asking you to close your eyes and focus in on your body. I want you to get comfortable in your chair now. Scoot around till you're comfortable. If you have a place to lie down at this point. Now sit back in your chair. Up until now, I've been telling you to sit up tall, and now I just want you to relax in that chair, scoot around till you feel a comfortable position. If you're able to lie down, this is the time to do it. Loosen your clothing. Put your hands in your lap. Make them relaxed. Take a deep breath. And breathe out slowly. Close your eyes. I want you to focus in and check over your body. Are you still sitting up tall, trying to keep some of your muscles tight? If you are, I want you to lean back in your chair, relaxing that back. Now relax the legs and the feet. Feel how your chair is supporting you. I want you to breathe normally and breathe out normally. And now pause. Breathe in again normally and breathe out normally and pause. Now this time I want you to take a deep breath in through the nose. Breathe out slowly through the lips and take your time. Again, deep breath in as deeply as you can. Fill up the lungs. And breathe out just gently through the mouth, letting all the air go. Just release it. Now keep taking a series of deep, gentle breaths and begin focusing inward. Take your focus to the top of your head, relaxing your scalp, relaxing the forehead. Smooth out the tiny lines around your eyes. Relax the eyelids. Let the jaw just go limp. And begin focusing on your neck muscles. If they're tight, I want you to relax them now, letting the shoulders just drop. Visualize the tension running from the top of your neck, down the shoulders, down the arms, and out through the fingertips. Take a deep breath in. Breathe out slowly. Feel your chest muscles just relaxing. Just let them go. Inhale deeply. And slowly exhale, relaxing your hips. Visualizing the tension running down from the hips, down through the knees, through the ankles, and out through the toes. Just totally let go. Totally relax. Take a deep breath in. And with this breath, I want you to begin releasing the thoughts from your mind, one by one. Let all your burdens, all your anxieties just slip away. Just totally let go. Totally relax. Begin breathing normally again. Open your eyes just a tiny bit so that you're looking at the floor. I want to orient you back to the room. Look over the shoulder. Now check out the neck muscle. If it's tightened up, I want you to relax it. Take your time now and slowly turn the head to the other side, looking over the shoulder, keeping the neck muscle relaxed. Now look forward and gently lift your eyes to the ceiling. You don't want to hyperextend your neck. You just want to lift the eyes to the ceiling. And now release it and drop your chin gently to the chest. Don't rush it. Don't hurry. You want to keep that neck muscle relaxed. Now look up. Take a deep breath. I hope you're feeling refreshed and relaxed.
For your free copy of the Sit and Be Fit newsletter and information on video and audio tapes, including specialty videos for chronic conditions such as arthritis, please write Sit and Be Fit, P.O. Box 8033, Spokane, Washington, 99203, or call 509-448-9438, or visit our website at sitandbefit.com.
Check out Clark County's new website, clarkcountynv.gov. clarkcountynv.gov gives you all the latest happenings from Clark County government. Remember to update your bookmark, www.clarkcountynv.gov.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Hi, I'm Judy Shepard-Missett, founder and CEO of Jazzercise, and welcome to Jazz Cardio Strength Stretch. Now today we'll be working out with some other Jazzercise instructors. Shanna Missett Nelson, Jazzercise Executive Vice President. Young McCarthy, Jazzercise Exercise and Program Specialist. And Carol Schmidt, Jazzercise Programs Director. Okay, if you're ready, we're ready too, so let's go! Hi there, my name is Judy, and it's time to warm up, guys. I want you to stretch to the right. Get yourself all ready for this great show coming up to the left. Now bring it down through the middle and give me a march. There it is. Come on, you got to pick up your knees. Take it easy at first, it's okay. I know you need to warm it up right from your toes to the top of your head. All right, I'll tell you what, march it forward a little bit. Now I want you to march it back. Now march around the room a little bit. Oh yeah, okay, now come on back. Feet together and stretch again. To the right side. Now bring it through the middle. How about to the left side? Reach it over there. And bring it back. And bring it back to the center. And on the diagonal, the head goes up, down. Up and down. Up and down. And reverse it. It's up. It's down. Now pull in those tummies. Yeah. All right, let's go again. Short version right here. Now we're going to turn again, warming up that neck. Now double touch right, to and to left. Just get that foot out there and bring it in and put it out again, okay? You can do it. It's not that hard, is it? No, Young says no. Okay, on the angle, shoulder. Back we go. Front and back. Front and back. Front. Reverse it all. Just turn a little tiny bit. All you have to do is pivot on your little toes. Okay, let's do it again. Shoulder, shoulder. Roll it forward, roll it back. Get acquainted with how it works because you're going to be using it later. Left side up and back. Ho! Yeah. Up. Okay, get ready. Touch it out. 2 times. Right side. 2 left. Out in. All right, now this is a long section, guys. So just practice on it. You can get that step perfectly, okay? It's out, in, out, together. And then you add a little arm. Just gently, because, you're still warming up. Do it again. Oh, yeah. Again. Keep going. Do. Oh, yeah. Ha, ha. And again. Double touch. Oh, yeah. And again. All right, we got 2 more on the right, 2 more on the left. Now, on the angle, reach for it. Come on, use your rib cage. Slide it out and slide it. Slide it and reverse it. Out and back. Slide. Oh, yeah. Ha. All right, now let's move the ribs a different way. Out, in, out, and in. Out, and in. Try not to move your arms too much. Just the ribs. Release, contract. Tighten your abdominals. All right, come on down to double touch. Out. Oh, yeah. Hips out. All right, now, you should be warmer. I think you could pick up your feet a little more, don't you? I think you could. Do it again. All right, let's do those hips. Side, ho, ho, ho. Side, side. Let's reverse that. It's out. It's under. It's out. Oh, my. Whoa. Yeah. All right, now the pelvis coming up. Tilt, release. Now hinge from the waistline and from the hip line. Yeah, there it is. Left side, tilt, release. Now you got to keep your abdominals tight, guys. All right, guess what? We are going to stretch. Take it around. All the way. Support your back and lunge. Now the other side. Keep your knees soft. Support your back with your hand on your thigh. And now we're going to take a nice, long, deep breath and stretch that quad and hip flexor right there. And we're going to do the other side. Big, long, deep breath. Reach, stretch. Now bring it together, double touch. Oh, yeah. Hup. And out. And out. And out. Now, have you got this step? I think you do, don't you? Out, in. So if you do, reach out there. Reach out there. Reach. One step and hold it. Yeah.
All right, guys. Toes and knees turned out. Give it a push. And you want to lean into that push a little bit. It's right and left. 2 more. Now you're going to take off grapevine to the right side. 3 knee lifts right here. Now how about grapevine to the left? 3 knees. And again to the right. Step, cross, step, and lift. Left side. All right, back to those pushes. 2 right, 2 left. Now you're going to ball change side to side. It's right and left and right and left. Push it. 2. Left side. Ball change right and left. Good. Do that again. Toes and knees turned out. Chest nice and lifted. Ball change. Ball change. Do it again. 2 of them. 4 ball changes. Back to that grapevine. Right side. It's steps, cross, step, lift. 3 knees. And left side. Lift it up. Do it again. To the right. Pull it up. And left. Keep going. To the right. Left side. Extend that knee and leg out on the knee lift. Pull it up. Touchdown. 1 more. Turn out back to that big push. Left side. 4 ball changes. Right and left. Keep going. Push it. And lean. And right. And left. Keep going. Big push. Heart rate's coming up. You should feel a little bit warmer than when we started. Push it. And left side. Now, we have a little break. Feet apart. Hold it. Grapevine to the right. 3 knee lifts. Left side. And again, right, left. Let's keep going with that. Step, cross, step, pull it up, ink stand. How about 2 more? Then we're going to do something totally different. 1 more. Feet apart, right arm. You're going to reach it up, push it forward, take it down. Now down a little bit more. Left side reach, push, down. A little bit further. You want to tip forward from that hip. 1 more. Grapevine right. Let's go. Knee lift. Left side. And again to the right. And left. Again. And left. Let's do 2 more of these. 1 more. Right arm, reach up. Big push, push forward, take it down, down even more. Keep going, reach it, push. 1 more. Hold it there.
Okay, let's give it a march. All right, now we're going to do 2 little hopping lunges forward. It's 1, it's 2. Ball change back and front. And so it's hop and back and front. Now, if you want the light version, you know where to look, right? Yeah. And 1 and 2. That would be Shanna doing the light version. 1 and 2. It's back. It's up. It's lunge and back and up. Little hop, ball change, hop, ball change. Let's keep it going. I think we're on a roll, so we might as well keep it going. Again. It's back, it's front, 1, 2, in back, in front, 1, 2. Okay, knees across, sweep back, up, bring it across, cross, sweep. It's not over yet. Don't get so excited because we're going to work a little harder, okay? Up, and swing, knee, swing. Like you're sweeping the foot in back. All right, let's keep going. Same thing. Oh, yeah. Okay, get ready. Lunge it. Jump it. Ball change. In front. 1, 2. In back. In front. 1, 2. In back. In front. There you go. You feel your heart beating a little harder. That's a good thing, you know. And back. And front. Keep exercising that cardiovascular system. Back. Front. And again. Keep going. Up. It's back. It's front. Now let me ask you a question. Are you using your arms here? Pump that. Okay, you ready? Knees. Up, swing. Sweep. Ho. Again. In back. Knee. Back. All right, pull in your abdominals. There you go. Balance. Sweep. Again. How about one couple more? We're not done. Keep going. Oh, yeah. Again. Hand back. Knee. Sweep. Okay, get ready. Let's lunge. Front, back, front. Up those arms. 1, 2, back, front. 1, 2, back. Keep it going. Not yet. It's not over yet. 1, 2. Don't sit down. Come on, get up. There you go. 2 knees. 2 sweeps. And knee. And sweep. and knee, and sweep. Again. Ho, ho, ho. Keep going. And sweep, sweep, knee, knee, sweep, sweep. Pull it up. Use those abdominals. Use your beautiful arms. Lunge it. Hold it. Yeah.
Okay, here we go. We're going to start hop, heel, hop, heel, hop, heel. So that means you got to do a little prep hop into that for me. Hop, heel, touch, hop, heel, touch. Okay, now let's practice part 2. 4 pushes down. Now 2 slow up. I want a big stretch all the way up. And again, 4, 2 slow, stretch, and stretch, good. Push, 2, 3, 4, stretch it up. We get 1 more. Now watch out, we're going to move. Chasse traveling back, give me a ball change, move it up. Now we march out and in 2 times, out, it's in. We're going to do that again, take it back. 1, 2, 3, back. 1, 2, 3, it's up, now march, out, and in. Good, and again, go. 1, 2, 3, back. You got to think, pick up those knees when you march. You got to pump those arms too. Do it again, take it back. 1, 2, 3, coming up, march out and in. Okay, this is our last one. Hop, heel with a touch. Hop, heel, touch, hop, heel, touch. So again, remember, you got to get that little hop in there. Good. Okay, 4 pushes down. Now 2 slow up. Big stretch, good. Down. And stretch. Back to that hop, heel again. Hop, heel, touch. Good. Now if you need the lighter version, you can always do what Shanna's doing over here. 4 pushes down. 2 slow up. Stretch it up. Good. 1 more. We're going to travel back. Chasse. Here we go. Coming up. Now march it out and in. Pick it up. In. Good. And again. 1, 2, 3. Back. 1, 2, 3. March it. So you should pretty much feel that heart rate beating. It's working. We're working. Good. Take it out. Out. It's in. Good. We get 1 more. 1, 2, 3. Back. 1, 2, 3. And march it. Out. All right, here it is. Hop, heel. Do it. Come on. Out. It's out. And hop. Love is gonna. Come on. It's out. Now push it down 4 times. You got it. 2 slow up. Come on. Stretch. Stretch. You should feel that stretch. Come on. Elongate. And again, hop, heel. It's out. Good. Good. Hop, heel. Out. And out. 4 pushes. Down. 2, 3, 4. It's up. 1 more. Here it is. Chasse, let's go. Take it back. Coming up. I'm thinking we're at the midway mark. That's a good thing. Good. Let's do it again. Come on. Back. Ball change. March it out and in. So I just want you to get ready and think. That part we're going to do again with the hop heel, we're going to cut them in half next time. So just be ready. Do it again. Back. Coming up. March out and in. Here it is. We hop heel 4 times. 4, 3. Now 4 pushes down. 2 slow up. Hop heel, here we go. That's it. Got it? 4 pushes down. It's quick. Chasse, move it back. Go. Yeah, coming up. March it, take it out. Out. Are you still picking up those knees? Don't lose it. Come on, it's up. And march it. Out. In. Do it again. Now you got to cue in. Watch out. March out and in 1 time. Hop heel. It's 4. Perfect. All right, 4 pushes down. 2 slow up. And stretch. Hop heel. Go. 4, 3, 2. Now reach it down. 2 up. So remember, it's still in half. Hop heel. Hop heel. Hop heel. Push it down. Good. Come on, you got to make it good. We're almost there. It's out. Hop heel. Take it down. Push. Push. And up. And up. Hop heel. Hop heel. Do you hear it? Last 2 up. And hold it. Perfect.
All right, everybody, pick up your weights. I want you to tip forward from your hip, elbows into your side, and give me an external rotation, right and left. Do that again. Pull those abdominals in nice and tight. Chest is lifted. Press it out. Out. Now you can use weights or you can use a tube as Judy's doing. Whatever feels good for you today. 2 more. You're going to be on the diagonal plie. Hammer curl halfway up, halfway down. So down, down, center, center. Pull it up. Good. Nice wide stance with those legs. Keep going. 2 and down. Halfway up, all the way. Halfway down, all the way down. 1 more. Now face forward, right arm rows forward. Now both tricep kick back. Left arm pushes forward, pulls back, triceps. Now on that row, you want to squeeze your shoulder blade together. Left side, kick it back. Do it again. Right arm. Kick back, triceps. Push, pull, both triceps. Right arm, press it back. Left arm, push it back. Keep going. Right. And triceps. You want a nice straight line from the top of your head all the way through that tailbone. Press it. Good. 1 more. Left diagonal. Hammer it up. Halfway. All the way. And halfway. Wide stance with those legs. Good. Do it again. Don't stop. Plie. Halfway up. Using your biceps, using your quadriceps, your hamstrings, upper and lower body, working together. Keep going, a few more. Good. How about 2 more? Last one. You're going to turn forward, right arm pushes forward. Row it, squeeze it back, triceps, left side, push and pull, kick back. Keep those elbows nice and high on that tricep kickback. And left. Don't stop. Do it again. Right. And left. Again. Now we're going to do 1 more. Go back to the very beginning. External rotation. Elbows anchored at that side. Push it out. It's right. And left. And right. And left. Don't stop. Right arm goes again. Chest is lifted. You got to pull those abdominals in nice and tight. 4 more. All right, in the center, bicep curl. So you're going to go all the way, halfway. There you go. Do that again. Plie. Toes and knees are forward. All right, let's go back to that row. Right arm. Kick it back. Left arm. Again. Kick it back. Push both arms forward. We're done.
Learning to read and understand nutrition labels is a necessary tool for making informed food choices. Make reading those labels part of the process when you go food shopping. Be sure to look for calories per serving and the number of servings per container. When ounces or grams are given, find another food product of similar size and weight that gives a number for the serving size. This is usually seen in chips and crackers. Total fat. Fat grams listed are per serving. Choose lower fats and try to look for fat grams under 13. Saturated fat. Notice the saturated fat listing. Always choose low in the 0 to 3 gram range. Trans fat. This is the newest fat labeling to look for. These are the partially hydrogenated oils. You should keep these out of your diet. Sodium. A small amount is okay, but 500 milligrams or higher, think twice. Carbohydrates. Choosing quality carbohydrates is the real factor here. Whole grains and whole wheat products are the carbs to be eaten. Legumes are an excellent choice for carbs and fiber. Sugars. Unless sugar comes naturally from fresh fruit or inherent in a food source, you are consuming processed sugar. Processed sugar offers no nutrition. This includes corn syrup, fructose, maltose, etc. Protein. Choose a protein level balanced with carbs. For example, carbs 17 grams and protein 6 grams versus carbs 30 grams and protein 4 grams.
Okay, here we are at the end of our show and the end of our workout. A little more muscle work, a little more flexibility. Now I want you to take your weights, thumbs out or holding a couple of small bottles of water, whatever, and lift. And lift. Or maybe you have found an exercise tube somewhere. You know, you could pick one up at any sporting goods store. Keep going and lift. And lift. Keep going. Now I want you to use those upper shoulder muscles, your trapezius muscles, to lift the arm and lift the weight. Keep going and lift. And lift. Now roll the shoulder back. Roll. And roll. And roll. Keep going. Now try that full range of motion so the shoulder goes forward, up, and back. Forward, up, and back. Forward now. Open out. And open out. And open out. There you go. Now we're using the shoulder muscles, but now they're the rotator muscles. And they let that shoulder open and open and open and out. Keep the elbows into the side and don't let the weights come forward too much. Right in line with your leg. Keep going. Let's keep going. Out and in. Out and in. And out and in. Well, I hope you've enjoyed your day with us. The exercise, jazz, strength, and stretch. Let's go right here again. Lift and lower. Lift and lower. Lift and lower. Lift and lower. Again. Oh, feel those little shoulder muscles working. Up and down and up. Now let's rotate the shoulders back and back. This is a great way to get rid of tension. And roll. And roll. And again. Okay, kids, let's lift again. Lift it up and down. Think about, gee, could I lift my shoulder to my earlobe? That's the idea. That's the feel you should have. And again. And again. Now let's give it a roll and roll. And roll. Rotate. Remember, full range of motion, front, up, and back. Again. Again. One more. Okay, now I want you to bend the knees. Gently. Put those weights down. Now, keep the knees bent. Straighten them slowly. Lift it up. Stretch. Support the back. Right foot forward. Shoulder. 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 Way down. And lift it up. Just a little shrug of the shoulder. All right, let's do the other side and left. It's going to take time to get fit, but it's worth every minute. And lift it up. And up, and up, and up, and up, and feet apart. Now, tilt right here. And stretch, lean back. Feel that gorgeous stretch in your quad, your hip flexor. And take the other side. Ooh, it feels good after all that work. Now put your feet together. Release the back. Bend the knees. Hang it over and stretch it out. Support your back. Slowly up. Tighten the abdominals. Shoulders back. And have a fabulous day.
for Social Security online. 9 out of 10 experts agree it's groovier than a Brooklyn hot dog. Or Crips is it.
We live here, we work here, we enjoy the Valley and all it has to offer. But not everyone plays by the rules, and Nevada is losing out on thousands of dollars that help fund schools, roadwork, and government services. Well, the rules just got tougher. A new state law enables the Las Vegas Township Constable to crack down on residents who don't pay their fair share and register their vehicles within 60 days. Avoid a ticket and hefty fines. If you live here, register your vehicles in Nevada. Pay your fair share.
When I grow up, I want to have arthritis.
When I grow up, I want to have high blood pressure. When I grow up, I want to have heart disease. When I grow up, I want to be obese.
None of us want our children to grow up and be sick. Making sure your children eat a healthy diet is one of the most important things you can do for their future. You have the power to help your children grow up healthy.
Preparing today reduces the consequences of a disaster tomorrow.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
Today, we're going to cook everyday ordinary food. And because it's everyday food, I thought, hey, let's spend a little time with Sam like it's an everyday Sam the Cooking Guy day. It's going to be delicious. I'm out of paper towel. Look at that. You can make it. Who doesn't want that? Oh. So to ensure that we didn't forget anything on our little ordinary everyday, I've made a little list of things we have to do. First, we're going to have a look around the house. One of the questions I get asked more than anything is, do you really shoot in your home or is it a studio set? I'll show you that. We have to feed Bun Bun. It's time for him to eat. Haley needs some food, so we're going to go to the pet store. Danny's birthday is tonight, and we don't have a present for Zachy to take, so we're going to go get Now 15. And Kirk, somewhere in here, Kirk is coming to pick up the buffet. And let's start with this one right here. Is this my house or is this a set? Well, let me show you around a little bit, because this is my house. And if it wasn't my house, would there be children here playing cards together? Hello, boys. Clearly teenagers. You could tell by the attitude. Or would there be wedding pictures on the wall? Clearly a more youthful Sam and Mrs. Cooking Guy. Come on, let's go upstairs. This is not a studio. This is, real life. Haley. That's real life. Dog sleeping on the bed. There's no studio going on here, friends. I think Kirk's here. Time to go move the buffet. Kirk is here to pick up this. An old buffet that Kirk and Roberta are buying. And you may remember Kirk from the vegetarian show.
That's good.
No, come on, honestly. Are you guys just saying that because you're on TV?
It's really good.
I can handle it. Oh, it just clears. It is? There you go. It's yours now.
Thank you.
We told you guys about the broken drawer, right? Yeah, you're welcome. My pleasure. Don't drive too fast. Okay, we're going to get Danny's present next, and then the dog food for the little Hizzle in the back. What do you think Now 15 would be? We're going to have to ask somebody. Yanni. Sinatra in sync? That's not good. You think Danny's going to be happy? Oh, man. I think he is. Old picture of me. See that? This shouldn't be in here. This shouldn't. Rolling Stone's fine. Tracks is fine. Vibe. That's okay. But this, Dan, a little kid level, shouldn't be in here. Izzy, pet store. Look. She's not looking. Look at that. Like a bleeding crocodile, Linda. Who's your friend? It's just like Bun Bun. So anxious. 20 pounds. We're gonna buy this. 31.24. Sam, the Cooking Guy. So there you have it. little time with me. What have we learned? We've learned that, yes, it is my house. Come on, girl. Come on, girl. Supposed to work smoother than that. Come on, girl. Come on, Hizzy. Come on, Hiz. Come on. Okay. It is my house. We bought some dog food. We got Danny's present figured out. We fed Bun Bun. Here's the little buffet that Bun Bun gets. Oh, you're okay. Come on. Don't be a fraidy cat. Look it. Go on. Bun Bun's still mad at me for that thing I did with him a while back. Remember? And next week, Bunny. Show you how to debone a fresh bunny. I'm only kidding. He's gotten a lot bigger since then, hasn't he? What else did we do? We got the buffet off with Kirk. We're all good, but now I gotta go in and change because I can't very well cook like this. I mean, it is a little sloppy for cooking. I gotta get Haley out of the car and we're set. See you in a few minutes. This is better. Out of that ratty t-shirt. Now I want you to remember, today is everyday food. Nothing fancy. So when I whip out this first ingredient, nobody freak out. Tuna. Don't complain. Just go with it. So I'm starting with solid, I mean, buy any kind you want. But I like the albacore and I like it in water. Just bust this open. I mean, really, do I need to show you how to open up a can of tuna? I don't think so. And then drain, right? Okay, that's good. And then this, as you can imagine, just goes in here with the help of a fork. And now you get the tuna out. And now we rinse. I like a little crunch with my tuna in the form of two things. One is jicama, and the other is a little red pepper. I'm just going to grab a knife, and I just want a fine little dice out of both of them. So I'm just going to cut the edges off the jicama. Here's the deal. It's spelled J-I-C-A-M-A. Jicama? Probably not. Jicama? Perhaps. Jicama, a lot of people say. I have no idea. And let's just get a little red pepper. Now, we just throw the pepper and the jicama, jicama into the tuna. A little mayo, of course, you would always add, you know, a little bit of mayo to hold the whole thing together. Uh-oh, before we mix, a little salt and pepper, my new favorite combo, in my new favorite little dish. See that? See that pretty little blue dish that came from Mexico? Ask me where I got this little dish. Got it from Suzanne. Here's Suzanne. Say hi. Okay, so you've got the tuna, the mayo. It's not a big deal, right? Everything's pretty standard, and the jicama, jicama in here, and the red pepper. And now you're just gonna mix that. I mean, honestly, so far, am I telling you anything that you don't know? And don't be all holier than thou and go, oh, Sam, I don't eat tuna. Because you probably do. Get a little taste, and then try it. Crunchy? It's good. It's tuna salad the way I like it. Could use a little more pepper. Just the pepper grinder, because I don't want to add more salt. So just a little more of this. I'm a pepper fan. All right, so we've got this made. We've got these things that we can now clear off our place of. And so, if we're making a sandwich, we need some bread. So we get our bread. And for today's purposes, we're going to use a nice whole grain. So some here. No scrimpy little tiny sandwiches. Let's finish it up. Basic everyday tuna sandwich. Now I'd like to add cheese. So still sort of relatively normal, right? Cheese. And if you've been with me for any amount of time, you know that in sandwiches that are going to have a cheese component that are going to melt, I generally prefer processed cheese slices. Make all the arguments you want about it not really being cheese. It is. And technically, it's cheese. So we're going to make sure there's plenty of cheese. I'm using 1.5 slices for each sandwich. And now we'll close this, right? No, I want that side. Still nothing too spectacular. Got a nice, healthy tuna sandwich here, cheese and the crunchy stuff. But now what I like to do is I like to, what they would refer to as Monte Cristoing this. And a Monte Cristo sandwich is like Swiss cheese and turkey, like this, and then it's dipped in egg, and then it's grilled. We're going to do that with our tuna. Uno, dos. Let's take these things over and get them on the grill. Take one of your sandwiches, drop it in the egg, flip it over. So now you want to check them and see how they look, and you see they're browning beautifully. So we're ready to flip them. Take them off and cut them. And now if we've done our work properly, melty, beautiful on the inside, crispy, gorgeous brown on the outside. It's got all of everything right in this bite. What do you think? Oh my. Let's give it a name. Sam's Tuna Cristo. Perfect. I'm going to eat some more of this. You sit right there. Because coming up, we have a cross between a burrito and a chimichanga. Made like that. In the commercial, I was cutting up the jicama to put in a bag because we like to eat it just like this, right out of the fridge. And I thought, I should share that, because maybe not everybody knows what this is. It's kind of a cross between a radish and something else. It's sweeter. It's absolutely delicious. It's a great snack. Throw it in a little baggie, and then when you walk past the fridge and you feel like a snack, you grab one of these instead of like a cupcake or something. That's what you do. And then you seal it up. You try to seal it up. And then you take out some chicken because we're moving ahead. We're moving to what I promised before was like a cross between a burrito and a chimichanga. My friend Mark makes these things called restaurant-style burritos. And they're very good. I happen to like chimichangas. Chimichanga, though, something in a tortilla and it's deep fried. I don't need the deep fried part, but I like the crunchy part. So we're going to kind of make Mark's restaurant-style burritos, but we're going to bake these things in the oven for about 15 minutes after. Get them all good and crispy on the outside. Oh gosh, you're really going to like this. You guys know I'm all a big fan of those deli roasted chickens. And that's what this used to be. That I just took and shredded. And here's the key. Shred it while it's warm. It shreds. If you bring the thing home, put it in the fridge, and go to it the next day, it does not shred so easily. These chimichanga burrito things need a little onion in them. Just dice this guy up nice and big and throw it in the pan hot. And a tiny bit of oil. Chicken, that's a couple things we're going to add to that. We now need to add some chicken and some chilies and some salsa. You don't want this like a stew. You want it fairly dry on the inside. So we'll add, you know, that much. And now we'll add some of the diced green chilies. Just needs to be mixed. That's coming along nice. We need a tortilla for this. The uncooked guys totally rule. You can see it's, you know, fairly translucent. I mean, you can't see me through it, but when we cook it, it's going to get white. And all we want to do right now is heated enough so that it's still soft and pliable, but you know, gone to the white stage. Put this on here, and that's not going to take very long. So while it's there, so I'll put just a tiny bit of oil on here, so this thing's not going to stick. That's what I want. So let's take this guy, and now put some chicken in it. The key to this is that you want like a big kind of jumbo size one like they make in a restaurant. Then we fold the sides, shove that in a little bit, and then over. Put them seam side down, right where that oil was. And then I take a tiny bit more oil, drizzle it, and just rub it in. That's finished. And then in the oven, because we want it to brown and crisp. And it's when it comes out that we work our magic to it. And it's going to look really fancy. Oh yes, mark my words, very fancy. But remember, today's like an ordinary, everyday thing with regular sort of ingredients. We're going to make it look fancy. An enchilada sauce is generally for enchiladas, but today we're going to use it for this. That's going to heat, that's going to come out. On top of it, we're going to put a little cilantro, so we'll get this ready. A little sour cream right here, and some cheese for the top. Let's just check and see, and that is pretty much exactly how you want it. Before we can put it there, we need our enchilada sauce. Beautiful. So you can stand back and marvel at your simple, easy, everyday work. Get some of the cheese, some of the enchilada sauce, and a big hot, steamy bite. Please don't, please, please. Oh, it's too big. Oh, happy days. Oh, happy, happy days. But don't go away, because next is a dessert on this very simple, ordinary, everyday. It's very important that you keep today's theme of everyday food, very, very simple stuff, in mind as we start our third recipe. Very important. Because our third recipe today is a dessert. And it's something that people have been making for, a long time. I don't know if everyone knows about it, so I'm going to tell you. It's often referred to as, and I know this is a bad name, a dump cake. Yeah, bad name. And the reason it's called a dump cake is because you just take the ingredients, dump them in the thing you're going to make them in, then put them in the oven. It's that simple. 1, 2, basically 3 ingredients. Okay, 4. We're going to make a peach dump cake, or a peach cobbler dump cake, or a peach dump. There's just no good way around this. We're making a peach cobbler. That's what we're making, a peach cobbler. It's really easy. Because our everyday ingredients are in our cupboard. Please, don't judge me until you've had this. Open up 2 cans of peach pie filling. Here comes the dump part. Oh, I know. I know what you're thinking. Horrifying. Why is he doing this? We don't want to see this. You got to see it. Let's just spread this around. Everybody good so far? Let me remind everyone, the only person that eats any of this stuff pretty much is me and Suzanne, who's behind the camera. So if I, scratch or drop something, it's just us, and we're okay with it. If I had a restaurant, I would wash my hands after every little thing happened like that. But I don't, it's just me. Anybody who's ever written me complained about that. Ingredient 2, yellow cake mix. This is ridiculous. It's almost, embarrassing that I have a TV show showing you stuff like this. But you guys appreciate, don't you? There we go. Now this just goes over the top. More dumping. Now you've got this on top. Now just give it a little, squish down with your fingers. 1 ingredient, 2 ingredients, 3 ingredients. Stay where you are. I'll get it for you. Recognize that? Stick of butter. Little pot. Now that's going to go on top, but before we do, we'll just give it a little bit of something that if I can find, a little cinnamon. That's what it is. Just pour the butter over the top. We're done. I just move it around a bit so it kind of covers mostly everything, at least a little. I like to take my fingers and just squish it in a little bit to make some holes so that the peach stuff bubbles up a little bit when it's cooking. That's messy. Our oven is preheated to 350. And in she goes. See, in about 40 minutes, little peach cobbler thing. And it's time. Remember what I said about the bubbling? Making some of the holes in it so the stuff would come through? Cute little bowl. I suppose you could argue that it's missing one ingredient. Vanilla ice cream. I am not a huge vanilla ice cream fan when it comes to stuff like this. It melts and it gets all runny, and that's not my deal. I like it plain. Before I take a bite, just let me say, ordinary, everyday, regular Sam the Cooking Guy day has been pretty fun. A list of stuff that we accomplished this morning. We looked around the house, we went and fed Bun, we got Haley her food, we got Danny his present, Kirk came and got the buffet, which by the way, he's emailed a picture. They're very happy and it looks wonderful in their home. And now, third of 3 great things to eat. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's fabulous. And it's 4 ingredients. I'm Sam the Cooking Guy. Thank you for being here today with me. I'll see you next time. If you want any of the recipes we made today, check the website, ctn.org. It's so hot. They don't like pee or anything, do they? And now this is not going to fit.
Oh, yeah.
You sure?
Yeah.
Ready? 1, 2. Okay, let's go in 2. That's always an option. I don't know if we can taste it. I mean, I'd like to, but it's like 4,000 degrees. I really don't want to take a bite. Should I take a bite? Dr. Feinberg? Kirk is also, sorry to cut you off, Haley's doctor. Haley, your doctor's here. Look at that. Doctor-patient relationship thing here.
Hello, I'm Mark Hall Patton, Administrator of the Clark County Museum System. Welcome to Barnstorming, Nevada. On today's episode, we will look at the history and development of the most popular passenger jet plane ever produced, the Boeing 737. Some designs start out to fill a specific need and go on to become the standard of their type. One such aircraft is the Boeing 737, first flown on April 9, 1967. Since that time, over 5,000 of the aircraft have been delivered to the world's airlines, with about 2,000 more on order. More 737s have been ordered and delivered than any other commercial jet in history. The 737 was designed to be a short and medium-range aircraft. It is considered a narrow body with just one center aisle. It has been widely modified over its long history, with new engines, longer bodies, winglets, and many other changes to keep it a functioning part of the commercial airline industry. The first 737 is owned by NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, and is on display at the Museum of Flight in Seattle, Washington. However, one of the largest users of 737s is McCarran's own Southwest Airlines, which flies over 500 of the aircraft, having started with the 737-200 version and now using the 737-500 and 737-700 versions. The original aircraft was not an immediate success. Only 30 of the first version, the 737-100, were produced. It carried 118 passengers. Lufthansa ordered these, but when United ordered the next aircraft, they wanted to carry more passengers. The 737-200 was born, which was slightly stretched and carried 130 passengers. Today, 40 years after the 737-100, the new 737-900ER version can carry 215 passengers. Sales of the 737 slowed significantly in the early 1970s, and Boeing almost stopped production. The fuel crisis and competition forced the company to significantly review the viability of its design. However, with the easing of the fuel crisis in the later 1970s, sales of the 7-engine design has stayed the same, proving the vision of the original designers. If you fly out of McCarran International Airport, or nearly any other commercial airport in the world, you may very well fly on a 737. At McCarran, you can see versions as different as the venerable 737-200 and as new as the latest technology 737-900ER, and you will be able to for many years to come.
I am for the child who's had 7 addresses in a single year, because she's in foster care, because her father abused her, and her mother couldn't believe her. She is the child I am for. I am a CASA volunteer. I am you.
From a distance, it's easy to feel close to wildlife. They're beautiful when they're safe in their natural habitat, and we're safe in ours. But when our environments overlap, there can be dangerous consequences. The threat of physical harm, damage to property, and disease become very real. That's where we can help. Our wildlife biologists work with state biologists to